Hello guys, like this video and subscribe this channel now for more updates.
Chapter 1. Kanto Region Pallet Town. When the first rays of morning sun shone on the small town, Dodrio raised his three heads and sang loudly. From a cozy house, a gentle call was heard. Time to wake up, Ash. Today is the day you go to Professor Oak Laboratory to pick up Pokemon. If you don't hurry, you'll be late. I know, Mom. A slightly lazy voice was heard from inside the house, and a young man who had just been dressed came down the stairs with yawn in his hand. His upper body is an open medium blue jacket with gold lace and a dark turquoise t-shirt, while his lower body is a pair of jeans with light blue cuffs and black and white rubber-soled sneakers with red embellishments on the sides. This kind of attire, coupled with his energetic face, makes him look even more youthful. The most eye-catching thing is that he is holding a strange red and white hat in his hand. I have already said hello to Professor Oak. There will be Pokemon that suits me left. The boy walked to the front of the table, pulled out a chair and sat down, talking leisurely while picking up the delicious breakfast on the table and tasting it. So, it's okay if it's a little late. Well, it seems that you have an idea in mind and have prepared for it early. Delia's mother chuckled there, and then looked at her son who was eating breakfast peacefully there, and couldn't help but sighed. Thinking about it now, it's a little unbelievable. Ever since you recovered from your fever half a year ago, Ash, you seem to have returned to normal and become more mature. Not only is he no longer so impulsive, but I don't have to worry about him anymore. He can handle his own affairs. It feels like he has grown into an adult overnight. People always change, Mom. Ash couldn't help but look up when he heard this, and said with a smile. After all, I'm already 10 years old this year, and it's time for me to go out and travel. If I don't become more mature, you will worry about me. That's true. Hearing her son's considerate words, Delia's smile softened. In this world where you can be considered an adult and travel when you are 10 years old. Ash, who had such a transformation and awareness, undoubtedly made her feel more at ease. Fortunately, Ash, your passion for Pokemon has not diminished. You often visit Professor Oak and provide help for some of his experiments, which makes him praise you highly. Delia was very happy and made a rare joke. Otherwise, Mom would really think you've become a different person. Is that so? Ash smiled and did not respond. Instead, he drank the milk in the cup in front of him in one gulp. Then I'll go over there, Mom. After saying that, Ash put on the backpack he had prepared long ago, opened the door and walked out. Looking at the beautiful nature in front of him, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, his eyes full of anticipation. My Pokemon journey is finally about to begin. Ash, 10 years old this year, looks like a teenager who is about to start his journey, but he is actually a time traveler. In his previous life, he was a uphost who grew up in an orphanage on Blue Planet. He loved Pokemon very much, which was the translated Pokemon that was often played on TV when he was a child. Later, he died suddenly because he was working overtime until late at night editing a video recommending Pokemon games. When he woke up again, he had become the protagonist of the Pokemon world, Ash, who was only 9.5 years old. Then, during the past 6 months, he continued to familiarize himself with this world, and often went to Professor Oak's laboratory to watch Pokemon up close and communicate with Professor Oak. Finally, on this day, I officially started my journey. Today's weather is really good. Ash looked up at the bright and warm sunshine of soaring in the sky and couldn't help but smile. He put the hat he won in the lottery on his head. This hat is a prize for the Pokemon Alliance bounty event, and is limited to 100 hats. In order to get this hat, Ash sent 1,000 postcards. After Ash traveled through time, he just saw a postcard on the table and sent it out. In the end, I was lucky enough to win the prize and got this hat. Sometimes, fate is so magical that it continues that unique destiny. Walking to the door of Professor Oak Laboratory, Ash pressed the hat on his head with a smile on his face, and then walked in as if he was at home. Professor Oak, I'm here to claim my Pokemon. Professor Oak's laboratory is on a small hill in Pallet Town. There is a big windmill next to the laboratory and the place is very spacious. There are many advanced scientific research experimental machines and a huge courtyard research area. It is the area where Pokemon live and is divided into several areas according to the attributes and habits of Pokemon. It can be said that this provides sufficient protection for Professor Oak's research, but for Professor Oak personally. Ash found that every time he saw Professor Oak, he was either teasing Pokemon or cooking instant noodles with scientific research equipment. For example, this time, Professor Oak was hit by a pair of pincers by a parasect that was fostered here by an unknown trainer. Then, as luck would have it, it fell right in front of Ash. Chapter 2. It's Ash, you're finally here. Professor Oak climbed up from the ground, covered in dust and dirt. He didn't care about his miserable appearance at all. He stood up and greeted Ash with a smile. Although this old man, who is over 50 years old, has gray hair, he is still energetic, comfortable and easygoing. Especially when he saw the young man in front of him whom he particularly liked, his attitude became even more enthusiastic. "Are you all right, Professor Oak?" Ash smiled and Normal asked casually as per routine. "Well, it's mainly scenes like this. I've seen them more than once in the more than half a year since I came to this world and frequently went to Professor Oak laboratory. It can even be said that the situation has happened so many times that I'm almost numb to it. As for whether we need to worry about Professor Oak's health, who among those who can walk out of Pallet Town is not a Superman? Ha ha ha, it's okay, it's nothing, but I did collect some good material again." Professor Oak happily dusted himself off, satisfied with what he had collected. At the same time, he called Ash to go inside the laboratory. "You're a little late. The other trainers have already chosen their Pokémon and are traveling first. And Gary, after he chose the Pokémon, he waited for you, Ash, at the door of the laboratory for a long time, fearing that you wouldn't be able to get your Pokémon. But after hearing that I had prepared something for you, he went out with his girlfriends. Young people nowadays are really full of energy." When talking about his ostentatious grandson, Professor Oak's tone was somewhat emotional. "If Gary is as mature and sensible as you, Ash, and is so dedicated and talented in Pokémon research, I would be so happy. Well, I just knew that Gary might block me at the entrance of the laboratory, so I was late." Ash currently has no idea about this childhood playmate and mortal enemy. Now, he is still a 10-year-old kid who has just started out, has no idea of the world and is showing off. Let's communicate with him again when he grows up and becomes more mature, stable, calm and humble. There are 4 people who happen to be traveling today. The 2 of them quickly arrived inside the laboratory, and the table with the Pokémon balls on it was so obvious. Among them, Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur, which were prepared for novice trainers, have already been chosen by the first 3 people. Professor Oak casually explained the situation, then looked at Ash behind him and said with a smile, "But I guess you won't choose those Pokémon, right?" "That's right, Professor Oak." Ash's eyes followed Professor Oak's movement and came to the center of the 3 Pokémon balls. He clicked his hat and said with a smile, "I made the decision a long time ago." "Indeed." Professor Oak smiled as expected, and then clicked twice on the operation interface. Then he saw the center of the platform slowly open, and a Pokémon ball slowly rose up. And then bang! A dazzling white light flashed, and Saffron's shining body appeared in Ash's eyes. Pikachu! A cute and adorable Saffron electrical mouse appeared in front of the 2 and called out cheerfully to Ash. It has red power pouches on its cheeks, 2 brown stripes on its back, a tail that is like a jagged lightning bolt, and long ears with black tips. The big black eyes swayed, reflecting Ash's figure, and their eyes were full of joy. "Next, we are finally going to start traveling together, Pikachu." Ash smiled and held out his arm to Pikachu. "Pika Pika." The latter also shouted joyfully, and then climbed up Ash's arm and onto his shoulder in a few seconds with great familiarity. "It seems that you both have a good relationship and good chemistry. As for the adjustment problem between the new trainer and the Earl Dervish Pokémon, it seems that I don't need to say anything more." Professor Oak patted his forehead. "That's right, after all, Ash, you and Pikachu have known each other for half a year. You have been together for such a long time, and your relationship is not as good as normal's. This is all thanks to Professor Oak," Ash said with a smile as he teased Pikachu with familiarity. Well, during the 6 months since he traveled through time, in order to prevent the problems that existed between him and Pikachu when they first went out traveling, Ash has already developed a deep relationship with Pikachu early on. Among them, the blue light screen help in front of him is also indispensable. Pokémon, Pikachu. Gender, male. Trainer Ash. Attribute electricity. Ability, static electricity. When using contact moves to attack a Pokémon with this ability, there is a 30% chance of paralysis. Thunder Shock, Thunderbolt, Agility, Quick Attack, Thunder, Iron Tail. Carrying things, none. Potential, plus infinity. Entries, in the name of God, color, heart to heart, gold. Training suggestions. At this moment, a blue light screen appeared in front of Ash's eyes, containing all the data and information about Pikachu. Whether it was ability, skill, or potential, everything was clearly visible and presented in front of Ash. This is the golden finger that brought Ash to this world, the God-level entry system. It does more than allow Ash to see information about so many targets. And for Pokémon, their own data. It also allows him to see the Pokémon's preferences and the training methods provided. Chapter 3. For example, Pikachu, under the potential column, there is also like, ketchup. Training suggestion, Volt, a powerful electric storage Pokémon with a strong high voltage that exceeds that of normal electric type Pokémon, can enhance the power of its electric-type moves through the following methods. It was precisely because of the relevant information and knowing Pikachu's preferences that Ash was able to establish a very deep emotional relationship with Pikachu in advance. After all, he is Pikachu. Just like the in the name of God in his entry. In the name of God, color possesses potential that is no less than that of a divine beast, and for targets with the name of God, attacks will definitely cause damage, and the damage effect is increased by 50%. Just this one entry guarantees Pikachu's amazing potential and talent, making it possible for it to be as good as or even surpass those mythical beasts. And later, for the target with the name of God, it will definitely cause damage. No wonder Pikachu's Thunderbolt could also hurt Alpaca later. Even when fighting against the legendary beastman Latios, it was a 50-50 situation. As long as it is a legendary beast, it will definitely suffer damage from Pikachu when fighting against him. It's not even just the mythical beasts, the same applies to other creatures as long as they are given the name of God. There is also the following entry, Telepathy, Gold. Telepathy, Gold. After binding with the trainer, the two will always be together in life and death. The two can fully understand the trainer's mind, and their strength will fluctuate with the trainer's ability. Strength fluctuates with the trainer's ability. Isn't this the upper limit of being able to defeat the mythical beast, but the lower limit of being able to lose to the novice village? Pikachu who could even shock the creator Arceus, Pikachu who defeated the legendary beasts Regis and Silvally, Pikachu who tied with Latios, and Pikachu who lost to rookie trainer Earl Dervish Pokemon Snivy. Ahem, cross out the last point. So, it has always been said that Pikachu is the actor, but doesn't Ash, as a trainer, have any responsibility? A 10-year-old combat idiot forever, his experience is reset to 0 every time he arrives at a new region, and he can't even defeat the first gym he challenges after taming the home bird. It didn't look like the performance of a veteran contestant who had competed in many region alliance competitions. But now, Ash will not waste Pikachu's original talent. From now on, there will only be an upper limit but no lower limit for Pikachu. As for the golden telepathy entry, Ash also plans to upgrade it to a colorful one. The levels of entries are divided into 6 types: white, blue, red, purple, gold, and color. Each level of entry will bring different levels of effects to Pokemon. The higher the level of the entry, the stronger the effect will be. If you want to upgrade a specific entry, you will need 10 entries of the same level, or 3 entries of a higher level. For example, to upgrade a gold entry to a color entry, you will need 10 gold entries, or 3 color entries. Entries can be obtained through various channels such as winning battles, participating in major events, etc. White entries have the lowest level, colored entries have the highest level, and they cannot be upgraded. The fact that Pikachu has God-level colorful entries right from the start is enough to show how special and extraordinary it is. Huge potential. Therefore, after establishing a good relationship with Pikachu, Ash also followed the orthodox training method given by the entry system to help Pikachu who only knew one move, Thunder Shock. He has successively learned powerful moves such as Thunderbolt, Quick Attack, Iron Tail, etc. As for higher level moves like Volt Tackle and Electro Ball, etc. that would not be suitable for Pikachu, who is still a novice Pokemon, and it would seem a bit too much. Anyway, these existing skills are completely sufficient for the next trip to the region. In addition to these, this entry system also comes with its own system space, which makes the subsequent travel much more convenient. Time flies by so fast. From that late summer camp kid, I have now grown into a trainer ready to go. Professor Oak couldn't help but sigh when he saw how good the relationship between Ash and Pikachu was. In that case, Professor Oak was in high spirits and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Ash. Professor Oak, please leave your Senryu to those who know how to appreciate it. I am destined to have no talent in this area. Ash refused decisively. Okay. Professor Oak choked and touched his head angrily, then changed the subject and said with some regret. You really don't want to consider becoming a Pokemon researcher. I feel like you are more talented in this area than Pokemon trainer. Some of your previous research findings on Pokemon, such as Eevee's various evolutionary forms, have been published in many newspapers and caused quite a stir in the academic community, gaining a lot of attention. Although he already knew the goal of the boy in front of him, he was still making a final attempt. I am destined not to stay in the laboratory. Ash's mouth corners lifted, his eyes shining brightly. I have always aimed to be a Pokemon master, and that will never change. Isn't that right, Pikachu? Pika Pika. Well, although it's a pity. Professor Oak patted his forehead. He really felt sorry, but he also really respected Ash's decision. But I believe that you will become an excellent Pokemon master, boy. Then, Professor Oak seemed to remember something. My cousin in the Alola region also worked with a local professor named Kukui and obtained some results based on the research findings you gave me. They are very grateful to you, so they asked me to pass this thing to you. This will be very helpful for your next trip. As he spoke, Ash saw Professor Oak holding out a brand new red Pokédex. Is this the Pokémon Pokédex? Ash looked up and down at the Pokédex in front of him, and then, no, this isn't a normal Pokédex. He also discovered something was wrong. This is broken. Suddenly, the red Pokédex shook, and then flew into the air, revealing the appearance of a Pokémon that Ash was very familiar with. Rotom Pokédex. Chapter 4. The Rotom Pokédex is the form of the Pokémon Rotom after it sneaks into the Pokédex. It is a very valuable instrument. Even later in the Alola region, there weren't many trainers with Rotom Pokédex. The main function of Rotom Pokédex is the same as that of previous Pokémon Pokédex, which is to scan Pokémon and provide information. But it does more than just scan, it can also take photos and communicate to get information. Assist Pokédex, Rotom has become a rare Pokémon that can speak human language and talk to humans. Besides that, it also has many more practical functions such as communication, map viewing, etc. Ash looked at the Rotom Pokédex in front of him, and his eyes became brighter. This Pokédex, which only appeared in the 7th generation, can he get it now? This will undoubtedly make his next trip much more convenient. This Rotom Pokédex is a very valuable achievement. I haven't even given it to my grandson Gary yet. You must keep it well. When Professor Oak saw this, he knew that Ash was particularly satisfied with this presentation, and he smiled and reminded him. Of course, the Rotom Pokédex exists in the form of a Pokédex, so it will not take up the number of Pokémon you originally carry. You can go ahead and capture Pokémon without any worries, Ash. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of Pokémon you can capture and send to me. Well, Professor Oak, I won't let you down. Ash nodded vigorously, and then looked at the Rotom Pokédex in mid-air with sparkling eyes. Nice to meet you, Ash. Pikachu, please give me your guidance Rado. Rotom also knew who his user and master were, and immediately took a photo of Ash. Bind, user Ash Rado. In this way, all the elements of this trip are complete. Earl Dervish Pokémon, Pokémon Pokédex, and lots of Pokémon balls. When Ash finally got those Pokémon balls from Professor Oak, the journey has begun. Pikachu. Broken. It's sunny and windy, and today's weather is really suitable for traveling. Ash declined Professor Oak's invitation to stay and eat instant noodles together. He carried his bag, carried Pikachu on his shoulders, walked out of the laboratory door, and came to the exit of Pallet Town. In view of Ash's mature performance in the past 6 months, Delia's mother did not bring many friends to cheer for Ash in a big way. Well, it was mainly because Ash wouldn't let me, which was a bit embarrassing. It should have arrived by the time we agreed upon, right? Ash was at the exit of Pallet Town, looking around, as if he was searching for someone. And at this time. Why, are you looking for me, master? An untimely voice with a rising tone sounded. You haven't left yet. When Ash heard the voice, he knew who it was. He turned around and said in a tone similar to salation. Haven't you already claimed all your Earl Dervish Pokémon? Gary. You need to add master. Call me Master Gary. A hedgehog-headed boy dressed in a purple coat and blue pants, looking quite fashionable, walked out of the jungle. This person is none other than Ash's childhood rival and friend, Professor Oak's grandson, Gary. Okay Gary, got it Gary. Ash just nodded again, gave a symbolic answer, and then continued to look around at the situation on both sides. Gary. Hey, what's that attitude of yours? Seeing Ash completely treating him like air. In Gary's head, multiple red crossroads and tic-tac-toe symbols appeared. You've been like this since half a year ago. You've become so indifferent to me. In the past, just a few words would have irritated you to the point of blushing, but now. You've changed. You're no longer the same Ash. While Gary was muttering to himself, a group of beauties walked out behind him. Well, there are all kinds of beautiful girls. Don't be angry, Master Gary. Master Gary, come on, you are the best. That's right, you have to become the best Pokémon trainer. With so many beauties coming here, Ash's attention was finally attracted. Because I am more determined about my goal. Ash said seriously. I am a trainer who aspires to become a Pokémon master. I must put aside some unnecessary things and concentrate on studying Pokémon. Although human energy is limited, the path forward is unlimited. Instead of engaging in a meaningless verbal battle here, why don't we compete in the Pokémon Alliance tournament, Gary? Pika Pika. Pikachu nodded his head in agreement, and was full of fighting spirit. Gary, is that so? He was confused. It was the first time he heard Ash say such words. However, when he saw the determined expression on Ash's face, his original resentment and grudge suddenly disappeared as he understood. Heh, I guess you're not as popular as me, so you said that on purpose, right? Gary's main characteristics are tsundere and stubbornness. Although he somewhat understood and comprehended it, he still stubbornly refuted it. Is he popular? In fact, for a Pokemon trainer, the criterion for judging whether he is qualified and excellent is not how popular he is with humans. Suddenly, Ash's expression changed, and he looked towards the jungle not far away, with a gentle smile on his face. It depends on the situation of the Pokemon and what choices they will make. Ash let out a sigh, looked at the jungle and smiled, "You're almost late." Gary was startled when he saw this, and then subconsciously followed Ash's gaze. Just heard. Nita. The deep and powerful roar of growl spread throughout the jungle. Chapter 5. What is this? When Gary saw the huge figure walking out of the jungle, his eyes widened immediately. Nidoking. He shouted in disbelief, and at the same time, the entire appearance of that huge figure was revealed in front of everyone. Its body was crimson purple, as if full of toxins, and its sharp horns covered with thorns emitted a cold and dangerous light under the refraction of the light. Like a king, Normal stood on his hind legs and leaned forward, giving everyone an unimaginable sense of oppression. Why is Nidoking here? This doesn't fit its living habits. Gary felt the hairs on his body stand up. Besides, isn't the normal Nidoking only about 1.4 meters tall? But why is this Nidoking so much bigger? Even though I've seen some Nidokings in my grandfather's laboratory, none of them were this big, and there is no such terrifying momentum. Even some of his girlfriends behind him were trembling with fear, and some even fainted from fear. There is no doubt that this is definitely a totem-level Pokemon, or even stronger. Just when Gary was so scared that his head was covered in cold sweat and his brain was almost going blank. Okay, hold back your momentum, you're scaring me. Then I heard an extremely calm and familiar voice coming from the side. Nita. After hearing these words, the ferocious Nidoking became very obedient, restrained his breath, and stood aside honestly. Plop. The intimidating aura dissipated, and Gary simply sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Well, that's scary. He was still panting and feeling a little palpitation, but at the same time, so strong too. The fear gradually faded away, replaced by the shining hope and covet. If such a powerful Nidoking could be captured, then it will definitely kill everyone. By then, I will win the Alliance Championship, get my grandfather's approval, be admired by the world, and be pursued by those beautiful ladies. All the benefits will come one after another. Gary's mind was already full of thoughts and he was almost drooling. But at this moment, the figure blocking the light in front of him pulled him back to reality from fantasy. Are you okay? Ash came to Gary, who was sitting on the ground, and asked kindly. No. It's okay. Gary swallowed and quickly climbed up from the ground. It was at this time that he discovered something was wrong. How did this Nidoking appear here? And why is it? Why would you obey my orders? Before Gary finished asking, Ash took over the conversation, and then, under Gary's wide eyes, he smiled and said. Because I knew it 3 months ago. A few years ago, when Ash, Serena, and a certain black kid were attending summer camp together. Hiwago and his friend Xiaochun accidentally discovered and witnessed together a Pokemon they had never seen before fighting against a Nidoking. The one Pokemon that had never been seen before was Mew. During the battle with Nidoking, Mew mimicked Nidoking and used the opponent's 3 major moves one after another. Fisher Vinashok Fire Blast. Then, after being hit by these 3 moves in succession, the Nidoking completely lost its ability to fight and fell to the ground. It was also this battle that confirmed Hiwa and Ago's daydream of conquering Mew. Yes, that's right, the Nidoking in front of you is the one who fought with Mew and became the stepping stone that made Mew powerful. 3 months ago, when Ash was investigating in the nearby forest with Professor Oak, they got separated by accident and happened to encounter this Nidoking. When Ash saw this Nidoking placing a stone with Mew's image engraved on it in front of itself and continuously using the 3 moves Fisher, Venoshock, and Fire Blast, Ash recognized it. It seems that the impression Mew left on it back then was not as great as Normal's, which made its obsession very deep. Although it is just a fun game for Mew, it is a shame for Nidoking. Able to evolve into Nidoking in the wild, and also learned so many powerful skills. Obviously, it is powerful, proud inside, and has a strong self-esteem. After suffering such a blow from Mew, no Pokemon would be able to bear it. Just when it was venting its inner thoughts, Ash, who had observed everything, stood up. Do you want to become stronger? Nidoking turned around with his crimson eyes glaring, and saw Ash standing there. There was a blue light screen flashing in front of his eyes, and he gave Nidoking a very kind smile. I can make you stronger. Name, Ash. Gender, male. Identity, Trainee Trainer. Items to carry, none. Pokemon, none. Entries, Mega True Rookie, Gold, Silly Thing, Gold, Training Expert, Purple, Research Master, Purple. Mega True Rookie, Gold. A Superman born in Pallet Town in Kanto region. He has a very strong physique comparable to that of a Superman and is a walking humanoid beast. Silly Thing, Gold. Use your sincerity to gain the other person's trust and love, and increase your persuasiveness, affinity, and attractiveness by 50%. Training Expert, Purple. Master various training abilities, and increase the training speed of any target, including yourself, by 30%. Research Master, Purple. Publishes important research papers, has a certain influence in the academic world, and has a rising reputation. It's not just Pokemon that can have entries. Chapter 6. As a trainer, and especially as the host of the God-level item system, Ash naturally possesses item abilities. He can also add the acquired entries to himself. Of course, only the host with the entry system, that is, Ash, can see and brush the entry abilities of other targets. Moreover, only he can bring out the full power of the entry. Even other trainers' Pokemon have very good attributes. They are unable to bring out the full effect, or can only bring out the weak effect and power of the terms after bursting out. Ash also relied on the affinity of the Silly Thing, Gold, entry to make Nidoking choose to trust him temporarily. And this belief is the complete fall of Nidoking. Nidoking still remembers their first meeting 3 months ago and the promise made. And the human in front of it really did not lie to it. During these 3 months, it really made it stronger, and I also learned new skills. Therefore, this also made Nidoking understand one thing and made up his mind. This human can make me stronger. If I follow him and let him be my trainer, I will definitely become strong enough until beat that pink kitten to death. So, it had made an appointment with Ash to come on the day he became a Pokemon trainer and go on a trip with him. So, here it comes, fulfilling its promise. You mean? Gary pointed his finger at Nidoking, looked at Ash in disbelief and said. It's going to be your Pokemon and go on trips with you. Yeah. Ash nodded as a matter of course. How is this possible? Gary looked unconvinced. You want to be a trainer for a Nidoking like this? You must be kidding me. He was unable to recognize the reality and suddenly became extremely excited and said, you are just a fledgling trainer rookie. Is your trainer level high enough? How could such a powerful Nidoking obey your orders after being subdued? Ugh. At the end of his speech, Gary suddenly got stuck and froze in place. Because he also remembered how Nidoking had been extremely obedient to Ash's words just now. So, seeing Gary's lips trembling and falling into silence, Ash also spoke slowly and leisurely. Whether a person can become a good Pokemon trainer is not determined by the admiration of outsiders, but by the Pokemon themselves. Their performance and choices are the most real and will not deceive people. Don't you agree? Nidoking, Pikachu. Nido. Pika. Both Pokemon nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Ash in front of them is the most powerful trainer, no doubt about it. So, you still have a long way to go, Gary. Ash walked forward, patted the still silent Gary on the shoulder, and then walked past him. Nidoking also quickly caught up, and the man and the Pokemon also left here very quickly. Only the faint echo from the jungle remained, reverberating in Gary's ears. I still have a long way to go. Gary was mumbling to himself there, and his female companions beside him wanted to come forward to comfort him. But seeing that Gary was obviously thinking, he didn't dare to go up and disturb him. Just like this, a moment passed. Damn it! Gary suddenly yelled, rubbed his head vigorously, then crossed his arms and sat on the ground again. When did Ash become so cocky? Next time we meet, I will definitely teach him a lesson. He was there, angrily speaking with gritted teeth. But at the same time, Gary's eyes were constantly flickering. So, if you know all the Pokemon knowledge, you can get more Pokemon recognition. He also listened to what Ash said, but he attributed the Nidoking's choice and recognition of Ash to this. But isn't this what Pokemon researchers do? And I want to be a Pokemon master. Well, but these two things don't conflict with each other. We can try to do them together, and... Gary scratched his head, that Nidoking looks really powerful. No. I can't lose to Ash. I have to capture a Nidoking that's not weaker than him. No, it has to be stronger than him. The young boy's tender yet firm voice also echoed in the jungle. And on the other side of the jungle. Are you sure you want to be my Pokemon? Nidoking. Ash looked at the determined Nidoking in front of him and asked one last question. Nido. Nidoking nodded his head with great force. Although they have only been together for 3 months, Ash has completely conquered her in every aspect. It is completely convinced by Ash and must follow him. Okay, I understand. Seeing this, Ash also took out the Pokemon ball he had prepared long ago and placed it in front of Nidoking. Well, please give me your guidance, Nidoking. Nido. Snap whoosh. With the fingertips, I gently pressed the Pokemon ball. In an instant, Nidoking turned into a red light and was wrapped inside the Pokemon ball. Ding. Ding. Buzz. As the prompt sound symbolizing the capture rang out, the red and white light at the switch of the Pokeball flashed twice before completely dimming. I conquered Nidoking. Picking up the Pokemon ball, Ash immediately did a classic pose. This is also the first Pokemon he captured besides Earl Dervish Pokemon. Chapter 7. Pokemon, Nidoking. Gender, male. Trainer Ash. Attribute, poison, ground. Ability, force. The power of attack moves with additional effects increases by 30%, but the additional effects of these moves are no longer activated. Mega Horn Leer Poison Barb Focus Energy Fury Attack Double Kick Horn Attack Help Toxic Flatter Poison Jab Vinashok Earth Power Sludge Wave Thunderbolt Fisher Iron Tail Thunder Fire Blast. Carrying things, none. Potential, champion. Training suggestions. Entries, God's Playmate, gold, Mountain Totem, gold, Unyielding Heart, gold, dot. God's Playmate, gold. A playmate chosen by a legendary Pokemon, blessed by the legendary Pokemon, with a 50% increase in critical hit rate. Mountain Totem, gold. The absolute king of the mountains and forests. When fighting in the mountains and forests, the overall strength increases by 50%. Unyielding Heart, gold. Even though rival easily crushed him, he still did not lose heart, studied hard and practiced hard to catch up, and his practice speed increased by 50%. Nidoking with champion potential. Nidoking with 3 gold items. Yes, being noticed by Mew and being able to play with him. I think the strength and potential of this Nidoking won't be that weak. And it's a forced ability. Ash stroked his chin slightly. If it can be paired with a life orb, the power will increase exponentially. Forced, can increase the power of the skill by 30%, but the additional effect disappears. For example, Thunderbolt has a 10% chance of causing the target to fall into a paralyzed contest condition. Then when Nidoking uses the skill Thunderbolt, there is a 10% chance that it will disappear, but correspondingly, the power of Thunderbolt can be increased by 30%. As for Life Orb, when you use attack skills, the power is increased by 30%, but each attack will cause you to lose 1/10 of your maximum health. After being triggered, Nidoking's forced ability can eliminate the negative effects of Life Orb. That is to say, when using attack moves with additional effects such as Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, etc. Forced ability increases by 30%, and Life Orb increases by another 30% on this basis. And if they fight in the mountains and forests, their overall strength will soar by another 50%. Tisk tisk, just imagine that scene and you will know how sour and refreshing it is. Especially the one in front of him, which looks like a high-level Nidoking that is not normal. If you have a chance, find it a Life Orb. Ash put away the Pokemon ball and then looked at the blue light screen again. Or, buy one for it in the entry mall. As you obtain more entries, in addition to using them for upgrades, you can also convert them into entry points, which can then be used to open the entry mall. In the mall, you can buy a lot of Pokemon-related supplies. For example, there are various Pokemon balls such as Luxury Ball, Dive Ball, and Initiative Ball, as well as various Pokemon props such as Miracle Seed and Mystic Water. There are also countless daily necessities such as energy blocks, Pokemon rations, etc. Life Orb is also available, of course, but it's a bit expensive. So, in order for us to become stronger and have a better quality of life, we must also work hard to become a good Pokemon trainer. Pikachu. Pika Pika. Ash took the Pokemon ball, and the Rotom Pokédex automatically flew to the side. After scanning the Pokeballs, update the data and collect the Nidoking data. We have more partners. I wonder who will be the next one to join us. Pika Pika. The initial victory got us off to a good start, with 1 Pikachu and 1 Pokédex for each person, and high morale. They strode forward with their heads held high, and began their journey with big strides. Going north from Pallet Town is a route. If you continue along this road, you will arrive at Viridian City. Of course, this means that the journey is smooth and there are no unexpected events. Obviously, Ash's journey was not as smooth as he had imagined. These Spearows are so annoying. On the road, the boy was running forward with his head down, carrying a Pikachu on his shoulders. And behind him, there were dense Spearow Pokemon, all over soaring in the sky, following behind him. Sure enough, the forest villains are worthy of their reputation. I just wanted to pick some fruit, but accidentally entered their territory, and they have been chasing me until now. Is that necessary? Ash has an urge to curse. As expected of an official popularity poll, It only ranks 631st out of 720 Pokemon. So, it's just so annoying. Originally, Ash thought that since he had mistakenly entered someone else's territory, he could just apologize and run away. At the very least you can give some compensation to express your apology. But they followed me for such a long time, as if they would not stop until they pecked me to death. Do you think you are easy to bully? The clay figures are still a little angry. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt on them. Pikachu. Pikachu, who had also been annoyed with these Spearows for a long time, immediately splashed after hearing Ash's instructions. Instantly, the saffron-colored spark of lightning shone above the soaring in the sky. Gah! The Spearows who were chasing excitedly on soaring in the sky had no time to react before they were hit head-on by Thunderbolt. Then there was a scream, and the person was burnt yellow by the electric shock, with the electric current still wrapped around his body, and he continued to fall from the air. Obtained entry, attack in groups, white, dot. Obtained entry, woodland bully, blue, dot. Let you guys keep chasing, huh. Ash listened to the entries being acquired one by one, and turned his hat when he saw this scene. With Pikachu on his shoulder, the two rubbed their noses together and smiled as if they were winners. However, this smile just appeared for a short while, and then I heard. My bicycle. Chapter 8. The familiar voice and the content about bicycles instantly killed the smile on Ash's face. Isn't it, such a coincidence? Attack in groups, white. When your number exceeds that of the enemy, you will launch an attack, increasing your attack power by 5%. Woodland bully, blue. His notoriety spreads, and there is a chance that rival will shrink and run away during a battle. After briefly looking at the entries brushed from Spearow, the effect was very normal. Ash followed the direction of the sound, parted the grass and walked towards that direction. Then, I saw a pond in front of me, and around the pond. A bicycle that was hit by the falling Spearow in soaring in the sky and covered by electricity and turned black was lying on the side. Near the bicycle, a cute Stephanie with bright white teeth was holding a fishing rod, standing there with a confused look on her face, not understanding what was going on. She was just fishing peacefully by the pond when suddenly a bunch of Spearows fell from the sky. And he broke her bicycle. I'm sorry I broke your bicycle. Just when Stephanie was feeling a little confused, she heard a slightly apologetic voice coming from the side. Then, she saw a young boy with a Pikachu walking towards her. Are you alright? Ash glanced at the bicycle that was destined to be broken, and then looked at the very familiar beautiful girl in front of him. I couldn't help but feel emotional. I didn't expect that we would meet again. So, this is a good thing you did. Hearing Ash's words, the beautiful girl in front of him immediately raised her eyebrows. You deliberately damaged my bicycle. You can't say that. Although I did something wrong, I really didn't mean it. Ash coughed twice, and then explained the whole story of being chased by Spearow. Is that so? After hearing this, the vigilance and hostility in the eyes of the beautiful girl in front of him had mostly disappeared, but she still had some doubts. However, after seeing Ash's well-reasoned explanation and peaceful conversation, her attitude couldn't help but relax. So what do you think I should do with my bicycle? Is this your first time traveling? Ash asked instead of answering. How do you know that? The beautiful girl was startled, and then she straightened her slightly delicate chest. My name is Misty, I'm the most beautiful girl in the world, and I aspire to become the greatest water-type Pokemon master in the world. Very confidently, he introduced himself there. Well, the one in front of him is the first-generation heroine who has been with Ash for the longest time. This is also the most beautiful girl in the world who was once given a happy ending by the official, but was killed in the end. Playful mermaid, Misty. My name is Ash, I'm from Pallet Town, and I just happened to start my journey as a trainer today. Ash introduced himself with a smile, and then looked at the scrapped bicycle. This bicycle of yours is obviously a home-use model, and is obviously different from a mountain bike model for traveling. If you ride this one, it means either your home is nearby, or you are a novice trainer like me. But apparently, the only nearby residential area is Pallet Town near my home, and I haven't seen you before, so. Without saying too much, I have made my meaning clear. Misty. No wonder she felt a little uncomfortable throughout the ride. Then why can't I be from nearby Viridian City? Misty puffed up her cheeks proudly, still stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. Of course, Tokiwa City is very close to here. It makes sense for me to live nearby. Because you said you wanted to be the best water-type Pokemon master in the world, right? You should be fishing for water-type Pokemon here, right? Misty tugged at her fishing rod. What's wrong with that? In Viridian City, there are places dedicated to fishing for wild Pokemon. There won't be a small pond like this. Besides, Ash looked at the model of the fishing rod and said with a smile, your fishing rod has the logo of the Cerulean City store printed on it. You must have come from Cerulean City, right? Misty. You are right about everything, so awesome. Instead of getting angry after being exposed, she looked at Ash in surprise. Are you really a trainer who just came out to travel? Why do you feel? She seems so mature, so adept and excellent at traveling. Because I used to go out to do research with the professor in my town, and I got used to it over time. Ash casually gave his reason, and then looked at the pool of water that was suddenly bubbling. If he remembered correctly, there seemed to be an electrified Spearow that fell in just now. The electric current it carries will make the Pokémon in the pool feel very uncomfortable. He remembered that in this pool, there seemed to be. Be careful. Ash twirled his hat and smiled, here comes the big guy. Big guy. Misty was stunned again, and before she could react. Crash. The pool behind him suddenly erupted with a violent column of water, and roar. The fierce roar of growl instantly spread across the sky of the entire venue. There are 3 green horns pointing upwards on its head, a deck in the shape of the Huxia character on its back, a bloody mouth, and green-blue fins intertwined on its long body. This large Pokémon that appeared had a vicious look in its eyes as it glared at the 2 culprits on the shore that made it feel somewhat numb and painful. Violent, violent. Misty was at a loss for words when she saw this scene, and finally she screamed, Gyarados. Chapter 9. The ferocious Pokémon in front of her was the Gyarados that she had been afraid of since she was a child. Because she once crawled into the mouth of a Gyarados when she was a child, she was very afraid of the water-type Gyarados. After seeing this big guy running out of the pool, he was so scared that he hurriedly wanted to find something to cover and rely on. Then, she heard that slightly peaceful voice. Just hide behind me. Ash took the initiative to step forward, shielding Misty behind him, and then looked at the Pikachu on his shoulder. Is everything alright, Pikachu? Pika Pika. Very good, let's get started. Ash was full of energy, and his eyes were shining. A blue screen appeared in front of him, showing everything about Gyarados. Well, in the original version, after being chased by Spearow, he and Pikachu fell into a pool of water and were almost eaten by the Gyarados inside. Thanks to Misty who fished them out, they were saved. And now, it's my turn to stand in front of Misty. Misty stared blankly at the figure standing in front of her, even though he was about the same height as her. But at this moment, she suddenly felt that the other person's figure became very tall, and at the same time, she also felt extremely relieved. For some reason, my originally panicked heart calmed down due to the other party's peaceful words and calm attitude. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Pikachu. The thick saffron-colored lightning bolt was released without any scruples, landing directly on Gyarados, who was a water and flying type. The fourfold restraint, coupled with Thunderbolt's powerful ultimate move, caused Gyarados, who had no time to do anything, to let out a scream. Then, his eyes turned into mosquito-repellent circles, and his whole body fell onto the lake. What a shame, the potential isn't even gym level. The blue light screen in front of him showed that the potential of this Gyarados was not even at the gym level. Pokemon Gyarados. Gender, female. Trainer, none. Attribute Flying. Ability, Intimidate. When this ability is used or acquired, the attack of all rivals within the attack range will be reduced by 1 level. Skills, Bite, Leer, Twister, Aqua Tail. Carrying Things, none. Potential, Elite. Training Suggestions. Entry, none. Well, the potential levels from low to high are, Normal, Elite, Gym, Elite, and Champion. The vast majority of Pokemon have talents at the common and elite levels, which are also commonly possessed by the general public. After all, as long as these Pokemon are effectively cultivated over a period of time, they will grow to their final form and have considerable combat power. The lower limit will not be bad, but their talent determines their upper limit. Just like Paul's Torterra and Ash's Cannon Fodder Turtle are both Torterra, they are obviously not on the same level. For a Gyarados like this one, its potential has basically been exhausted by the time it can evolve. Not to mention that it doesn't even have an entry. No wonder. After all, it only lives in a pond like this. Don't expect it to have much potential. I guess it's lucky to be able to evolve. Ash looked at the gradually sinking body of Gyarados and shook his head. He also had absolutely no desire to capture such Pokemon. You won't subdue it? At this time, Misty saw the almost silent body of Gyarados and reacted, asking in a low voice. Aren't you very afraid of Gyarados? Ash turned around and said with a smile, then it's no big deal if you don't subdue it. Misty fell silent when she heard this. Then. Are you worried about me and thinking about me? She suddenly raised her head, stretched her neck and said. Gyarados is a very powerful Pokemon. It is a Pokemon that many trainers, especially novice trainers, want to capture. If you're doing this for me, there's no need to give up such a powerful Pokemon. Before she finished speaking, a big hand pressed on her head. Okay, stop provoking me with words like that. Ash rubbed the head of the dumbstruck mermaid girl with his hand. If it's a Pokemon that I want to capture, no one will be able to escape. And if I don't want to be subdued, it won't work even if you say it to the sky. You have to understand, I'm not doing this because of you, I just don't want to conquer you. Let's go, Pikachu. Pikachu. After saying that, Ash took Pikachu with him and walked forward. Misty, who was killed by the pat on the head, just stared at Ash's moving forward figure. She subconsciously touched her head, and then curled her lips. Liar. She just didn't believe that the other party, as a novice trainer, could be so free and easy and not capture a powerful Pokemon like Gyarados. It must be because of me, so in that case. You haven't solved the problem with my bicycle yet. She immediately acted like a normal woman, picked up the bicycle next to her, and chased after Ash in front of her. How can I let you leave so easily? You stood in front of me and gave up capturing Pokemon like Gyarados for me. However, before Misty could chase far, the two of them stopped at the same time. Because. What is that? The sky was filled with colorful rays of light, and its body was shining with colorful light. Wherever its wings flew, a gorgeous rainbow was formed, hanging down from the sky. Misty froze in place again. She felt that the shocks she had experienced in her previous life were far less than the shocks she had experienced today. What Pokemon is that? Chapter 10. Ho-Oh is a Pokemon recorded in mythology. It is said that it lives at the foot of the rainbow. It will continue flying in the sky with its colorful wings, forming rainbows wherever it flies. It is said that feathers that shine with 7 colors when illuminated by light from different angles can bring happiness. It will appear in front of an upright trainer with its colorful wings shining. Legend has it that anyone who sees Ho-Oh will have eternal happiness. If the top 8, the top 4, the Beast Man, and the Golden Healing Water Shuriken can be considered happiness. After Ho-Oh flew away, Ash withdrew his gaze from the distance and couldn't help but think in his heart. It's better not to have such happiness. Ho-Oh was not interested in this legendary Pokemon. It was too far away from him. Moreover, the happiness brought by this Pokemon number 250 is something that Ash in the original version cannot afford. Number 250. It is a very special number when used on Ho-Oh. However, he was relatively calm, but the Rotom Pokédex on him was not calm. This is truly a mega discovery. Crack, crack, crack. I took so many photos in a row at Rotom Pokédex that I don't know how many photos I took. Pokemon that are not in the data or that are unknown to the world have great research value. Rotom Pokédex excitedly said, the photos and records have been archived and can be retrieved at any time if the user wants to view them. Of course, this information is the user's privacy. Unless the user allows it, outsiders cannot view it. That's quite convenient. Ash took the Rotom Pokédex back. This way, I can write some new research findings and get a lot of funding from the Alliance. But after starting the trainer journey, I don't have any extra time and energy to spend on this. Let Professor Oak do it. In some ways, he is a very good tool. After putting away the Pokédex, Ash continued on his way, and then heard from behind. Didn't you see that Pokemon? Misty, who had just come to her senses, came over with a look of amazement. This is the first time I've seen such an extraordinary Pokemon. I've never seen it on TV shows or in magazines. Why do you seem not surprised at all? It's just Ho-Oh, nothing to be surprised about. Ash smiled, right, Pikachu. Pikachu. Why do you seem so lacking in confidence? You are the Pikachu who can cause damage to legendary beasts. Be confident. If Ash didn't know that this was a suicidal act, he would really want to let Pikachu attack Ho-Oh to test the effect of the term. Of course, Pikachu will definitely refuse. Misty stared blankly at Ash's figure walking away, and she didn't even feel the weight of the bicycle she was carrying. That's all. She suddenly felt that the young man in front of her was much more powerful than she had imagined. Wait for me. After a brief silence, Ash and the others were about to walk away. Misty finally came to her senses and hurriedly chased after him. The pace of pursuit also became more determined. Under the sunshine and rainbow, the picture of the girl carrying a bicycle and chasing the boy has also become a beautiful landscape painting. Pallet Town is a rural town located in the western part of Kanto region. The route leading to the north is directly connected to Viridian City, and you can easily reach it by following the road. In the evening, Ash and Misty arrived at the Pokemon Center in Viridian City smoothly without much trouble, and then called home. You got to Viridian City so quickly. Back then, it took your dad 4 whole days to walk to Viridian City. I didn't expect you to get there in one day. You're even better than your dad. Well, So what on earth did Ash's father go through back then? It took him 4 days to make this journey. After reporting to his mother Delia on the phone, Ash continued to call Professor Oak's laboratory. As expected, what came into view was still Professor Oak's instrument for cooking instant noodles. Well, depending on the temperature of the fire, the noodles will be cooked in about 23 seconds. Professor Oak, who just entered the screen and wanted to speak, said, "Ahem, your observation is as sharp as ever, Ash." After coughing twice, Professor Oak calmly turned down the fire, then asked with a smile, "How many Pokémon have you caught now, Ash?" "I just caught one. There is only one, Nidoking, who came to our door on his own initiative." "One? You really encountered a Pokémon that you admired right after you left the house?" Professor Oak was not dissatisfied with the small number, but was rather surprised. "The Pokémon that you've chosen must be extraordinary, right?" "That's right." Ash smiled and rubbed the Pikachu next to him, just like Pikachu. "Pika Pika. It seems your trip is going smoothly." Professor Oak nodded, and was about to give him some more encouragement before going to enjoy his instant noodles. As a result, the next second, he couldn't take his eyes away. "What is this?" Looking at the photo that Ash took out and displayed on the Rotom Pokédex, Professor Oak pressed his entire face against the phone screen. "It's Ho-Oh." Ash calmly pretended to be confused and asked, "Why, Professor Oak, don't you know?" Excited Professor Oak. "Nonsense, as a professor, of course I know this is Ho-Oh. But the question is, how did you get the Ho-Oh photo? And you know this is Ho-Oh, why aren't you excited at all?" Chapter 11. Where did you find these photos of Ho-Oh? "I met him on the road and took this photo casually. I encountered, and took a picture of it casually." Professor Oak's eyes became small, and for the first time he began to doubt his life. "In all these years as a researcher, I have not been able to get a clear picture of Ho-Oh's appearance, let alone a photo." As a result, Ash had only been out for less than a day when he already... Well, whether it was just a casual shot or something else, anyway. Professor Oak shook his head and said excitedly, "This is a great discovery. Ho-Oh's clear photos have great research value. Ash, look at this." At the end, Professor Oak was already rubbing his hands. Ash also showed a corresponding smile at the right time. "As for photos, that's easy, Professor Oak." "Pika." The yellow hair on Pikachu's body suddenly trembled, as if it felt a little bit of a sinister feeling. As Ash and Professor Oak were discussing, they both laughed. Misty, who had just handed her bicycle to the local Pokémon Center for repair, also saw this scene. "Is this Professor Oak?" Misty had only heard of the famous scholars whom she often saw on TV and in magazines, but had never seen them in person. And now, the famous scholar Normal, who is a great figure in the field of Pokémon, is arguing, discussing, and chatting with the trainer named Ash who just came out to travel, like little old men. It feels a bit unreal. "It's settled then, Professor." After reaching a satisfactory agreement, Ash hung up the phone as Professor Oak shouted anxiously that his instant noodles were about to be overcooked. "I felt like someone was watching me from behind, and when I turned around, I saw Misty's dazed gaze." "What's wrong with you?" "Ah, it's okay." Misty came back to her senses and quickly shook her head. "Are you familiar with Professor Oak?" She couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked directly. "Well, Professor Oak is doing research in Pallet Town. He and I are very good friends." "I'm friends with Professor Oak." Misty was a little bit unconvinced at the moment. After all, there was a huge gap between the two people in terms of status and age. But thinking about how the two of them were having a great conversation just now. Who on earth is he? Misty looked at Ash who was looking up at the radio and felt that the boy in front of her was even more mysterious. In the Pokémon lobby, a warning announcement sounded. Recently, pickpockets, thieves, and Pokémon kidnappings have occurred frequently. Citizens, please be on guard. Well, in this city where Team Rocket is based, it's not easy to find only pickpockets and thief. And these thieves also refer to Meowth, Jesse James and others. Although the three members of Team Rocket are pretty good, Ash doesn't want to be entangled by them like a dogskin plaster that he can't get rid of. Let's go, we'll rest for the night and set off tomorrow morning. The trio that attacked the Pokémon Center here would happen tonight, and Ash didn't want to get involved and be targeted by them. As for whether the trio will succeed, well, given their abilities in this area, don't overestimate them. It can be said that apart from doing bad things, other skill points such as making machines, working, making money, etc. are maxed out. Unfortunately, it was used in the wrong place. Set off? Aren't you going to challenge the Tokiwa gym? Misty was a little confused. There is a gym here. As a trainer, aren't you going to challenge the Alliance gym? The rules of the Tokiwa Gym Challenge are 3-on-3, and the challenger must bring out 3 Pokemon. Ash explained casually, I don't have enough Pokemon right now. And the leader of the Viridian Gym is called Giovanni of the Earth, and he specializes in ground-type Pokemon. I'm not stupid enough to challenge a ground-type gym with an electric-type Pikachu. Even if you can get the corresponding entries for yourself, it is definitely more comfortable to use the restrained attribute. Well, although the title of Reverse Attribute Master sounds nice, Ash really doesn't want to have it again this time. Of course, this does not include entries that have effects. And he used the reverse attribute on the Rocket Team's boss, it's almost like a heaven-defying. So, that Gyarados you should have subdued. Misty couldn't help curling her lips again, water type just happens to restrain ground type. Well, thanks for your good wishes. I hope I can capture a more powerful water Pokemon next time. That's right, water Pokemon are the strongest. The two chatted there, had dinner together, and then returned to their respective rooms to rest. Nothing happened that night, and dawn came in the blink of an eye. Well, although there seemed to be some small explosions outside at night, it was not a big deal. Ash and the other trainers at the center slept comfortably. It's a new day again. Facing the morning dew and the sunshine on your body, it is also exceptionally warm. Ash stood at the entrance of the Pokemon Center and did a simple morning exercise with Pikachu. Today's weather is also suitable for traveling, Pikachu. Pikachu. The man and the mouse had just finished stretching when Misty came out carrying a simple backpack. Where do we go next? Without even realizing it, she had automatically changed the address from you guys to we. I heard from Nurse Joy that it seems like Pokemon Thief came to the center last night. This city seems very unsafe. There are even people running to Pokemon to cause trouble. Chapter 12. Well, causing trouble in the Alliance's official Pokemon Center. I can only say that the Rocket Trio is very courageous. In other words, they are simply foolish and bold, not realizing the seriousness of the problem. It's even possible that if Giovanni hadn't been cleaning up the mess for the 3 of them, they would have caused trouble in the Pokemon Center and important places many times in the original book. They may have been shot by Alliance and Joy and Jenny families a long time ago. I've set my goal. After the event, Ash was full of energy. Let's go to Nibi City first. There is a Nibi gym there. It seems very suitable for rookie trainer to challenge. Then there's the Cerulean gym in Cerulean City. I heard the water ballet there is also very good and famous. Cerulean City. When Misty heard the latter's name, she paused, then pretended to be nonchalant and lifted her hair. I've looked at the map. To reach Nibi City, we have to go through the evergreen forest. Maybe you can catch some pretty good Pokemon in there. At this point, Ash's face was already showing a lot of anticipation. Let's go, Pikachu. Pika Pika. The energetic young man and the energetic electric mouse ran towards the unknown dark forest ahead. Wait for me. Well, there's also that beautiful girl who claims to be the best in the world, and we're on this journey together. One more companion has been added to our traveling companions. In Evergreen Forest, the dense trees are growing extremely vigorously. Some places are covered up, making it dark not only at night but also during the day. The densely packed trees of various kinds form a natural maze, and many people have gotten lost in it. The densely lush trees make it difficult for light to penetrate, and the entire forest appears somewhat dim. The rich natural ecological environment here also allows many wonderful Pokemon to survive here. For many rookie trainers, it is a great place to capture Pokemon. Even for some veteran trainers, they can get unexpected gains here from time to time. Ah! Suddenly, a sharp and piercing growl pierced through the quiet jungle. You shouldn't react so strongly, right? In the jungle, Ash was speechless, looking at Misty who was hiding behind him and shivering. It's just a caterpie, it looks harmless. But even so, it's still a bug. Misty was so scared that she buried her head. I hate bugs the most. But Caterpie is different. Ash looked at Caterpie who seemed to be frightened and stared at him and others blankly. I heard that if Caterpie works hard to evolve in the future, it will evolve into the legendary Pokemon Rayquaza. He said seriously. Rayquaza. Misty was like a quail. What is that? Ash. Well, it turns out that she is just a beautiful girl who has just started her career and she doesn't even know the patron saint of the Hoenn region. It's a very powerful legendary Pokemon like Ho-Oh. Legendary Pokemon? Just Caterpie. Misty raised her head again and peered over. Then, by coincidence, I made eye contact with Caterpie's stupid eyes. Ah, a bug is still a bug. You better think of a solution. She raised her voice again. Let's just leave here and ignore it? Also, if you keep yelling like that, be careful or you'll attract the Beedrill tribe. Ash had absolutely no interest in taming a Caterpie like this. Not only does the lifespan of bug Pokemon short, but after Caterpie evolves into Butterfree, it is destined to be released. So, why bother to tame it? After ignoring the Caterpie, the two continued walking forward. There are indeed a lot of Pokemon in the evergreen forest, and they saw many Pokemon along the way. Caterpie, Metapod, Weedle, Pidgeot, Eradicate, Diglett. Well, the variety seems to be quite rich, but the quality is a bit disappointing. The potential is normal, and there is not even an entry. At least, Ash had absolutely no desire to conquer. Until... Suddenly, Ash stopped and looked at the bushes in front of him with his eyes brightened. What's wrong? Misty saw Ash stop and followed his gaze. That's Pidgeot. In the grass in front of the two people, a bird Pokemon with bright feathers and a very energetic look was foraging for food. Pidgeot is the evolved form of Pidgeot. It can swoop down quickly and use its sharp claws as weapons to catch small animals as food. Pidgeot's gentle personality changes dramatically after evolution. It is prone to attack, so please be careful. The Rotom Pokédex automatically appears, scans, and gives the information. Is this your Pokemon Pokédex? Misty then noticed the existence of the Rotom Pokédex and was a little surprised. It feels different from other Pokemon Pokédex. I was so shocked when I encountered Ho-Oh before that I didn't pay attention to this special Pokédex next to it. Now Misty came back to her senses and slowly realized that something was wrong. Well, this is a new Pokédex made with a Pokemon called Rotom. Ash briefly explained, and then continued to focus his attention on the Pidgeot. Pokemon Pidgeot. Gender, female. Trainer, none. Attribute normal flying. Ability, sharp eyes. The hit rate ability change will not be reduced by the opponent in any way, and ignores the target's dodge rate ability change increase. Gust Sand Attack Tackle Quick Attack Whirlwind Twister. Carrying things, none. Potential, elite. Training suggestions. Entries, Air Leader, purple, Flying Expert, red, dot. Air Leader, purple, the absolute leader in soaring in the sky. No rival flying in the sky dares to face you. In an air battle, the overall strength of the rival will be reduced by 30%. Dot. Flying Expert, red, a flying expert from soaring in the sky. The power of flying type moves is increased by 20%. Dot. Pidgeot, who has elite potential, also has two very outstanding entries, one purple and one red, and the spirit contest condition looks very good at first glance. This is worth conquering. And who knows, maybe this is the almost forgotten full-level Pidgeot that was released in the Pallet Town Novice Village in the original version. Chapter 13. For a trainer who is traveling, it is necessary to have a flying Pokemon. Whether it is the air superiority and maneuverability in the air, or finding something to get a good view. A flying Pokemon, well worth getting. Ash naturally wouldn't be polite to Pidgeot, who had the potential to be an elite. Pikachu, say hello to rival, Thunderbolt. Well, the first thing he did was to use a powerful skill like Thunderbolt, which was a great move. Pikachu. The dazzling spark went straight towards Pidgeot in front. Beep. Pidgeot lived in this evergreen forest and had long developed an excellent sense of vigilance. Being able to evolve from Pidgeot to Pidgeot shows that it has a strong sense of vigilance. After seeing Ash and Misty, its attention was vaguely focused on them. But no matter how vigilant it was, it did not expect such a huge wave of electric current to rush towards it, which scared it. Flutter. Fortunately, Pidgeot had been prepared. When the electric current struck, he quickly took off into the air and escaped, narrowly avoiding it. Did you manage to avoid this? You have good awareness. Ash's eyes brightened. In that case, Pikachu, we shouldn't let him down. Let's concentrate and strike Thunderbolt with precision. Pikachu. The red airbags on his face puffed up, and instantly a powerful electric current burst out. This time, Pidgeot was not so lucky. Beep. Thunderbolt hit accurately, and Saffron was wrapped in electric current, so that it could only scream, and then mosquito-repellent circles appeared on its eyes and it fell from the sky. Now. Ash twisted his hat. Go, Pokemon Ball. The Pokemon Ball that had been prepared long ago flew out instantly and hit Pidgeot's body. Whoosh. In an instant, Pidgeot turned into a red light and was taken into the Pokemon Ball. Ding. Ding. Buzz. After shaking twice symbolically, the Pokemon Ball stopped moving completely. Very good, I have conquered Pidgeot. Pika Pika. With the classic pose, Ash got another new Pokemon and a smile was written all over his face. Today, this can be considered a good start. He stepped forward and prepared to pick up the Pokemon Ball. I wonder if I'll encounter other good Pokemon. At this moment, just as Ash bent down and was about to pick up the Pokemon Ball containing Pidgeot. Clang. A sharp edge suddenly flashed in the jungle in front of him. Be careful, Ash. Misty, who was behind, saw the scene and her face changed instantly. She quickly reminded him. I've been waiting for you to take action. Ash, who was picking up Pokemon balls, suddenly had a gleam of light in his eyes. Secret technique, catch the blade with bare hands. Swoosh. When the sharp edge was about to land in front of him, Ash suddenly stretched out his hands, merged the revealed blade into his hands, and clamped it in his hands. Then, snap! The muscles in his body bulged and he exerted force left and right. In just a moment, the broken wail resounded throughout the jungle. Clang! The samurai sword broke into two pieces and fell to the ground. The broken blade reflected Misty's worried face behind her. And the dull face of the knife-wielding guy who suddenly appeared in front of him. My knife. He stared blankly at the broken samurai sword in his hand, unable to react for a moment. But fortunately, someone will help him react. A fist as big as a sandbag hit the dull face directly. The intense pain brought the boy holding the knife back to reality. Before he could even cry out in pain, fists rained down on him, and at the same time he heard the other party's words. You're suddenly committing a crime here with a knife. Are you a robber? In other words, why did you come out when I was getting the Pokemon ball instead of earlier? What's your intention? Could it be that they are the Pokemon hunters who specifically try to steal and rob Pokemon? Ash responded with one punch after another, dealing a proper blow to the young man in front of him who was threatening people with a knife. Ah, it hurts, I'm not, What do you mean? You are holding such a dangerous samurai sword and lying in ambush in the bushes to attack a young boy like me. This is totally unethical. I think you have no good intentions at all. Ash didn't give him any chance to argue and just beat him to his heart's content. Until later. Ash, I think that's enough. Pikachu. Misty couldn't help but start persuading them, and even Pikachu nodded. It's not that they don't think the other side shouldn't fight, but the way they fight is just too much for them to bear. Then I'll let you go this time. Ash clapped his hands, looking relieved. Thank you. The young man in front of him had a bruised face and collapsed to the ground. His eyes were lifeless but he still said thank you. Who is he anyway? Why did he suddenly pull out a knife against you? Misty was also confused as to how such a guy would suddenly appear. I guess he's just an ordinary bug-catching boy, right? Ash glanced at the insect net next to the scattered samurai armor. Chapter 14. The samurai boy is actually just an ordinary insect catcher. At best, it's a bug Pokemon in your hand, slightly better than normal bug catcher. There is Pinsir, which is Pinsir, a Pokemon with species strength of 500. However, such a good insect Pokemon for the insect catcher seems to have been ruined by him. And it might be that Pinsir gave him unnecessary confidence, allowing him to wander around with that broken samurai sword and scare people. It's called a challenge. Anyway, he really deserves a beating. But Ash, you were able to break this knife in half. Misty couldn't help but look at the broken blade, full of surprise. How did you do that? How did you do that? Well, I can only say that the physique of people in Megapallet Town is still different from that of normal people. With a body strong enough to easily lift the 999.9 kilograms nebula and sprint across a cliff, Ash has never neglected to reduce his physical exercise. Although the half-year period is relatively limited, his current physical contest condition is not what can be described as normal. And during the 6 months of training, Ash also vaguely felt that perhaps some of the ideas of Bruno, one of the Elite Four, the fighting elite, really made sense. Maybe one day in the future, I won't need to use Pokemon to fight, I can capture Pokemon by myself. Ash thought so. Just like a member of Team Rocket who challenged Seaviper and conquered him, cherishing his red hair and aspiring to become actress. At this moment, the young warrior holding the sword also realized his mistake. I'm sorry, I just wanted to challenge Pallet Town's trainer. With a stupid face, the warrior boy explained the whole thing in a disjointed manner. He lost badly in the previous battle against the Pokemon trainer in Pallet Town, so he wanted to fight against the trainer in Pallet Town again. I'm really sorry to have caused you so much trouble. He was beaten and got off the soldier's seat, and apologized to Ash and Misty again. If it's a normal Pokemon invitation to a battle, I'll be happy to accept it, but if it's a pretentious, dangerous taunt like this, don't blame us for being rude. Ash looked at the samurai boy in front of him who already knew he was wrong or was just scared and was apologizing sincerely. If you still want to have a Pokemon battle now, I, Ash from Pallet Town, would be willing to accept it. Really? Hearing these words, Pighead's swollen eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. Ash also showed a slight smile on his face, and I want to tell you something through this battle. As he spoke, he took out the Pokemon ball that was placed on his waist with one hand. He had not used it since he parted with Gary. What's up? Hearing about the battle, the three pig-headed boys were already getting impatient. He quickly found his Pinsir Pokemon ball, which really gave him a great sense of security. Well, if it's Pinsir, then the battle. That is, never do anything out of the ordinary that could be dangerous to a Pokemon trainer you don't know. Ash casually threw it into the sky, and in an instant, a dazzling white light flashed. A huge figure fell from the sky and then stepped heavily on the ground. Nido. The wild roar echoed on the battlefield. Otherwise. Ash released the Nidoking and looked at the three pig-headed boys in front of him who were stunned and petrified, revealing a row of bright white teeth. It may be life-threatening. Nidoking is indeed a Pokemon with the word king in its name. After he appeared, the whole place fell into dead silence. The sound of the three pig-headed boys swallowing their saliva subconsciously was so obvious. How could it be? His throat rolled out for a long time before he uttered these words in a hoarse and dry voice. Kai Luo. He stuttered, trying to summon his Pokemon, but his hand holding the Pokemon ball couldn't stop shaking, and his eyes were filled with fear. Nido. Nidoking glanced sideways at the little brat in front of him who was so scared that he couldn't even speak, and a cloud of white air spit up from his nostrils, with disdain in his eyes. A guy like this didn't even deserve him to take a second look. Is this a Nidoking? It's such a big one. When Misty saw Nidoking for the first time, her eyes were filled with shock. And its aura feels so scary. Is this really Ash's Pokemon? Misty looked at Ash again, and felt that every time, Ash would show her an unexpected and shocking side. Why don't you take out your Pokemon and let's have a good fight? Ash crossed his arms, calmly waiting for the move of the pig-headed boy in front of him. The latter. How could I dare to take out my Pokemon when facing such a huge and terrifying Nidoking? The pig-headed boy couldn't help but gasp and felt a little pain in his back teeth. Then. I'm sorry. I was really wrong. He was very straightforward and once again got out of the taxi, apologized and admitted his mistake. Chapter 15. The three pig-headed warrior boys were very tactful and admitted defeat, which saved them the effort of a battle. However, he had agreed to the Pokemon battle before, and now he is simply admitting defeat, which does not prevent Ash from obtaining the corresponding entry. Next time, remember how to face an unknown Pokemon trainer with the right attitude and method. After putting away the Nidoking that was hitting Yon, Ash patted him on the shoulder and left him with these words. Then, under the relieved eyes of the pig-headed three samurai boys and Celestic's fearful face. With the entries he had revealed, he and Misty walked out of the forest. Conquer others with virtue, Purple. Use your fists to make the other party understand the true meaning of morality. When you reason with the other party, your strength will increase by 30%. Well, after adding the entry, Ash felt his strength rising again and was in a good mood. That Nidoking, is it the one Professor Oak gave you for self-defense? On the way, Misty couldn't resist her curiosity and finally asked out loud. Well, there are also situations in this world where younger generations come out to gain experience, and their elders are worried about them, so they give them a more powerful Pokemon to keep them company. Misty guessed that this was the case with the Nidoking in Ash, which came from Professor Oak. No, I met it 3 months ago. After spending some time together, we felt very happy with each other, so it was willing to follow me. Ash explained with a casual smile, it's also the first Pokemon I captured besides Pikachu. Is that so? Misty still couldn't believe that just by spending some time together, such a powerful Pokemon could follow her from the bottom of its heart. And just now, it seemed that Nidoking really obeyed Ash's orders and was a Pokemon that truly belonged to him. Really, I can't figure this guy out anymore. Misty thought silently, but her steps following Ash did not stop at all. Just like that, after the turmoil caused by the samurai boy, the forest returned to peace again. There seemed to be no other unexpected events during the rest of the journey. Apart from Misty occasionally being frightened and screaming by a few Weedles and Caterpies that appeared, there was nothing else going on. There were 2 times when the pointed growl was too big and attracted some Spearow and Beedrill. Before they could get close, they were hit by Pikachu's Thunderbolt and fell to the ground. The rest fled in panic and never dared to get close again. So, a few days passed peacefully. The 2 finally arrived at the exit of the Evergreen Forest. Finally, we're leaving this scary forest full of bug Pokemon. Looking at the wide road ahead, Misty suddenly felt like tears welling up in her eyes. I feel pretty good. It would be nice if I could encounter more Pokemon. Ash, on the other hand, felt a little unsatisfied. During these few days, he also released Pidgeot and Pikachu and gave them some good training. And the thing that is most in demand in Evergreen Forest is Rival. Whether it is Beedrill, Raticate, etc., they are all good sparring partners. Both Pokemon have made good progress. Especially Pidgeot, after Ash trained and commanded it to defeat their tribe's archenemy, Fearow. It can be said that it is sincerely convinced by Ash and is always willing to follow Ash's training and arrangements. You think it's good, but I haven't seen you capture another one besides Pidgeot. Misty pouted at the side. I said, if it's someone I don't want to conquer, I won't accept it if it's offered to me. Ash also turned his gaze to the road ahead. I have indeed had some good experiences these days and met some good Pokemon. One of them is Pinsir, who has championship talent. Unfortunately, when Ash found it, it was already very old and could hardly walk. Typically, there are no suitable opportunities to realize one's potential. However, he did have an attribute of old but strong, red, which Ash got by fighting him. Old but strong, red. As you get older, your strength gets stronger, and the maximum increase in strength can reach 30%. Well, if we capture older Pokemon in the future, this entry can be prepared specifically for them. After all, there are quite a few Pokemon like this in this world. In addition, there is also a Raticate with elite potential. However, part of this Raticate's front tooth was broken due to a fight with other Pokemon. Moreover, the contest condition is very poor in development and has almost no training value. Even before they were about to leave the Evergreen Forest, Ash discovered a Scyther. As it turns out, there is only elite talent. It's not easy to meet a good Pokemon. Ash shook his head in his mind. Just through the battle, he could gain experience for Pikachu and also improve his attributes. There was no good harvest in the Evergreen Forest this time, but not far ahead. But there is still a good future waiting for us. Pikachu. And me. A certain beautiful girl followed suit, not wanting to be outdone. Nibi City, also known as Pewter City. It is a city located at the foot of a huge rock mountain in the northwest of Kanto region, between Evergreen Forest and MT Moon. There are two famous specialties here, one of which is stone. This is a stone that is famous for its various practical uses. As for the second one, it is because the Nibi gym is very suitable for novice trainers who have just started traveling as their first gym to challenge. Walking on the road about to enter the city, Ash flipped through the Pokemon Alliance guide he bought from Viridian City. It says that the gym leader of Nibi City, Xiaogang, is a very generous gym trainer who is very friendly to traveling rookies. For some novice trainers who perform well, he can let them know the differences and rules between formal battles and external roadside battles, and also let them feel the victory of a gym-style battle. It has given new trainers a lot of confidence and encouraged them to move forward courageously on the road of trainer. Chapter 16. Pokemon Alliance also praised Nibi City's approach and strongly recommended it to novice trainers. Ash explained the above introduction to Misty, who was listening nearby. The latter also nodded slightly. In this case, the gym leader of Nibi City, Xiaogang, is a very good gym trainer. You are right, young lady. Suddenly, a slightly vicissitudes of life voice came from beside the two of them. On both sides of the road, there are piles of stones of various shapes, with the words "stones for making kimchi" clearly written on them. Well, the kind that even Steven, who is passionate about stones, doesn't want. A weathered middle-aged man with a red hatband on his head and a big beard covering his face was sitting there cross-legged. Xiaogang is indeed a very good trainer. If you want to challenge him, you may need more training. Before the weathered middle-aged man could finish his words, he saw the young man with Pikachu in front of him nodded. Yes, Xiaogang is indeed recognized by the Alliance as an excellent trainer. But I remember he wasn't that old, and the former gym trainer in Nibi City was named Flint, right? Later, I heard that the trainer named Flint left his family behind without saying goodbye, leaving all the burdens on his son Xiaogang's shoulders. And it seems like there are infants and young children in their family. This is truly a terrible father who abandoned his wife and children. This is simply not something a trainer, no, not even a normal person, would do. No wonder Xiaogang has such a high opinion of the outside world after taking care of his family and the gym for so many years. Is that so? It was the first time Misty heard of such a thing. She was immediately filled with righteous indignation and stood up for Xiaogang. How can there be such a jerk and irresponsible father in this world? You didn't even take care of the young child, and just threw him to Xiaogang. He is so pitiful and unlucky to have such a father. Especially when Misty thought about her family, where she had only 3 older sisters and who also did not receive care from their parents, she gave a powerful speech. Pika Pika. Even Pikachu raised his brows and nodded seriously in agreement. The weathered Uncle Flint at the side. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Why don't you speak? Ash saw this and deliberately asked, are you agreeing to this? Seeing how you guys are denouncing me, do I dare to speak? After running away from home, Flint, the irresponsible father, could only lower the brim of his hat, exuding a low mood, and stop talking. Curling up quietly in a corner, doubting life. According to his actions, there is really nothing that can be refuted. Let's go. Seeing that Flint's mentality had collapsed, Ash stopped attacking him closely. With Misty, who was still a little indignant, the two walked towards the Pokemon Center. Every Pokemon Center has a Nurse Joy from the Joy family. She thoughtfully helped Ash and restored the health and strength of the 3 Pokémon in her hands. At the same time, Ash also registered here to officially participate in the Alliance Conference, Indigo Plateau Conference, which challenges the Pokémon Kanto region. After a delicious lunch at noon, we took a short rest. Then they came directly to the Nibi gym, which was made up of a huge black and grey rock. Is anyone there? I pushed the door open and walked in, and it was pitch black inside. Who are you? When a beam of light was turned on and shone down, Xiaogang's figure sitting cross-legged on the stone platform appeared in front of him. Tan skin, spiky hair, closed squinting eyes, green vest. Everything is so familiar. I'm Ash from Pallet Town. I'm traveling to become a Pokemon master. I'm currently planning to challenge a gym and participate in the Alliance Conference. Ash stood still, facing the strongest tool man, and directly stated his identity as a challenger. Let's start our journey. Gon looked Ash up and down. Is this your first time participating in a gym challenge? Gym competitions are very different from small battles on the roadside. They are official Pokemon Alliance competitions with rules. Just as Xiaogang finished speaking, he saw Ash in front of him taking out an Alliance guide. With a confident look on his face, he turned directly to the page about the gym challenge and shook it at Xiaogang. Okay, it seems you already know, so I don't need to say more. Xiaogang stood up from his seat. You are different from other rookie trainers who just started traveling, Mikey. You are quite well prepared. In that case, you can only use 2 Pokemon. Do you understand? Of course. Then, let's get started. After saying that, Xiaogang snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the whole scene changed. The venue with rock normal moved closer to the middle from both sides and finally closed. Nibi Gym is a rock-type gym. Misty came to the stands alone and looked at the 2 people standing below, watching the battle that was about to begin. Although the attributes of Pikachu and Pidgeot are not very favorable, with the ground-type Nidoking, it should not be a problem to win this challenge. Misty has no worries about Ash's strength. If Nidoking plays, it's basically a sure win, but if we use 2 Pokemon to fight, I wonder if Ash will send Nidoking. Chapter 17. And except for Misty, that was originally at the entrance of Nibi City. Flint, the weathered old man who was so annoyed by Ash and Misty that he began to doubt his life and became autistic, also came to the corner of the gym. Because he realized the extraordinariness of Ash and his group after being confronted, he came here specifically, intending to watch the game secretly. Go ahead, Goedude. Gon was the first to throw his Pokemon ball, releasing his signature Goedude. Is it really Goedude? In that case. Ash also took out a Pokemon ball from his waist. I'll leave it to you, Pidgeot. Beep. The slender wings stretched out, Pidgeot appeared with a howl, and flew in the sky of the stadium. Pidgeot. Using a flying type to fight a rock type. As expected, he is a rookie who has just started traveling. Seeing this, Xiaogang shook his head slightly. He originally thought that this rookie was different from other novice trainers. But when Xiaogang saw Pidgeot's brightly colored feathers, a hint of surprise flashed across his squinting eyes. This Pidgeot breeder looks pretty good. In this regard, he does have the potential to be a very good trainer. Xiaogang raised his hand towards the other side. You go first. Then I won't be polite. Ash looked at Pidgeot with a confident smile on his face. Let him see the results of your training, Pidgeot. Beep. Pidgeot shouted loudly, and his eyes couldn't help but recall the special training Ash gave it in Viridian Forest. Train it, how to fight, how to win rival, how to learn new skills. Later, after he defeated Firo, the leader of their tribe's mortal enemy, his confidence was extremely high. Immediately, the powerful wings began to wave continuously in soaring in the sky. Let's finish this game as quickly as possible, using Steel Wing. Beep. The next moment, a metallic color similar to Orberg normal suddenly appeared on Pidgeot's outstretched dual wing bead. After shouting loudly, it dived down quickly towards Goedude below. What? Steel Wing. Xiaogang was also shocked. This Pidgeot can use Steel Wing. Steel Wing, a steel-type move skill, is extremely effective for Goedude, who is a rock type. Xiaogang certainly knew this common sense, but he didn't expect that Pidgeot would use a skill like Steel Wing. Logically speaking, Pidgeot wouldn't learn this move as his level increases. Is it an inherited skill? Or is it? He couldn't help but look at Ash, who looked calm and as if everything was under control. Did you teach it and let it learn it later? Thoughts quickly emerged in my mind, but now was not the time to think so much. Get out of the way, Goedude. Xiaogang commanded Goedude to use his evasive skills and try his best to avoid this move. If this attack hits him head on, then... Bang. There was only a dull thud, and Goedude, who had no time to react, was blown away by the Steel Wing. Then... Boom. It seems as if it was embedded in the rock of the ground with great force. Goedude. Xiaogang looked over quickly. In the rock venue, Goedude didn't even let out a scream, and his eyes turned into mosquito-repellent circles. Its entire body was embedded in the ground, and even some cracks appeared on the surface of the stone. Obviously, the steel wing attack just now did a lot of damage to it. Such a powerful force. Even Xiaogang was silent when he saw this scene. Come back, Goedude. He took out the Pokemon ball and took Goedude back. Even among all the trainers I've seen before, none of them looked like him. Not to mention, is he really a rookie trainer who just started traveling? Xiaogang couldn't help but look at Ash on the opposite side and Pidgeot in mid-air. Who the hell is he? Beep. On the other side, Pidgeot was in high spirits after successfully defeating rival in one move, and said to the delighted Growl. Well done, Pidgeot. All our training was well worth it. Ash smiled and clenched his fist towards it, then let's do it in one go and win the game. Just now, he commanded Pidgeot to defeat Goedude. Obtained entry, Master of Reverse Attribute, Blue, dot. Using Flying type Pidgeot to defeat Rock type Goedude, how can this not be considered a signature Reverse Attribute battle? Master of Reverse Attribute, Blue. During a battle, if you are on the side whose attribute is restrained, your strength will increase by 10%. Appeared. One of Ash's signature symbols, the legendary Master of Reverse Attributes. When attribute is at a disadvantage, it can always burst out amazing potential and strength, turning the tide and defeating rival. Now, during the gym challenge, I successfully defeated Goedude with the reverse attribute and obtained this entry. Chapter 18. Of course, since Goedude isn't that strong, this is just a simple blue entry. However, during this period, Ash also accumulated some blue items by defeating Spearow and other means. He was very decisive and immediately put it in, upgrading this entry to red. Master of Reverse Attribute, red. During a battle, if you are on the side whose attribute is restrained, your strength will increase by 20%. After so many days, Ash also understood the corresponding effect of each entry. The white entries increase by 5%, blue by 10%, red by 20%, purple by 30%, and gold by 50%. And now, this entry has been upgraded from blue to red. The effect is doubled. Seeing this, the smile on Ash's face grew even happier. Pikachu. Seeing Ash smile, Pikachu next to him also danced with joy, also happy for Ash. And full of fighting spirit, ready to face the next rival. And below, when Ash thought that Xiaogang was going to send out his Onix next. But he didn't make any move. Forget it, there is no need to continue fighting. Brock put the Pokeball away and shook his head. The next Pokemon I'm going to send out is Onix. It's huge and not very maneuverable. Facing Pidgeot's aerial ability, there was no way to catch up with him. As for your Pidgeot, I can see that its Steel Wing special move is very powerful. If Onix is hit by two of them, he will almost lose his ability to fight. So, there is no need to waste any more time and let Onix taste the pain that Goedude went through. Xiaogang said to Ash calmly, I admit defeat in this challenge. Are you giving up already? On the contrary, Ash was somewhat surprised that it would end so quickly. After all, I am a gym trainer. Being able to judge the situation in time and recognize the challenger is also my ability and responsibility. After the game, Xiaogang was less serious and more friendly overall. This is your gym badge, keep it. He pulled out the rock normal-like, 4-square deep boulder badge from his pocket and handed it to Ash. The first gym badge. Ash also took it seriously. Pewter badge, I got it. Pika Pika. I didn't expect that I could get the gym badge with just one Pidgeot. Misty in the stands couldn't help but smile without realizing it when she saw this, happy for Ash. He's really got some skills. After Ash put away the pewter badge, Xiaogang couldn't help but be curious and asked directly. By the way, how is your Pidgeot breeder? It seems to be very different from the normal Pidgeot. As soon as he asked, he seemed to realize something and apologized immediately. Sorry, I don't have any other ideas. I know it's a taboo to ask a trainer about Pokemon training methods, but I have no ill intentions. Actually, I just think that cultivating Pokemon with all my heart is more meaningful than fighting Pokemon. As he spoke, he couldn't help but raise his head, and there seemed to be longing flowing in his eyes. What I want to be is not a great Pokemon trainer or gym leader, but a breeder. But when his squinting eyes subconsciously saw a group of younger brothers and sisters peeking out from the backstage, the ideals and aspirations in my eyes were instantly shattered, leaving only the helplessness of reality. There's no way I can leave this place. He also has a group of younger brothers and sisters who need to be taken care of. I saw that your Pidgeot breeder is so good, I think you must have your own unique experience in breeder. So, Xiaogang's expression suddenly became serious. I want you to fulfill my dream on my behalf. Entrust a man's dream to another man? Ash could understand Xiaogang's feelings very well, but it seemed that he didn't need to take the responsibility. Go ahead, Xiaogang, go pursue your own dream. At this time, Uncle Flint, who looked very vicissitudes of life, finally showed up. He took off the disguise on his face, revealing a face that was not exactly similar to Xiaogang's, but almost identical. I am the good-for-nothing BD father who abandoned his wife and children and left home, but is too ashamed to face his own children. He spoke there in a low and relieved tone. Misty in the stands. Is this Uncle Xiaogang's father? He was the one who pointed at his nose and scolded him at the entrance. Now, in front of the real person, it feels a little bit awkward. After watching this match, I was also deeply touched. Rookie trainer, who just debuted, has such strength. My previous dream of becoming the world's #1 trainer is a complete joke. In this way, I am truly relieved. You don't have to worry about your brothers and sisters anymore, just go and fulfill your dreams. With the return of Uncle Flint and his care for his younger brothers and sisters, Xiaogang was finally able to free himself from this quagmire. No longer has to play the role of both father and mother. The eldest brother no longer has to be like a father and a mother, raising his younger siblings with all the hard work. I can finally pack my bags and go out traveling. That's how it is, then. At the exit of Nibi City, the liberated Xiaogang walked in front of Ash carrying a bulging backpack. Chapter 19. Ash, you have unique insights into breeder, which are worth my learning slowly, so I plan to travel with you. Xiaogang was laughing from the bottom of his heart there. Having unloaded his heavy burden, he felt unprecedented relief and was full of hope for his future life. No problem. The more people there are, the more lively the trip will be. Ash of course gladly accepted. With Xiaogang, who has all-around experience in outdoor care and is the best tool man, his participation can make this trip easier and more convenient. In this way, the first generation of the traveling trio officially gathered together and truly embarked on their adventure. After leaving Nibi City, there is a huge mountain on the road towards the next city. Its name is Mt. Moon. Legend has it that a meteorite landed on this mountain, and that meteorite is also called Moonstone. Therefore, many scientists come here to survey and conduct research. Of course, this also attracted many guys who wanted moonstones, actually moonstone, to come here to pan for gold. However, this also affected the ecological balance of Mt. Moon. I remember that this tunnel is indeed the fastest way to get through this mountain. Walking in a rock tunnel in Mt. Moon, Xiaogang couldn't help but frown. But I don't remember this place being so bright. In particular, he looked around again and saw so many bright light bulbs that were installed. It was obvious that they were man-made. This practice is against the Pokémon ecosystem and is not allowed by the Alliance. Xiaogang couldn't help but say, I don't know who would do such a thing. Ash also looked at the installation of the surrounding light bulbs. There were some cat paw marks around where the light bulbs were fixed. Well, with such skills and practical ability, yet so unscrupulous, it seems that only. I heard the voice of who's. Suddenly, from the front of the tunnel, a voice like this was heard. Xiaogang and Misty looked over at the same time and saw a wide, plaza-like platform in front of the tunnel. And there seemed to be 3 figures, 2 tall and 1 short, standing there. Sure enough, is it that group of people? Ash naturally realized who the person in front of him was. He didn't expect that they didn't meet and establish contact in Tokiwa City. On the contrary, it was here that we met for the first time. Since you ask sincerely, we will mercifully tell you. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To protect world peace. Persisting love and true evil. A cute and attractive villain. I'm Jesse. I'm James. We are Team Rocket traveling through the galaxy. White hole, a white tomorrow is waiting for us. That's it, meow. A woman with long pink hair, blue eyes, green earrings on both ears, wearing a white top with a red R on it, a white hip-hugging skirt, and black over-the-knee boots. A man with purple-blue short hair that reaches his ears, he looks quite elegant, like a down-and-out nobleman who has ended up in the wild. Between the two people, there was a Meowth walking upright. Well, it is the most classic trio, the Rocket's small group. Team Rocket. This seems to be a well-known criminal force in the Kanto region. As a former gym trainer, Xiaogang had naturally heard of the name of this organization. Ah, I saw them when I was in Viridian City. They were the 2 people on the wanted poster. Misty recognized the 2 people at a glance. Don't mention Tokiwa City to us again. However, Misty's words instantly broke down the defense of the trio that had created the villain atmosphere. Jessie was furious. Really? We just invaded a Pokémon Center, why did we get such a big blow? Not only did we lose the weapons and equipment we worked so hard to make, But we almost couldn't escape. James couldn't help but make a bitter face. Now, we are penniless. I can only dig some moonstone here and see if I can catch some Clefairy. I can take them outside and sell them to make some extra money. That's right, Meow. Meowth also looked like he agreed, crossing his arms over his chest, closing his eyes and nodding. This miserable tone doesn't sound like that of a vicious villain at all, but rather like cheap labor working to earn money. Well, it's obvious that the three of them failed in their invasion and instead lost their entire fortune. I just heard the legend and came to MT Moon to see if I could try my luck. So, you three brats, hurry up and leave here before you delay our work. Jessie, who was carrying a shovel, was very disgusted. She waved at the three people and signaled them to get out. She just glanced at the Pikachu on Ash's shoulder and ignored it, not taking it seriously at all. She had no interest in the electric rats that were everywhere in the Kanto region. This electric mouse in particular seemed even dumber and stupider, and it looked so weak that it had no fighting power at all. Chapter 20. How can we just let you guys stay here and destroy the living environment of Pokemon? Although he was surprised at the talking Meowth, it was obvious that Xiaogang did not agree with the actions of the three people in front of him. Another brat with an overflowing sense of justice who wants to be the boss. James just glanced at it and said, before, there was another researcher who was just as emotional and wanted to stop us. But he was beaten up by us and ran away with bruises all over his head, didn't he? Since you are so ignorant. He and Jessie both took out their Pokemon balls at the same time. Then take it. As he spoke, 2 balls of white light flashed. Coughing, the purple ball floating in the air, and Ekans, the purple python, also appeared in the venue. Want to have a Pokemon battle? Ash subconsciously wanted to take out a Pokemon ball, but suddenly, a Pokemon ball on his waist suddenly shook. Bang. Nita. The Pokemon ball opened automatically, and its gigantic body instantly appeared on the scene. Coughing. Ekans. The 2 purple Pokemon subconsciously looked at the purple on their own bodies, and then looked at the ferocious purple on the opposite side, which represented horror. Chiba. Hiss. The 2 Pokemon were sweaty and immediately hid behind Jessie and James. As both are purple poisonous Pokemon, they know each other's terrifying power very well. That is. Meowth couldn't help but swallow when he saw rival in front of him, Nidoking, Meow. Jessie's originally contemptuous face gradually turned pale. How can it be so big? Feel. James stuttered a little, seems like he's not easy to mess with. He doesn't need to say it at all, just look at the performance of their Pokemon. Whether it was Pokemon or trainer, the moment they saw Nidoking, they were so scared that they lost the idea of fighting. A Nidoking this big? Xiaogang was also a little surprised when he saw it for the first time, and his aura is also terrifying. If you send him to challenge my gym then, Ash. As if he had thought of something, Xiaogang shook his head with some emotion and fear. Under normal circumstances, Nidoking will not appear. Ash also smiled, it suddenly appeared this time, probably for some special reason. Nita. Nidoking murmured in response, answering Ash. Then, it glanced at the 3 members of Team Rocket who were hugging each other subconsciously and trembling. He raised his hand, and his fist, which was filled with strong ground-type moves, slammed directly onto the ground. Instantly, Big Fisher released a cocky energy wave, quickly attacking the Rocket Trio. That move, is it Fisher? Xiaogang couldn't help but rub his head to make sure he was not seeing things. As soon as Nidoking came up, he used his ground-type ultimate move to instantly kill the enemy. Naturally, the 3 members of Team Rocket had no power to defend or resist at all. In front of that terrifying force, the trio's faces became more and more terrified, and finally... boom! A violent explosion sounded, creating a big hole in the nearby rock wall and blasting the 3 members of Team Rocket into the sky. We haven't got the moonstone yet. The shovel is broken too, it needs to be repaired too. We are completely out of money, Meow. What a disgusting feeling. Asterisk 3. The 3 of them were very skilled and transformed into stars flying to the horizon. Nita. As for Nidoking, he ignored the 3 guys and walked out from the pierced wall, heading in a certain direction as if guided by normal. Let's go and have a look too. The group also noticed the special situation and followed Nidoking's footsteps. Then, after passing through several places, they and Nidoking soon came to a more hidden huge space. I saw an extremely huge moonstone placed on a stone platform in the middle of the venue. There are countless Clefairies around the moonstone, dancing happily there. Such a huge moonstone, so many Clefairies. Xiaogang and Misty were also somewhat shocked by the scene before them. Ash, on the other hand, was mentally prepared and had almost guessed the reason behind Nidoking. Since Nidoking itself evolved from Nidorino using the moonstone, it is more sensitive to moonblast, right? Ash looked at the Nidoking who was staring at the huge moonstone without blinking, and then he understood. Clefairy is a fairy Pokémon that was added to the current normal series later. It is speculated that it may be a Pokémon from the universe. They have the amazing ability to build rocket ships autonomously. They are very rare and only appear during a full moon. It also seems to indicate that they come from the moon. Of course, these are just speculations, and no one knows where they come from. But one thing is certain. Even Nidoking can sense the energy fluctuations of the Moonstone and find this place, so maybe other guys and Pokemon with ulterior motives will find this place. Anyway, the main purpose of these Clefairies is to surround this huge Moonstone. Then just find a safe and suitable place for them. As Ash finalized his decision, he took out the Rotom Pokédex and dialed the very familiar number. Chapter 21. Are you going to call Professor Oak again? Misty asked curiously upon seeing this. Yes, these Clefairy and Moonstone have great research value. I think Professor Oak would be happy to take them over. Ash nodded, knowing Professor Oak's character very well. But moving Clefairy and these Moonstones will take a lot of effort, right? Misty couldn't help but wonder. So, we need to attract the other party, the guys who are very interested in these stones, to join us. Ash smiled mysteriously at Misty. Shortly after this, in the Hoenn region, the Devon Company also received a phone call from the Kanto region. After that, the action of the large army began. Ash talked to Professor Oak on the phone and revealed the situation of Clefairy and the stone here. Professor Oak was naturally very interested in this and wanted to study it. At the same time, in order to facilitate the operation and the relationship between the stones, contacts were also established with the German company in the Hoenn region. It is said that their company's young master, Stephen, who is also the champion of the Hoenn region, is most enthusiastic about the existence of stones. Of course, when Ash told Professor Oak all this, he did not forget to get his share of the benefits. At the very least, the Devon Company would definitely give Ash a generous reward that would make him extremely satisfied with the Moonstone. Thus, the adventure at MT Moon came to an end. After walking out of the shortcut tunnel, a forked road appeared in front of everyone. If we follow the instructions and head this way, we should be at Cerulean City. Ash looked up at the weather, which was bright and warm, like spring. Such nice weather makes me feel much better. Yeah. Xiaogang also nodded in agreement and said, in weather like this, it only takes 2 hours to dry the washed clothes. Ash. Of course, thicker clothes will take 3 hours, but clothes like handkerchiefs will take less than an hour. Xiaogang was still there talking and sharing his life experiences. Misty, who was falling behind, looked reluctant. Are we really going to Cerulean City? Do we really have to go there? She was full of resistance and a little discouraged. Along the way, she tried a lot, whether it was saying that there were ghosts in the city or exaggerating how good other cities were, but she could not shake the determination of the two at all. She had no choice but to follow the two of them and rush towards the city she was extremely reluctant to return to. However, the footsteps following behind the two of them were getting slower and slower. Cerulean City is a coastal city in the northern part of Kanto region. The north of the city is adjacent to the river estuary, and to the west is MT Moon. It is a beautiful city with gurgling water and blooming flowers. Because it is close to the estuary, this place is famous for its water Pokémon. Similarly, the Cerulean Gym here is naturally a water-type gym. However, compared to the gym, it seems that the water ballet performance is more popular in the city and is more famous and recognized by outsiders. Xiaogang went to buy the necessary supplies for the next trip, while Ash brought Pikachu to the luxurious building with the seal logo. Looking at this house that looked more like a band than a dojo, he pushed open the door and walked in. Wow! What comes into view is a crowd of people cheering and applauding. And the three sisters in front are like synchronized swimming, and they look like mermaids playing in the water, performing to their heart's content in the pool. Well, I have to say that the hair displayed in this water ballet is indeed long and white. Ash found a random seat and sat down, enjoying the performance while waiting for the end of the show to challenge the gym. Soon, this excellent water ballet ended with Veilstone amid the whistles and cheers of the crowd. The backstage of the performance venue is a space that looks like a normal aquarium. It was a great success. This performance was a great success. Sister Sakura, this dress really suits you. This means our special training was not in vain. Ash waited here for a short while, and then he heard laughter coming from the corridor in front of him. The three sisters of the Cerulean Gym, who had golden, blue, and pink hair, were wearing water ballet costumes and walking towards here while wiping the water droplets off their bodies. Naturally, they also discovered Ash, who had been waiting here early. Who are you? Lily, the third sister with pink hair, looked at Ash, who suddenly appeared, and asked in confusion. If you want an interview, you have to go through your agent first. She obviously thought Ash was a reporter or a fan. Ash. I am not. I can't sign it either. Lily looked the other person up and down, but suddenly raised her eyebrows. I always feel like you look familiar. Not only her, but also the eldest sister Sakura and the second sister Violet were looking at Ash with a thoughtful look. I'm not talking about water ballet. I'm Ash from Pallet Town, and I'm currently... Ah, I remember now. Ash had just introduced his name, but before he could finish his words, the eldest sister Sakura's eyes suddenly lit up. You're that Ash? Ash. Is that Mr. Ash? As soon as this name came out, the eyes of the second sister Violet and the third sister Lily also lit up. The radiance that shone like starlight and the burning gaze made Ash couldn't help but take a step back. Chapter 22. Excuse me, I'm Ash, what's wrong? Ash asked tentatively. Did you publish an article about Ducklet and Swanna's dance before? Although this is a question, the eldest sister Sakura used it in an affirmative tone. Even before Ash could answer, he said with shining eyes, we came across your article by chance, and it really inspired us. I have learned a lot about water ballet from this. I really have to thank you for this. The second sister Violet and the third sister Lily, who were standing behind, were also nodding their heads with fangirl looks in their eyes. Ash. It seems that this is indeed the case. A few months ago, a professor from the Unova region asked Professor Oak to study as Swanna. Ash, who often stayed in the laboratory, accidentally discovered through the light screen that Swanna was very talented in dancing and was very suitable to develop into a coordinator of trainer performances. In order to respond to the trend of the contest conference to be held at that time, he followed the content given on the light screen and wrote an article to train Swanna to dance. I didn't expect that Sakura and the others would see it, and that it would have such a big impact on them. And I remember that when this article was first published, it did receive some attention, but... Ash rubbed his brows, it didn't cause much of a stir afterwards. After all, Swanna is a Pokémon from the Unova region and barely exists in the Kanto region. Except for some places that study water Pokémon or like contest performances, basically no one pays attention to it. Therefore, apart from a few people who claim to be fans and seem to be trainer, who often sent letters to inquire about it, not many people paid attention to it. But instead of calling her a trainer, it would be more appropriate to call her a dancer, more appropriate. Ash's action of rubbing his brow suddenly stopped. Wait, a place that studies water Pokémon, likes contest performances, is more like a dancer than a trainer, and has a few fans. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the three cerulean gym sisters in front of him who were eager to pounce on him and strip him clean. So, if you put it this way. It seems Mr. Ash has remembered it? The eldest sister Sakura couldn't help but smile. Yes, we are Mr. Ash's most loyal fans. That's right, that's right. The second sister, Violet, was also very excited when she saw Ash's face gradually coming to light. It seems that Mr. Ash also remembers us fans. We are so happy. Happy. The third sister Lily also had shining eyes as she looked Ash up and down, her eyes almost growing on him. Ash, Let's talk about gym challenges. Such enthusiasm was really a bit overwhelming for him. If it's Mr. Ash, we can definitely give you the badge even without challenging the gym. Arriving at the edge of the water battlefield, the eldest sister Sakura smiled and clapped her hands towards the pool. Then, a seal was seen emerging from the pool and swimming towards the side. Yes, Mr. Ash has helped us so much. Most of the water ballet we are practicing now is thanks to the inspiration given by Mr. Ash. Otherwise, we would never be so successful. The second sister Violet echoed. The third sister, Lily, nodded and said, so, we believe that even if Mr. Ash challenges the gym, there will be no problem and he will definitely succeed. If that's the case, there's no need for us to do anything unnecessary. That's right. Besides, as fans of Mr. Ash, it's rare for us to have something like this to do for him. So let's consider this as a thank you gift to Mr. Ash. The three sisters looked at each other and talked to each other, as if the matter had been finalized. Ash. Well, it was the first time that he experienced the enthusiasm from fans. Moreover, these fans include three particularly attractive beautiful gym trainers, and one of them is Misty's sister. By the way, when we entered Cerulean City, Misty disappeared. I guess. Okay, this blue water drop badge will be given to Mr. Ash. The eldest sister Sakura took out the normal badge that looked like a blue water drop from Seal's mouth and handed it to Ash. And just when the latter was about to take it. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a loud female voice came from the stands nearby. Immediately afterwards, Misty's beautiful body was seen jumping down from the stands and landing in front of everyone nimbly. Badge, you guys are just going to give it away like this? Do you still have the dignity of being a gym trainer? As soon as Misty showed up, she started scolding the three older sisters, and then turned around and directed her criticism at Ash. And you got the badge so easily, shouldn't you fight? As a Pokemon trainer, don't you feel uneasy if you don't get the badge through fighting? Ash, He thought about it seriously, and then said very sincerely, not at all. Isn't it great to get a badge without playing any games and gain something for nothing? Misty. What you said seems to make some sense, and I can't refute it. Chapter 23. Misty, what's with that attitude? Before Misty could react, she was attacked by her three sisters. As one of the three beautiful cerulean sisters, with the ugly youngest sister, you made a promise before that you would never return to your hometown until you become a great Pokemon trainer. Who are you? Misty came back to her senses and couldn't help curling her lips, so I said, I don't want to come back here anymore. But it seems that you are even more excessive than me, right? Misty shook her head and continued to raise her eyebrows and said angrily. Did I say something wrong? You guys are right to give me the badge in this way? You also accused me of having a problem with my attitude. How can my attitude be? You seem to have made a mistake, Misty. The third sister Lily raised her eyebrows. I'm not talking about your attitude towards us. After all, we are all used to you, the youngest sister who feels inferior in front of three beautiful sisters, going crazy. That's right. The second sister, Violet, said in a deep voice, what we care about is your attitude towards Mr. Ash. Ash, Mr. Misty froze in place once again. You mean, him? She pointed in disbelief at Ash, who was watching the show with an innocent look on his face behind him. Misty, take your fingers away. At this time, the eldest sister Sakura also stood up. You can't be so rude to Mr. Ash. Hurry up and apologize to him. Misty. Let me apologize to him. No, what happened? Does this mean that gym trainers now have to be so respectful to challengers? How come I don't know this? Isn't this world changing too fast? Also, even if they were challengers, she had never seen her three sisters being polite to any man. But now. Misty turned her head in a daze and looked at the seemingly ordinary boy who was teasing the electric mouse. But before she could continue to think further, the words of the three sisters brought her back to reality. By the way, how does Misty know Mr. Ash? And they seem to be quite familiar with each other. Heh, it must be Misty who is so shameless that she sticks around Mr. Ash and won't leave. That is to say, Mr. Ash is such a nice person and so handsome, who wouldn't like him? But Misty, the ugly duckling, is simply not worthy of me. If you ask me, it would be almost the same if it were the three sisters of our cerulean gym. That's right. Misty. Sakura sister. Violet sister. Lily sister. Misty gritted her teeth again, turned her head, and rushed towards her three sisters with her teeth and claws bared and waving wildly. I'm going to fight you guys. As she pounced over, she seemed to have thought of something and her face suddenly turned red. Who likes that stupid wooden guy? She argued loudly. Suddenly, around the pool of the cerulean gym, the scene of mermaids playing in the water appeared again. But after enough trouble, things got back on track. In the words of the three Sakura sisters, we can't let Mr. Ash just wait there, that would be too neglectful. Ash, no, you guys can go on and don't have to worry about me at all. Anyway, we still plan to give this water drop badge to Mr. Ash. Sakura's sister was determined. Normal said, as for you, Misty, even if you don't agree, there is nothing we can do. The third sister, Lily, made a face at her. After all, the gym trainers are three of us. Misty glared at her three sisters angrily and rarely said a word. That. Ash also interjected upon seeing this. One sentence, if you have any objections to the distribution of badges, I personally have no problem with having a battle. Of course, Ash said so, and the three Sakura sisters naturally said no. As for Misty, she's seen how Ash trains Pokemon, and knows the strength of Pikachu and Nidoking, so she won't step forward. In fact, she had no problem at all with Ash's ability to get the gym badge. She just couldn't stand her sister's casual attitude towards gym affairs. In this way, the water drop badge landed smoothly in Ash's hands without any danger. I got my second gym badge. When the water drop badge was placed on the inside of the shirt next to the pewter badge, Ash nodded with satisfaction. My own journey is also going smoothly. After getting the badge, Ash originally wanted to say goodbye. Results. Mr. Ash is leaving so early? I'm so sad. That is to say, our ballet dance has made great breakthroughs under the inspiration of Mr. Ash. It just so happens that we just practiced a great water ballet, and we want Mr. Ash to appreciate it again. Stay, Mr. Ash. Just consider it as satisfying our fans' small request. We also want to have a good exchange with Mr. Ash. That's right, we will definitely not let Mr. Ash down. The three sisters from the three gyms nodded in unison with shining eyes, and then subconsciously licked the corners of their lips. The slightly exposed pink tip of the tongue can easily arouse people's endless imagination. Misty. What are you doing? Ash. You are using this to test the executive? Which executive cannot withstand such a test? Chapter 24. Ahem, I just happened to be a little tired from traveling recently. Ash couldn't help but clench his fist with one hand and coughed in front of his mouth, then stay and stop for a while and take a break. He said to the three sisters, who were extremely happy, "It just so happens that after watching your performance, I have also come up with many more novel ideas about dance." With Misty's cheeks about to bulge into a palpitoad expression, Ash said seriously, "We can sit down together and discuss it properly." So, Ash and his group stayed in Cerulean City for a while. Xiaogang was naturally very happy to be able to see such a beautiful water ballet and so many beauties. Although Misty was not very willing, she wanted to stay for 2 days as it was a rare opportunity for her to go home. As for Ash, he has been having so much fun these past few days that he has barely even thought about Pokemon. All in all, I spent this period of time very comfortably. When Ash walked out of Cerulean City, he seemed to be floating. Of course, this period of time is not just for pure enjoyment. The gym competition did not take place, but Ash still had a brief sparring session with the three Cerulean sisters in the name of exchange and learning. Finally, an entry for Water Dancer was revealed. Water Dancer, blue when performing on water or with water-type Pokemon, the charm and presentation effect increase by 10%. Well, they are indeed dancers with a background in water ballet. This entry that came out didn't have much combat power, but it was quite suitable for coordinating trainers contest. Ash saved this entry so that he could use it when he remembered to play the game water sport in the future. So our next stop is Vermilion City, right? Ash looked at the Pokemon Alliance manual. There just happens to be an Alliance gym there, so just go get the third badge. Once you have determined your goal, the road ahead will be easy. With the real-time updating of the Rotom Pokédex map, Ash and his friends will never get lost again. Along the way, they also met many Pokemon trainers. When the trainers challenged him, Ash gladly accepted. After all, in addition to training, actual combat is also the best way to test results. It can also bring rich results to Ash. For example, you can accumulate a lot of combat experience, brush out a lot of entries, and Pidgeot, use the spin attack to give rival the final blow. Beep. A stream of light flashed by, and after completing a graceful arc with its agile figure soaring in the sky, it accurately hit Pinsir on the opposite side. Flying-type moves are extremely effective against bug-type Pokemon. Hey! Pinsir let out a scream and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Well done, Pidgeot. Beep. After Ash praised, Pidgeot also responded loudly, and then, the next second, a dazzling blue glow appeared on its body. That is the light of evolution that all Pokemon hope to see on themselves. Is Pidgeot going to evolve? Xiaogang and Misty, who were watching from the side, had their eyes filled with this dazzling sacred light. Yes, after all these battles, big and small, according to Pidgeot's accumulation, it's time for him to evolve. The evolution of Pidgeot was both unexpected and reasonable. Pikachu doesn't show up, Nidoking is at the bottom of the list, and the only one who comes out to fight is Pidgeot. It has been following Ash for such a long time, so it has accumulated enough experience. And now, it is the moment of blossoming and bearing fruit. You evolved ahead of schedule, but this is also the best reward for your hard training. Ash looked at the ever-expanding body, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. Let your wings flap on this world stage. Pidgeot. Well, it's still more powerful than the eagle's shout. Beep damn. The loud bird calls penetrated the forest and reached the sky, under the gaze of everyone. The beautiful feathers, the strong brown body, the more flowing feathers on the head and the more colorful tail feathers all indicate that this Pokemon is extremely well developed. Ash stroked Pidgeot's extremely soft feathers. Congratulations, Pidgeot. Beep damn. Pidgeot was enjoying Ash's touch and squinted his eyes. Pokemon, Pidgeot. Gender, female. Trainer Ash. Attribute flying normal. Ability, sharp eyes. The hit rate ability change will not be reduced by the opponent in any way, and ignores the target's dodge rate ability change increase. Gust Sand Attack Tackle Quick Attack Whirlwind Twister Hurricane Feather Dance Agility Wing Attack Steel Wing Double Team Protect. Carrying things, none. Potential, elite. Training suggestions. Entries, Air Leader, purple, Flying Master, purple, dot. Air Leader, purple, the absolute leader in soaring in the sky. No rival flying in the sky dares to face you. In an air battle, the overall strength of the rival will be reduced by 30%. Dot. Flying Master, purple, the Flying Master in soaring in the sky, the power of flying type moves is increased by 30%. Dot. After accumulating entries during this period, Ash successfully upgraded the red Flying Expert entry to the purple Flying Master. Let Pidgeot's strength rise to a new level again. Chapter 25. It's amazing, it's absolutely amazing. The pincer trainer who was knocked down on the opposite side also walked forward with an excited look on his face. I didn't expect to see Pidgeot's evolution. It really feels like a dream. He looked at Ash with admiration. You must be a very good trainer to be able to make Pidgeot breeder so powerful. Then if it's you, you'll definitely be able to defeat AJ. AJ. Is that the AJ that people nicknamed Beastmaster? Ash did remember this person, who had set up his own private gym and built a Pokemon arena. Determined to win 100 games, he set out on a journey to challenge the gym badge. But he is also a very determined and hard-working guy. Even though he only had 4 Pokemon, Sandshrew, Beedrill, Butterfree, and Rattata, he still managed to win all the games. And training Pokemon is extremely harsh, but his Pokemon respect and recognize him very much. This was in stark contrast to Ash, who at the time only knew how to use love to make friends with Pokemon. It can be seen as a less extreme Paul. It's just that the talent and vision in catching Pokemon are a little lacking. Later at the Indigo Plateau conference, Ash was not seen either. It seemed that he was destined not to go far with just these few Pokemon. Ash didn't think about communicating with him anymore. After sending Rival away, he planned to continue walking towards Vermilion City. But just at this moment, the Rotom Pokédex suddenly rang. Ahem, this is Professor Oak. I heard earlier that Ash, you have left Cerulean City and are now heading towards Vermilion City. So it's closer to the Pokemon Research School, right? I have said hello to Principal Yuto there. You can go there and take a rest. Also, the reward from the Devon Company for the last harvest from MT Moon has arrived and has been sent there. There's a really cool Pokemon in there. I think you'll like it. Message from Professor Oak. Rotom Pokédex clearly reproduces Professor Oak's voice perfectly. Pokemon Research School. Ash stroked his chin, then it seems necessary to go there. Well, the most important thing is that he is quite interested in the Pokemon provided by the German company. For such a big company, if it doesn't provide a rare Pokemon, then it would be nothing special, right? After making up his mind, Ash set out on the road to the Pokemon Research School with some anticipation. However, at the same time, in a deep mountain shrouded in mist. Run, run. A group of teenagers in uniform were surrounding a treadmill. They held candles and looked grimly at a cowardly-looking boy running on the machine. You can't even answer such a simple question. You are a disgrace to us Pokemon research students. That's right, if you're so stupid, you might as well drop out of school and go home. Although they were both teenagers, their words were extremely impolite. This kind of academic bullying exists in every school, but it is even more blatant in some prestigious schools. Is this the Pokemon Research School in Kanto region? Suddenly, a slightly cold voice came from the side. There were also sounds of footsteps coming out from the mist. Who is it? The group of students in uniform holding candles all looked over there and pointed their candles that way. Then, a young man with a stern face and wearing a purple, dark green, and long-sleeved jacket walked out of the mist. I heard that this is a school for Pokemon trainers. Once you graduate from this school, you don't need to take a practical exam and you can directly qualify to participate in the Pokemon Alliance competition. That is to say, students who graduate from this school do not need to go to various gyms to challenge other gyms and obtain badges. The young man who arrived spoke in a slightly low voice and looked around. Then he turned his attention to the students in front of him holding candles. He looked him up and down, and then gave his intuitive evaluation. It seems that it is not that great. You guy. Suddenly, the students holding candles became enraged, and they stepped forward with unfriendly faces and surrounded the young man in the purple coat. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became tense. The other side. Pokemon Research School? I've heard of that place before. As the trio walked down the road, Xiaogang pondered for a moment, that seems to be a full boarding school. But because of this, the tuition and teaching fees are definitely not cheap. That's right. Misty also nodded. Legend has it that this is a prestigious school that only the richest kids in the country can attend. Well, it is true that only in Kanto region there is such a place. That's a good opportunity to see it. Ash also raised the brim of his hat, and then saw the situation in the distance. So, are they carrying out some kind of activity over there? It looks quite lively. Xiaogang and Misty also looked over and saw that the direction Ash was pointing was the school building built in the mountains. I guess that's the Pokemon Research School, but now, there are bursts of noise coming from there from time to time. Chapter 26. Boom whoosh. Lada. An orange Raticate screamed and was knocked away. Raticate. A student in a school uniform let out a scream, then fell to his knees in despair. It's like I've lost my soul and my life has no meaning. Is that all? The young man in the purple coat shook his head upon seeing this. FK. A turtle Pokemon with a young grass root growing on its head and a shell on its back at his feet also responded. If this is the level of education, then I suggest that such a school should no longer exist. The young man had a cold face, as if he was naturally gloomy. He looked at the only student standing opposite him and said this. This guy. Yato Side, who had long brown curly hair and a red bow on her chest, couldn't help but grit her teeth in hatred when she saw this. The boy in front of him claimed to be from Veilstone City in the Sinnoh region and said he wanted to challenge the members of their school. At first, no one in the school took his words seriously. Until the other side defeated all the students in the advanced class of their school with a crushing force. The situation became completely different. A student in the advanced class who is comparable to a Pokemon trainer who has obtained 6 badges was defeated so easily. And the person who defeated them claimed that he had just started his trainer journey. What a joke. If a powerful trainer came to challenge, Yato Side would be able to accept such a miserable defeat. But the other party claimed that he was just a rookie who had just debuted. This is too much of a blow to his self-esteem. Especially for this top student who has no teachers in this school and instead teaches other students. This is seriously the biggest hit ever. She wanted to do something, but she couldn't stop feeling discouraged. Just now, the golem in her hand was completely defenseless against Turtwig on the opposite side. Although she was at a disadvantage in terms of attributes, in her opinion, her golem had already evolved once and its level was not low. Facing a Pokemon like Turtwig that is in Earl Dervish form, there will definitely be no problem. But the result, it was really a slap in the face. So, there's no one else in your school, right? The purple-haired boy said this coldly and looked around again. He had no ill intentions, he just wanted to come here. See what a so-called Pokemon research school is really like. Even see if I can learn something useful here to make myself stronger. But now it seems. It's really disappointing. That disdainful yet true comment was like a sharp arrow that pierced through Yato Siji's chest. Let's go, Turtwig. FK. The purple boy called out to the Pokemon at his feet, not caring at all about the ugly face of the so-called beautiful girl in front of him as he prepared to leave. But it was at this time. Is this the Pokemon Research School? Are you holding any activities? 3 figures just happened to walk into the venue. He is. The moment he arrived, Ash's eyes were locked on the purple-haired boy. The familiar attire and appearance made him recognize him immediately. Paul. The purple coat and the cold face looked exactly like Mr. Brandon. And with Turtwig, the Sinnoh region's 3 largest Pokemon. Who else could it be if not Ash's future rival Paul? He also came here. That's right, Paul's first trip started from the Kanto region. Paul got his first Earl Dervish Pokemon, Turtwig, in Veilstone City. But his brother Reggie challenged the battle frontier in Kanto region. Especially for the last battle, the Battle Pyramid, I came to the Kanto region specifically. Afterwards, he witnessed his brother Reggie's defeat by Brandon, and his obsession with becoming stronger became deeply ingrained in him. He began to plan to start his journey from Kanto region. He also traveled to multiple regions and participated in the local alliance conference, but failed to win the championship. So now is also the time when Paul has just started his journey. Ash looked Paul up and down, and the latter looked towards the trio. Are you also students of this Pokemon Research School? Paul asked in a low voice. No, we are not interested in a school that only produces nerds without any practical skills. Ash smiled and waved his hand. I just had something stored here, so I came here to get it. Not interested. Paul couldn't help but raise his head slightly when he heard this and glanced at Ash. At this moment, a sudden voice sounded behind him. You are Ash, right? Yato Side, whose face was originally gloomy, suddenly brightened up when he heard the word deposit things. I heard from my grandfather that a very good trainer named Ash will come here and take away what is prepared for him. My grandfather also said that although you are a new trainer who just started traveling this year, you have already obtained a lot of badges. I also captured a lot of powerful Pokemon. Even before I went on the trip, I was already a little famous in the Pokemon community. All in all, he's a pretty awesome Pokemon trainer. She clasped her hands together and instantly looked at Ash with a look full of admiration and worship, and her words almost praised him to the point of praising him to perfection. Chapter 27. Misty, who was standing behind him, frowned when she saw Yato Side act like this. Why do I feel like she has some bad intentions when she said this? It is said that women repel each other, especially those who are equally beautiful. Misty immediately realized that something was wrong with Yato Side's actions. And the fact. She did it on purpose. Ash only took one look at Yato Side, whose performance was immature and whose eyes were still rolling, and knew that she did it on purpose. As for the reason, it is also very simple. So, you are also a very good trainer. Yato Side's words successfully aroused Paul's interest. I'm Paul from Veilstone City in the Sinnoh region. I'm currently traveling in the Kanto region as a Pokemon trainer. He introduced himself there and made no secret of his purpose. When I first heard your chapter on this Pokemon research school, as well as your temperament, I realized that you didn't seem like an ordinary trainer. And now, I am even more certain that you should be very strong too, right? He clearly expressed his interest in Ash. I want to have a Pokemon battle with you, is that okay? So, is it fate that the battle in the Sinnoh region will be brought forward? Ash saw Paul's serious look and gently turned his hat. Sure. He smiled and said, just think of it as communication with Pokemon trainers from other regions. But Ash Salation looked around and said, are your Pokemon sure they don't need to rest? They just experienced a battle, right? Well, judging from the chaotic scene around him, needless to say, Ash pretty much knew what was going on. Most likely it was Paul who came to challenge and gave these theorists a good beating. No, I just used Turtwig to deal with them. Paul closed his eyes slightly. Their level is just Turtwig's warm-up. Of course, I have other Pokemon I've captured, so we can have a 3-on-3 duel. 3 against 3. Ash laughed again when he heard the lineup for this match. Sure. The situation is becoming more and more similar to the competition when we first met. But the result is completely different from the original. At this moment, the gears of fate slowly turned ahead of time. The two young men, who had been rivals in the Sinnoh region, began their showdown here ahead of time. Then the rules of the game are 3-on-3, and we'll see which side loses the ability to fight first. Xiaogang stepped forward at the right time and acted as a referee. Come on, Pikachu, Ash. Misty stood by and cheered Ash on. Is he really alright? At this time, a timid-looking man named Joe, the student from the research school who was bullied by the candlelighter at the beginning, came over and said weakly. That person is very powerful. Don't worry, no matter how powerful someone is, they will be no problem as long as they meet Ash. Misty was very confident in Ash. Not to mention the newly evolved Pidgeot, but also the Nidoking who was there to support him, all of which ensured that they would not lose this battle. On the other side, Yuto CG was also watching the game with a group of students who had gotten up. Hopefully, there will be a good result. She said so much just now just to provoke a fight between Ash and Paul. I hope that this amazing rookie trainer that Grandpa mentioned will not disappoint me. Soon, both sides stood still, and Xiaogang waved his arm, announcing the start of the match. Go ahead, Pikachu. Ash patted Pikachu on the shoulder, and the latter immediately understood and jumped down and landed on the field. Pika Pika. It was still very motivated, waving its little fists and punching them to show that it was very powerful. Pikachu. An electrical type. Paul took a look and then took out a Pokemon ball. Then I'll leave it to you, Radon. Boom. Boom. The Pokemon ball opened, and a standing Pokemon in the color of pewter wearing a normal helmet appeared in the field. Radon, the drill Pokemon, destroys rock with its horn that turns into a drill. Although this sometimes causes lava to erupt, the armor-like skin does not feel the heat. Rotom Pokédex scans, collects, and updates Pokemon data in a timely manner. Pokemon Radon. Gender, male. Trainer, Paul. Attribute Ground Rock. Ability, Hard Head, will not be damaged by the reaction force of its own moves. The range of effect does not include Struggle, Jump Kick and High Jump Kick. Skills, Tail Whip, Digging, Arm Hammer, Bulldoze, Horn Attack. Carrying Things, none. Potential, Gym. Entry, Underground Miner, Blue. Underground Miner, Blue. Digging underground will be unexpectedly efficient. Gym level potential, but it's an ordinary blue entry, nothing special about it. Radon, Rock and Ground Pokemon, are there any attribute restraints? Ash looked at Radon, who looked like a standing little dinosaur with a good drill horn, and nodded slightly. It's a good idea, but it's still a little bit lacking when it comes to Pikachu. Immediately, Ash snapped his fingers softly, use Iron Tail. Chapter 28. I wonder if you have heard of the title of Master of Reverse Attribute. Master of Reverse Attribute, read during a battle, if you are on the restrained side, your strength will increase by 20%. Obviously, the current battle between Pikachu and Radon fits the situation exactly. Pika. After receiving the order, Pikachu felt a surge of power in his body again. In an instant, the tail that condensed the power of Orberg and was tempered by thousands of hammers, with huge force, swung towards Radon. Has Pikachu already learned Iron Tail? And the brilliance and power of this Iron Tail? Paul raised his eyebrows and calmly gave instructions, dig a hole. Hooka. Radon responded in a low voice, and then immediately leaned over to dig a hole in the ground, preparing to crawl in. Iron Tail hits ground nearby. Ash changed the order decisively. Pika. Bang. The huge force instantly landed on the ground and spread out to the surroundings. Hooka. Radon lost his balance, staggered, and fell to the side. Ash naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, quick attack, get close, and then Iron Tail to smash the head. Paul also gave a timely response plan. Use the arm hammer. Radon immediately used his ultimate fighting skill, and with his arm surging with bright light, he smashed towards the charging Pikachu. However, whoosh! Pikachu accurately timed it in mid-air, leaped up, and dodged the powerful blow, and then, bang! Iron Tail hits the head head-on. Hyuka! With a scream, Radon fell to the ground with a bang. Circles of blood appeared in his eyes, and it was obvious that he could not get up again. Radon is incapacitated. Pikachu wins. Xiaogang announced the result of the battle at the right time. Whoosh! Paul expressionlessly used the Pokemon ball to retrieve Radon, and then... Is that all? He glanced at the Pokemon ball in his hand, then put away Solations. Ash heard the signature catchphrase and looked at Paul's actions. It was obvious that the fate of the Radon was clear. But that Radon's talent is only at the gym level, so he's not really suitable to follow Paul. Just as Ash was making his judgment, the people around him were also shocked by the fast-paced battle. Wow, awesome. The group of students who lived in ivory towers, studied theories but were terrible at practical application were all stunned at this moment. Even the daily combat training in their school did not bring such a big shock to them. It was the first time they had seen such a fierce style of fighting. Is this a battle between powerful trainers? The cowardly boy named Joe also stared with his eyes wide open. Looking for opportunities, responding to situations on the spot, and taking decisive actions will make people dazzled and excited. I told you Ash is awesome. Misty puffed out her chest with pride. That trainer named Ash is really good. Yoto CEO was also a little surprised at this time and couldn't help but stand up straight. From this point of view, we might actually win. At the same time, inside the field, Paul also took out the second Pokemon. FKU, Lickilicky. Beilang. Doduo's pink and plump body, tail, and limbs appear shorter than its previous form, Lickitung. There is an extra decoration on the head, which is bent backwards as if it has been waxed, and the tongue is also exposed more. Lickilicky, the licking Pokemon, will wrap up anything with its constantly sticking out tongue. If you get too close without paying attention, you'll get covered in saliva. Information from the Rotom Pokédex. Pokemon Lickilicky. Gender, male. Trainer, Paul. Attribute normal. Ability, inertness. Pokemon with the inertness ability will not be in the contest condition and will not be affected by Captivate. Lick Rollout Bulldoze Defense Curl Supersonic Disable. Carrying things, none. Potential, Gym. Entry, Long Tongue, Blue. Long Tongue, Blue. The Long Tongue hits the opponent, deepening the opponent's discomfort and increasing the chance of paralysis. It seems that the Pokemon that Paul captured have a high species strength, and he was very selective in his selection. Ash thought about it. The Radon just now evolved into a Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, and its species strength will soar. Lickilicky's species strength is also 515. Neither of these two Pokemon has a species strength lower than 500. Paul really knew what he wanted and devoted himself to powerful Pokemon. This pursuit of strength is, in essence, a way forward. Use Bulldoze. Paul continued to give orders, asking Lickilicky to use ground-type moves against Pikachu. Ash countered the attack, jump up, don't get caught. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Paul attacked decisively, use Lickitung to roll up Pikachu. Beilang. Lickilicky's tongue rushed forward quickly and directly rolled up Pikachu in mid-air. At the same time, the saliva on the tongue also made Pikachu feel slightly numb. I got you. Paul's mouth curled up slightly. Even if Pikachu uses Thunderbolt under this kind of contest conditions, Lickilicky can still hold up. Pull Pikachu over here and use Mega Punch. Chapter 29. Swish. Lickilicky did as he was told, and even his arms began to glow with the light of his skill. But... You're right, he was indeed caught. Ash pressed his hat slightly and chuckled, we caught you. Pikachu. Use Thunder just like that. What? In an instant, as Paul's expression suddenly changed, he saw that Pikachu's entire body was instantly filled with dazzling golden lightning. Pikachu. An electric current as thick as a bucket poured down along Lickilicky's tongue and directly landed on its round and fat body. Squeak. Boom. Golden lightning burst out, and the smoke from the explosion slowly dissipated. Lickilicky was seen lying on the ground, his body completely black, with his head tilted and unable to get up. Lickilicky loses the ability to fight, Pikachu wins. The result is so obvious that everyone can see it clearly without the need for a referee. It's just a Pikachu, but it has already learned Thunder's special move. Paul quietly took back Lickilicky. Just now, He had considered that after Lickilicky grabbed Pikachu with his tongue, the opponent would use a special move such as Thunder Shock. For example, Thunder Shock is at best just Thunderbolt's ultimate move, right? According to his idea, Lickilicky would be able to withstand the electric current and knock Pikachu down with his fists. But I didn't expect that the other party had already learned Thunder. Whether it's the Thunder that he taught the Pikachu to learn, or the skills that the Pikachu he captured already has. Paul raised his head and looked at Ash seriously. It really proves that he is a very good Pokemon trainer. Hey. Compared to Paul's silent contemplation, the students in school uniforms all looked excited. Although they didn't know Ash, the enemy of their enemy was their friend. In addition, Ash seems to have a connection with their classmate Yotoside, so they naturally regard him as one of their own. At this moment, seeing that Ash defeated two powerful Pokemon in succession with just one Pikachu, they all cheered for Ash. What is there to celebrate? However, Yotoside's face was a little hot at this time. I was beaten to a pulp by the Sinnoh trainer, and I had to rely on outsiders for help. And they seem so calm and at ease in dealing with it? Doesn't that just make us look like such losers? She was deeply ashamed of this, but when she looked at Ash. But, he is also really amazing. Those eyes were sparkling and extremely bright, reflecting Ash's figure. At this time, the game on the field is still going on. Paul still had one last Pokemon left. It's just you, Dodrio. The last thing he took out was the normal and flying Pokemon Dodrio. Facing the electric-type Pikachu, it is obviously the restrained party. After this Pokemon was taken out, the others had almost guessed the result of the game. The development of the matter did not exceed everyone's expectations. In the end, Dodrio also fell to Pikachu's Thunderbolt. The game is over, Ash wins. With all three of Paul's Pokemon losing their ability to fight, Pikachu successfully accomplished the feat of defeating three at once. This fateful first meeting ended with Paul's crushing defeat. Been taught a lesson. Paul, on the other hand, did not feel any sense of loss at all. He just stared at the Pokemon ball in his hand in silence for a while. He came up to Ash very seriously and greeted him solemnly. You really are a very good Pokemon trainer. I learned a lot from this battle. Your name is Ash, right? I will remember this name well. Next, I will strengthen my own practice and make myself stronger. I look forward to seeing you again at the Indigo Plateau Conference. FK. After saying this, he ignored the cheers and mocking voices from the students from the research school around him. Together with Turtwig, who was also unwilling to admit defeat, he left here directly. This disastrous defeat certainly dealt him some blow. However, having witnessed the powerful battle against Pyramid King Brandon, he also knows that there are always people who are better than you. He is just a rookie trainer. In this world, there are naturally trainers who are more powerful than him. At the same time, there are even more powerful Pokemon. The next one we're going to fight is the Vermilion Gym. That seems to be an electric-type gym. I originally thought that Radon was good enough to handle it, but now it seems that its ability does not meet my requirements. It seems that it is still not suitable for me. I still need a more powerful Pokemon. FK. We have to get stronger, Turtwig. Ash, I'll remember this person. While muttering to himself, he and Turtwig, one Pokemon each, disappeared completely from everyone's sight. As Paul's lonely figure left, the entire venue was filled with warm applause. Chapter 30. That's amazing. He defeated the opponent just by relying on Pikachu. He is so strong. Yeah, both Radon and Lickilicky are evolved, higher level Pokemon. Even if it's a gym trainer, facing such a lineup, it would be a headache, right? He only used Pikachu, and he was facing Radon even though his attribute was restrained. He defeated 3 Pokemon in a row. That's amazing. The strong will be respected anywhere, and powerful Pokemon trainers are no exception. At that moment, Ash and his team received extremely warm cheers and admiration from this Pokemon research school. Ash will win, of course. Misty stood aside with her arms folded across her chest, smiling proudly, her eyes narrowed. However, when Yotoside came in front of the trio a little awkwardly, Misty's eyes suddenly became alert and hostile. Well, thank you so much. Yotoside blushed slightly and bowed deeply towards Ash. You're welcome. Ash smiled and waved his hand. I was just fighting a powerful trainer normally. Compared to this, what else did Professor Oak give me? Please follow me. Then, with Yotoside's blushing cheeks inviting her and the other students' admiring eyes, Ash and his group of 3 were brought to the reception room of the research school. There, they also got the things that belonged to Ash. This Pokemon is considered by Professor Oak to be very good. Ash looked at the luxury ball in front of him, which was covered with black lines and symbolized nobility and elegance, and couldn't help but rubbed his hands in anticipation. Luxury ball, a very cozy ball where the wild Pokemon caught will become close to the trainer easily. Even Meowth, who is used to seeing many storms, feels that this place is extremely luxurious and comfortable. Not to mention other Pokemon, it's no wonder that it's easy to establish a close relationship with the trainer. A Pokemon that can be held by a luxury ball must be extraordinary, right? Open it quickly and let us see it, Ash. At the urging of Xiaogang and Misty, who were also looking forward to it, Ash took the luxury ball and then pressed the switch. It's just like opening a blind box. As the shining white light danced in their eyes, soon, the outline of a Pokemon appeared in everyone's eyes. Ancient. The powerful but slightly immature voice echoed in the venue. This is. Ash couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. What came into view was a little bear that looked like it was standing on 2 feet. Its fur is beige, its eyes look determined, and there are white patterns on its body, mainly concentrated on the head and above the chest. There is also white hair hanging down the back of the head, making the little bear look like it is wearing a white scarf. Bear Apprentice. Bear Apprentice, a boxing Pokemon. If you pull the long white hair on your head tight, you will become full of fighting spirit and power will surge from your Danchin. Rotom is still there collecting and updating data, recording the legendary Pokemon from the Galar region. I didn't expect it to be a bear disciple. To be honest, even Ash didn't expect that Devon Company would send him such a big present. I thought at most it would be Beldum, which can evolve into the quasi-god Metagross, or a Grinzurl Dervish form Laren, which is also a steel type, or Pokemon like Absol, Ralts, Trapinch, etc. But he turned out to be the Bear Apprentice of the second-level Divine Martial Deo Bear Master after his evolution. The Bear Apprentice works hard to train his body and mind, and is a Pokemon with a serious temperament. If it loses a battle, it will be more enthusiastic about training and working harder. It has an organ in its lower abdomen that produces fighting energy, and it uses unique breathing techniques and concentration to enhance its abilities in preparation for battle. Most importantly, it can evolve into a handsome and powerful martial arts bear master, a second-level god in the Galar region. Is Devon Company just going to give such a powerful Pokemon to me? Although I provided that good stone, it was still far less valuable than the value of my bear disciple. This is. Suddenly, Ash's eyes moved and he saw a small booklet under the luxury ball. Some training methods and experience of Apprentice Bear, as well as the subsequent evolution method. Ash looked at the introduction above, and gradually, a look of understanding emerged in his eyes. So this is what Devon Company is planning. As we all know, if a bear apprentice wants to evolve into a martial arts bear master, he needs to complete different trials. After completing training at the Twin Fists Tower in the Galar region, it will evolve into 2 forms of the martial arts bear master. If it is a water tower, it will evolve into a fighting and water type combo martial arts bear master. If it is in the Tower of Evil, it will evolve into a fighting and dark type 1-strike martial arts bear master. In other words, if you want your bear apprentice to evolve, you need special training. The brochure states that their German company can provide help in this regard. Chapter 31. In this case, according to their idea, if I want to make my bear apprentice evolve, I must rely on the Devon Company. Then, at that time, the initiative will be in the hands of Devon Company. No matter what conditions they offer me, or whether they make me owe them a favor, they will not lose anything. After all, I'm a company owner. On the surface, I might be taking advantage of them, but in reality, you can make a lot of money, but I will never lose money, right? But Ash looked at the light screen in front of him, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. I'm destined to disappoint you. Pokemon, Bear Apprentice. Gender, male. Trainer Ash. Attribute Fighting. Ability, Psychic. Pokemon with this ability will not fall into the contest condition and will not be affected by intimidation. However, Pokemon with the ability of Breakthrough, Mega Voltage, and Turbo Fire can still make Pokemon with this ability flinch. Skills, Leer, Rock Smash, Endure, Focus Energy, Spin Attack, Scary Face, Headbutt, Brick Break. Carrying Things, none. Potential, Champion. Training Suggestions, 1-strike style martial arts bear master evolution direction, combo style martial arts bear master evolution direction. Entries, Fighting Expertise, Gold, Bear Power, Gold, Bear Skills, Gold, Self-Improvement, Gold. This directly reveals the training route and method for the subsequent evolution of the martial arts bear master. In other words, even without training in the Twin Fists Tower, the bear apprentice can still be trained to an evolved form. As for the talent of championship potential, this is normal for the legendary Pokemon Budo Bear Master. Not to mention those 4 excellent golden entries. Fighting Expertise, Gold has a deep understanding and talent in fighting, and the power of fighting moves is increased by 50%. Bear Power, Gold, the body has great strength, and physical attack increase by 50%. Bear Sutra Bird Twist. Gold uses a special guiding method to train the whole body, increasing speed and reaction ability by 50%. Self-improvement. Gold work hard to become stronger, always have a heart to become stronger, and the speed of cultivation increases by 50%. Fighting type moves increase by 50%, strength and physical attacks increase by 50%, and there is also speed and reaction ability. Plus the speed at which he becomes stronger through practice, a divine pet. Ash's eyes lit up when he saw this. He was so satisfied with this presentation. Ash, what Pokemon is this? Misty next to him also looked over with curiosity. I've never seen it before. This should be a Pokemon from other regions that Kanto doesn't have, right? Xiaogang also had a look of deep thought and observation on his face. It was the first time for both of them to see Apprentice Bear. Even in this world, there are very few people who have seen the Bear Apprentice. It's called the Bear Apprentice, and it comes from the Galar region. Ash gave a brief introduction and then extended his hand in front of the Bear Apprentice. Hello, Bear Apprentice, my name is Ash, and I will be your trainer from now on. This is my partner Pikachu. Pika Pika. Please take care of me from now on. The Bear Apprentice, who was originally looking at everything around him curiously, turned around with hesitation when he heard Ash say this. The reason why he came here was because he heard that it would be handed over to a very powerful master. That expert trained him to become a great martial arts master. But now, looking at the trainer in front of him who is obviously just a human child. I know you may not trust me very much now. Ash also noticed the hesitation of his Bear Apprentice. But don't worry, in the coming days, I will let you see whether I can be your trainer. I promise that under my training, you will definitely become stronger. Ash said, and the hand he had extended was already clenched into a fist. Upon hearing this, Apprentice Bear couldn't help but look up and glance at Ash's face. Then, I saw a pair of firm eyes filled with confidence. And the effect of the silly thing, gold, entry. It was at this moment that Apprentice Bear's heart moved, and then his hesitation disappeared. Ancient. Its little fist was also clenched, stretched out, and bumped with Ash's fist. It has already made its own choice. Then please take care of me in the future, Disciple Bear. So old-fashioned. Thus, after Pikachu, Nidoking, and Pidgeot, the fourth companion, the Bear Apprentice, joins the journey. After getting what he wanted, Ash wanted to leave. But under the welcome reception of this Pokemon research school, especially under the fiery enthusiasm of Yoto Side, well, it's really a bit overwhelming. So, Ash righteously decided to stay in this place for a while, on the pretext of building and deepening his relationship with his Bear Apprentice. Xiaogang naturally agreed with both hands and feet. Except for Misty, who was a little unhappy about this, the group continued to stay here. During this time, under the warm hospitality of Yoto Sunday, mainly due to Ash's passion, the three of them also took a rare break for a while. Xiaogang also collected a lot of materials here that cannot be bought outside, and made better combinations for Pokemon's food. Ash naturally also followed the training suggestions for his Pokemon and found what he needed. A good supplement was made in this place. Chapter 32. Anyway, Ash has contacted Professor Oak. In addition to the Pokemon Bear Apprentice, the Devon Company was also very polite in meeting Ash's needs. After all, he has given such a rare Pokemon to Apprentice Bear, so he doesn't need this little bit of stuff. By the way, the next city you are going to is Vermilion City, right? There is a good friend of mine there, Professor Sakuragi, who plans to build his own laboratory in Vermilion City. But he doesn't seem to be there yet. We'll see when we have a chance. As for the life orb you mentioned, Devon Company will help you find it, but it may take time. Okay, no more words, my instant noodles are almost ready, I'll contact you next time, Ash. This was the last phone call Ash made with Professor Oak before leaving. Professor Sakuragi from Vermilion City seems to be the professor who sent Earl Dervish Pokemon to Gaugu in the Journey chapter. And if I remember correctly, there is also an abandoned Pokemon in Vermilion City. Putting these things together, Ash gradually understood. It should be that Gengar, right? In the Journey arc, the second Pokemon that he captured stayed in the building before Sakuragi Laboratory was built. It just so happens that if we go to Vermilion City this time, we can also get this friend back as soon as possible. You are also looking forward to having new companions join you, right? Pikachu. Bear Apprentice. Pika Pika. So old-fashioned. The Pikachu on his shoulder and the Bear Apprentice who was training beside him both responded actively. Especially Apprentice Xiong, after this period of running in and training. He could clearly feel that he was really improving steadily. And he also vaguely realized that the training method Ash gave him was really suitable for him. And under Ash's coaching, the potential, entry effect, in him seems to have been developed. Whether it's strength, attack power, speed, or reaction, They have all been greatly improved. This also made Apprentice Bear truly convinced of Ash, and he no longer had any hesitation. He truly regarded Ash as his trainer and recognized him. Thank you for your hospitality during this period. At the gate of the research school, Ash and his group were saying goodbye to Yotoside and others. Although staying in this place has certain benefits, trainer's journey still needs to continue. Are you just leaving like that? On the contrary, Yotosiji felt somewhat disappointed and reluctant. She looked at the three people leaving in the distance, feeling a little lost and sad, but she didn't know how to express it. And the best way is to find someone to talk to. So she took out her cell phone and called her sister, who was far away in Sinnoh region. Hello? Sister Cynthia. Yes, we were kicked out, but it's not a big deal. The important thing is, I met a very powerful trainer. It's still a long way from the Pokemon Research Institute to Vermilion City. Along the way, everyone crossed the grass and walked through the bushes, and encountered various Pokemon. For example, the Oddish in front of you. Oddish is a weed Pokemon that buries itself in the ground during the day and uses its entire body to absorb nutrients from the soil. It is said that the richer the soil, the more shiny its leaves will become. The Rotom Pokédex records the information of such Pokemon, and Misty was attracted by its cute appearance at first sight. What a cute Pokemon! I want to capture it. As she spoke, she summoned her Starmie, ready to defeat and subdue it. Although you aspire to become a water-type Pokemon master, you can't resist cute Pokemon, right? Ash rarely tried to find out any information about this Oddish. He and Xiaogang stood aside and cheered for Misty. The result was not beyond their expectations. Although Misty's Starmie may not be too strong, it is more than enough to beat an Oddish on the side of the road. With just a few hits, it was knocked out of combat capability. But just when Misty happily took out the Pokemon ball and prepared to capture it. Suddenly, a dark shadow jumped out from the bushes and knocked Misty's Pokemon ball away. He stood in front of Oddish, looking at Ash and his group with hostility and vigilance. This is a four-legged Pokemon that looks like a toad, with an unopened bud seed on its back. This Pokemon is Bulbasaur. Ash recognized it at first sight. It is one of the three great Pokemon in the Kanto region and the Pokemon number 001 in the Pokédex, Bulbasaur. Rotom on the side automatically announced. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokemon, will be seen taking a nap in the sun. After soaking up enough sunlight, the seeds on its back will thrive. Bulbasaur appeared in this place, which means, is this the original Bulbasaur? Ash looked at this Bulbasaur, who was extremely wary of them, with great interest. It can be said to be a veteran character in Ash's Pokemon, and it is very powerful. Even without evolution, it can help Ash win many challenges and gyms, and even the Alliance Conference. Later, he became the manager of Professor Oak's backyard, responsible for mediating conflicts and disputes between Pokemon. He is indeed a real big brother. Chapter 33. Pokemon Bulbasaur. Gender, male. Trainer, none. Attribute, grass, poison. Ability, lush. When health is less than 1/3, the power of grass-type moves increases by 1.5 times. Tackle, growl, vine whip, growth, leech seed, sleep powder, poison powder. Carrying things, none. Potential, champion. Training suggestions. Entries, Big Brother, gold, determined to walk alone, gold, protector of the homeland, purple. Big Brother, gold, a big brother who can protect everyone behind him. He is a leader in the power, and people will unconsciously listen to and follow his opinions. At the same time, he will also fulfill his duties as a big brother. Once he enters a dangerous, critical, or emergency situation, he will take the initiative to charge forward, and his own ability will be increased by 50%. Determined to go it alone, gold, as a customer of the world who does not join others, he has his own pride and will not evolve in groups like other Bulbasaur. After refusing group evolution, his basic strength increases by 50%, after evolving alone by relying on his own strength, his upper limit of strength increases by 100%. Home Guardian, purple, the best choice for guarding the homeland. When guarding the homeland, the ability of the Pokemon will be increased by 100%. The ability limit of the Pokemon inside the guarded home will be increased by 200%, and the training effect will be increased by 100%. Can I increase the ability limit and training effect of the Pokemon in my home? After looking up the entry, Ash's eyes suddenly lit up. He will definitely capture a lot of Pokemon in the future, and definitely more than 6. In this way, extra Pokemon will be sent to Professor Oak's laboratory. Although carefully cared for by Professor Oak, these Pokemon have really good boosts and breeders. But compared to the training and improvement gained from traveling with Ash, it was still far behind. However, if you place this big brother level Bulbasaur in your own home, then it can guarantee the Pokemon in the laboratory, even if they are not with Ash. They can also get some decent improvements. Champion level potential. Indeed, only such potential can match its performance. But it's obvious that this Bulbasaur that refused to evolve is not meant for combat. Recall this Bulbasaur's resistance to evolution and the effects of these entries. Ash naturally knew where to put it. It's a waste to ask it to fight. In the future, Ash will definitely have no shortage of powerful Pokémon. What is lacking is a big brother who can sit in the rear and provide amplification buffs to the Pokémon in the rear. Bulbasaur's big brother and home guardian, the combination of the two is a perfect match. Since it is so suitable and satisfying to him, what else is there to say? DNA. On the other side, Bulbasaur was still sending out warnings to intimidate Growl. Having made up his mind, Ash also stepped forward and asked, "You want to protect this Oddish, right?" He looked at Oddish, then at Bulbasaur, and said softly, "Then today, I will teach you a lesson. It's understandable if you want to protect the weak, but the prerequisite is that you must be powerful yourself. Otherwise, if you can't even protect yourself, how can you protect others?" As he said that, he opened the Pokemon ball directly. "Go ahead, apprentice bear, teach him a lesson." So old-fashioned. The bear disciple waved his fists and assumed a martial arts stance, looking at rival in front of him with a determined look. "Rush over and use Brick Break." Ancient. The bear apprentice didn't hesitate at all, his palms glowed with skill, and he rushed straight towards the Bulbasaur in front of him. DNA. Seeing this, Bulbasaur's eyes narrowed, and two vine whips were swung out instantly. "Get out of the way." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bear apprentice dodged with his nimble body and easily avoided all of Bulbasaur's vine whip attacks. DNA. The next moment, a crescent-shaped green razor leaf was used, wrapping around the bear apprentice like an airtight wall. "Knock it down and keep rushing forward." Ash continued to give instructions, and the bear apprentice continued to follow them seriously. Ding ding ding. The razor leaf that was blocking the way was easily smacked down, and the bear apprentice also came in front of Bulbasaur. DNA. The latter jumped up and avoided it, but at this moment, take advantage of the situation and use a turning attack. Ancient. Upon hearing the order, the bear apprentice changed his tactics decisively and seized the opportunity of Bulbasaur's splash. Turn around and sucker punch, the flying type spinning attack, hits the target right away. Bang. DNA. Bulbasaur let out a cry of pain and was instantly knocked away, hitting the grass nearby. Flying type moves are extremely effective against grass type Pokemon. DNA. Bulbasaur fell to the ground and struggled to stand up. But Apprentice Bear's attacks are no joke. After trying several times, it could only simply support its body. So, if you want to protect others in your current state, you simply can't do it. Just then, Ash's voice rang again in Bulbasaur's ears. Bulbasaur raised his head with difficulty and saw Ash already walked in front of him. And he squatted down and looked at it face to face. Chapter 34. If you want to have the strength to protect others, you can come with me. I can help you become stronger. My name is Ash, and I'm currently a trainer traveling to become a Pokemon master. I won't go into other aspects, but in terms of training Pokemon and helping Pokemon become stronger. A smile appeared on Ash's face. I'm still confident. Since this Bulbasaur has the Big Brother entry, he must be made aware that he is currently too weak to take on the responsibility of protecting anyone. DNA. Bulbasaur simply avoided Ash's gaze. Even though Ash defeated it, he hadn't thrown the Pokemon ball or taken any further actions. But Bulbasaur still expressed its distrust and resistance. And just at this time. What is that? Suddenly, Misty exclaimed, pointing at soaring in the sky in the distance. Ash looked up and saw a forest not far away. There stands a huge wind turbine, which continuously spews out strong winds. And on top of that machine, it's Team Rocket. The two men and Meowth, wearing uniform white clothes, were so conspicuous. It's those guys. They're probably doing something bad over there again, right? Hearing Misty's indignant voice, Bulbasaur also raised his head and looked in that direction. And then, Dana. It also noticed that, in that place, it seemed. DNA. Bulbasaur was startled, and then, regardless of his injured body, he ran in that direction with all his might. Let's go and have a look too. Ash and his friends knew that it was Team Rocket who was causing trouble again, so they would definitely not sit idly by. They hurriedly followed and headed in that direction. But along the way, they encountered various traps. Including the collapsed bond bridge, pits and hanging net traps. It was as if he was guarding against other people getting close. And when they arrived at the scene, I saw a small lake and a small wooden house here. However, due to the strong wind outside, the cabin was also shaking. All you can vaguely see is a lady shivering while holding a group of Pokemon. Ah! It's the lovely lady. Xiao Gang, who triggered the keyword, shouted immediately. Please don't worry, beautiful lady. Xiao Sheng Xiao Gang will be here to rescue you soon. He shouted and prepared to move forward, but there was someone who moved faster than him. Na. Bulbasaur arrived and saw this scene. Fiery Wrath rushed forward immediately and wanted to drive out the culprit who caused all this. But on top of the powerful wind machine, the three members of Team Rocket were laughing loudly. Lucky, lucky. We found a Pokemon village like this. If we catch the Pokemon inside and sell them, we'll definitely make a fortune. Wow. And Bulbasaur came to my door automatically. This is a huge profit. Hee, if there weren't so many protective traps built outside that delayed us, we would have succeeded a long time ago, meow. The trio sang and danced on top of the machine. Especially looking at Bulbasaur below, who was constantly using Vine Whip and Razor Leaf to do useless work. They even felt a kind of joy and pleasure from being in a superior position. Na. Below, Bulbasaur saw his Razor Leaf being bounced away again, and rage growled. But there is no way. Now, its strength is indeed very weak. I can't defeat the opponent at all, I can't protect everyone, I can't do anything. This made Bulbasaur suddenly feel powerless, as well as worried about the stronger covet. It wants to become stronger to protect all the people and Pokemon that need protection. It must be so powerful that other people who see it will not have the thought of harming their companions. And just as Bulbasaur bit his lip, it really is those three guys. Behind him, Ash and his team also arrived at the scene in time. Ah! Is it that little brat with a Pikachu? Is it that brat with Nidoking? The three members of Team Rocket, who were originally smiling, were so frightened when they saw Ash and the other two appear that they staggered and almost fell off the machine. Then he immediately took a step back, looking at Ash and his group with fear on his face. Why are you here? The trio screamed in unison. It was obvious that the last Nidoking had left them with considerable psychological trauma. Should I be the one asking you this? Ash complained, you guys are really everywhere. Dana. Bulbasaur glanced at the obviously scared Team Rocket trio, then looked back at Ash. Does this human scare those three guys? Don't be so complacent, you little brat. As if aware of the machine under his feet, Meowth immediately showed his claws. Now that we have the machine in our hands, the initiative is in our hands, meow. That's right. James also echoed viciously, now, we not only have to take away all the Pokemon in the house. Jessie followed and shouted, and your Pikachu and Nidoking, we're going to take them all. Well, with this kind of suicidal character that they always have, it's hard for them to continue wandering around in this world. Ash shook his head when he saw this, and was too lazy to waste any more words with them. Pikachu, just thunder, send them away. Chapter 35. Pikachu. Pikachu, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately took action. Thunder. Wait. The trio panicked immediately after hearing this. Wait a minute, this machine of ours is not resistant to electricity. Boom. Amidst the loud explosion, the three members of Team Rocket flew out from the charred smoke. Why was it blown away again? Damn it. I fell into the hands of this little brat again. Every time I run into this brat, it seems like there's no good ending, meow. What a disgusting feeling. Asterisk 3. As the three members of Team Rocket turned into meteors and disappeared into the sky. The machines were destroyed, the wind stopped, and the crisis here was resolved. Thank you so much. Melanie, the hostess of this Pokemon village who was trapped in the cabin, also hurried out to express her gratitude. And, he also explained the situation here. Originally, this place was responsible for taking in injured Pokemon and treating them. As a result, because the environment here is too comfortable, and with Bulbasaur acting as a bodyguard to protect them, they are unwilling to return to nature. Maybe it's because there are too many Pokemon gathered here, so it attracts the bad guys' attention. Melanie looked at the Pokemon with some worry, as the crisis was resolved and they were playing and laughing as if nothing had happened. If things continue like this, I'm worried about how they will get through the next crisis. And if this place doesn't exist, they don't know how to return to nature and survive. After all, it's impossible for Bulbasaur's power alone to protect this place over and over again. Na. Bulbasaur purred, and there really was nothing he could say in rebuttal. It was indeed helpless just now, and this feeling is unforgettable for it. Miss Melanie had said something similar before, but it didn't take it seriously at that time. I am confident that I can protect the Pokemon here with my own strength. But through what happened today, Bulbasaur discovered. It turns out that my previous thoughts were so naive and ridiculous. So, Ms. Melanie is saying. Ash also somewhat understood the other party's intention and asked with a smile. Well, I saw that group of people know you, Mr. Ash, and they were obviously afraid. I guess you have dealt with them before, and those people must have suffered at your hands. Melanie clasped her hands together and pleaded, I think you must be very good trainers. Bulbasaur can't grow in this situation, and with Bulbasaur's care, the Pokemon here have become lazy and unwilling to return to the wild. I hope you can take Bulbasaur away, Mr. Ash. It has great potential. You can train it to become a stronger Pokemon. Melanie wants to entrust Bulbasaur here to Ash. In addition to considering those Pokemon who are almost becoming so comfortable that they have lost their ability to survive in the wild. I also don't want to delay Bulbasaur any further. I personally have no opinion, but... Ash looked at the Bulbasaur, who had remained silent, and then walked over to it. I think you heard everything Miss Melanie said. And I've told you before, if you don't have enough strength, you can't protect anyone. I think you have a deep understanding of this. DNA. Bulbasaur couldn't help but look up, staring at Ash and yelling. I promise to improve your strength. If I can't do it, or if you think I'm not worthy of being your trainer. Ash took out the Pokemon ball and placed it in front of him. Well, you can just abandon me then. Trainer and Pokemon are the result of a two-way choice. So, what's your decision? Bulbasaur glanced at Ash again, and then looked behind him, at Miss Melanie who was looking expectantly. There are also those Pokemon that still have no consciousness and continue to play rough there, and the destroyed venue. DNA. Bulbasaur called out softly, and then used its head to nudge the Pokemon ball in Ash's hand. Instantly, it turned into a red light and entered the ball. There was no shaking at all, just a thump sound. There was no need to fight again, as Bulbasaur had already been defeated by Ash's bear apprentice. Not to mention Pikachu's thunder, which easily defeated rival, which made it helpless. This trainer, in terms of strength, is impeccable. Bulbasaur, I conquered him. Pika Pika. Ash smiled and picked up the Pokemon ball, and performed the signature Celebrate move again with Pikachu. Great, Ash. Misty and Xiaogang, his two companions, also cheered and blessed Ash from the bottom of their hearts. With this grass-type Pokemon, one of the 3 starter Pokemon in the Kanto region, has officially returned to the team. This is also the first of the 3 great creatures he has conquered so far. At this time, the team has reached 5 members. After Bulbasaur successfully joined, Ash and his group left this Pokemon town amid Melanie's constant thanks. Continue towards your next destination. On the way forward, Ash also released Bulbasaur and got to know his companions. Chapter 36. You know Pikachu and the Bear Apprentice, this is Pidgeot. Beep damn. This is Nidoking. Nido. Pidgeot greeted Bulbasaur politely as a welcome to his new companion. Nidoking just glanced at Bulbasaur indifferently, with a puff of white air spitting up from his nostrils. As a mountain totem, it is not yet possible for it to play with a child. Well, in Nidoking's eyes, Bulbasaur is now no different from a child. DNA. Bulbasaur, who was meeting with the other Pokemon, also felt Nidoking's indifference. Its gaze moved back and forth between Pidgeot and Nidoking for a long time before it slowly retracted its gaze. Compared with these two, the gap between them is really not that big. It really doesn't have the strength to be taken seriously right now. DNA. It's still too weak. We need to improve our strength. Fight. Become stronger. On the rest of the way, Bulbasaur worked very hard. Together with his bear apprentice, they fought against the wild Pokemon that appeared from time to time. There are also trainers who come to challenge. Along the way, in constant battles, Bulbasaur also found that his strength had increased significantly. This made it extremely excited and at the same time strengthened its determination to continue walking with Ash. The journey is going on so fulfillingly and happily. But the adventure in the Pokemon world is so magical. On the road ahead, no one knows what will happen or what kind of people and things are waiting for them. For example, Ash and his group started their journey and walked for a while. Although we can take a shortcut and reach Vermilion City faster by taking this road, but on an unknown road, Misty spoke weakly. We need a place to rest at least. We have been walking for a long time, right? Well, if nothing goes wrong, there will be a Pokemon Center ahead. Ash looked at the clear map provided by Rotom. Thanks to this map, they didn't get lost much in such a place. How do you feel, Bulbasaur? If you feel tired, you can take a rest first. DNA. At Ash's feet, Bulbasaur, who was doing performance training in between battles, shook his head. After these days of contact, it has roughly understood what kind of people Ash and his group are. It doesn't hate it, but is willing to join such a team and atmosphere. The training plan designed by Ash also allows it to truly feel the changes in its body. It has also learned some more powerful skills, which has greatly improved its strength. Bulbasaur was confident that if it encountered Team Rocket again, it would be able to knock them away. Now, its strength is steadily improving. DNA. It couldn't help but look at the bear apprentice who was undergoing even more rigorous training than it. The latter's eyes were always so determined, without the slightest wavering. Apprentice bear is working so hard just to allow himself to evolve and become stronger. As long as you evolve, you will gain a stronger body and more powerful skills, and you can protect more people. Bulbasaur couldn't help but recall what Ash often said to it. So, if I evolve, I'll become stronger, right? Bulbasaur was also thoughtful. He also thought of the final evolved forms of Pidgeot and Nidoking. Their strength left a deep impression on him. This place is very close to Route 24 that leads to Vermilion City. Suddenly, Ash stopped and Misty beside him almost bumped into him. Ash, why did you stop so suddenly? Before she could ask the question angrily, there was a sudden noise in front. Just wait here for me, I'll be back to pick you up soon. The man with small eyes, wearing a flirty pink top, a gray-yellow vest on the outside, and a pair of sunglasses over his blue hair, spoke to the Pokémon in front of him in a pretentious manner. Firecrack. The Pokémon, whose body was orange, with a cream-colored belly and the underside of its tail, and whose tail had flames on it, whispered in response. Then he sat obediently on the small stone platform and didn't move. Charmander, the lizard Pokémon, has a flame on its tail that represents its mood. When it's happy, the flame flickers. When it's angry, the flame burns violently. When the flame goes out, its life ends. Rotom is still scanning and recording. That's good. Seeing this, the man with blue hair and small eyes breathed a sigh of relief as if he had thrown away a big trouble and burden. He turned around and planned to leave here without mercy. Wait a moment. At this moment, a sudden sound made him stop in his tracks. What? The blue-haired, small-eyed man turned around and asked rudely, then saw a young man with a Pikachu coming towards him. Are you the trainer of this Charmander? Yeah, what's wrong? From the look of you, you want to abandon it, right? Who are you? Do you want to meddle in other people's business? The blue-haired, small-eyed man's face suddenly turned unfriendly. I don't mean anything, it's just. Ash pointed at Charmander, who was standing aside with eyes wide open and confused, and said with a smile. I am quite interested in this Charmander. Chapter 37. So you want to tame it? The hostility in the blue-haired, small-eyed man's eyes instantly turned into mockery. If you want it, just put it in a Pokemon ball. Anyway, I have freed it from the Pokemon ball now, so it is considered wild now. Speaking of which, such a weak Pokemon that can't even beat Poliwag is really bad, but you are willing to accept one like this. Tisk tisk. His small eyes looked Ash up and down, making meaningful clicking sounds. This person is really annoying. Charmander is indeed afraid of water-type Pokemon, but if trained properly, it can definitely become very strong. Misty and Xiaogang, who were walking over, couldn't help but frown when they saw each other's words and attitude towards Pokemon. Ash pretended not to notice anything and said calmly. That being said, even though it is wild now, it still considers you as its owner in its heart. If I try to subdue it rashly, it will definitely not be willing to go with me. What does that have to do with me? The blue-haired, small-eyed man replied bluntly. So I thought, if you, as the former owner, could help me say hello to Charmander, then maybe it would be happy to go with me. Ash continued calmly. The blue-haired, small-eyed man. This sounds really good, but why do I do this? He looked at Ash in front of him with an inexplicable look of looking at a fool. Soon, the sarcasm brewing in his mouth will spit out. But, the next second, all the words were stuck in my throat. I know a very good Pokemon. It not only understands human nature and can speak human language and translate Pokemon's words, but it can also make various machines and equipment, and can even work to help people earn money. Ash smiled faintly. Would you consider a Pokemon like this? Where is this Pokemon? The blue-haired, small-eyed man didn't believe it at first, but when Ash took out the Rotom Pokédex and played a video for him. That's it, meow. Give the cat gold. Give the cat gold. In the picture, Team Rocket's Meowth is vividly portrayed, talking and communicating with normal humans, and then operating the machine. So do you think a Pokemon like this would be rare? Ash slowly put the Rotom Pokédex away and smiled. The blue-haired, small-eyed man, it's alright. He was trying to be stubborn, but his eyes, which were constantly rolling and flashing, had already betrayed his inner feelings at the moment. Obviously, he was also very attracted by such a Meowth. Let's not talk about other things. Just the fact that it can speak, even if I don't keep it for myself to cultivate, but use it for performances or sell it to collectors, it will be a considerable income. The blue-haired, Small-eyed man already had a plan in mind. He coughed lightly. This Pokemon does look pretty cool, but it seems to have two people following it. Are they its trainers? Besides, I don't know where this Pokemon is. He has already started bargaining and wants more information. You can rest assured that the two people are just its partners. It is in a wild contest condition without an owner. As for where it is, I can tell you, and even which Pokemon its partners have. I can tell you that kind of information. As long as... Ash raised his chin in Charmander's direction, and his intention was obvious. Okay, I understand. The blue-haired, small-eyed man's eyes flickered over Ash's body. He originally wanted to ask why you don't capture such rare Pokemon yourself. However, after seeing Ash holding such a common electric mouse Pikachu on the street, and being interested in such a weak Charmander, it looks like he's just a useless trainer. He sneered in his heart and walked up to Charmander. Then, Ash and the others saw that under the gesture of the blue-haired, small-eyed man, Charmander's eyes changed from confusion at first, to bewilderment, to enlightenment, and then to loss. So that's what happened. The blue-haired, small-eyed man brought Charmander to Ash. For some reason, I can no longer take care of you. And the one in front of you, my name is Ash. That's right. Ash. Trainer Ash will take good care of you on my behalf, Damien. The trainer named Damien continued to smirk. So, Charmander, Ash will be your new trainer from now on. You have to listen to him, just like you listened to me before. He is a very good trainer who can help you gain super strength. Damien, the man with small eyes, said this, true statement which was full of sarcasm and irony. Firecrack. Charmander responded with a low sound, looking quite listless. Chapter 38. Ash could understand Charmander. Anyone who is suddenly entrusted to another trainer and away from his or her original master will feel quite lost. But Damien didn't care about Charmander's feelings at all, instead he looked at Ash with an urging look. The Pokemon used by those two companions are Ekans and Coughing. Well, neither of them have evolved. That's the only Pokemon. As for how to find it, according to their route, they should be heading towards Vermilion City. If they are on the road, you should be able to encounter them, or you can also encounter them if you are guarding Vermilion City. Well, after all, the Rockets are going to do something on the Sand Trianon in Vermilion City. The Rockets trio naturally had to rush there as well. And guided Damien to find the Rocket trio. Even though the trio suffered a lot from Ash, they must not forget it. These three guys are able to fight Seviper in close combat and kill Bandura at the same time, and they are still unscathed despite being taken care of by Beware. Damien's trouble with them is no different from reporting to the King of Hell. This is what is called, Meowth will take its toll on those who are crazy. Is that so? Damien didn't doubt what Ash said. This uncertainty made it more credible. If you really tell me a specific location, he will become suspicious. Only two poison-type Pokemon, and they haven't evolved yet? As expected, they are all trash. Damien's eyes were calculating, thinking about the many Pokemon on his waist, he just felt that the advantage was in his hands and was full of confidence. Very good. I enjoyed this transaction. See you next time. Use the Charmander who makes you feel weak and stupid, and who follows you foolishly every time you throw it away, and you can't get rid of it. Such a burden and trouble in exchange for information on a rare Pokemon. Damien felt that he had made a profit, this deal was quite worthwhile. As for Ash, do you think it is worthwhile to abandon the big three? Then I am making a lot of money. Pokemon, Charmander. Gender, male. Trainer, none. Attribute, fire. Ability, fierce fire, when HP is less than 1:3, the power of fire type moves increases by 1.5 times. Skills, grab, growl, ember, smokescreen. Carrying things, none. Potential, champion. Training suggestions. Entries, heart higher than the sky, gold, unruly, gold, dragon's pride, gold, I am the legend, gold. Hearts high, gold. He has a very strong self-esteem, so he will not be willing to be inferior to others. He has the will to defeat rival even if he has to force himself to evolve. His own ability can be activated at any time regardless of conditions, and after activation, the power and effect of all moves will be increased by 50%. Unruly, gold. It will not admit that it is weaker than itself, and will not obey the orders of the weak. However, if it can be made to accept and willing to obey, it will burst out with even more powerful power. When it unites with the trainer and is willing to obey orders, it will exert 150% of its power. Dragon Pride, gold. Named after the dragon, this trump card is a dragon Pokemon in the hands of a dragon-type elite. It has its own pride as a dragon. Except for skills that restrain dragon-type skills, other attribute skills cannot restrain it. Because it has fire type, Ice-type damage also cannot restrain it. I am the legend, Gold. Don't be afraid of the might of God, dare to face the legendary Pokémon, and even defeat them through your own efforts, and become your own legend. When facing the legendary rival, your strength increases by 50%. Well, he only has 4 simple skills. No wonder he can't beat Poliwag. But this just shows that Charmander was not familiar with the battle at the beginning. After it has undergone a series of training, then. But then he'll become a jerk who can even defeat Articuno. That was Articuno who was given command by the leader of Battle Frontier. This also confirms the entry I am the legend, Gold. Moreover, several other entries also well prove the character and potential of this Charmander. When he evolves and becomes Old Spray Charizard, his strength will undoubtedly be strong. In fact, it can be said that this is the final trump card in Ash's hand besides Pikachu. Charmander, from now on, we are partners. Ash came to Charmander, who was still staring at Damien's leaving figure. For a moment, it was unable to accept what it had been entrusted with. Well, in name it was entrusted, but in reality it was abandoned. Although Damien called it stupid, it was not dumb and knew the situation it was facing. Fire crack. It let out a low cry, then turned its head and looked at its new owner. From now on, I will be your new trainer. Ash smiled and said, I firmly believe that it is a two-way choice between trainer and Pokemon. Since your original owner felt that you were not suitable for him, he chose to entrust you to me. Then it's settled. Next, you have to adapt to your new life. Let us get to know each other better in the future, Charmander. Chapter 39. Fire. Facing the hand that Ash extended to her, Charmander couldn't help but look behind her again. Pikachu, Bear Apprentice, and Bulbasaur kept nodding at it. Seeing Misty and Zyogong's encouraging faces, Charmander was silent for a moment. Then, he placed his little paw on Ash's hand. Well, I have a new master now, and this is an unchangeable fact. Since it cannot be changed, we can only choose to accept it and face the new life well. Hopefully, this new owner in front of me will be more talkative. Very good, Charmander, I conquered you. After putting Charmander away with the Pokemon ball, Ash twisted his hat again, looking excited. This time, the Lord of Fire, one of the 3 great families, and the future extremely powerful Charizard, was also accepted by Ash. Congratulations, Ash. Misty and Xiaogang behind him were also happy for Ash. Along the way, I have obtained the Bear Apprentice, Bulbasaur, and Charmander, and the number of creatures I have captured is constantly increasing. With this, we have collected all 6 Pokemon that will participate in the Pokemon Alliance competition. Well, with Nidoking, Pikachu and Pidgeot, 6 Pokemon are in place. But this is not enough. Ash looked at the Pokemon ball in his hand and the many Pokemons at his feet, his eyes were extremely bright. I need to capture more Pokemon. Well, the boy's journey continues, and more mysterious and unknown Pokemon are waiting ahead. Who knows what special events will happen next? Who is this guy Meow? On the side of 24 route, the 3 members of Team Rocket are advancing. They looked at the guy with blue hair and small eyes who suddenly jumped out in front of them, and couldn't help but express their doubts. Meowth even licked his paws. Oh. There really is a talking Meowth. Damien, who had jumped out to block the way, also had sparkling eyes. That trainer with Pikachu is telling the truth. He had originally planned to go to Vermilion City via this road, but he didn't expect to encounter this on the road. This is so lucky. With Pikachu. Trainer. Damien's words immediately brought back extremely bad memories for the 3 members of Team Rocket. Damn it, is it that little brat? So, this guy in front of me is in the same group with that brat. What hatred or grudge is there? We are just on our way, and yet you still want to jump out and continue to target us? Meow. Immediately, the 3 members of Team Rocket looked at Damien with hostility. The latter only had Meowth in his eyes at this moment. The next moment, both sides took out their Pokemon balls, and the atmosphere in the field became tense. On a road heading to Vermilion City. I know some people and places that dig traps to prevent Pokemon or outsiders from invading, but... Ash looked ahead. It was basically the same as the normal ground, but it was a land with hidden mysteries. I never thought of digging a trap in the middle of the only road. Is there a trap here? Misty, who was behind him, originally wanted to ask Ash why he suddenly stopped, but after hearing what he said, she couldn't help but look forward. I can't find it at all. Xiaogang also touched his chin, indicating that he couldn't tell the difference. None of them could find the trap, but they had no doubt about Ash's judgment. Normally, the guy who dug the trap would usually stay by the trap, waiting for the unlucky guy to fall into the trap and watching the fun, so. Sasha. The grass next to me suddenly moved. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Bulbasaur Razor Leaf. Charmander Flamethrower. Faced with an enemy who wanted to frame them, he would naturally not be merciful. In an instant, all the skills and moves acquired through training and practice poured towards the bushes. Johnny. Suddenly, several blue turtle Pokemon wearing sunglasses ran out from the jungle nearby in a panic and covered in dust. They are Squirtle. As someone who aspires to become a master of water Pokemon, Misty recognized them at first sight. Aren't these guys the Water Lord, one of the three great families, Squirtle? Squirtle, the turtle Pokemon, has a shell that does more than protect itself. Its rounded shape and grooves on the surface reduce water resistance, allowing it to swim quickly. Rotom Pokédex records. Honestly, it's really rare to see so many Squirtles gathered together. Xiaogang was also surprised, looking at the group of turtles huddled together in front of him, as well as the blue turtle who was standing alone and wearing sunglasses. Just then, bursts of sirens were heard in the distance. Looking ahead, I saw a large group of police officers led by Officer Jenny rushing towards the side. Johnny. Seeing that the situation was not good, the group of Squirtles decided to run away. But at this moment, they dug a trap to trap us, so how can they just leave so easily? Ash decisively ordered, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Chapter 40. Pikachu. Jenny. With screams one after another, all the Squirtles were hit head-on. Then, one by one, they fell to the ground with mosquito coils in their eyes and their bodies charred. Are you okay? At this time, Officer Jenny and other talents finally arrived. But after looking at the situation on the scene, well, it seems that these questions should be asked to those Squirtles that emit black smoke. Then, Officer Jenny captured the Squirtles on the spot this time. And also told their stories to Ash and the others. These are a group of Squirtles abandoned by trainers. Because no one taught them, they stole things everywhere in the town, wrote graffiti, and even teased local tourists. Well, before it was Charmander, now it's Squirtle. I can only say that some trainers are really inhumane, and they can even abandon the big three casually. We can't keep these Squirtles locked up forever, but if we let them out, they'll cause trouble to the people in the village. On the way back to town, Officer Jenny also sighed. If they could meet a good Pokemon trainer, they wouldn't become like this. Are you troubled? Hearing what Officer Jenny said, Ash stroked his chin and said with a smile. Actually, I have a good idea. One day later. The entrance to the Pokemon Fire Station. Squirtle Corps, thanks to your unity and cooperation, our town has been spared from the hidden dangers of forest fires, and the safety of people's lives and property has been protected. Now, I appoint you as the fire brigade of this region. Officer Jenny took the authorization letter and presented it to the new fire brigade consisting of 5 Squirtles in front of her. You are just like me, Ash. In the crowd behind, Misty looked at the scene and couldn't help but sigh. How did you come up with the idea of recruiting these Squirtles to form a firefighting team to put out fires? Nothing. Ash smiled, power is never redundant. It just depends on how to use it and where to use it. And Ash looked at the leader of the Squirtle Corps who was running towards him after receiving the award ceremony. It's not like I didn't gain anything. Jenny. In front of Ash, the leader of the Squirtle Corps took off his sunglasses and patted his chest hard. You wanna come with me too, Squirtle? Ash squatted down and smiled at him. Jenny. As the leader of this group of Squirtle Legion, it knows clearly who has given it and others the blessing of being treated like this now. At the same time, it was also impressed by the power of Ash's Pikachu's special move. That was a terrifying power that could wipe out their entire army with just one move. If you just keep being a firefighter without making any progress, you might be replaced by other more powerful water-type Pokemon one day. Only when you become strong, others will not look down on you. Boss Squirtle understood this very well, so he made the most correct choice. He wants to become stronger and fight for a bright future for himself and his brothers. So, Ash also took out a Pokemon ball. Please give me more guidance in the future, Squirtle. Johnny. Pokemon Squirtle. Gender, male. Trainer, none. Attribute, water. Ability, Torrent. When HP is less than 1:3, the power of water-type moves increases by 1.5 times. Tackle Tail Whip Water Gun Withdraw Rapid Spin Bubble. Carrying things, none. Potential, Champion. Training suggestions. Entries, I'm not the boss. Gold, Fire Chief, Gold, Mischievous Heart, Purple. I'm not the boss. Gold. After turning over a new leaf, he abandoned his boss status, abandoned evil and turned to good, and his talent and strength changed unexpectedly. After being captured by a trainer and becoming a trainer's Pokemon, his talent and strength increased by 50%. Fire Chief, Gold. No fire can burn in front of me. I can always appear at the right time and in the right place to extinguish the most blazing flames. Fire skills reduce damage by 30%, and water skills increase damage by 30%. Mischief Heart, purple with many years of experience in mischief, various mischief methods emerge in an endless stream, and can always hit the opponent's most flaky point. The critical hit rate is increased by 30%. Another abandoned Pokemon with championship potential. And the effects of these entries, obviously, it is a very qualified water Pokemon. The resistance to fire-type skills and the power of water-type skills are simply maxed out. What else could Ash be dissatisfied with regarding Squirtle like this? In this way, Squirtle officially joined the journey and became the 7th Pokemon that Ash obtained. Since a trainer can only hold 6, so. Pidgeot, you are also worried about the situation in your hometown. Do you want to go back and take a look? Beep damn. After being out for such a long time, Pidgeot actually felt a little homesick. It's not like Charmander and Bulbasaur are alone. Behind it, there are a large number of tribesmen in the evergreen forest. It just so happened that Pidgeot also took this opportunity to go back and take a look. Wait until Ash challenges the gym, or when he needs it, then come back to join the team. Of course, Ash's return now is a real return. Chapter 41. Ash's return is a real return to his side. Instead of releasing it back into the evergreen forest and completely forgetting about it and not finding it anymore. So, Pidgeot was teleported back. Charmander, Apprentice Bear, and Bulbasaur have one more training companion. The Squirtle Corps found new jobs in this small town, and the residents of the town were freed from trouble. Officer Jenny and the others were also very grateful to Ash and his team. Just like that, with their new companion Squirtle, Ash and his crew continued their journey and left the town. At this point, the 3 major families in the Kanto region have been completely conquered. And they were not far from Vermilion City. Just cross the coast of a White Cape and you can easily reach Vermilion City. And on the coast here stands a huge lighthouse. Rest here for one night. We expect to arrive at Vermilion City tomorrow. On the coast, Ash passed the Pokemon ball that captured Krabby back to Professor Oak Laboratory and turned to talk to Xiaogang and Misty. Really? It's finally here. Misty felt relieved after hearing this, and then asked with confusion and questions. But Ash, why would you want to capture a Pokemon like Krabby? And it looks very stunted. Pokemon, Krabby. Gender, male. Trainer, none. Attribute, water. Ability, force, the power of attack moves with additional effects increases by 30%, but the additional effects of these moves are no longer activated. Leer Water Gun Hardened Metal Claw Mud Shot Protect Bubble. Carrying things, none. Potential, elite, decreasing. Training suggestions, due to poor development, the physical talent is constantly decreasing. You can restore normal development and stabilize and restore the talent through the following breeder method. Entries, fighting harder and harder, purple, short and powerful, red, poorly developed, red. More courage with each battle, purple. Every time you defeat a rival, you will be inspired to fight and become more courageous. Starting from a 25% increase in strength, every time you defeat a rival, you will increase the base increase by another 5%, with no upper limit. Short and powerful, small in stature, but extremely brave. Increases attack power and endurance by 20%. Note, after evolution, the entry may change accordingly. Stunted growth, due to lack of nutrition, the talent and strength of the individual cannot be fully utilized. If sufficient nutrition is provided, the talent and strength will increase by 20%. Note, after evolution, the entry may change accordingly. Will you become braver as the war goes on? So is this Krabby the only one who can achieve a triple kill? Starting from 25%, the increase will be further increased by 5% based on this increase. That is to say, defeating the first enemy will increase your chances by 25%, defeating the second enemy will increase your chances by another 5%, for a total of 30%. Then the third one is 35%, and the fourth one is 40%. Under the premise that there is no upper limit, the improvement effect is still quite objective. As for the other 2 entries, they will undergo corresponding changes after evolution, so Ash will have to wait and see. Well, even though this Krabby looks very poorly developed, his talent is actually quite good. At least he was able to play in the first round of the Alliance Conference, defeat 3 opponents at once, and take down so many Pokemon. Among Ash's Pokemon, his battle records are among the most impressive. With such talent and entries, it is understandable. Don't underestimate it because it's small. If you train it well, it will be quite good. Send it to Professor Oak, he will help you replenish your nutrition. Ash clapped his hands, then turned and walked towards the huge lighthouse in front. Let's go and take a break there. There, wait, Ash, are you familiar with that place? Misty and Xiaogang quickly followed. Ah, there lives an equally outstanding Pokemon researcher, Professor Bill. Ash smiled and said, before I set out on this journey, I did have some dealings with him. Have you dealt with him? Misty was bewildered. He knew his three sisters before, but now Professor Bill. That's the same. I always feel that Ash's network of relationships isn't as wide as normal's. Professor Bill is a famous inventor and an expert in many fields. He is a graduate of Celadon University, and he developed the original Pokémon teleportation system. This allows a trainer to conveniently carry 6 Pokémon on his body. Send extra Pokémon that are inconvenient to carry back to the Pokédex where they were issued. At the same time, he is also a friend with whom Ash can get along very well. What a rare visitor, Ash. I didn't expect you to be here. Are you here just to see me? In the lobby of the lighthouse, Professor Bill, wearing contest clothes and with striking green flowing hair, came out to greet us with a big smile on his face. I am so flattered, he said, warmly, giving Ash a big hug. Me too. Ash replied with a smile. The age difference between the two people is not that big, and the reason why they can chat so well and become friends is mainly because the giant Dragonite from before still felt that there were no companions on Dragonite Island, so it continued to search in the sea. Chapter 42. Thinking of the recent troubles, Bill couldn't help but sigh. Well, Bill's wish here before was to see the unique phantom Pokemon side of Growl coming from the other side of the sea. And Ash helped him to achieve this. I used the sound I heard before and recorded it. I made the same sound and played it across the sea through this lighthouse. It succeeded in attracting the huge bird of joy. That's right, the Pokemon hidden in the mist is the giant Dragonite. After discovering this situation and discussing with Ash, Bill decided to find a way to send this giant Dragonite to the Dragonite Island. But obviously, that Dragonite didn't think the Dragonites on the island were its companions, so it continued wandering. Professor Bill sighed, with a Pokemon that big, even a totem Pokemon can't reach it. Either, it's a revived ancient Pokemon, or it was affected by the Dynamax form in the Galar region. But no matter which one it is, it's not easy to find a companion. The giant Dragonite still left Dragonite Island to continue looking for its companions. Ash didn't have any feelings about this. There are too many giant Pokemon in this world, and he can't take care of them all. But as for Dragonite Island, if he has the chance, he will definitely go and see it. And he also believed that in the near future, they might meet again. It's like Professor Bill said it again. But the giant Dragonite is very grateful to us for helping him, especially for helping him go to a place like Dragonite Island. I also told it that this is all thanks to you, Ash. It also said that if one day in the future you two can meet, or if there is a chance. Professor Bill smiled and said, it will thank you very much. Well, Ash also believed that there would be that opportunity. So, with the warm hospitality of Professor Bill, Ash and his group spent a very comfortable night here. Then, early the next morning, they continued their journey with Professor Bill's regretful expression. Although Professor Bill really wanted to keep Ash and his friends for a few more days. But obviously, for a Pokemon trainer, traveling is their destiny. However, before Ash and the others left, my latest achievement will be developed soon. Professor Bill held Ash's hand tightly and said passionately. Before, I could allow a trainer to carry 6 Pokemon. And now, with the emergence of more and more excellent trainers, they can take care of more Pokemon. So, I have submitted an application to the Alliance to allow some excellent trainers to carry more Pokemon. Alliance did not agree, but it did not refuse either. I guess they might first try to find some trainers to do a trial to see the effect, just like before. I plan to treat you as one of the people with increased authority. I have to say that Professor Bill also brought very good news to Ash. He plans to increase the number of Pokemon a trainer can carry. I also recommend Ash to be a part of this. This is exactly what Ash needs. After all, as he captures more and more Pokemon, those he can capture will naturally be excellent. Such Pokemon can be greatly improved even if placed in a laboratory with Bulbasaur. But if I don't have my child with me to personally breed, it always feels like something is missing. Therefore, Ash also intends to try his best to become one of them. With the relationship between Professor Bill and Professor Oak, it was not difficult for him to obtain this authority. But relying solely on relationships is not enough to give you confidence. Only when you have laid a solid foundation can you be confident. This relaxation of permissions is aimed at excellent trainers. So the condition for becoming an excellent trainer is naturally to challenge the Alliance Conference and achieve excellent results. Ash has no problem with this and has absolute confidence. Just like that, I came with Professor Bill's good news and renewed confidence. Under Professor Bill's reluctant gaze, the group left the White Cape. Along the way, he continued to train the 3 great creatures, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander. Until a few days later. We're finally here. The city card with Vermilion City printed on it and the bustling urban scene inside indicated that Ash and his group had finally arrived at their destination. Big cities are different from small towns. They look much more prosperous. The group walked along the commercial street, and without a doubt, the first stop was the Pokémon Center. While resting the Pokémon's contest condition, you can also rest and fill your stomach. But Rattata, cheer up. Today's Pokémon Center is particularly unstable. Ash and the others saw another Rattata that was charred by electricity and was pushed in by Chansey. Next to the cart was the anxious-looking trainer. There's another one. Nurse Joy, who claimed to be the cousin of Joy from the Pokémon Center in Nibi City and the cousin of Nurse Joy from Viridian City, and the most beautiful one among them, but was difficult to tell apart, also sighed. This is already the 25th one this month. They were all defeated by the Vermilion Gym leader, Masashi. Chapter 43. Misty was surprised when she heard this. Now that you mention it. Even Xiaogang felt that things seemed a little tricky. That gym leader, Masashi, must be very powerful. Is it amazing? Ash glanced at the many Pokémon that filled the hospital bed. Rattata Caterpiotish Sanchura Bellsprout Baluag. Cheer up, Spearow, you'll be fine. Oh, and there's a Spearow. By the way, with Pokémon of this level, they dare to challenge the gym. I don't know who gave them the courage. Ash subconsciously glanced at Misty and Xiaogang beside him, then shook his head. Even though it is recognized by the Alliance that it is the easiest gym for a novice trainer to challenge, Gon's Nibi Gym, it is impossible to successfully challenge it with these Pokémon. Not to mention, it was Mashishi, the owner of the Vermilion Gym, who was good at using electric type, a highly destructive weapon. In fact, when facing challengers before, Masashi sometimes used heavy hands, but he also knew to restrain some false swipes. Nurse Joy said with some concern, but it seems that after being challenged by a boy named Paul, Masashi has become not polite to the trainers at all. It can be said that there is absolutely no sense of proportion. Paul, he's here to challenge the Vermilion Gym too, right? I guess something must have happened between the two of them. After resting at the Pokémon Center, Ash and his group arrived at the gate of the Vermilion Gym. That green one looks like the normal generator building, with two huge normal labels with lightning symbols on the door. They are all telling outsiders that this is a gym that focuses on electric type. Even if you don't know the information about the gym before coming, even the most dull person should know what choice to make after seeing the gym's logo. But Ash thought of the Pokémon Center, and the Poliwag and Spearow that were almost electrocuted, and couldn't help but sigh. To deal with a gym that focuses on electric type, they actually sent out flying type and water type Earl Dervish Pokémon. There are still many stupid people in this world. Squeak. Ash slowly pushed open the door. Is anyone there? I'm here to do a gym challenge. In the darkness, two young men dressed in two different styles slowly walked out. They looked Ash up and down, and one of them turned around and said jokingly, "Master, we have another victim here. Let me see." A powerful bass voice sounded from behind, and a tall figure stood up from the dark chair. He was of sturdy build, wearing a thick military vest and jacket. Although he had an ID tag around his neck, he did not look very much like a soldier. With frizzy blonde hair and dark skin, Masashi looked down at Ash and his gang in front of him. "Welcome to Vermilion City." His eyes looked around, and when he saw Misty, they instantly lit up. This challenger is so cute. Masashi walked directly towards Misty, opened his arms, and gave her a big hug. "But I won't hold back." "Really?" "That's right, me too." With a flash, Ash stood directly in front of Misty and blocked all of Masashi's moves. Masashi immediately raised his eyebrows. "Who are you?" "I am the challenger." Ash smiled back. "I see." Masashi glanced at Ash, and then raised a disdainful arc at the corner of his mouth. "Hi, baby." He pretended to reach out another hand and touch Ash's head. But the next second, click. Ash's palm directly grabbed Masashi's arm. "I'm sorry, owner, I'm not a baby." Ash kept smiling, and as Masashi's expression changed, he slowly introduced. "I'm Ash from Pallet Town, and I'm the challenger for today's gym." Masashi. He didn't pay attention to what Ash said, but the strong force coming from his arm made him blush. How can this little brat have such great power? Masashi wanted to shake his arm off Ash's hand, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. This shocked him greatly, but also made him more motivated. "Well, the physical fitness of the people in Megapallet Town is just a joke to you, Master." The two younger brothers behind Masashi saw that something was not right and hurried forward. "Ash!" Xiaogang and Misty shouted out in worry upon seeing this. Misty also felt safe when she saw Ash standing in front of her. Just now, Masashi suddenly rushed up and scared her. If it wasn't for Ash, she didn't know what to do. Every time, At the critical moment, Ash always appeared in time to protect her. When the two finished speaking, Ash's hand loosened at the right time. Thump thump thump. However, Masashi, who had been struggling to pull his arm away, was caught off guard and fell backwards. If those two younger brothers hadn't been quick enough to catch him, he would have fallen headfirst to the ground. Wow, you're quite good at this. This result not only did not make Masashi angry, but instead further aroused his fighting spirit and competitive spirit. But this is Pikachu. When he saw Pikachu next to Ash, he couldn't hold it back anymore. Chapter 44. A baby's Pokemon is also a baby. Masashi blurted out and wanted to say this. However, when he felt the dull pain in his wrist, he swallowed the words back. A trainer who is not a normal trainer must be carrying a Pokemon that is not a normal trainer. But Pikachu. This brought back some bad memories. Masashi was unusually serious and looked the other person up and down. Ash from Pallet Town, huh? He seems to be completely different from normal's rookie trainer. He suppressed the thought in his mind, nodded at Ash with some approval. Come to think of it, the current rookie trainer is really amazing. Each one is better than the other, and good seedlings appear one after another, which makes me feel a little old. Masashi was sighing there, but Ash found that there was no trace of vicissitudes of life in this guy's eyes. On the contrary, it is still full of fiery fighting spirit and aggressiveness. I think so too. Ash had a smile on his face. Like the trainer I met before, Paul, who was from the Sinnoh region, he was very good. Paul. Xiaogang and Misty were shocked when they heard this. They didn't forget that they were in the Pokemon Center. Nurse Joy said that it was only after Paul challenged the Vermilion Gym that Masashi started to use heavy force. And now Ash deliberately mentioned this name again. Isn't it obvious that he wants to provoke the other party? Although I don't know what happened between Paul and this place before, but obviously, mentioning this name might cause trouble. Xiaogang's face gradually became solemn. Misty looked at Ash's back and couldn't help curling her lips. This idiot, he did it on purpose again. After a pause, she whispered, just like the time with Gyarados by the pond. She will never forget what happened that time. Paul? You mean Paul? Sure enough, after Ash mentioned this name, Masashi's brows suddenly furrowed. The two younger brothers beside him also seemed to be frightened. They looked at their gym leader with fear. If there is a duplicate of this name, but Paul from Sinnoh region. Oh, that's right. Ash continued to finish off the enemy with a smile. He has purple hair and usually looks very cold. That's right, it's him. Masashi suddenly growled, and then laughed strangely. That's the arrogant brat who looks down on others. Originally, after he defeated my Raichu with Radon, I was very optimistic about it and planned to say a few words of praise and encouragement when I gave him the orange badge, but I didn't expect. What didn't you expect? Xiaogang's curiosity was aroused and he asked subconsciously. I didn't expect that BD Kid would actually release Radon right in front of me. Masashi could no longer bear it, and almost broke through Normal's defense and roared. And you know what that guy said? He said that Radon is only at this level. When facing the extremely slow Raichu, he still needs to spend a lot of effort to defeat him. It is really difficult to continue training him. IXX. Masashi was a little out of control and said some things that he shouldn't have said. Ash and the others' eyes twitched. But the other party can have such performance, well, combined with Paul's attitude, and then put it in his shoes. Well, I can only say that it is understandable and I feel quite sympathetic and understanding. Did Paul let Radon go? Is he pursuing the idea of strength above all else? His style is really quite strict and cruel. Xiaogang felt that this was a bit cruel to the Pokemon, but since it was the other party's Pokemon after all, he couldn't criticize it too much. Everyone has their own way of doing things. But there's no need to be so angry and vent grudge on other Pokemon. Misty muttered, this is the worst. What do you know? Masashi happened to hear this and started yelling angrily. You did all these things in front of me. Although I am very rabid, as a gym trainer, I know my limits. But do you know the result? Did that guy say something particularly sad? When he recalled that unforgettable scene, Masashi's face twisted again. He said, it's obviously an evolved Raichu, but in the battle, he's not as strong as Pikachu. Masashi gritted his teeth and said word by word, maybe even if a random Pikachu comes over, this Raichu that was disabled by breeder may not be able to defeat it, that arrogant brat, that's what he said. Masashi was so angry that he exploded again. And these words are not the key point is Paul's attitude. If the other party was deliberately mocking him, Masashi could just turn a blind eye to it. He still had the bearing and broad mind of a gym leader. But the key point is that the kid named Paul said it in a completely normal and matter-of-fact tone. It was as if he had that perception, that was his true opinion. Chapter 45. Lies often don't hurt people, the truth is the sharpest knife. Masashi could not tolerate Paul's attitude and words at all, especially the disparagement of Reishu, whom he had carefully groomed. What are you talking about? It can't even beat the unevolved Pikachu before it. Masashi's face was a little ugly. What a joke, no matter how bad my Reishu is, it can't compare to those Pikachus that are as numerous as wild dogs on the roadside. Pika Pika. Pikachu, who was originally on Ash's shoulder, looking at his evolved form, frowned when he heard this. It felt that the tall man in front of it was not respectful to it in his words and deeds. You're so offensive, a hole. That's not the way to say it. Ash said sincerely, evolving or not evolving has some impact, but not much. The most important thing is to look at the Pokemon and the trainer themselves. Is Ash also capable of being so reasonable and saying something so serious? Xiaogang behind him nodded slightly, feeling that Ash still had a mature side. But Misty's words raised an eyebrow. She had a feeling that Ash would definitely not be so polite to the guy who had a bad impression of her and almost attacked her and verbally offended Pikachu. Although the trip was not long, she felt that she had already understood Ash's personality a little bit. Sure enough, in the next second. So, the reason why your Reishu lost to Paul and was told that by him was not because Reishu or the evolution type were not good enough. Ash said seriously, it's you as a trainer, and the Pokemon you train. Well. Xiaogang on the side choked up, while Misty showed an expression that said, as expected. See, I know it. She looked at Ash's back with a smile on her face. She knew exactly what Ash wanted to do. Who were the first to start traveling together, even earlier than Xiaogang. This is the tacit understanding between their earliest companions. When the gym boys dressed as socialites on the opposite side heard this, they immediately widened their eyes and looked at Ash with horror. If they said this, it would completely infuriate their boss. Very good. Gnashing teeth and a voice full of suppressed rage rang out in the venue. Young brothers. Well, don't worry, it looks like he's already PD off. The younger brothers retreated silently, leaving their boss to vent his anger. It seems like this year's challengers are more confident than the others. Masashi laughed in anger, then let me see if your strength is as good as your talking skills. After all, doesn't it still have to be a battle on Pokemon that determines the outcome? Go ahead, Reishu. Without saying a word, Masashi took out his Pokemon ball and released Reishu. Thunderchew. An evolved Reishu, which is more than one size larger than Pikachu, with dark orange fur all over its body, a long, thin black tail with a spark-shaped, flat, yellow tail at the end, and forked ears that keep shaking, appears on the scene. This is also Masashi's signature Pokemon. Reishu, that's an electric-type rat Pokemon, an evolution of Pikachu. Its Thunder Shock exceeds Thunderbolt, and as more electricity is stored in its body, its personality becomes more aggressive. The Rotom Pokédex facts were announced next to it. Does more electricity make the personality more aggressive? Ash looked at the ferocious-looking Reishu and could see that the electrical bag next to its cheek was bulging and crackling from time to time. It seems that the opponent specially charged Reishu again because he lost to Paul before. Xiaogang beside him quickly said in a serious tone, no wonder the opponent dared to take out Reishu even though he lost before. It looks like the other party is well prepared. Be careful, Ash. Don't worry, it's okay. Ash waved his hand without even turning his head, indicating that it was not a big problem. Pokemon, Reishu. Gender, male. Trainer, Masashi. Attribute electricity. Ability, static electricity. When using contact moves to attack a Pokemon with this ability, there is a 30% chance of paralysis. Thunder Shock, Thunderbolt, Thunder Punch, Takedown, Mega Punch, Mega Kick, Body Slam. Carrying things, none. Potential, Gym. Training suggestions, because it was forced to evolve on the first day of capture, its original speed potential cannot be brought into play. This can be compensated by the following method. Entry, activate evolution form, purple, dot. Activate evolution form, evolve immediately after being captured by trainer, increase strength and size by 30%, but potential decreases by 10%. If you want to be a Pokemon trainer, you should evolve it the day you capture it. Masashi patted Reishu's head vigorously, looking very proud. I don't really think that the evolution you're talking about is equivalent to breeder, which is good for Pokemon. Ash remained non-committal, but both breeder's suggestion and the potential issues shown in the entry clearly illustrate this point. Since the other party is so convinced of the evolutionary type, we should also change his slightly backward ideas. Ash also rubbed Pikachu's chin. It's up to you, Pikachu. Is that okay? Chapter 46. Pika Pika. Pikachu immediately jumped off Ash's shoulders and landed confidently on the field. In fact, rather than sending out Pikachu, sending out the ground-type Nidoking would be more advantageous, right? Xiaogang considered the problem from a reasonable perspective. But if we consider it from the perspective of attacking rival, Xiaogang and Misty looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. If they use the unevolved Pikachu to defeat the evolved Raichu that rival is so proud of, then they will truly defeat the opponent completely. Not only the battle of Pokemon, but also the concept of breeder, and practice what Ash just said. My Pikachu won't lose to anyone. Ash turned his hat slightly to the side, and at the same time as the Pikachu on the field, he became more motivated. Pokemon, Pikachu. Gender, male. Trainer Ash. Attribute electricity. Ability, static electricity. When using contact moves to attack a Pokemon with this ability, there is a 30% chance of paralysis. Thunder Shock, Thunderbolt, Thunder Agility, Quick Attack, Thunder Iron Tail. Carrying things, none. Potential, plus infinity. Training suggestions. Entries, in the name of God, color, heart to heart, gold, unique, gold, Pikachu's heart, gold. After this period of fighting and training, Pikachu successfully added 2 new entries based on the previous in the name of God, colorful, and telepathy, golden. Outstanding, gold firmly believe that you are the only special one. When your belief is firm, your strength will increase by 50%. Pikachu heart, gold, keep Pikachu's contest condition, no more evolutions, and the power of skills and moves performed in Pikachu form is increased by 50%. 1 increases your own attack, defense, speed, and other hard power, and the other increases the power of your fighting moves and skills. These 2 entries can be regarded as the maximum, making up for the current shortcomings of Pikachu and its inherent deficiencies. After all, as the second stage, Pikachu, which has not evolved into its final form, lacks the power of evolutionary growth and development compared to those final Pokemon. And these 2 entries perfectly complement everything it lacks. It's just like the light ball in the game that was tailor-made for Pikachu. Light ball, Pikachu's attack and special attack are doubled when carrying it. If either parent carries this item, the hatched Pika will learn Volt Tackle. It can be said that it is Pikachu's exclusive prop. Ash had also found it in the entry mall, but since he had been busy gaining and upgrading entries for Pikachu and himself, he hadn't had time to shop. When we get back, we can put Help Pikachu and Nidoking on the agenda to buy items. Of course, that is in the future. What they have to face now is to win this gym competition. From now on, the gym challenge will officially begin, and the Pokemon of both sides will fight one-on-one. The lights came on and both sides took their positions in front of the official battle venue. Gym trainer Mashishi uses Pokemon Raichu, and challenger Ash uses Pokemon Pikachu. There is no time limit, the game begins. Ding. It was like the ringing of the bell in a boxing ring, announcing the official start of the match. Go ahead, Raichu. Masashi shouted, let them experience the horror of electricity. Use Thunder Shock. Thunder Chew. Instantly, a thick spark burst out from Raichu's body and shot violently towards Pikachu. It's quite powerful. It can be seen that it was specially charged for him. Ash nodded slightly, acknowledging the power of Raichu's electrical moves, but no matter how powerful a move is, if it doesn't hit the target, it will be completely useless. Pop. Ash snapped his fingers lightly and said with a smile, use agility to avoid it. Swish. The moment Ash finished speaking, Pikachu already knew what he was thinking and started to dodge quickly. He dodged the falling thunder shocks with ease. Golden entry, mind to mind. Using speed to your advantage. When Xiaogang saw the scene later, he suddenly realized, I see, because this Raichu evolved in a hurry, he has lost the trick of agility that only Pikachu can have. This also means that Raichu's speed advantage cannot be brought into play. As expected of you, Ash. You found the weakness of this Raichu's rapid evolution so quickly through just a few words from the other party. This is not something a normal trainer can do. It's really hard to imagine. Ash is just a rookie who just started traveling this year. Xiaogang was talking there, with a look of emotion on his face. Of course. Hearing the praise for Ash, Misty's lips curled up, and she seemed happier than when she received the praise herself. He's Ash. Pika Pika. On the field, Pikachu made full use of the mobility and flexibility of his petite body and easily dodged most of Raichu's attacks. Moreover, under agility, all Raichu could see was the afterimage of Pikachu. This means that even if Raichu wanted to give chase, he would not be able to effectively locate the target. On the contrary, it itself was so confused that its eyes were spinning. Chapter 47. Hateful. Masashi, who was outwitted, looked very unhappy, especially when he saw Ash, who was calm and composed on the opposite side. He could no longer control himself. Do you think this is a sure win? He thrust his fist forward and clenched it tightly. Raichu, seal the baby's movement. Use Thunderbolt. Thunder Chew. Instantly, Raichu roared wildly, and at the same time, a lightning spark column even more explosive than before exploded from its body. Like a python circling around, spark burst out, causing extensive damage to the field with ease. Crackling. Even the glass windows of the entire Vermilion Gym were shattered into pieces by the lightning. I have to say that Mazashi's Raichu is indeed extraordinary in the power of electrical moves and is at the level of a gym trainer. But unfortunately, what it faces is a more terrifying, more powerful, and more incredible Pikachu, which can be said to be the only one in the world. Tisk, nice lightning move. As the lightning flashed, Ash's eyes remained as bright as ever. It seems that in terms of electric-type Pokemon, the opponent has enough strength to be our rival. If that's the case, Ash said firmly, Pikachu, let's use Thunderbolt to counter the attack as well. Pika Pika. The opponent is betting on the dignity of electric-type Pokemon head-on, so as we have the same attribute and even the same type, we are not afraid to fight head-on. You guys are using Thunderbolt too, are you kidding me? Hearing this, Masashi finally couldn't help but sneered. My Raichu is stronger than Pikachu in terms of the power of his electric bag and the power of his electric type. Not to mention that I had given it a special devilish training before and gave it a good charge at the power plant. How can your mere Pikachu be my Raichu's, what? Masashi screamed out in surprise halfway through his words. In his suddenly shrinking pupils, the image of Pikachu's thundering sky was reflected. Pikachu. If Raichu's spark is a python, then Pikachu's spark is an anaconda. Or the giant anaconda from the Amazon jungle. Under the shocked gazes of almost everyone in the arena, the thunderbolts unleashed by Pikachu collided fiercely with Raichu's. Bang! The huge sound of thunder and lightning only lasted for a second, and then everyone was shocked to discover Pikachu's lightning was almost unimpeded and instantly penetrated Raichu's lightning. And under Raichu's equally shocked and even gradually terrified gaze, he landed in shock. Boom! A loud explosion resounded throughout the venue. Raichu. For the first time, Masashi's tone showed panic, which was a genuine concern for the safety of his partner. Just when he was about to leave immediately and check on Raichu's safety. Don't worry. On the other side, Ash's calm voice came, Pikachu didn't use too destructive power. Your Raichu has simply lost his ability to fight. If it's injured, it will heal in 2 days. Masashi looked up and saw Ash's eyes clearly on the opposite platform, which were as bright as ever. This isn't a force that's too destructive. Masashi was so numb that he couldn't say anything. The younger brother behind him, still in a state of shock and trance, subconsciously asked after hearing Ash's words. How do you know how much power Pikachu used? Do you need to know this? Hearing this, Ash just smiled softly, I am its trainer. Ash knows Pikachu very well. Pokemon that trusts and understands me so much. Masashi gradually calmed down, then raised his head again and looked at Ash seriously. It seemed that no matter the shock of the crowd or any other emotions, this boy named Ash didn't seem to have any worries at all. There is always a smile on his face, which means he has the utmost trust in his Pokemon and his partner. It seems that I have completely lost. Masashi slowly exhaled a breath, feeling quite convinced. It's really not shameful to lose to such an excellent trainer. When the smoke in the venue gradually dissipated, Raichu was indeed in contest condition and fell to the ground. Although its body is a little charred, it is still an electrical-related skill attack after all. And maybe just as Ash said, Pikachu didn't use its maximum destructive power. After a quick check, Raichu didn't have any serious injuries. After having his subordinates deliver Raichu to the Pokemon Center, Masashi came to Ash and the others who were praising Pikachu. I really lost to you. Masashi's tone became very frank this time. First, he quickly seized Raichu's weakness of slow speed and used it very well, allowing me to go all out and use the most powerful skills to attack. Then, in a head-on confrontation, he defeated my Raichu head-on. Whether it's winning head-on without any doubt, or winning by taking advantage of the opponent's weakness, it's enough to prove. Masashi said with emotion, you are really an excellent trainer. Chapter 48. I'm sorry for what I said before, and maybe you're right. He said with some self-mockery, I might actually have a problem with Raichu's breeder. Next, I will take a good look at my journey as a trainer. After the battle with Ash, Masashi has changed a lot. But, compared to the previous brat named Paul, I recognize your ability more. Well, Masashi still can't let go of his obsession with Paul. Thank you for helping me and Pikachu with their training. After Ash won, he didn't act too proud. Winning already signified the attitude of a winner, and there was no need for anything else. Just a training helper? Ha ha ha, I think you are essentially the same as that kid named Paul. Masashi smiled bitterly again and shook his head. Well, anyway, you beat me, it's yours. As he spoke, Masashi took out an orange badge from his pocket. This is the evidence that defeated me, the orange badge. The orange-red regular hexagon is surrounded by spots of light that look like the sun, making it appear very bright in color. Is this the orange badge? Ash took the badge from Mazashi's hand. This was his third badge after the pewter badge and the water drop badge. I got the orange badge. Pika Pika. Xiaogang and Misty were happy and congratulating Ash. Great Ash, Pikachu, you guys worked really hard. Even Masashi joined in the applause. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight. Thank you so much. You won beautifully. I accept my defeat with all my heart. So far, Ash has obtained 3 of the 8 badges, leaving him with the final 5. And this goal doesn't seem that far away. Vermilion City, where the Vermilion Gym is located at the southern entrance to the sea. Because it is close to the sea and has many harbors, the city has Pokemon centers and shopping stores, making it quite prosperous. The city is most famous for its important seaport, Port Vermilion, which serves many famous ships. It is said that the Port of Vermilion can serve several routes at the same time, among which the Shualayu travels between Asahi City in the Johto region and the Port of Vermilion. 10 Rapidash ferries sailed from Vermilion Port to the Cai Islands. The Orange Islands are just further south of the Cai Islands, with some other islands in between. The most famous of these ships is the one called Saint Anno. The SSN cruises around the world and returns to Vermilion once a year. Coincidentally, today is the day it returns to Vermilion Port for a stay. After Ash and his group successfully challenged the gym and obtained the badge, they passed by this harbor. Then, although, I really want to take a boat like this and go to the other side of the sea to take a look. That way, I can meet many other Pokemon. Xiaogang looked at the luxurious Saint Anno in front of him. And being able to sunbathe on the deck and take a leisurely boat trip is really nice. Misty echoed. But the reality is very cruel. All of this requires a lot of money. Ash concluded as he looked at the 2 blonde and dark-skinned people in front of him who were shooting lucky fireworks at the others. But you said that we were lucky enough to win the jackpot and get on board the Saint Anno. We don't need any money to get tickets to attend the Pokemon trainers party. Yes, that's right, that's it. They were obviously wearing makeup, but their outlines and features were still so clear. Jesse and James, the Rockets duo, said with a friendly look. All the Pokemon trainers are gathered there. If you like Pokemon, don't miss it. Go ahead and enjoy yourself. After that, Jesse and James handed the admission ticket to Ash and disappeared. I'm really lucky. Ash looked at the ticket in his hand and said with a double meaning. He knew that there were traps specially prepared by Team Rocket on the Saint Anno. On it, it will target all Pokemon trainers that come on board. Their target is the Pokemon in their hands. You think of us as prey. Ash tapped the ticket in his hand, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Who is the prey and who is the hunter is not certain at all. He touched the Nidoking Pokemon ball at his waist, and boarded the luxurious Santriano with Brock and Misty, who were very happy and felt extremely lucky. At the same time, on the other side. Inside a lighthouse near Vermilion Harbor. Boss. The duo of Team Rocket without makeup, plus Meowth, are in this lighthouse on the surface, but actually in Team Rocket's base. Following the big screen, they communicated with Giovanni, the boss of their organization. Well, being able to directly communicate with the big boss in the organization is something that only a few people can do. Hello, boss. Meowth greeted Giovanni as usual, and then he saw the Persian rolling around Giovanni's feet. What? That's Persian. Meowth felt like someone whose home was robbed. Meow. Boss. Boss, shouldn't I be your pet? Meow. Chapter 49. Humph, I'm extremely disappointed by your repeated failures. Giovanni, who was in the shadows on the big screen, stroked Persian's hair and snorted. This is so cute by comparison. Meowth. How can this be possible? If you want to win my love, you must not fail this mission again. Meowth, who was originally very disappointed, immediately became excited again after hearing this. Giovanni asked, have you given them the tickets for the Sant Anno? It has been distributed. Those who want to be trainers have happily accepted it? Jesse responded, and James was a little worried. But is it really okay to entertain them so generously? No problem, I'm the host of this party. Giovanni said calmly, my men have already infiltrated the Sant Anno. I'm going to take away all the Pokemon of the trainers that were lured aboard. As expected of you, you're the boss. You're really smart. Meowth flattered at the right time. But James was still a little hesitant. There is a very powerful guy in this trainer. That's a boy with Pikachu and Nidoking. We've been busy with the Saint Annu these past 2 days and haven't paid much attention to him. I heard that he has defeated Masashi and got his 3rd badge. Pikachu. The 3rd badge. Giovanni on the big screen said in a very Salatian tone, what's so great about a trainer who can capture Pikachu? who are as numerous as stray Pokemon on the roadside. Besides, you said a teenager? The third batch. He should have just started his journey, right? Since when did we, Team Rocket, start to be afraid of this fledgling rookie? Giovanni's words were quite domineering, and he had the ambition to look down on everything. Well. James opened his mouth, wanting to say that the Nidoking was not simple. But when I think about the fact that my boss is called Giovanni of the Earth, it seems that he has the most say in this ground-type Pokemon. No wonder I didn't even mention Nidoking, which I specifically pointed out just now. As expected, he is worthy of being the boss Giovanni. Thinking of this, James said no more and responded with admiration along with Meowth and Jessie. We will definitely succeed this time. Wow, that's awesome. With the admission tickets in hand, Ash and his group had a smooth journey and successfully boarded the ship. As soon as they got on the ship, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. An extremely luxurious banquet hall, a very spacious venue, and extremely lively everything about Pokemon. There are many vendors selling Pokemon items. Many shoutouts and auctions for Pokemon-related merchandise. Trainers coming and going showed off their Pokemon to each other and exchanged their Pokemon breeder experiences. And so on and so forth, it's really dazzling. And most of them are legitimate trainers of the Alliance, and they bring with them the big three, either Charmander or Squirtle. During this period, Ash also discovered a lot of the trainers' true nature while strolling around and watching the fun. The Rockets also distribute tickets to select trainers who have good Pokemon. Young insect catchers like Caterpie and Beedrill are destined not to be targeted. Of course, that doesn't mean this Pokemon won't appear here. For example. Alright, fight, fight. As the saying goes, where there are people, there is the world of martial arts, so where there are trainers, there will naturally be Pokemon battles. Ash heard cheers and applause coming from the front, and when he walked over, he saw a group of people gathered in a circle. And inside the circle, a Pokemon battle is taking place. Go ahead, Raticate, use Jump Kick. Starmie, use the Spin Attack. Inside the venue was a battle between Raticate and Starmie, and it looked like they were evenly matched. The appearance of a true rodent Pokemon like Raticate means. Ash looked at the Raticate conductor, a man wearing a tall black hat, a black suit, and holding a black cane. He looked either rich or noble. As expected, only those who can board the Saint Anno are trainers with good Pokemon. Or, this guy is very valuable in himself. Raticate, use the Fang of Rage to kill the opponent. Finally, under the command of the man in the black suit, Raticate's Rage Fang bit directly into the middle of Starmie's Ruby, knocking her out with one blow. Okay, is there anyone who has the courage to challenge my Raticate? As the beautiful lady beside him threw herself at him, the man in the black suit looked gentlemanly and proud as he challenged the whole audience. Ash watched the whole excitement from the side. This time he didn't jump out to compete with all his strength like in the original. Because he knew the nature of the man in the black suit very well, the Raticate in the other's hand could not even beat Ash's original Butterfree. And just when Ash was about to win with Butterfree, that man stood up and said that the match would be considered a draw. Typical of not being able to play. Compared to this meaningless battle that had no results and no entries, Ash was more interested in something else. Chapter 50. Look here, little brother, look at my Pokemon. In front of a stall, James, who was dressed as a waiter, passed by and was stopped by the stall owner. What? Isn't this just a normal Magikarp? James said, looking at the Pokemon in the tank. This is not a normal Magikarp. This is a carp among carps, the king of carp. Isn't that Magikarp? It doesn't look that good. Before James could finish his words of disdain, he saw the boss opposite directly carry out this huge Magikarp. That's different. I'll tell you a secret. The boss whispered to the young man in front of him, who had delicate skin and some aristocratic temperament. This Magikarp, it produces gold. Gold. Seeing this silly young man widen his eyes slightly, the boss suddenly felt happy. It's really rare to meet a young man like this who looks rich and easy to fool. A Magikarp lays 1,000 eggs at a time. 1,000 Magikarps lay 1,000 eggs. 1,000 times 1,000, that's 1,000,000. Just think about that. If 1,000,000 eggs are laid, that's an astronomical number. James was confused by his boss' sweet talk and was stunned. This Magikarp costs 10,000 UN each. If it lays 3 eggs, you'll make a fortune. Hundreds of millions, hundreds of millions. Good, that's amazing. When the time comes, you can buy as many Pokemon as you want. Marvelous. The normal selling price is $10,000. This Magikarp, plus the spawning device, the breeder device, and the educational device, will cost you a total of $30,000. I'll buy it. You really have a good eye for talent. Dear guest, I see a golden glow behind you. He. Just when this pair of profiteers and the stupid second-generation rich kid were laughing together. Magikarp is a fish Pokemon. It's a poor Pokemon that can only jump around. There are even researchers who have investigated why it jumps. Anyway, it just jumps and jumps and jumps non-stop. A familiar mechanical voice came, and Magikarp will only produce Magikarp, not any gold or anything like that. As soon as the words fell, the smiles on James and the stall owners' faces froze. Magikarp only produces Magikarp, not gold. James turned around in astonishment, and then saw a familiar figure that left a deep impression on him. Is it that brat with Pikachu and Nidoking? James subconsciously panicked, then he remembered that he was now dressed up as a waiter. His disguise was flawless and the little devil would definitely not be able to see through it, so he immediately felt relieved. Well, his disguise is indeed so perfect that it's hard for people not to see through it. Ash was also very considerate and pretended not to recognize him. He just asked in a very sincere and surprised manner. Uncle, is your Magikarp so special? Even the Pokemon Pokédex doesn't record such an excellent ability of Magikarp, but the Magikarp in your hand can produce gold. Ash gave a thumbs up to the stall owner whose face was becoming increasingly stiff. Boss, you are really awesome. But I do have a question, boss. Ash smiled and said, since your Magikarp can produce gold and is worth hundreds of millions, why do you want to sell it? Isn't it better to keep it for laying eggs yourself? Moreover, you only sold a Magikarp worth hundreds of millions for 30,000. Tisk. Ash's final tisk didn't seem to give any comment, but in fact it seemed to say everything. James, who already felt something was wrong, reacted immediately after hearing this. You are actually lying to me. His face flushed red, and he didn't know whether he was angry or embarrassed. He grabbed the boss's collar angrily. Hey, 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 let go, let go. The boss's expression turned ugly, that stinky brat. He stopped pretending and struggled to break free from James, looking viciously at Ash who had ruined such a big deal for him. Do you know what you are doing? Of course I know. Ash didn't waste any more time and directly opened the Rotom Pokédex again. Recently, many criminals have used false and exaggerated gimmicks to trade Pokémon. Pokémon trainers, please be careful. If you find any, please report it in time. We will deal with it seriously. Pokémon Alliance left a message. Stall owner. What? It's so great to have the support of Pokémon Alliance. You think I'm afraid of them, huh? Even if you're lucky this time, I won't bother with the kid. The stall owner decisively closed the stall, and before James could react, he quickly swept up some valuables and ran away. Well, he really can't afford to offend. Especially on the St. Anno, on the sea, if he was reported, he would have nowhere to escape. I could only curse and leave quickly, thinking that I was unlucky. You guy, do you think it's okay to run away? James realized it later and chased after him angrily. Stay here. In an instant, the two protagonists of the stall ran away. Ash and the Magikarp in front of him were left staring at each other. Chapter 51. Well, the number of Pokemon like Magikarp is extremely astonishing. They live near water all over the world, in the sea, rivers, ponds, and puddles. They swim around in all kinds of places. It's said that thanks to Magikarp, most Pokemon will live longer. Therefore, their number was so huge that even the stall owner didn't care and threw his salation aside. It seems you are abandoned now. Ash looked at Magikarp fluttering and blowing bubbles, and took out the Pokemon ball with a smile. In that case, just follow me. Pokemon Magikarp. Gender, female. Trainer, none. Attribute, water. Ability, free and easy. When it rains or rains heavily, the speed ability becomes twice the original. Skill, water splash. Carrying things, none. Potential, elite. Training suggestions. Entries, the finishing touch, gold, fish and dragon dance, purple, dot. The final kick, gold. It is already on the edge of evolution and only needs external stimulation to successfully evolve. If the stimulation is a kick, the potential level after evolution will be +1. Dragon dance, purple. Unleash your own potential and talents to bring growth gains to your companions. Within the territory, the training effect of Pokemon in the same camp is increased by 30%, the upper limit of ability improvement is 50%, and the talent potential increases day by day, and can be increased by 1 level at most. Note, if your own potential increases, this entry will be upgraded accordingly. This is really the finishing touch. All that is missing is that kick. No wonder in the original version, he was able to evolve successfully after being kicked by James. Moreover, the evolved Gyarados is very powerful and can quickly perform Dragon Rage with other Gyarados. However, compared to the powerful strength after evolution. Like Bulbasaur, is this another Pokemon that is very suitable for staying at home. Ash carefully pondered the entry for Dragon Dance, purple. Obviously, this will be a great boost for the Pokemon that stay at home. It not only improves the training effect, but also improves the potential level. It is indeed another excellent Pokemon that applies buffs in the rear. And this entry can be upgraded. As long as Magikarp evolves with Final Blow, his talent potential will become the champion. At that time, the entry and its effects will also be improved. Ash was very satisfied with this Magikarp. It seems that the biggest gain of this boarding has been obtained by him. No, there should be one more. Putting away Magikarp's Pokemon Ball, Ash looked towards the banquet not far away. In that place, a man wearing a yellow shirt and also with yellow hair was chatting with others. Let me tell you, ghost-type Pokemon are the worst. The yellow-haired man boasted, I had a Gengar before, not only was it not very powerful, but it also always brought me bad luck. I've always felt like I was unlucky. It must have something to do with Gengar. After all, even the Pokemon Pokédex says that if you suddenly feel a chill approaching, it means Gengar is around you. Maybe it has already cursed you. I always lose in battles, I always fail to capture enemies, I fall down the stairs, my things go missing, nothing good ever happens, this is the curse. You should stay as far away from a Pokemon like this as possible. The yellow-haired man was spitting all over the place, sharing his so-called trainer experience. Then what? A question suddenly came from behind him. And then of course I threw it away. The yellow-haired man subconsciously said, why keep a Pokemon like this if you don't throw it away? I even lied to it and told it to wait for me at the mansion and not to leave. I don't know if that stupid Gengar is still there. With its silly personality, it's probably there, ha 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 ha. He was laughing there unscrupulously, with a completely smug look on his face. Then the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. Bang! A heavy punch hit him directly on the cheek, knocking him flying. Idiots and trash indeed. Ash retracted his fist and exhaled, you are just a piece of trash. The yellow-haired trainer in front of me is the trainer who abandoned Gengar in the Journey chapter. It is introduced in the Journey chapter that in the past, this yellow-haired trainer brought his Gengar to a big house. He asked Gengar to wait for him here, and Gengar stayed there obediently, but Gengar never saw him again since then. Despite this, Gengar persisted in the building, waiting for its trainer. This went on day after day, year after year, until one day some humans finally came here. But the person who came was not the trainer it had been waiting for, but a real estate agent and a proprietress. Frustrated, Gengar played a prank on them and scared them away. Since then, Gengar has been playing pranks in the building and scaring people who come here until today. Chapter 52. Later, the house was converted into Professor Sakuragi's laboratory. Gengar continued to play pranks there, thus attracting Ash. Later it hid in Ash's shadow and played pranks on him, making Ash very unlucky in everything he did. So Ash fled from the laboratory in a panic but accidentally knocked down a trainer who was dating his girlfriend. Gengar, hiding in the shadows, immediately recognized that this was its former trainer. After being knocked down by Ash, the yellow-haired trainer also recalled the past of abandoning Gengar. It turned out that he felt that his Gengar always brought him bad luck, so he planned to abandon it and lied to it, telling it to wait for him at the current Sakuragi laboratory. After learning the truth, Gengar emerged from Ash's shadow and rage attacked his former trainer with Shadow Ball. Ash has Pikachu use Electro Web to neutralize Gengar's attack and blames the trainer. When Gengar was about to attack him again, the trainer put the blame on Gengar, and then he and his girlfriend ran away in fear. Afterwards, Gengar, feeling exhausted, disappeared from Ash and Gaugu's side. Ash decided to find Gengar, and all this was seen by Team Rocket hiding in the dark. Team Rocket found Gengar and tried to win him over, but Gengar refused, so they captured him. At the critical moment, Ash and Pikachu arrived in time to save Gengar. Ash convinced Gengar to fight alongside him, and successfully fought off Team Rocket and their two Dusclops. It was also after that that Gengar officially became Ash's Pokemon. It can be said that this is one of the abandoned Pokemon, just like Ash's Charmander before. Those who abandoned Pokemon and deliberately deceived them truly deserve the name of trash. And if you call me an idiot. Even a Pokemon as powerful as Gengar, and this one is very obedient and considerate, completely different from the prankster Gengar, it's abandoned like this. I think using the word idiot is already a euphemism. Ash commented as he looked at the yellow-haired man who was lying on the ground, wailing while holding his cheek. UBD. The yellow-haired man struggled to get up from the ground, covering his face, and glared at Ash. He was about to open his mouth to curse, but at this moment. Click, click. The lights in the entire banquet hall suddenly flickered. Then, groups of people dressed in black, wearing the standard uniforms of Team Rocket, suddenly rushed in. Hand over all the Pokemon in your hands. Jesse and James took off their disguises, stood on a high place, and gave orders in a very domineering manner. The stage for Team Rocket has finally been set. The black-clad soldiers, holding vacuum cleaners in their hands, immediately began targeting the trainers at the scene. For a moment, the entire banquet hall was in chaos. The yellow-haired trainer saw that the situation was not good, so he ignored Ash and tried to escape immediately in panic. However, it was his bad luck that two Rocket Team soldiers jumped out on his way forward. "Take it, you." The two soldiers worked together to knock the yellow-haired trainer to the ground because he was so panicked that he had no time to release the Pokémon. "My Pokémon!" The yellow-haired trainer who was knocked down by the hammer couldn't stop it at all and could only watch as the Pokémon ball on his body was snatched away. He couldn't help but let out screams. "Shut up. It's so noisy." The two Rocket Team soldiers didn't tolerate him at all and started punching and kicking him, beating him so hard that he couldn't even utter a single sound. "Okay, hand over your Pokémon too." After a round of punches and kicks, the two soldiers turned their attention to Ash, who was just watching the fun. I have to say, the ferocity with which they beat people was much greater than mine. "You want my Pokémon?" Ash just smiled when he heard that. "Pikachu, did you hear that? Pika Pika." The Pikachu on the shoulder spread his hands and said helplessly, "Here came a few more ignorant guys." "Pikachu? Who would want a Pokémon like these when there are so many of them that they look like stray dogs on the roadside?" The rocket soldier showed a look of extreme disgust on his face. "Hand over all your other Pokémon to me." "Pikachu. Well, you are asking for death and you can't blame others for it." Under Ash's pitying gaze, lightning flashed on the angry Pikachu's body. "Ah." In the midst of the tragic growl, the two Rocket Team soldiers who had been baptized by Thunderbolt and turned into charcoal fell down beautifully. The Pokémon balls they had snatched were also scattered all over the ground. As luck would have it, the Pokémon ball that had just been snatched from the yellow-haired trainer rolled to Ash's feet. "My Pokémon." The yellow-haired creature lying on the ground stretched out his trembling hand towards the Pokémon ball, looking very miserable. He moved towards the Pokémon balls as much as he could, but the next second, a hand reached down and picked up the Pokémon balls one by one. "You want it?" Ash asked, tossing the ball in his hand and looking at him with a smile. Looking at this smile, Huang Mao's body shook subconsciously. "What are you going to do?" He swallowed and said with fear on his face. "Nothing, just." Ash smiled softly, "I need you to come out and do me a small favor." Chapter 53. The rockets on the sand tried and attacked quickly and retreated quickly. It wasn't that the rockets had a change of heart and stopped in time. But the captain of the ship was dealing with Team Rocket and didn't notice that hurricane rain had arrived. By the time he noticed, the boat had been swept away. This also happened a second ago. The captain vowed to the passengers. "This is just a normal hurricane rain, please rest assured. We are heading to the harbor now. I assure you that this ship will never sink." Then the next second, a huge wave hit and the Saint Anno was on the verge of collapse. The captain had already quickly appeared on the lifeboat, one step ahead of everyone else. "Passengers. Your behavior is really not convincing at all." In the end, the Rocket Team soldiers evacuated quickly, and the captain and all the passengers boarded the lifeboat safely. During this period, Butterfree and Rafikate did not exchange with each other, so naturally, Ash and the others escaped safely. "And when I get out, don't forget our agreement." Ash was very kind and patted the yellow-haired trainer who boarded the lifeboat with him. I won't forget." The yellow-haired trainer stuttered as he stared at the Pokeball in Ash's hand. "Those are all his Pokémon. Promise?" "What promise, Ash?" Misty and Xiaogang on the side asked curiously. "You will know this when the time comes." The lifeboat returned safely to the harbor in Port Vermilion. Ash and his group, along with the yellow-haired trainer, arrived at the familiar mansion. At this time, Professor Sakuragi had not yet built the laboratory here, and it was still a big house. However, this house looks quite dilapidated from the outside. During this period, some buyers took a fancy to this house, but this house seems a little weird and haunted. Hey! On the dark staircase, a fat round man in dark purple was sitting there alone. After just driving away a group of customers and landlords who came to see the house. Jengar sighed in disappointment again, a hint of confusion flashing in his scarlet eyes. It still remembers what its trainer said to it, "Remember, you must wait for me here, and don't leave." Just because of this sentence, Jengar has been waiting here for nearly 2 years. No matter how innocent it was, Jengar was still aware of something. However, he still didn't want to believe the fact that he seemed to have been abandoned. They could only drive away batches of house-viewing guests, which led to the gradual spread of supernatural phenomena in the house, including being cursed. "I don't know if my trainer will come." Jengar's round body actually showed a hint of hunchback. Just as he slowly closed his eyes in despair. Squeak. The sound of the door opening was heard again. Hey. Are there new humans disturbing us again? Jengar almost subconsciously wanted to make his body transparent, then hide in the shadows and drive away the visitor. This is what he has been doing before. But this time, it's destined to be different. Jengar, are you still there? The extremely familiar, long-cherished words rang out, causing Jengar's body to suddenly stop in place. Gilug. I'm coming to see you. The voice seemed to be frightened by the dark environment and swallowed its saliva. Ehe. Jengar opened his eyes instantly with a swish, and the extremely familiar yellow-haired figure appeared in his eyes. Ehe. He didn't abandon me. All the depression and confusion before turned into excitement at this moment. Jengar immediately revealed his entire body and quickly flew towards his trainer. You are still here, Jengar. The yellow-haired trainer was so frightened by this sudden scene that he stepped back repeatedly. But, this is also a good thing. He wanted to stay away from Jengar, so he coughed twice and said, I'm very happy that you listened to me, so I have to tell you a piece of good news here. Hey. As they were about to meet again after a long separation, Jengar, who was about to cheer, subconsciously asked a question. At this moment, it also noticed that besides its own trainer, there were other people entering the house. A squinty-eyed dark-skinned young man and a human girl, they were both looking at him curiously. There was also a Pikachu sitting on his shoulder and a young trainer wearing a hat, who was also looking at him with a smile. Ahem, so this is what happened. The yellow-haired trainer repeated to the petrified Jengar who was standing there in a daze. Back then, I thought that my trainer and breeder abilities were no longer enough to provide you with effective help, so I went out and found a very good trainer to replace me and become your new master. After 2 years of unremitting efforts, I finally found the most suitable trainer for you. This person is the one next to me, Pikachu's trainer. I believe that under his coaching and breeding, you will definitely achieve more, Jengar. Jengar. At this point, Jengar could no longer listen. After knowing that it was going to be transferred to someone else, Jengar had already shut down there. Chapter 54. Jengar couldn't accept that after waiting for more than 2 years, this was the result. Actually, I've always wanted to say that we two are not suitable. The yellow-haired man quietly put away the Pokemon ball that Ash handed over to him from an angle that Jengar couldn't see, and then he gritted his teeth and said. Trainers and Pokemon choose each other. I don't think there is any chemistry between us. But since I've already been your trainer, I must be responsible and considerate of you. So I found a trainer that's right for you. If you still think of me as your trainer and understand my good intentions over the past 2 years, just accept this result obediently, Jengar. Be obedient, aren't you the most obedient one? Jengar. This guy, what he said. Even Misty, who seemed to understand what was said in the back, looked down on the yellow-haired guy after hearing this. Even though you speak so righteously, aren't you still going to abandon Jengar? Even Xiaogang couldn't help but nod in agreement, maybe he abandoned Jengar 2 years ago. This time I came back, it was probably Ash's request. If it weren't for Ash, he might not have come back to see Jengar at all, and he wouldn't have said goodbye to Jengar like this. Although this statement also makes me uncomfortable, at least it can be regarded as an explanation for Jengar's 2 years of waiting. Otherwise, Jengar might be fooled and continue to wait foolishly. Ash, he asked this trainer to come here mainly for Jengar. I see. After listening to Xiaogang's analysis, Misty's face suddenly showed a hint of realization. She looked at Ash's back, the corners of her mouth slowly raised. Sure enough, Ash is still as gentle as ever towards Pokemon. Perhaps, his kindness is not just towards Pokemon. Hey. Finally, Jengar recovered from the huge blow and cried out with difficulty. After waiting for my trainer to come back after 2 years, I brought him back this good news. It really is, it's hard to accept. However, compared to the result that he had vaguely guessed would be abandonment, Jengar felt much better after hearing these words. Although it still feels that this is just a disguised form of abandonment. Well, it's settled then, Jengar. I wish you good luck in the future. The yellow-haired trainer, who got his Pokemon ball, didn't want to stay here for even a second. After saying this last sentence hurriedly and perfunctorily, he immediately ran away and disappeared here. Only Jengar, a purple fat man, was left here, looking dispirited. Let me introduce myself, Jengar, my name is Ash, and I'm your future, new trainer. Ash smiled and held out his hand to Jengar. Hey. Jengar looked up at Ash twice, then silently turned away, his back facing the trio. Curled up in the corner, I felt very depressed. I know it's hard for you to accept such a result right now, but I believe time will prove everything. Ash took out the Pokemon ball and threw it directly at Jengar. Suddenly, Jengar's entire body turned into a beam of light and was absorbed into the ball. Ash, if you throw the Pokeball to it directly like this, won't it run away? Misty and Xiaogang stepped forward and said, "Look at its appearance, it seems very reluctant." "It's okay, don't worry." Ash looked at the shaking Pokemon ball, which was flashing lights but whose frequency was gradually decreasing, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "I believe that Gengar will accept me." Pokemon Gengar. Gender, male. Trainer, none. Attribute, ghost, poison. Ability, cursed body. When a Pokemon with this ability is attacked, there is a 30% chance that the target will fall into the disable contest condition. Shadow Ball Nightshade Psychic Ice Punch. Carrying things, none. Potential, elite, plus. Training suggestions. Entries, loyal and devoted, gold, elusive, gold, ghostly, gold. Loyalty, gold. Absolute loyalty to one's trainer. If the trainer can understand and respond to this feeling and emotion, their own strength and potential will be greatly improved, otherwise it will decline. Elusive, gold. This is a unique feature of ghost Pokemon, and Gengar has taken it to the extreme. When fighting or in a dark environment, the speed, power, and effect of ghost skills are increased by 50%. Ghostly shadows, gold. The terrifying ghost energy creates a terrifying atmosphere. The strength of non-ghost Pokemon decreases by 10%, the strength of ghost Pokemon increases by 20%, and the power and effect of ghost moves and skills increase by 30%. 3 golden entries. As expected, help Ash defeated Gengar in the World Championship. Elusive, gold. The effect of increasing speed and ghost-type move skills is self-explanatory. The key points are loyalty, gold, and ghostly shadow, gold. Ghost shadow, gold. It can increase your own strength and suppress the enemy's strength, and apply AoE buffs in the control range. In this way, at the beginning of the battle, the opponent reduces his strength while our strength increases, and Gengar takes the advantage right from the start. There are cheats and external cheats. This is a Pokemon with built-in buffs. Even better than the ones with built-in background music. Chapter 55. Ash simply couldn't believe how useless this yellow-haired trainer was to abandon even a Gengar like this. Even though he is not able to activate the effects of entries like Ash, Gengar's potential and basic strength are obvious. I can only say that the gap between people is even greater than the gap between people and pigs, and the technology for preserving pregnancy is still too perfect. And the other entry, loyalty, gold. In the original version, Gengar waited here for several years and did not give up its trainer. It can be said that it is very loyal. The effect of this entry is very similar to Pikachu's telepathy, gold. It's all about the trainer itself. If the trainer can communicate with the Pokemon and have complete trust and understanding, the true effect of this entry can be brought into play. For example, the yellow-haired trainer of Gengar clearly could not understand Gengar at all. That's why I always lose in battles and fail to conquer others. You know, this is the Gengar who can cast Infinite Shadow Ball instantly. The Gengar who easily killed 2 Dusclops. The Gengar who can use Psychic to avoid Gauga's 1-ball capture stunt. Therefore, such a powerful Pokemon still has to wait until Ash comes to fully unleash its potential and strength. Gengar is loyal to his trainer, but after all, he is not like Pikachu who is bound to his trainer and depends on him forever for life and death, and he completely understands his trainer's mind. Therefore, it can replace its trainer, and its potential can be raised to the level of a champion, but it is destined not to reach the heights of Pikachu. It was also because of the instructions of his former trainer Huangmao that he let it follow Ash. In response to Ash's invitation, it simply turned its back, instead of wreaking havoc and fleeing like it did before after truly feeling betrayed. This can barely be considered a decent separation between the two parties. Coupled with Ash's own silly thing, gold, he gains greater trust and love from Pokemon. There will be no problem in conquering him this time. As for the follow-up, after the creature is captured, Pikachu will naturally give him some advice, and Charmander, who had a similar experience before, will share her own experience. And the impact of their overall environment and true feelings. Isn't it more than enough to convert a Gengar? Ding. Ding. Buzz. Finally, after shaking on the ground for a few times, the Pokemon ball stopped moving. Very good, I conquered Gengar. Pika Pika. Congratulations, Ash. In this way, this final evolved form can completely become a Gengar with instant combat power. Such a powerful Pokemon is officially captured by Ash. Compared to the original version where they only became partners during the journey, Ash has moved this time forward significantly. And this way, it's good for both sides. Please give me your guidance in the future, Gengar. The Pokemon ball shook twice, then stopped moving. After successfully capturing Gengar, Ash now has 10 Pokemon. They are Pikachu, Nidoking, Pidgeot, Bear Apprentice, Charmander, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Krabby, Magikarp and Gengar. Krabby has been sent to Professor Oak to get better nutrition. The nutritional resources provided by the system are very abundant in Professor Oak's laboratory. As for Pidgeot, it is said that some Spearows in Viridian Forest seem to have been stimulated by something, and several of them evolved into Fearows. As we all know, the Fearow and Pidgeot groups are mortal enemies. In order to protect the safety of its own group, Pidgeot cannot return for the time being. And as Pidgeot left, Officer Jenny from Squirtle also called and said that the core training of the Fire Brigade was about to begin. You can let Squirtle come back first to receive some training with his brothers, and it won't be too late to return to the team later. As for the Magikarp that was just one step away from evolving, Ash also gave it that finishing touch. Before kicking it, Ash also told it that he was kicking it to help it evolve. As a result, after Magikarp evolved and became Gyarados, he immediately became ferocious towards Ash. Pokemon Gyarados. Gender, female. Trainer Ash. Attribute, water. Ability, Intimidate. When this ability is used or acquired, the attack of all rivals within the attack range will be reduced by 1 level. Bite Twister Hydro Pump Ice Fang Dragon Rage. Carrying things, none. Potential, Champion. Training suggestions. Entries, The Finishing Touch, Gold, Fish and Dragon Dance, Purple, Dot. The Final Kick, Gold. It is already on the edge of evolution and only needs external stimulation to successfully evolve. If the stimulation is a kick, the potential level after evolution will be +1. Note, successfully evolved. Dragon Dance, Gold. Unleash your own potential talents to bring growth gains to your companions. Within the territory's influence, the training effect of Pokemon in the same camp is increased by 50%, the upper limit of talent ability is increased by 100%, and the talent potential is increased day by day, and can be increased by 1 level at most. Note, the entry has been upgraded accordingly. After Magikarp evolves into Gyarados, its attributes are upgraded accordingly, its skills increase, and its own strength also increases dramatically. This also made it difficult for it to see itself clearly. In response to this, Ash simply sent out Pikachu from Solation to give the Water plus Flying type Gyarados a 4-fold Restrained Thunder baptism. Immediately, it obediently was sent to Professor Oak's laboratory as a charcoal-looking younger brother to guard the rear. Thus, Ash is left with Pikachu, Nidoking, Charmander, Bear Apprentice, Bulbasaur, and Gengar. Chapter 56. The quantity is still a little insufficient. After taking inventory, Ash couldn't help but look forward to Professor Bill's research results even more. This allows him to carry more Pokemon so that he will feel it is convenient and sufficient. Okay, then the next stop. Ash looked at the travel voucher in his hand and said, let's take a rest first. After Ash conquered Gengar and solved the curse problem in this house, the landlord of the house came up excitedly and expressed his deep gratitude to Ash and his friends. God bless this house, it is finally okay and can be sold. The landlord was very happy and gave Ash and his friends a travel voucher to express his gratitude. This is not a gift ticket with ulterior motives like the one on the Sant'Anno, but a real tour. A seaside holiday in Lampolchi. Under the expectant gazes of his companions, Misty and Xiaogang, Ash waved the invitation ticket in his hand. Then let's take a break. The city of Ramperchi is located on the seaside, with a large beach and bright sunshine. It is a resort that tourists yearn for. White beach, blue ocean. Going to the beach during summer vacation is the most enjoyable leisure vacation. The landlord gave Ash and his group a travel voucher to the city of Lampolchi, which included food and accommodation for a seaside vacation. There is also a visit to the Pokemon Park. Well, in the original version, Ash and the others were landed on this island by Gyarados' Dragon Rage Whirlwind. Together with Team Rocket, they destroyed the giant Pokemon robots on the island. Those giant robots were specially made by Team Rocket just for this one Pokemon Park. This attracts a large number of tourists every year for sightseeing, and is an important source of funding for the Rockets. This time, Ash and his threesome were purely tourists, and they had a great time on the sightseeing boat. Afterwards, we came to a slightly shabby hotel called Haijijia to stay. Fortunately it is called House of the Sea. If it is Overlord of the Sea, we will have to see if a one-eyed sea bug Mr. Piggy will show up. After all, it was a free invitation voucher, with free accommodation and food, so Ash and the other two were not picky. They also get along well with the kind-hearted Mo, the owner of Ocean House. He also happens to be the one who agreed to help out here because Ash and his crew accidentally damaged Mo's boat in the original version. Your Pokemon are all breeders quite well. It seems that you are a very good trainer. When it was time for lunch, all the Pokemon were taken out for dinner, and Mo looked at Ash's Pokemon in amazement. There are a lot of Pokemon I haven't seen before, and... His gaze lingered on Nidoking for a while, and then he exclaimed in amazement, I finally saw such a powerful Pokemon. Even if I just look at it, I feel it's amazing. Nidoking ignored him and just ate his lunch. Such praise was meaningless to him. The only thing it wants in its life is to be able to beat that fan kitten to death. It's incredible. Mo looked at it in amazement, and then pointed to the corner next to him, but that child seems a little strange. Gengar? I just captured him. He may not be able to integrate into the team yet. Ash slurped his ramen while looking at Gengar, who was also silent but cooking in the corner. Fortunately, Gengar stayed in that house for more than 2 years, waiting. In the past 2 years or so, it has not eaten well at all. After Ash had taken out food that was very suitable for Gengar's body and taste according to the training suggestions for Gengar. If you want to win someone's heart, you must first win their stomach. Ash smiled as he watched Gengar concentrate on eating. This also applies to Pokemon. Pika Pika. Hwakia, Hwakia. Next to Gengar, 2 Pokemon, Pikachu and Charmander, were holding their bowls and chatting with him while eating. There is no Pokemon that Gengar can relate to more than Charmander, who has gone through the same experience. And after this period of counseling, Ash can clearly feel the results. I believe it is only a matter of time before Gengar is integrated into the team. Boom. Suddenly, there were bursts of explosions outside. What's going on? The group ran out and saw a robot Gyarados attacking a nearby luxury hotel. I heard someone ask what's going on. From the speaker of the Gyarados machine came familiar words and equally familiar lines. Since you ask sincerely, we will mercifully tell you. That's it, meow. As expected, he thought that there was no one else who could pilot this machine Gyarados except Team Rocket. And now they are attacking the hotel, and their purpose is. Of course it's because this hotel looks the richest. If we use this machine Gyarados to attack this hotel, we can say goodbye to our past debt-ridden life in one go. You can get a lot of money, meow. The trio chatted with each other, and then burst into laughter. Without paying any attention to the owner of the hotel that was attacked, a little old lady was jumping around and cursing wildly. Chapter 57. That's Nastina's beach house. Mo recognized who was attacked immediately. She is my rival, and also my creditor. I owed her some money before, and she wanted to take my boat away to pay off the debt. It can be said that she is the richest person on the entire beach. So, is that why the rockets are targeting you? Ash recognized it as well. In the original version, his group accidentally drove Mo's ship and collided with the rocket team's machine Gyarados that was lurking on the seabed and preparing to land. Since both were damaged, Ash and his friends worked for Mo to pay off their debts, while the rocket trio worked for Nastina to save enough money to repair the Gyarados machine. He was supposed to be the part-time boss of Team Rocket, but now he has become the target of attack because his machine Gyarados was not damaged. Fate is truly indescribable. Want to stop them? Xiaogang and Misty originally wanted to help save people, but after hearing this, they realized that Nastina didn't seem like a good person either. They all turned their eyes to Ash. Don't worry about them. The latter simply spread his hands and said, letting bad guys like them fight each other is actually a contribution to society. That's right. Suddenly, a slightly ostentatious voice came from behind everyone. I didn't expect you to have such an understanding, Ash. It's really rare. You are worthy of being regarded as a strong rival by me. Gary. Without even looking, Ash could tell who the voice belonged to. You're here too. And. Ash turned around and saw Gary in his sunny beach clothes and a group of girlfriends that he brought with him wherever he went. Wow, there are so many beautiful big sisters. When Xiaogang, who likes beautiful women, saw her, his passive skill was immediately triggered and his 2 squinting eyes began to light up. Who is this, Ash? Misty glanced at Gary, who had a coquettish look on his face, and asked. His name is Gary. He is my friend since Arnold, and he is also the new trainer who started from Pallet Town with me. Ash briefly introduced himself, and then gave an accurate evaluation. You still love to show off. What do you know? This is called showing off one's personal style and character. Of course, your old-fashioned style is incomprehensible. Gary is always harsh with his words. However, when he heard Ash calling him a friend who grew up with Arnold, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. I only know that you have used all your skills to seduce girlfriends, and your training in Pokemon is far from enough. Ash didn't indulge him, and a casual remark almost broke his defense. What did you say? Gary's hair was about to explode, and he gritted his teeth and said, it's just one Nidoking that I tamed, don't be so proud. The Pokemon I've captured in this time are no worse than yours. Gary stood there with his neck stiff, saying stubbornly, if you don't agree, let's have a competition. Let's have a duel with the Pokemon we captured after leaving Pallet Town. Let's see who has better taming and breeder abilities. Leaving Pallet Town, doesn't this directly exclude my own Pikachu and Nidoking? It seems that Gary is not such a fool after all. He even knows how to set screening criteria for himself. But, do you think you can defeat me like this? How naive. Okay, but... Gary was delighted at first, then startled, but what? But since you have already set the conditions, the winner and loser will be chosen by me. Although in battle, especially with key characters in the plot like Gary, the chances of items popping out are greater and of higher levels. But he can't just fight whenever he wants, there still has to be some stakes. Especially. The other party drives a luxury car every day and parades around the city with a group of beautiful women. He is very cool. Ash himself would not let go unless he took advantage of the opportunity to kill the person who had come to his door. Is it just a jackpot? That's no problem. Gary, who thought he was going to do something, heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Normal outdoor trainer battles also require a staking prize. I won't deny this. Gary raised his index finger and shook it in assurance. That's fine with me. Ash nodded. What's the score? 3 against 3. Gary made up his mind immediately. I feel sorry for you because you haven't collected all 6 Pokemon yet. It would be embarrassing if you can't get enough Pokemon halfway through. Don't worry about that. I have already collected all 6 Pokemon. Really? It seems like you're not far from following in my footsteps. Let's go to the beach, there's a special stadium there. In this world, there is no shortage of Pokemon battles anywhere. Besides, I have already found a professional referee there, and he is waiting there. Professional referee. Xiaogang, who originally wanted to act as a referee, stepped back again. Ash couldn't help but be curious. Who is it? Of course it's me. Next to the beach stadium, Professor Oak, wearing slippers and a sunny beach outfit, stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the 2 outstanding young people in front of him who walked out of his small town with a smile. Chapter 58. Well, although Gary is a bit flashy, he is indeed excellent in terms of Pokemon talent. As for Ash, it cannot be described simply as excellent. That should be quite good, very good, extremely good. Sometimes Professor Oak would sigh and think how great it would be if Ash was his grandson. You are here after all, Professor Oak. Of course. I came all the way here specially after hearing your news. Ash and Professor Oak immediately started chatting, and Gary's eyes widened. So Grandpa, you're here for Ash? Yes, Ash sent me a message saying there are some things worth studying here, so I came here specifically. But... Gary pointed at himself stiffly, I have invited you to join some of my activities before. Ahem, that's not important. Professor Oak patted Gary on the shoulder and said lovingly, Gary, you are already an adult. You must learn to rely on yourself and stop relying on others. Gary. Grandpa, why don't you wait until Ash leaves before saying this? Do you think it's convincing to say this to me in front of him? Is Ash your grandson, or am I your grandson? The devastated second-generation rich kid could only chirp alone in the corner. Actually, there's me too. When Professor Oak was greeting Misty and Xiaogang, Delia's figure also flashed out from outside. Ash. Mom. Why are you here too? I was on a community consolation tour and happened to come to this stop. Delia said with a smile, then looked at Xiaogang and Misty. It seems that you have made some good friends along the way. No, it was Ash who took us on this trip, and he also helped us a lot. Xiaogang said politely. Misty, on the other hand, felt rather awkward and uncomfortable looking at Ash's mother. Ash's mom. Okay, stop worrying about it. Putting everything aside and not thinking too much, Gary stood at the battle position. He immediately clapped his hands. Ash, are all your 3 Pokemon ready? Of course. Ash and Professor Oak also stood on the other side and the referee seat respectively. In this match, each side can use 3 Pokemon. The side whose Pokemon loses their combat ability first will be declared the loser. After briefly announcing the rules, Professor Oak waved his hand and said, the game begins. Go, my darling. Gary was very confident and took out his Pokemon first. Bang. A white light flashed, and with 2 sharp blades flashing, a completely emerald green Pokemon appeared on the field. Has. Beep, Scyther, the Mantis Pokemon, is so fast that it makes the sickles on its arms sharper. With just one swing, even a big tree can be cut in half. Rotom Pokédex announced at the right time. Scyther is born with a species strength of 500, with first-rate attack power and speed, and is an instant combat force that can be used in breeder and battle immediately after being captured. Ash did remember that later on, during the 6-on-6 battle at the Silver Conference. Gary had a very good Scizor in his hands, and defeated Ash's Snorlax and Mook successively. It's a pity that he fell under Charizard's flames. He was considered a very capable general. Pokemon Scyther. Gender, male. Trainer Gary. Attribute, flying, insect. Ability, technical master. When using a move with a power less than or equal to 60, the power is increased by 50% of the original. Only the effect of the move itself is taken into account, and any other effects such as props, abilities, etc. are not taken into account. Quick Attack Fury Cutter Wing Attack Double Team. Carrying Things, none. Potential, Elite. Training Suggestions. Entry, Quick Knife Hand, Purple, dot. Knife Master, Purple has a pair of extremely sharp knives and extremely fast speed. When attacking with the knives, the speed and attack power increase by 30%. Dot. Elite Level Potential, the ability of a skilled expert, plus an entry for Quick Swordsman, Purple. This Scyther's qualifications are indeed very good. But it's still a step behind mine. Ash took out a Pokemon ball and threw it out. It's up to you, Charmander. Huocha. There was another burst of white light, and Charmander appeared in the venue with high morale. Ash always felt that the Scyther would be the Scizor that evolved in the future. So here, he sent out Charmander to fight, which brought the battle between the two forward. When Charmander entered the battle, Gengar quietly ran out of the Pokemon ball. Hiding in the shadows, watching the battle, while also cheering for Charmander, his new friend. Chapter 59. Pokemon, Charmander. Gender, male. Trainer, none. Attribute, Fire. Ability, Fierce Fire. When HP is less than 1:3, the power of Fire-type moves increases by 1.5 times. Growlember Smokescreen Fire Spin Flamethrower Fire Fang. Carrying Things, none. Potential, Champion. Cultivation Suggestions. Entries, Heart Higher Than the Sky, Gold, Unruly, Gold, Dragon's Pride, Gold, I Am the Legend, Gold. Hearts High, Gold. He has a very strong self-esteem, so he will not be willing to be inferior to others. He has the will to defeat rival even if he has to force himself to evolve. His own ability can be activated at any time regardless of conditions, and after activation, the power and effect of all moves will be increased by 5%. Unruly, Gold. It will not admit that it is weaker than itself, and will not obey the orders of the weak. However, if it can be made to accept and willing to obey, it will burst out with even more powerful power. When it unites with the trainer and is willing to obey orders, it will exert 150% of its strength. Dragon Pride, Gold. Named after the dragon, this trump card is a dragon Pokemon in the hands of a dragon-type elite. It has its own pride as a dragon. Except for skills that restrain dragon-type skills, other attribute skills cannot restrain it. Because it has Fire-type, Ice-type damage also cannot restrain it. I Am the Legend, Gold. Don't be afraid of the might of God, dare to face the legendary Pokemon, and even through your own efforts, you can defeat them and become your own legend. When facing the legendary rival, your strength increases by 50%. Charmander has grown very well under Ash's care during this period of time. Not only did he learn a large number of skills, but his own qualities and abilities were also comprehensively improved. Even Professor Oak couldn't help but nod his head secretly after seeing it. This is much better than when I was a trainer breeder Charmander, Ash. Gary couldn't help but raise his eyebrows after seeing Charmander's grace. It seems that you, Ash, have understood the principle of attribute restraint. Although he also thinks Charmander is excellent, he will never admit it. Let me see how much experience you can bring out. Scyther, use Quick Attack to greet it. Haas. Whoosh. The emerald figure turned into a green lightning bolt and quickly attacked Charmander. Jump up and spin around yourself using a vortex of fire. Ash ordered calmly. Quick Attack is a quick attack skill, and without special control conditions, the hit rate should be 100%. Instead of using magical skills like Quickly Avoid, it's better to use this to counterattack. Wow! Charmander didn't hesitate at all and quickly splashed as soon as Ash gave the order. After such a long time, it has long been willing to follow Ash's orders and obey. The Unruly, Gold, entry was activated, and in an instant, the vortex of flames that was spewing out expanded again. At this time, Scyther was approaching. So sometimes, speed is not necessarily a good thing. By the time Gary reacted, it was too late. Bang hoo! Scyther directly hit the fire spin protective circle formed around the Charmander. Has. Scyther howled in pain, his entire body was knocked flying, and his entire body was covered in flames. Ash immediately seized the opportunity. Now, Charmander, Flamethrower. Huocha. The flame on the tail suddenly blooms, the effect of the entry Heart Higher Than the Sky, Gold, is activated, and the ability Fierce Fire is activated immediately. Under the amplification of the two major entries Ambitious, Gold, and Unruly, Gold. Immediately, a huge flame spewed out from Charmander's mouth. Straight away, Scyther's body was completely swallowed up. Scyther. Gary's face changed drastically and he shouted anxiously. However, Scyther could no longer hear his words, nor could he give him any response. When the flames gradually dissipated, Scyther's charred appearance was revealed. And the particularly obvious circles of mosquito-repellent eyes. Scyther is incapacitated, Charmander wins. Professor Oak immediately announced the result of the first match. There was no reversal or fierce confrontation at all, just a normal counter-attack and, crushing. Great, Ash, awesome. Seeing Ash win, Misty cheered immediately. Then she remembered something, quickly straightened her posture, and secretly glanced at Ash's mother who was sitting next to her. The latter was found to have a gentle smile on his face, looking at Ash on the field and not paying attention to the side. Misty breathed a sigh of relief, but then she became angry and said in her heart, "Damn it, what on earth am I worrying about?" She muttered to herself, but still sat up straight involuntarily to make herself look more ladylike. In order to leave a good impression in Ash's mother's heart. Pika Pika. Pikachu, who was unable to play due to the rules, cheered for Ash and Charmander from the sidelines. When they saw their team win, they happily clapped their hands. Gengar, who was hiding in the shadows nearby, saw this and subconsciously wanted to join the happy emo shout. But he reacted quickly, fell silent again, and looked around. I saw on everyone's face that they were cheering, encouraging, and being happy, and they were cheering for their companions. This was something Gengar had never felt or experienced before. He watched and listened, feeling moved, and then silently raised his hands. Clap, clap, clap. On the field, at the referee's position. The move Flamethrower that Charmander spit up just now was quite powerful. Professor Oak looked at Charmander, who was spewing flames of victory, with a little surprise. With that size and power, it's no less powerful than Charmeleon or even Charizard, right? How was Ash trained? On the field, Gary lowered his head and put away Scyther. Thank you for your hard work, Scyther. Have a good rest. He clenched his fists and took out another Pokemon ball from his arms. My next Pokemon. There was no sign of retreat in Gary's eyes, instead, the fire of fighting spirit burned even more. This is it. Bang. The light faded, and the heavy body fell down. It smashed into the field like a huge rock, causing the ground to shake slightly. Heavy breathing sounds were heard in the venue. Beep, Graveler, a rock Pokemon, often rolls around on mountain roads. In the process of rolling from the foot of the mountain to the top, it will crunch on its favorite rock. After reaching Tommy's top, it will roll down again. Graveler, with its gray-brown skin that is harder and bumpier and has 4 arms, is the second Pokemon that Gary sent out. They sent out ground and rock Pokemon specifically to counter fire Pokemon, right? Ground type plus rock type can be said to be a Charmander that has 4 times the resistance to fire. Ash glanced at the Dragon's Pride, Gold, entry. Under the effect of this entry, except for Dragon-type skills, no other skills or moves will have a restraining effect on Charmander. In other words, there will be no situation where the attribute restrains the advantage. Ash can also continue to win this game with Charmander. But we need to give others the opportunity to demonstrate and test their results. Ash directly collected Charmander with the Pokemon Ball. Come back, Charmander. I'll send you out next. Bang. Ancient. Determined eyes, upright posture, and high spirits. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. What Pokemon is that? Gary looked carefully and found that it was a Pokemon he didn't recognize at all, so he took out the Pokemon Pokédex. But the result of the scan is insufficient data to analyze. Even the Pokemon Pokédex is unable to tell which Pokemon it is. It's called Apprentice Bear. It was Ash who took the initiative to introduce it to him. It's a Pokemon from other regions. He is also the most hardworking and diligent child among my Pokemon. Pokemon, Bear Apprentice. Gender, male. Trainer Ash. Attribute Fighting. Ability, Psychic. Pokemon with this ability will not fall into the contest condition and will not be affected by intimidation. However, Pokemon with the ability of Breakthrough, Mega Voltage, and Turbo Fire can still make Pokemon with this ability flinch. Skills, Leer, Rock Smash, Endure, Focus Energy, Spin Attack, Scary Face, Headbutt, Brick Break. Carrying Things, none. Potential, Champion. Training Suggestions, 1 Strike Martial Arts Bear Master Evolution Direction, Combo Strike Martial Arts City Master Evolution Direction. Entries, Fighting Expertise, Gold, Bear Power, Gold, Bear Bird Lightning, Gold, Self-Improvement, Gold. Fighting Expertise, Gold has a deep understanding and talent in fighting, and the power of fighting moves increases by 50%. Bear Power, Gold. The body has great strength, and physical attack increase by 50%. Bear Sutra Bird Lightning, Gold. Use a special guiding method to train the whole body, and increase speed and reaction ability by 50%. Self-improvement, gold work hard to become stronger, always have a heart to become stronger, and the speed of cultivation increases by 5%. Bear Apprentice is the purest and most thorough fighting Pokemon. My only concern is to practice and become stronger, nothing else. He is truly the one with the clearest goal and the one who works the hardest among all of Ash's Pokemon. And his fighting system can also restrain the rock-type Graveler. He's from the fighting department, right? Gary is not stupid. When he saw the Bear Apprentice's determined eyes, Celestic's strong limbs, and the white turban on his head, he was very happy. He also made the correct judgment immediately. Well, any normal trainer should be able to tell. The original silly thing Ash doesn't count. Using a fighting-type Pokemon to counter my Graveler is a good idea, but... Gary immediately took out the Pokemon ball and said, "Come back. Go ahead, Graveler." He took it back with one hand and threw another ball with the other. "It's your turn, Youngzilla." Yuji. The third Pokemon Gary took out was yellow in color, with long, pointed ears. There is a red 5-pointed star pattern on the forehead, the face is shaped like a fox, and there are 2 tufts of hair similar to a beard growing at the mouth. The most striking thing is the silver coin held in his right hand. Beep, Brawlhalla, the psychic Pokemon, the evolution of Abra. Its body emits a special kind of alpha waves that give people who get close a headache. Psychic type Yanjura. This should be the most powerful Pokemon Gary currently has. Ash also remembered that before the subsequent Silver Conference 6-on-6 game. Ash once looked up the information of the Pokemon that Gary had used in the battle at the conference. These include Pinsir, Fearow, and Alakazam. It seems that the Alakazam evolved from this Brawlhalla. You're not the only one who understands attribute restraint, Ash. After taking out the Youngzilla, Gary became extremely confident. Psychic type is a perfect counter to fighting type. I think you should just admit defeat as soon as possible. Pokemon that can have a psychic type, especially a second stage evolved one like Brawlhalla, are extremely powerful among psychic Pokemon. Any novice trainer who has just started traveling can be proud of it. Ash could totally understand Gary saying that. Don't talk so early. Ash just smiled softly. It's still unclear who will win or lose. Entry, Reverse Attribute Master, Red, activated. Master of Reverse Attribute, Red. During a battle, if you are on the side whose attribute is restrained, your strength will increase by 20%. Ash has collected quite a few entries so far, and after a while, he will be able to upgrade them to gold. But even the red level increase is already terrifying. On top of Apprentice Bear's existing base, his strength will be increased by another 20%. Such strength is already quite terrifying. At least, Ash felt that he would have no problem dealing with Youngzilla. He also didn't want to take back his Bear Apprentice, as the child needed to maintain his indomitable spirit. If it is just released and taken back immediately before the first battle, it will be detrimental to the development of Bear Apprentice and breeder. Moreover, Ash also felt that the hardest working and most serious kid in the team would definitely not let him down. It seems that you are determined to use it to fight? Then I will accept the victory of this battle without hesitation. Gary regained some of his confidence, and his mouth curled up immediately. Youngzilla, Psybeam. Yuji. Youngzilla waved the bent spoon, and in an instant, colorful light shot out from it. Use a spinning attack to avoid it. Ash ordered calmly, and use this attack to close the distance with Youngzilla. Ancient. Apprentice Young's eyes were extremely focused, with white light surging around his body, like a swallow returning to its nest. He leaped with an agile figure, easily avoiding the colorful light, and ran quickly towards Youngzilla. What a fast speed! What a flexible body! Gary's pupils shrank. Youngzilla, use confusion on it and increase the distance between you two. Youngzilla is a very typical special attacker, who is only suitable for releasing skills and moves from a long distance to cause damage. Once someone gets close to you, the situation will become quite passive. I have to say that at this moment, Gary's decision was quite correct. But unfortunately, if we compete in perseverance, we won't lose. Ash never doubted the determination and will of his Bear Apprentice, just rush over to him. Ancient. The blue confusion glow was instantly applied to the Bear Apprentice's body. However, this only slightly interrupted the rhythm of Apprentice Bear's attack, but did not hinder his progress at all. How is this possible? Gary looked incredulous. What kind of Pokemon is this? He had never seen a Pokemon that was so persistent. Youngzilla, use Reflect. Seeing the bear disciple approaching quickly, Gary shouted immediately. Reflect, a psychic-type move, can reduce rivals' physical attack damage for 5 turns. A wall of cal immediately formed around Youngzilla. However, use Brick Break. Ash smiled faintly. Everything is under control. Chapter 60. Brick Break, a move that can destroy defensive skills such as Light Screen and Reflect. Yangzhila watched as his bear disciple approached and raised his arms high. It carried a strong fighting energy and struck fiercely on his reflect. Snap! There was also no resistance at all, reflect broke directly. Psycho cut. Gary's expression changed and he blurted out the order. U-turn. Ash responded in kind. Yuji. Ancient. A colorful sheen suddenly covered Yangzhila's curved spoon, and he was ready to chop down at the bear apprentice. But. Bang. Suddenly, the bear disciple kicked into the air, hitting Yangzhila's wrist and knocking the bent spoon in his hand away. How is this possible? Gary was completely stunned. Everything he saw was beyond his comprehension. Anything can happen in a battle between Pokémon. It's not just a matter of casting skills and hitting the target to determine the winner. Ash's chuckle rang in his ears. Old-fashioned. As if responding to Ash, the apprentice kicked the bent spoon out of Yangzhila's hand. He immediately turned around and hit the terrified Yangzhila with a heavy blow. Yuji. Yangzhila screamed and fell to the ground instantly. Yangzhila loses his ability to fight, and the bear apprentice wins. After Yangzhila showed circles of eyes, Yin Bagong immediately announced the result. U-turn is a bug-type skill that has an outstanding attribute restraint effect on Psychic-type Braveheart. However, this powerful move also has a special effect. Whoosh! The bear apprentice, who had just struck a victory pose, instantly flew back into Ash's Pokemon ball. Then another Pokemon ball opened. What? Bulbasaur's figure appeared in the venue. After appearing, it looked around with some confusion. U-turn, after attacking, the user and the backup Pokemon are swapped. Unless the user is the only Pokemon in the same group that has not fallen into contest condition 02, which causes it to lose its ability to fight. Even if it is affected by ingrain, binding, inability to escape, shadow stepping, sandhole, or magnetism, it can be replaced. Therefore, the replacement Bulbasaur appeared on the field. When Gary silently took back Yangzhila and saw Bulbasaur, he knew that the battle was over. He still has one last ground and rock golem left. Against the grass-type Bulbasaur, it is 1,400 times countered. Plus the bear apprentice who also restrains the attribute fighting type and looks so strong. He no longer had any chance of winning this battle. I lost. Yangzhila and Scyther were already injured enough, and Gary, who didn't want Golem to enter the Pokemon Center, immediately announced that he had given up. But after he finished speaking, he lowered his head and left without saying a word. Gary. Seeing this, the group of beautiful girlfriends behind him immediately followed. It seems that this battle did not deal him the same blow as a normal one. Seeing this, Professor Oak just shook his head slightly. He had no intention of persuading or comforting Gary. In his opinion, his grandson was still a little too ostentatious and impetuous. If he could take this opportunity to calm down and become more mature and sensible, then he would be very pleased. After all, he is Ash's childhood playmate, and they even went out together to embark on the trainer journey. Delia next to him could understand, as she had watched Gary grow up. Gary has always regarded Ash as a strong rival, but now he has lost so badly that he can be said to have no chance of fighting back. He must be feeling very uncomfortable. Well, it's certain that Gary feels bad, but it's also certain that Ash is in a good mood. In particular, after he defeated Gary, he got a new entry. Region rival, gold. Every time you travel to a new region, a trainer will be identified as a rival. After fighting and winning against the rival, the chances of adventures in that region will be greatly increased, such as encountering rarer Pokemon, obtaining rarer and precious treasures, meeting important people and events, etc. The current Kanto region rival lock-on character, Gary. Ash attached this entry to himself without hesitation. According to the effect of this entry, every time you defeat Gary, you can increase your chances of adventure and encounter. Isn't this the perfect boy who brings wealth? By the way, speaking of giving money. Gary has left, but he sent me a message saying that the prize money for the competition will be transferred to your account, Ash, later. Professor Oak looked at the Alliance Pokédex communication in his arms and said to Ash with a smile. He also wanted me to tell you this in order to prevent you from saying that he can't afford to lose. Even though he lost the battle, Gary still maintained his self-esteem. Thus, such a 3-on-3 battle between powerful opponents was won by Veilstone. Deidre. Only one Pokemon, Bulbasaur, was looking around blankly. After it was summoned, it just showed up and ended without taking any action. Thank you for your hard work, Bulbasaur, come back. Bulbasaur. It didn't seem to feel any pain at all. Dan Na. With a helpless cry, Bulbasaur was taken back. And Gengar in the back also watched the whole process. Its gaze stayed on Ash for a long while. After spending some time together, Gengar also had a general understanding of Ash. I really like Pokemon and have a good relationship with many of them. He also knows how to train, which has enabled the Pokémon to make great progress in their growth and strength. His command and combat ability is the most powerful person he has ever seen. The talent of that trainer was many times stronger than the yellow-haired trainer before him. So many excellent filters superimposed together. Hey! Gengar let out a low cry, and then quietly moved closer to Ash. It seems you have figured it out, Gengar. Ash had already noticed Gengar running out of the Pokeball. He did not stop it, because he felt that no matter how much Charmander and Pikachu persuaded him, it would be better to let Gengar see and witness the battle with his own eyes. As long as it is still the smart ghost Gengar, it knows what choice to make. Fortunately, Gengar did not disappoint Ash. Ehe. Gengar held out his fist earnestly and looked at Ash seriously. Ash didn't say much, just smiled and stretched out his fist. With Gengar's fist, they bumped. Welcome to the team, Gengar. Ehe. The city of Lanpulchi is indeed a tourist city. A beauty pageant of seaside beauties and makeup Pokemon was specially held on the beach. And the winner in the end, unsurprisingly, was Ash's mother, Delia. Delia was very happy to receive the trophy. Professor Oak and Ash also started chatting while applauding. Regarding the matter about the giant Tentacruel that you mentioned to me before, the Alliance has already started investigating. Professor Oak applauded and sighed. The preliminary conclusion is that this incident is likely to turn into a disaster. Thanks to your prompt response, Ash, Alliance was able to nip the danger in the bud. Not far from the city of Lanpulchi, there is a Yumaki pier. There are regular boat connections to other cities. At this pier, there is a cousin of Nastina who wants to build a mega luxury hotel here. However, the construction destroyed the tentacle habitat, and due to the obstruction of the tentacle group, the project progressed extremely slowly. Moreover, Nastina's cousin's actions also infuriated the tentacle group. Their leader, a tentacruel that had evolved to a gigantic size, began wreaking havoc on the city and Nastina's hotel. It can be said that this brought immeasurable losses and disasters to the entire Yumaki pier and the residents living here. Even in the animation, you can see the destroyed buildings and the broken walls scattered on the sea. After our investigation, the tentacruel must have eaten some mutated Gigantamaxinus mushrooms that it got from somewhere, which caused its body to change drastically. This is a very good discovery. Professor Oak smiled and said, it's worth studying. Well, the value of the research here at Professor Oak is very benign, and it is also relatively comfortable and positive for Pokemon. But if such a tentacruel falls into the hands of other organizations with ulterior motives, I'm afraid every cell in its body will be extracted for research. Therefore, Professor Oak came here in person with the intention of protecting Tentacruel. He is also genuinely passionate about Pokemon and his job of studying Pokemon. By the way, since Yumaki Pier was unable to explore or coordinate the habitat of Tentacruel this time, it arbitrarily approved some businesses to build hotels and amusement parks in their habitats. This behavior is considered a violation of the Pokemon Alliance Act. Officer Jenny will follow up and contact the relevant departments and the business that built it. Professor Oak looked at Ash and smiled. At the same time, thanks to your response, Ash, this crisis did not turn into a disaster. The Pokemon Alliance will also give you corresponding rewards and praise as a model example among the trainer community. Just wait patiently. In this world, the Pokemon Alliance is in charge of everything. The dedicated Pokemon Center is managed by the Joy family, while the Jenny family is responsible for matters such as public security and law enforcement at the police station. Such a major disaster would naturally be resolved by the impartial Jenny family. Then I'll wait patiently. Ash also responded with a smile on his face. He saw the events of the huge Tentacruel and the destruction caused in the original version. This was an unnecessary loss, and the bad guy Nastina's family did not get the punishment they deserved afterwards. Moreover, Ash and Misty tried their best, but in the end they got nothing in return. Therefore, Ash wisely chose to let Professor Oak come forward. With such a great Buddha in front of him, it is natural that the rewards he deserves will not be small. Compared to the original version, I have gained a lot more. As for the giant Tentacruel, it accidentally ate the Gigantamax-capable Pokemon, which gave it such a huge size. Ash is not very interested in Dynamaxing, which is far less practical and cooler than Mega Evolution. After communicating with Professor Oak, I had a wonderful holiday. Ash and his group then continued their journey to the next stop. At the same time, on the other side. At Yumaki Pier. You said you could make us a lot of money, is that true? The robot Gyarados stopped at the harbor, and the three members of Team Rocket moved forward under the leadership of an old lady with an old and wrinkled face. They looked at the old woman with two eye-catching ponytails with suspicion. Of course, mother-in-law. Nastina put her hands behind her back and spoke in colloquial language, saying confidently, my cousin is inside this pier. She has been troubled by a group of tentacles recently and has started offering a reward to help them solve this problem. As long as you can help her deal with those damn tentacle people, she will give you 500,000 mother-in-law. 500,000. Jesse and James' eyes lit up immediately, and even Meowth nodded repeatedly with his hands folded. It seems that this time, the cooperation with this mother-in-law was really the right thing to do. Meow. Previously, they drove the Gyarados machine to the beach to get more money from Snatch, so they targeted 020 at Nastina's luxury hotel. But with Nastina's sweet talk, the Rockets changed their target. Following her, we came to the Yumaki Pier to meet her cousin and make a fortune. Hee, these fools don't know that my stupid cousin actually offered $1 million as a reward. Mother-in-law. Nastina turned her back to the Rockets trio, with an undisguised greedy smile on her face. Those three guys might be idiots, but that robot Gyarados seems pretty powerful. It should be more than enough to deal with that group of tentacle. In this way, I can make $500,000 from the $1 million reward. I was so kind that I helped my cousin solve such a big problem and gave these three idiots a chance to make money. In the end, I only got half of the reward. Is there any other grandmother-in-law in the world as kind as me? Grandma. Nastina sighed, lamenting her own kindness. You are Nastina, right? However, before she could take 2 steps forward, she was stopped by someone. Yes, what do you want from me, Lou? Nastina paused, looking at the 2 Officer Jennies in blue uniforms in front of her, and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. It just so happens that you and the mother-in-law at Yumaki Pier are cousins, and both of you are in the hotel business. We have reason to suspect that there is an improper transaction relationship between you. Officer Jenny said in a business-like manner, please come with us now. No, an improper trading relationship. Nastina was confused, what's going on? She smelled something unusual. What happened to my cousin? She was suspected of illegal construction and damaging the ecological balance of Pokémon. She has been taken away. Officer Jenny pulled out the handcuffs and explained, and her hotel and theme park businesses have been taken over by embargo. We have also learned that Nastina, you are suspected of illegal usury in Lanpulchi City. Please come with us. Nastia. How come everything was fine? I was dreaming of a wonderful life in the future, but suddenly everything changed. Nastina looked dazed and was handcuffed by Officer Jenny. Another Officer Jenny noticed something and looked at the trio who were retreating quietly behind her. Why do you look so familiar? Who are you? Officer Jenny's eyes widened instantly. It's the rocket trio that destroyed the Pokémon Center before. I didn't expect to find you here. Don't run, stop right there. It's over, I've been discovered. The trio, who had already realized that something was wrong and wanted to sneak away, immediately ran away. Really? I wanted to make a fortune. In the end, not only did I not make any money, but I also lost everything. Chapter 61. Why would Officer Jenny appear at such a remote dock? Meow. What a bad feeling. The scene of Officer Jenny chasing the rocket trio became a beautiful landscape on the sea. However, with the 3 of them being good at escaping, they should be able to get away, right? Ash and his group said goodbye to Professor Oak and Delia and left Lanpulchicoin on a passenger ship. Head towards the next badge gym location, Saffron City. They boarded the communication ship and enjoyed the sea breeze peacefully, which was quite interesting. During this period, Misty also captured her favorite water-type Pokemon Horsa, which was a small gain. The final stop of this ship is a place called Maiden's Harbor. The communication ship from Lanpulchi City has arrived at the last stop, Maiden's Gorge Harbor. At present, Maiden's Gorge Harbor is preparing to hold a summer temple fair, please enjoy it. After getting off the ship, an announcement to tourists came from the harbor's loudspeaker. Wow, a temple fair, it looks so interesting. Let's go check it out together. Alas, the temple fair of love, the belated temple fair. Ash and Misty were both very interested, but Brock felt very sorry that he could not catch the tale of the love that was about to end in the summer. But when he sighed and raised his head, he suddenly discovered. At a pier not far away, a beautiful girl with purple hair stood there, gazing into the distance. So beautiful. Xiaogang was instantly attracted by it. And I couldn't help but walk over there. Hey. Suddenly, Jengar popped out of the Pokemon ball again. It quickly flew in front of Xiaogang, crossed its arms over its chest, and made a cross sign to him with a serious face. What's wrong, Ghost? After Jengar officially joined the team, everyone became familiar with him. Xiaogang asked in confusion, then immediately leaned over and waved at him, you're blocking my view of the beauty. Hee. Jengar kept shaking his head, refusing to give in, and continued to speak and gesture. It might mean that using that power might lead to something bad happening. Ash, who knew the inside story of this doc, came over and said, after all, Jengar is a ghost-type Pokemon, so it is very sensitive to this aspect. Hey. Jengar then grinned and nodded repeatedly. What? Why is it like this? Although Xiaogang believed in Gengar, he still couldn't take care of the beautiful covet's nature and had to see a doctor. Then, I found that the harbor pier was empty. It's gone again, my beauty. Suddenly, he was immersed in pessimism and gloom again. Good job, Gengar. Ash completely ignored Xiaogang and never hesitated to praise him. If this happens again, I'll leave it to you, Gengar. Hee. Gengar nodded happily and straightened his body, making his upper body appear straight. Leave everything to me. Xiaogang, who was still immersed in sadness, had no idea that from this moment on, Ash's arrangement for Gengar, what will happen to his future life. Maiden Gorge Harbor is a small harbor after all, and even when a temple fair is held here, it doesn't seem very lively. The three of them wandered around for a while and then found it boring. Finally, we came to the girls' shrine in harbor to see the treasure display ceremony that was about to begin. It is said that this is a very mysterious painting that was handed down from here 2,000 years ago. It is only exhibited once a year during the summer temple fair. When the host of the temple fair lifted the curtain to reveal the paintings, Xiaogang's eyes widened again. The person shown in the painting was the beautiful purple-haired girl he had met at harbor before. How could there be such a beautiful Stephanie? Xiaogang stared at Normal, as if his soul had been taken away. Subconsciously, he walked towards the painting in a daze. But before he could take 2 steps forward, the elusive Gengar suddenly appears again. He was very obedient and followed Ash's instructions to restrain Xiaogang's behavior. Its right hand glowed purple, and then it struck Xiaogang right in the lower back. I'm paralyzed. Xiaogang was shaking all over, shuddered, and then fell straight to the ground. Not bad, Gengar. Ash's eyes lit up. You used the poison jab so skillfully that it only paralyzed Gon but didn't poison him. It seems that you have trained yourself quite well in mastering the techniques and controlling the moves. Gengar raised his head proudly. Hey. Xiaogang fell to the ground and twitched. No one cares about me, right? There are indeed some. After being praised by Ash, Gengar immediately lurked in the dark and kept a close eye on Xiaogang. It suddenly realized that this behavior of jumping out in time to stop Xiaogang. Still quite interesting. At the temple fair, the abbot was still introducing the painting and said that the girl in the painting was Stephanie who had passed away 2,000 years ago. The girl had a lover, but her lover went out on a ship to fight in the war. She is waiting here, waiting and waiting for her lover. But the man never came back, and the girl waited endlessly. Legend has it that she turned into rock and is still waiting for her lover. This is the legend of Maiden Rock from 2,000 years ago. At sunset in the evening, Ash and his group followed the legend and found the most famous attraction at the pier. A rock statue of a girl stands on the reef. Xiaogang just stared at the statue infatuatedly, and even though the sun set and night fell, he refused to leave. So. Gengar appeared again and with lightning speed, he paralyzed and knocked Xiaogang down again with a poison jab. Now it is completely adept at doing such things. It's no use trying to drag him away by force like this. Suddenly, an old fortune-telling lady dressed in simple and ancient clothes appeared out of nowhere. He has been possessed by the girl's ghost. The fortune-teller Mikey was dressed in a professional outfit and said seriously. At this time of year, male travelers are attacked and their energy and vitality are drained away. In the end, they will be found in the temple like mummies. The fortune-telling old lady spoke in a low voice. This is all the work of the ghost girl who died in resentment without waiting for her lover. Her tone sounded particularly human. If it were an ordinary trainer or tourist, they would probably get goosebumps after hearing this. Then, the fortune-telling old lady will proceed to the next step. But unfortunately, this time the idea was doomed to fail. Beep, Ghastly, a gas Pokemon, a life form born from gas. If anyone is wrapped in a poisonous gas body, they will fall unconscious. The Rotom Pokédex in Ash's hand was pointed at the old woman, making an accurate judgment. This is the first time I've seen a Pokemon that can transform into a human form. Ash had a faint smile on his face, as well as a hint of curiosity, as he looked at the Ghastly in front of him who was almost a spirit. Ash, who has read the original plot, naturally knows that this Ghastly is there to help Ghost, a girl from Maiden Gorge, find her lover who left 1,000 years ago. Every year during the summer temple fair, people come to Maiden Gorge to pass on the legend of the 1,000-year-old girl. By the way, she can transform into the appearance of a young girl ghost or an ugly, short old woman to seduce young men and get income from selling talismans from their relatives and friends. No, it shouldn't be a byproduct, but one of the main purposes. After all, Ghastly, who has lived for who knows how many years, loves to make money. Even when I left Maiden Gorge in the early morning of the next day and said goodbye to the girl's soul, they all took out their own cash registers to see how much money they had earned this summer. Were you discovered? There's nothing we can do about it. The pale and skinny old lady sighed when she heard this, and then a gust of cold wind blew past. Only a ball of dark purple gas remained, floating in the air. Big white eyes, small black pupils, a mouth with a pair of fangs, and a black core sphere that emits gas. It is the Pokemon Ghastly. At the beginning, it still surprised me. The old Ghastly, who had lived for who knows how long, spoke, looking at the equally shocked Gengar. After all, he was the one who was able to detect my presence at the first moment in harbor and stopped your companion. Although I haven't evolved yet, I think this Gengar's aptitude is quite good. Hearing Ghastly's praise, Gengar, the final evolution, touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. But what surprised me the most was you, a trainer. Ghastly suddenly changed the subject and looked directly at Ash. You just took out the Pokemon Pokédex to investigate me, and you weren't surprised at all by the results. Old Ghastly's eyes became very sharp at this moment, and he was not wary or defensive towards me. It was as if she knew that I would appear here and transform into the form of this fortune-telling old lady. As expected of Ghastly, who may have lived for thousands of years, his experience and judgment are impeccable. That's because I had heard the legend about this place before I came here. Ash said slowly, it is said that during the Ghost Festival, many deceased people will come back to see their relatives and then take the harbor's lights back. This is the legend of Maiden Gorge. Besides ghost Pokemon, there are no other creatures that can be related to the deceased. And, every summer, the legend of the young ghost continues to spread, as if there are people specifically helping to do it. Plus, there's the fortune-telling old lady who sells talisman paper and appears here regularly every year, but is usually hard to find. Ash snapped his fingers lightly, then the answer is obvious. Just use the Pokemon Pokédex and aim it at the fortune-telling old lady, and that's it? I see. It seems that I only come here to work once a year at a specific time, which makes me a little too conspicuous. Ghastly nodded slightly. Next. If I come again, I'm afraid I'll have to change my identity. BB. Ghastly glanced at Ash, who was still smiling. Do you have any ideas, young trainer? As you can see, I have a Gengar here. Ash pointed at the purple fat man next to him. I would like you to be its coach and help me coach it. Ehe. Coaching it? Gengar was startled, and old Ghastly narrowed his eyes. Are you kidding me, trainer? I think its qualifications are already very good, and it looks like you have done a great job of breeding it. There is no need for me to come in and add to the fun, right? Besides, why should I help you? Old Ghastly raised his head proudly, almost saying to Ash, who do you think you are to ask me to help you? What is my identity? What is your identity? Don't you understand the situation? Gengar's strength and growth naturally do not need your concern, Mr. Ghastly. I will take good care of it. Ash touched the purple fat man's head. But my practical experience, rich experience, and insider information about ghost Pokemon and the secrets of Ghastly are what I cannot give it for the time being. You have survived for such a long time and are still safe and sound. I believe you have some experience in these areas. Of course, I know that it is not easy to invite Mr. Ghastly to coach, so. Ash smiled slightly. I am willing to give a certain amount of compensation. Remuneration. Hearing this, Ghastly's gas-like gas stagnated slightly. Pokemon Ghastly. Gender, male. Trainer, none. Attribute, ghost, poison. Ability, float, immune to ground-type moves, except sand attack and thousand arrows, not affected by sandwood ability and contest conditions such as poison wilt, scatter wilt, sticky web, and field contest conditions. Skills, lick, hypnosis, confuse ray, mean look, payback, dark pulse, nightshade, hex, spite, spell, sucker punch, shadow ball. Life, dream eater. Carrying things, none. Potential, champion. Training suggestions. Entries, 1000-year covenant, color, can't stand the light, gold, ever-changing, gold, regard money as life, purple, dot. Millennium promise, color 1000-year-long promise with Ghastly. It will make every effort to fulfill its promise with you, thus creating all kinds of incredible things. Ability, Nyolijao. Hide the light, gold ghost stage is still at night. After thousands of years of changes, it cannot have too many activities during the day. In the dark, all abilities are increased by 100%. 100%, and effective activities cannot be carried out during the day. Thousands of changes, gold assisting hypnosis, you can achieve thousands of changes to the main body, and can effectively change to target and attack the enemy. Regarding money as life, purple especially fond of money, if blessed by money, will burst out with 130% enthusiasm. Colorful entries. This is the first time Ash has seen a colored level entry on a Pokemon other than Pikachu. Originally, Ash thought that entries of this level would appear more often on mythical beasts. But I didn't expect that this very special Ghastly also had it. RTU. 1,000-year agreement, to maintain an agreement for 1,000 years. Sure enough, it's still a bit too harsh. Ash himself didn't think he could live for 1,000 years, let alone keep the promise. As for the latter cannot see the light, gold, Ghastly himself said that it cannot move after daylight comes. This reminded Ash of the ancient Arceus chapter. At that time, ghost-type Pokemon like Ghastly could only move at night and could not come out during the day. It seems that this Ghastly has most likely survived from that era to the present day. The one about valuing money as life, purple, is even simpler, it's just about spending money. Ash knew this guy liked money, but with this entry, he also had a deeper understanding of Ghastly's greed for money. Fortunately, he won the prize from Gary, and part of the bonus given by the Pokemon Alliance for preventing the Tentacruel incident has also been received. This has made Ash's financial situation much more comfortable. Follow you all the way to help coaching Gengar? No problem at all. After Ash gave a number that satisfied Ghastly, it patted its chest and made the promise. Chapter 62. Even though Ghastly has no breasts. But it immediately laughed so hard that its eyes could hardly open with joy. You can rest assured. Leave Gengar to me to coach. I will make it an excellent ghost Pokemon. That's right. I trust Mr. Ghastly to do things for me. But besides Gengar, there are some other outstanding juniors. Do you want to take them along as well? Please, I can only come to the event at night. I am already exhausted after teaching a Gengar, and you still want to? I'll pay more. That's fine. Ghastly changed his words decisively, and then said in a very kind tone. Look, why didn't you tell me earlier? This isn't about money. It's mainly about me, a Pokemon. I love helping the younger generation the most. Ha 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 ha. Xiaogang and Misty. Do you want to listen to how your laughter now smells of money? Is this really okay, Ash? Misty leaned over to Ash and asked quietly. Although she didn't quite understand it, she realized that Ash seemed to have reached a deal with this unusual Ghastly. It's okay, don't worry. Ash patted her, signaling Misty to rest assured. In the original version, Ghastly's main purpose was to spread the legend of the ghost girl. The second is to make money. At most it would serve only to seduce young men and extract income from the sale of charms from their friends and relatives. In addition, teach some men you don't like a lesson and drain their energy and physical strength. I won't do anything that is harmful to others. Therefore, there is no need to worry about what Ghastly will do to them along the way. After all, Ash is such a big client. If Ghastly can satisfy him, he will be able to get more profitable orders in the future. Ghastly still knows the difference between having a full meal and having full meals every time. Anyway, it only comes here once a year during the temple fair. The main purpose is to revive the legends that have gradually disappeared with the passage of time in people's memories. It also promised the girl ghost when they were out and about. If she met the soul of her lover, she would definitely convey her feelings to the other person. So, wherever it goes, Ghastly will hit the road with Ash and others next. Of course, it will not be collected into the Pokemon Ball and become anyone's Pokemon. It only appears at night and is responsible for teaching Gengar and other Pokemon. So, everything was settled and confirmed to be okay. As dawn broke and day arrived, old Ghastly fell silent again. Ash and his crew, after a night of hard work, simply rested for 500 minutes. In the afternoon, we packed up again and left the maiden straight to head to our next destination. The young men's practice is still selling. On the way to Saffron City, Ash and his group came to a cliff by the sea. They saw the sky full of Butterfree. It turned out that this was the Butterfree's spawning season. Trainers release Butterfree to find a mate and then fly across the ocean to lay eggs. There is also a pink Butterfree among them, which stands out among the group of Butterfree. Many Butterfrees performed dances to woo it, but were rejected coldly. There were also many other trainers who released their own Butterfree. Among them is a beautiful trainer with a mature and sweet look, who released her Butterfree. If I also have Butterfree, I can release it and pursue that beautiful trainer's Butterfree, and thus establish a connection with her. Seeing this scene, Xiaogang couldn't help sighing. Assisting the relationship between Pokemon and establishing the connection with the trainer's house is really the most romantic encounter. Hee. Mama. I'm paralyzed again. Before Xiaogang could finish his words, he was knocked down by Gengar. The three people in the team who were not from Butterfree simply admired the beautiful scenery before them and then rushed forward again. They soon came to a lush forest, which was filled with a thick atmosphere of mystery. Be careful, boys. Old Ghastly emerged from the shadows under the feet of the few people again. After you entered this forest, it seems that you have been watched. Is it surveillance? Would someone install surveillance here? Or the people who live in this jungle? Misty and Xiaogang, who had not paid much attention to it, immediately stood up and became alert after hearing what was said. They also suddenly discovered that this forest seemed a little too quiet and eerie. It's not a technological method, it should be some kind of supernatural power. Ghastly, who has traveled extensively, is very sensitive to this aspect. It's more like psychic. Psychic. Ash knew as soon as he heard it that they were not far from Golden City. Especially when he saw little Stephanie, dressed in exquisite doll clothes, appearing on the road ahead. She was holding a ball in her hand, and when she saw Ash and the others had discovered her, she turned around immediately. He. With a strange laugh, he ran away into the distance. That should be Sabrina's personality as a child, right? Ash just watched quietly and did not chase after her. Sabrina, the gym leader of Saffron City, learned psychic since she was a child, but became addicted to it. She also became cold and heartless, and her childhood personality turned into a little doll. That's the little Stephanie running away. She will send any trainer who comes to challenge the gym to Sabrina at the Saffron gym. The main purpose is to play with her. It's just that this way of playing may be a little beyond common sense. That's Saffron City, right? Following the guidance of Rotom Pokédex, the trio quickly arrived at the entrance of the city. The bustling urban style and flashing neon lights all attracted the attention of the host group. 01460710 Filu 1312911371. It's really worthy of being called Saffron City. Misty sighed, I heard before that Saffron City is very prosperous. Now it seems that it is really as famous as it is said to be. Saffron City is a huge city with extensive connections in Kanto region. It is located in the very center where Cerulean City, Celadon City, Vermilion City, and Lavender Town meet. Saffron City is also the largest and most prosperous city in the entire Kanto region, and is also very famous in other regions. This is not only the central business district of Kanto region, but also has the largest infrastructure in the region, including the magnet train station connecting Kanto region and Johto region. Some trainers can pass through here and go to Johto region. It is precisely because the city is very prosperous and developed that there is such a powerful gym as psychic type here. And with Sabrina's psychic skills and strength, Golden City will be more peaceful. Ash and his group didn't stop at all and headed straight to the Pokemon Center. Well, it's late at night, and they won't go to challenge the gym so tired. Moreover, in the normal people's mind, challenging the gym so late at night is not a very polite thing to do. However, all their actions fell under the gaze of someone who had been paying attention to them. It seemed that this look did not want them to go directly to the Pokemon Center. So, the next second. Watch out, boys. Old Ghastly in the shadows suddenly spoke up, someone is psychicking you remotely. Remotely activate psychic. Before Ash and the others could react, they were suddenly enveloped by a burst of white light. Then he disappeared from the spot in an instant. After a dizzying moment, the trio's vision returned to normal. I found a very strange building in front of me with an octagonal roof, which looked like an opera house. Where is this place? Misty rubbed her head and looked around. I just want to take a good bath and rest for a while. Obviously, this isn't the Pokemon Center. Xiaogang also noticed the strange house in front. At this time, you came to Saffron City, but you don't even know about Gym Master Sabrina's gym. A voice suddenly sounded behind the trio. An uncle wearing a green sports suit and a gray hat covering half of his face ran up to the crowd. This is Sabrina's gym. After hearing the news, everyone began to take a serious look. I see you guys are here to qualify for the Pokemon Alliance conference, here's the trio badge. The jogging uncle kindly advised, but I advise you to avoid this place. Why? Misty asked curiously, but the uncle seemed to ignore her and was about to walk away. This person looks a lot like your father, Xiaogang, when we challenged the Nibi gym. Ash looked at the figure who was about to leave and suddenly said. Xiaogang was confused, resemble. Well, they always appear suddenly when we come to challenge the gym and talk about things about the gym leader. I think this uncle should be like your father. He should be someone of Sabrina's. He is here to give some advice to the trainer who came to challenge you. The jogging uncle stopped when he heard this. Has this been discovered? The jogging uncle felt emotional and a little surprised at the same time. I just stepped forward to give a brief reminder, but this boy with Pikachu guessed so much. It really shows that young people are to be feared. Because of these words, the jogging uncle also developed some appreciation for Ash. But before these admiring eyes appeared, Ash said again. But Xiaogang, your father did that because he was too irresponsible. He left the gym work and many brothers and sisters to you alone to clean up. Misty immediately responded, in that case, this uncle who might have a relationship with the gym owner Sabrina might have done something to offend Sabrina. Sabrina is so pitiful. As she said this, Misty sighed with pity, and then looked at the jogging uncle not far away with a look of suspicion and disgust. Running man. It's not what you think, I'm the victim, okay. The jogging uncle, whose real identity is Sabrina's father, almost choked with anger. Originally, he was the master of the Saffron Gym, but Sabrina's psychic was too strong, which suppressed him as a father. She also turned her mother into a doll. He could only be kind outside the gym from time to time, reminding the trainer who came to challenge. This trainer right now is a little too uncut. Ash, what do you say? When Sabrina's father was sulking, Xiaogang couldn't help but ask. Since the other party has teleported us here specifically. Ash looked at the door in front of him, smiled, and then took a step forward. So what else is there to say? But you need to collect 8 badges to participate in the alliance competition. I'm not the kind of coward who would give up the badge challenge at the gym in front of me because of the unknown and fear. After saying that, he walked straight into the door. Misty and Xiaogang looked at each other, smiled at each other, and immediately followed him in. In terms of courage and self-confidence, it is indeed rare and precious. Although Sabrina's father was angry, he also gave a fair evaluation. And, that trainer seems to have plenty of ghost energy. He should have a powerful ghost-type Pokemon on him. If that's the case, maybe. Sabrina's father touched his chin and felt that he could pay more attention to her. Inside the Saffron Gym, the entire corridor was brightly lit by candlelight. Is anyone there? No one responded. The corridor-like terrain, the emptiness and silence with no one responding, all make this place seem a bit eerie, making people feel creepy. Until. What are these people doing? The trio saw many people in white coats sitting in a room through the glass window. In front of them were spoons and playing cards. Then his face turned red and I didn't know what he was doing. Ash could see that the one with the playing cards was guessing the numbers and patterns on them, and the one with the spoon was using his mind to bend the spoon. You guys don't even know what you're doing here, you want to challenge Miss Sabrina. At this time, a man wearing a mask spotted Ash and his group and walked over. Watch out. He took out a spoon, his face flushed red, and finally he exerted force and bent the spoon a little bit. See? This is psychic. The masked man was panting and seemed very proud of it. People without psychic can't fully unleash the power of psychic Pokemon. What do you want to do? Before the masked man could finish his words, Ash took the spoon from his hand. Although you may be psychic, I am strong-willed. Megatrue Rookie activated, easily pinching the entire spoon into 2 pieces with one hand. Okay, stop putting on a show and take us to Sabrina. Masked man. Okay, follow me. Looking at the spoon broken into 2 pieces, he swallowed subconsciously. Then, under his leadership, the 10 people finally arrived at their destination. 01460710 Filu 1312911371. This is it. The moment the masked man pushed open the door, everyone looked surprised. What appeared before me were stone pillars standing amidst the flickering candlelight. There are mysterious and ancient patterns and designs on the stone pillars. They were scattered around the venue in the middle with the Pokemon Alliance logo printed on it, as if suppressing something. This place doesn't look like a battlefield, but more like a temple. Ash, I don't like this place. Xiaogang and Misty both shuddered almost at the same time, feeling uneasy both physically and mentally. Ash's gaze crossed the venue and fell on the figure behind the roller curtain opposite him. The figure is hidden in the darkness, making it difficult to see her true face. Until little Stephanie, dressed like an exquisite doll, floated out with a Pokemon ball in her arms. It's this little Stephanie. Ash understood in his heart, but pretended to be sincere and said, Are you the Sabrina gym owner? I am Ash from Pallet Town who came to challenge you. Please play a formal Pokemon game with me. I want to get the gold badge. The doll Stephanie on the opposite side nodded slightly. It's okay to compete with you, but if I lose. The corners of her mouth lifted up in a smile. Would you like to be my friend and play with me? As friends, there is no problem with that. Ash, who knew what the term friend and playmate meant, raised his lips. But what if you lose? Chapter 63. What? Doll Stephanie paused, as if she didn't expect Ash to answer like this. You see, the Pokemon Alliance has a rule that if a trainer fails in challenging a gym, he won't pay any price. But here, even if I lose, I still have to be your friend and play with you. Ash said slowly, you obviously have extraordinary abilities that are far beyond those of ordinary people, so your friends and playmates are obviously not something that can be inferred by common sense. Well, it means turning people into dolls, depriving them of their freedom, and putting them in her own doll castle. So, if I lose, I have to pay a certain price. If you lose, it won't be as simple as just giving me a badge, right? Oh. Doll Stephanie seemed to have heard this argument for the first time. What do you want? The roller blind in front was suddenly pulled open, completely revealing the figure sitting in the chair behind. Cold and unique, with an expressionless face, and long, silky light green hair that falls to the lower back like a waterfall. She wore a red button-down top and black thigh-high boots that stretched over her slender thighs. The fair skin is like the first snow in winter, delicate and with a hint of cool luster. The deep purple eyes are like a mysterious bottomless lake, but beneath the calm surface lies extremely powerful psychic energy. Holding a doll girl in his arms, the leader of the Saffron Gym, Na Ying, officially appeared. "I want whatever you can give me." Ash briefly admired the other person's long legs, and immediately said, "Or, if we lose, don't we have to stay and become your friends to play with you? Then you can come up with conditions that you think are comparable to ours. Is that so?" "I understand." Sabrina's figure slowly left the chair and floated in mid-air to the fighting seat in the arena. "You are the first person who dares to propose conditions to me, how interesting." Sabrina said in a cold voice without any emotion, "This is a one-on-one match, and there is absolutely no room for regrets. Do you understand?" "Of course I know." B7. The doll Stephanie in Sabrina's arms and the Pokemon balls in her hands also flew out. "Come out, Abra." A light flashed by, and a little yellow fox with squinting eyes, as if it had not yet woken up, sat on the field. "Beep, Abra, confusion Pokemon. Rest for 18 hours a day, but you can still use Psychic while resting. Rotom Pokédex dutifully announces." N. Sabrina's eyes flashed red, and in an instant, Abra, who seemed to be still resting, also opened her red eyes. Then, a blue and white light emerged from his body. "This is the light of evolution. Yuji." The light faded, and the Pokemon that had been seen before also appeared in the venue. Abra's evolved form, Yongjira. Pokemon can evolve freely during battles, which is a manifestation of Sabrina's strong psychic. Pokemon, brave and furious. Gender, female. Trainer, Sabrina. Attribute psychic. Ability, magic defense, will not be damaged by weather, items, abilities, status conditions, contest conditions, or moves that cause reaction damage other than struggle. Skills, confusion, disable, teleport, Psybeam, recover. Carrying things, none. Potential, elite. Training suggestions. Entries, telepathy, gold, transcendence of evolution, gold, never twisted spoon, gold, dot. Telepathy, gold. Be in sync with the trainer's mind and fully understand the trainer's emotions. After entering the telepathy contest condition, your own strength increases by 50%, but it changes with the trainer's emotions. Transcendence evolution, gold. Under the powerful psychic of the trainer, you can stimulate your own potential and gain even more powerful strength. After being psychic evolved by the trainer. Potential talent level +1, strength increased by 50%. Never twisted spoon, gold. The spoon in your hand will never bend under the maintenance of your powerful psychic. The power and effect of your own psychic type skills and moves are increased by 50%. As expected, it was Sabrina who conquered Abra and evolved Braveheart, and the trump card in her hand was extremely powerful. Whether it is the hidden ability magic defense or these two very good and excellent entries, it can be seen that this Yongjila is very powerful. Even though Sabrina can't bring out the effects of the entries like Ash, her powerful psychic is enough to bring a strong boost to Yongjila. "So, your first battle is here." Ash smiled and took out the Pokemon ball. "Go, Gengar." "Ehe." The light faded, and Gengar's round purple figure jumped out of the Pokeball, raising his neck with high morale. Although, he looks like he has no neck. Pokemon, Gengar. Gender, male. Trainer, none. Attribute, ghost, poison. Ability, cursed body. When a Pokemon with this ability is attacked, there is a 30% chance that the target will fall into a contest condition. Shadow Ball, Nightshade, Psychic, Ice Punch. Carrying things, none. Potential, elite, plus. Training suggestions. Entries, loyal and devoted, gold, elusive, gold, ghostly, gold, ghost's protection, gold. Loyalty, gold. Absolute loyalty to one's trainer. If the trainer can understand and respond to this feeling and emotion, their own strength and potential will be greatly improved, otherwise it will decline. Elusive, gold. This is a unique feature of ghost Pokemon, and Gengar has taken it to the extreme. During battle or in a dark environment, the speed, power, and effect of ghost skills are increased by 50%. Ghostly shadows, gold. The terrifying ghost energy creates a terrifying atmosphere. The strength of non-ghost Pokemon decreases by 10%, the strength of ghost Pokemon increases by 20%, and the power and effect of ghost moves and skills increase by 30%. Ghost's protection, gold. Obtain protection from the power of ghost. Each battle can generate a ghost shield that is immune to enemy attack skills. After experiencing this big event with Old Ghastly in Maiden Strait, Ash also spawned the item Ghost's Protection, Gold, to defend Gengar. Well, Gengar's 3 golden items are already powerful enough, and now there is a shield that is immune to skills. I can only say that the current Gengar is simply too shameless, and it's not just a little bit. Is the one you sent out a ghost Gengar? No wonder I felt like you have a lot of ghost energy. Sabrina's deep purple eyes showed a rare serious look. It seems that breeder thinks highly of this Gengar. That's because Ash provided Gengar with the most suitable training methods for its growth and development. Plus Old Ghastly's practical experience and rich experience in helping train Gengar. The current Gengar is much stronger than the original Gengar. Hey! Gengar is full of confidence, and just after the clay court. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire venue became much darker. Even Yangjila couldn't help but move his beard, feeling that the energy of the psychic type around him was a little sluggish. Only Gengar was there, still in high spirits, and even in better contest condition. Ghostly shadows, gold. The terrifying ghost energy creates a terrifying atmosphere. The strength of non-ghost Pokemon decreases by 10%, the strength of ghost Pokemon increases by 20%, and the power and effect of ghost moves and skills increase by 30%. Gengar Shadow Ball. Ash chose to attack first. Ehe. Suddenly, several black and purple light balls emitting powerful energy emerged from Gengar's hands. Then he threw it quickly towards Yangjila. Teleport. Sabrina's eyes flashed with blue light, and Yangjila on the field also knew his trainer's intention instantly. Yuji. ABU. A white light flashed, and Yangjila's figure instantly disappeared from his original position. Boom. The shadow ball fell, creating ripples and dust clouds, but it did not cause any damage to Yangjila. Teleport. This move was originally used to replace backup Pokemon and to leave the battle in the wild. But now, Sabrina, relying on her super psychic, was able to make Yangjila move around in this small space. Even if you can use teleport, if you leave the battlefield, it will be a foul and you will lose. Ash decisively ordered, Gengar, fire Shadow Ball continuously, leaving Gengar nowhere to hide. Ehe. Suddenly, Gengar's 2 short and fat arms were like cannon barrels filled with ammunition. Shadow balls shot out from his hands one after another. With that kind of attitude, he wasn't afraid of running out of ghost energy, nor did he have the slightest idea of running out of ammunition and food. After all, the untrained Gengar could already release 4 or 5 shadows at the same time without any impact. Not to mention the new Gengar who is now stronger and more powerful after training. Ehe. Gengar bombarded wildly and shouted excitedly. It seemed as if he wanted to completely vent out all the loneliness and grievances he had felt over the past few years in this battle. He hasn't experienced a battle in a long time. Moreover, in previous battles against that yellow-haired trainer, he always lost and rarely won. He couldn't even see how his own strength was growing. He was relying entirely on his own growth to increase his strength. And now, since following Ash, Gengar discovered for the first time that he could be trained and become so strong through training. He can also win for his trainer in the battle and live up to their expectations. Ehe. Gengar roared and swung his arms violently. 10 asterisk. In an instant, this round of 7 or 8 shadow balls shot towards various directions in the venue. Yuji. Yangjira's figure was blown out of the contest condition of teleport. It was an attack that it couldn't even withstand head-on. Although Yangjila is very powerful, and its species strength has reached 400. But its special attack reaches 120, and its speed is reached 105. The remaining is then divided among the other 4 items, physical strength, defense, attack, and special defense. Obviously, it is only suitable as a long-range attacker. Once you are hit by Gengar's special move, especially Shadow Ball, a powerful ghost-type skill, you will suffer considerable damage. Use confusion to stop all Shadow Balls. Sabrina gave the order coldly, and Yangjila's eyes instantly glowed blue. Whoosh. The flying Shadow Ball was imbued with blue light confusion and suddenly stopped in mid-air. Let's see whether your confusion is stronger or our ghost system is more powerful. Ash raised his arm. Gengar, continue to use Shadow Ball, see how many it can stop. Ehe. Gengar fired at full power, with full horsepower, and pushed with both hands again, and 6 or 7 Shadow Balls were cast again. What? It was rare that I finally saw some emotion on Sabrina's face. Can you still use Shadow Ball of this level? In that case. Sabrina, who never loses to anyone and has a strong will, also emphasized her tone. Yangjira, use Psybeam to knock down the Shadow Ball. They can use Shadow Ball endlessly, and we can also use Psybeam to smack down them all. 0. Yuji. The twisted spoon in its hand suddenly burst into colorful luster, and Yangjila waved his hand. The Psybeam was swung out, forming a net in mid-air, gathering all the Shadow Balls. I've been waiting for this move from you. Ash's eyes suddenly gleamed, and he immediately shouted, "Now, Gengar, use Sucker Punch." Ehe. Gengar stopped rubbing the shadow ball with his hands for a moment, and then his whole body turned into a dark shadow, quickly approaching Yongzilla. Teleport. Sabrina gave the order decisively, and Yongzilla executed it instantly. But unfortunately, this time, it is different from the past. I saw that dark shadow was like a poison in the tarsal bone, chasing Yongzilla relentlessly. Even teleport couldn't get rid of it, and it was approaching. Reflect. Since you can't dodge, use the defensive wall to reduce rival's attack. Last time, Gary's Yojira also used the talent Reflect, right? Xiaogang and Misty were watching this fierce battle with great concentration. After seeing this move, they both blurted out. Xiaogang and Misty still remember the previous battle on the beach. But that time, when Gary ordered the use of Reflect, the result was not very good. Ehe. Facing the Reflect that Yongzilla set up in an instant, Gengar approached without any hesitation. He raised his claws filled with dark malice and grabbed Yongzilla hard. Bang. Under the Sucker Punch attack, Yongzilla's entire body was knocked back repeatedly. Yuji. Yongjira cried out in pain. Even though he had reduced the physical damage of Gengar, he was still unable to stop the power of the dark type, causing considerable damage to himself. What? Sabrina's pupils shrank slightly, and she could no longer maintain her original cold expression. She had telepathic connection with Yongzilla, so she could naturally feel how much damage Yongzilla had suffered. Sucker Punch is a dark type skill that has double the resistance against psychic type brawlers. The power of this move is as high as 70, and it has a very peculiar feature. The attack will definitely hit first, but rival must also use an offensive move, otherwise this move will fail. Ash was waiting for Yongzilla to use an offensive skill called Psybeam. It was not until Sabrina was aroused by her competitive spirit and ordered Yongzilla to fight against Gengar head-on that he found the right opportunity and launched the Sucker Punch in one fell swoop. Although Gengar's physical attack species strength is only 65, Yongzira's defensive species strength is only 30. In addition, Ash's fundamental purpose was just to interrupt the rhythm of Yongzilla and Sabrina, and to narrow the distance between them. Once the fragile Brum, who is good at long-range attack, is approached by a shadow assassin like Gengar, then the result is naturally obvious. Use Shadow Ball on Yojira just like that. Disable. Ash and Sabrina's voices rang out almost simultaneously on the field. At the same time, Gengar and Yongzilla on the field also took action. Chapter 64. Disable, hinders rival's actions and prevents him from using any moves he has used before within 4 turns. Suddenly, a blue light flashed on Gengar's body, and the shadow ball that was thrown out like a machine gun suddenly dissipated. If you use these little tricks, I will fight you to the end. Sabrina raised her eyebrows, looked at Ash with burning eyes and said, Yongjira, use Recover. Recover, allow cells to regenerate and restore half of one's physical strength. But Sabrina didn't realize that her tone had changed slightly. A trick? Compared to your Domination Evolution and Teleport, what Gengar used is just an official skill, which is nothing more than child's play for you. Ash also spun his hat around, Gengar knows more than just that. Use Lick. Without Shadow Ball, it still has other moves? Hehe. Gengar didn't hesitate at all. He stuck out his big mouth and used his long red tongue to tie up Yongzilla, who was recovering his strength. Just at the first moment of tying up, Yongzilla's beard was standing up, and Lick's paralysis contest condition had been triggered. Although Yongzilla's magic defense cannot be damaged by status condition. For example, Leech Seed, Burning contest condition, Poisoning contest condition, Frostbite contest condition, etc. can cause damage. However, this does not prevent Yongzilla from being affected by contest conditions such as confusion, sleep, and paralysis. Since you are paralyzed, you can't use teleport to hide, right? Ash's eyes and Gengar's eyes were both burning with flames at this moment. Gengar, give him the final blow of shadow. Hehe. The 2 purple-black arms suddenly punched forward, and suddenly, 2 long black shadows quickly emerged from the ends of the fists. In mid-air, it transformed into 2 huge mixed shadow fists. Under Yongzilla's shock 607 pupils, it hit its face straight. Bang. Shadow Punch hit him right in the face, and Yongzilla's whole body flew backwards instantly. It drew a graceful arc in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Yongzilla murmured twice at last, then fell to the ground and was completely motionless. Sabrina stared at the scene in front of her in a daze. The current situation has exceeded her expectations and is something she has never experienced before. The mosquito-repellent circles that appeared in Yongzilla's eyes had only been seen in her rival. Sabrina never thought that one day, she would be able to see the appearance of this mosquito-repellent eye on her side. Did I lose? She murmured, and her pair of drifting purple eyes were no longer as deep as before, but became a little dazed. I think I really lost. My psychic, still not working. Why, even though I practice so hard. My father also said that I am a mega genius who practices psychic. Why did I lose? Why did I lose? Sabrina's eyes became increasingly darker and more confused. Her contest condition at this moment is just like in a game, where you go through untold hardships and finally defeat the boss guarding the level. As a result, after being defeated, the opponent just staggered back instead of falling directly to the ground. Rather, it is like opening the second form. Sabrina is very close to this situation, and if no one pays attention, she might really be stimulated to develop her second form. Fortunately, her situation is impossible to happen now. Are you okay? Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of Sabrina's eyes and swayed up and down, making her consciousness slightly smelling salts. Are you having a fever? Before Sabrina raised her head to speak, a warm palm had already covered her forehead. Sabrina. She once again stared blankly at Ash in front of her, one hand on her head and one hand on her head. He seemed to be comparing the temperature, but such movements, such behavior. It seems not, although the temperature has risen a little bit. Ash took his hand off Sabrina's head, which was gradually blushing, and said with a smile while looking at her. Sabrina's eyes were evasive for the first time. You win. She is not the type to get angry and regret after being defeated. As agreed, I will give you the golden badge, and at the same time. Confusion surged, and a saffron badge floated out of the small box at the back. I will not default on the promise I made to you before. Sabrina looked at the man who was so close to her and said softly. Your name is Ash, right? Yes, Ash from Pallet Town. Ash smiled confidently. I will definitely become a trainer of the new Pokemon Master in the future. I will definitely become the world champion. At the back, Misty and Xiaogang also felt that Ash's back was so majestic and radiant. A confident and serious man is always so energetic and dazzling. Even Sabrina had a dazed look in her eyes. Until that hand stretched out in front of him again. Brawl. She looked at Ash who was holding out his hand to her, confused. Although I didn't lose, and I also need to continue on the path to get the badge to attend the Alliance conference, I can't agree to play with you. Ash looked at Sabrina, who had lost her icy appearance and had a different kind of charm, and said with a smile. But this doesn't mean that we can't be friends. Your Psychic and Yongjira are really amazing. If you want to be friends with me. Ash had a gentle, very contagious smile on his face. Then let's get to know each other again. I'm Ash from Pallet Town, and I'm currently on my journey to become a Pokemon Master. Sabrina muttered the name, and then for the first time, she extended her hand to the others. Saffron City Gym Leader, Psychic Nazi. Pop. The two people's hands, at this moment, were held together. So this is what a handshake feels like. Sabrina murmured in her mind, and his hands feel, so warm. This feeling, is really, really good. Suddenly, a smile slowly appeared on Sabrina's lips. She started psychic training at a very young age and showed extraordinary talent in this area. And once he gets into training, he becomes so enthusiastic that he forgets himself. I didn't make any friends, I just immersed myself in the world of psychic training. Sabrina's parents wanted to stop her, but she used psychic to drive them out. It was from that time that Sabrina became a person with a dual personality. One is the competitive Sabrina who won't lose to anyone, and the other is the lonely Sabrina who likes to play pranks and longs for friends. The doll she often holds in her hands is her appearance before she became obsessed with psychic training. And now, when Sabrina, who had frozen her emotions for a long time, broke through herself for the first time and shook hands with Ash. The doll Stephanie in her arms also showed a relieved smile when she saw this scene. Then quietly, it disappeared out of thin air in this world. Sabrina, who has been passionate about psychic since she was a child, has never smiled. At this time, the jogging uncle in sportswear, Sabrina's father, suddenly appeared next to Xiaogang and Misty. This is the first time I've seen that child smile so happily. He came here using psychic teleport, and looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but burst into tears with excitement. That's great. That's great. That way, Sabrina can regain her humanity. Sabrina regained her humanity, and the childhood personality of the doll Stephanie disappeared. All the other people who were turned into dolls by Sabrina, including Sabrina's mother, also recovered. The entrance of the Golden Gym. Thank you so much. Sabrina, who was no longer as cold as before but had a more charming look with long black hair, vowed to express her gratitude to Ash and others. If it weren't for you, I might have continued to isolate myself and couldn't find myself again. Sabrina raised her head and looked at Ash, her eyes were as gentle as Tokowski's. Especially you, Ash. You can be said to have saved me. No need to exaggerate. Ash smiled modestly and waved his hand. This is also the result of our joint efforts, uncle, and yourself. Don't be so modest, young man. Sabrina's father, the athletic jogger, was also standing nearby. He looked at Ash with admiration. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. You really helped us a lot. The more Sabrina's father looked at Ash, the more satisfied he became. He hadn't seen such an excellent trainer for a long time. Sabrina's mother, who had returned to her normal state after emerging from the doll, also nodded gently in agreement. She looked Ash up and down, with a smile in her eyes, just like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. During this period of time, Sabrina used her psychic to bring negative effects to the city and some trainers who came to challenge her. Sabrina's father apologized. So next, we need to connect with Alliance, deal with the problems that need to be dealt with, and punish those who need to be punished. We may not have extra time to entertain and thank you. You don't have to be so polite. Ash turned his hat and said, I was just doing what a trainer should do. Being able to challenge the gym and get the badge, my goal has been achieved. More than just a badge. Sabrina said softly, as for the conditions we agreed upon before, I will abide by them after I am done with my work. Ah, that, I just wanted to inspire you to fight. Aren't we already friends? Because we are friends, I won't break my promise. Sabrina insisted, if you still don't accept it, then that means. She looked at Ash, her eyes searching seriously, you don't consider me a friend at all. That's definitely not. Ash denied it, then it's up to you. All the words have been. Having said that, Ash no longer pressed the issue. Hearing this, Sabrina smiled again. After the iceberg beauty thawed, she looked even more beautiful and attractive. It even made Xiaogang, a beautiful human image identification machine, feel his heart pounding. Only Misty was a little unimpressed by Sabrina in front of her. Especially when she saw Sabrina smile at Ash. For some reason, she felt a strong sense of crisis in her heart. After a brief farewell, Ash and his group officially said goodbye to Sabrina and her parents. He's excellent, isn't he? Watching Ash and the other two walking away, Sabrina's father placed his hand on his motionless daughter's shoulder. Even for me, this is the first time I have seen such an outstanding young man. Sabrina's father sighed, if we have to find a flaw in him, it's probably that he can't do psychic. It doesn't matter, Dad. Sabrina spoke softly. Her eyes were fixed on the retreating trio, or to be more precise, on Ash's back. Yes, it doesn't matter. Sabrina's mother also smiled gently, but there is another thing, he seems to be very popular. Women understand women best. Misty, who was following Ash, saw all of her performance and contest condition. As someone who has experienced this, Sabrina's mother knows it all too well. The more outstanding a person is, the more popular he will be and the more attention he will attract. Sabrina's tone was full of absolute confidence. So, the more this is the case, the more outstanding people are willing to be with equally outstanding people. No one will be better than me. She tilted her head slightly and looked at her father. After all these tedious matters are finished, the gym will be left to you, Dad. Have you made your decision yet? Sabrina's father also smiled and nodded, then just leave it to me. Just go and pursue the life you want. He won't make any unnecessary obstructions. Sabrina has now regained her humanity and everything is moving in the right direction. As a father, how could he stop his daughter from doing this? What's more, he also knew what his daughter was going to do. As Sabrina said, the more outstanding people are, the more they want to be with equally outstanding people. He also had high hopes for the boy named Ash. Not to mention that they had just helped their family out of such a predicament, and they were indebted to them. He would not stop it, and he had no reason not to agree and support it. After Sabrina and I have dealt with all the complicated issues facing Alliance and the outside world, and put an end to the difficulties that have arisen before, Sabrina will start her journey 1.0. Anyway, he was the previous master of the Saffron Gym. After Sabrina left, he would naturally take over his previous work again. As a parent, he will fully support his daughter's ideas and actions. I'll trouble you then, Guyin. Sabrina nodded slightly, and then continued to look into the distance, the direction where Ash had long disappeared. One day, sooner or later, I will be by his side. In the end, I will be the one who can accompany him to the throne of Pokémon Master Champion. While Sabrina made up her mind. On the other side, Ash and his trio finally arrived at the Pokémon Center in Saffron City. Speaking of which, they finally managed to get out of the forest and reach Saffron City at night. Before he had time to rest, Sabrina used Psychic to teleport him to the Saffron Gym and started a battle. Now that everything was finally over, the trio, including Pikachu and all the other Pokémon, were exhausted. They all wanted to have a good meal, wash up and lie down on the bed to have a good rest. Although it is tiring, the gains from this battle are worth it. After filling his stomach and resting for a while on the soft bed, Ash began to review his gains. First of all, needless to say, you have got the gym badge. Secondly, it is the agreement with Sabrina, and the conditions to be obtained after winning her. Also, I unlocked Sabrina's frozen heart and gained her friendship. Maybe it's more than just friendship? As soon as Ash closed his eyes, he could easily recall Sabrina's image of a queen with long straight black hair and a pair of long legs. Of course, the most important thing is the entry you get after winning the battle. In front of Ash's eyes, a blue light panel that only he could see appeared. Chapter 65. Name, Ash. Gender male. Identity, rookie trainer. Carry items, Rotom Pokédex. Pokemon, Pikachu, Nidoking, Pidgeot, Bear Apprentice, Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, Krabby, Gyarados, Gengar. Entries, Megatrue Rookie, Gold, Silly Thing, Gold, Training Expert, Gold, Psychic, Gold, Master of Reverse Attribute, Purple, Research Expert, Purple. Megatrue Rookie, Gold. A Superman born in Pallet Town in Kanto region, with a physical fitness comparable to that of a Superman, and a walking humanoid beast. Silly Thing, Gold. Use your sincerity to gain the other person's trust and love, and increase your persuasiveness, affinity, and attractiveness by 50%. Training Expert, Gold. Proficient in various training abilities, the training speed and effect of any target, including yourself, is increased by 50%. Psychic, Gold. A psychic who is proficient in psychic has extremely high psychic talent and can obtain extraordinary psychic through training. Master of Reverse Attribute, Purple. During a battle, if you are on the side whose attribute is restrained, your strength will increase by 3%. Research Master, Purple. Publishes important research papers, has a certain influence in the academic world, and has a rising reputation. The above is Ash's basic information. In addition to the original entries before the journey, his entries such as Psychic, Gold, and Reverse Attribute Master, Purple, were obtained after the journey began. Among them, Master of Reverse Attribute, Purple, was also upgraded from Red to Purple by Ash using the entries he had obtained from battles during this period of time. Including the previous Purple Training Expert entry, he also upgraded it to Gold. For any target, including oneself, the training speed and effect are increased by 50%. This can be used for the psychic training of the Psychic, Gold, entry that I just obtained. This is the Gold level entry that Ash obtained after defeating Sabrina. You can make yourself an extraordinary psychic. As soon as he got it, Ash added this entry to his own identity. I have too many entries at the moment. Too much is as bad as too little. Instead of piling up the number, I should strive for excellence and upgrade several important entries with huge help to Gold as soon as possible. Or in color. Some 0-2 entries that don't provide much help are all transformed into nutrients for upgrading to improve myself as quickly as possible. Ash silently felt his current situation and quickly made arrangements for himself. Besides the terms, I also need to keep training myself. If you want to fully utilize Psychic, it would be best to have a strong body. In addition to Pokemon, it seems that I have to exercise well starting tomorrow. Lying on the bed, he slowly closed his eyes. Moreover, the entries carried by Pokemon must be based on their own conditions, and the level of the entries must be improved as much as possible. Just like that, Ash fell asleep. The trio rested peacefully for a night in the Pokemon Center. The next morning, I was revived with renewed energy. The trio got ready and continued on their way to their next destination. But before leaving, Ash called home to report his safety and also contacted Professor Oak. Sure enough, I got the results I expected. Duan Company has found the life orb and is on its way to the Kanto region. Professor Oak showed up with good news. It is expected that when you challenge the next gym, you will be able to reach the Pokemon Center in the local city. Let me see. According to your route plan, the next destination should be the Rainbow Gym in Rainbow City. When you get there, remember to accept your things. Oh, and the Alliance also gave you a reward for your response to the giant tentacruel attacking the city. A large amount of bonus has been sent to your account, remember to receive it. There will be an official reporter from Alliance later who will interview you and do a good job of promoting you. You can also serve as a role model for the younger generation of trainers and set an example for the trainers of the same period. Also, because the Pikachu you're carrying is so conspicuous, Alliance knows you have a Pikachu, so they specially sent you a very nice Thunderstone. If you want to evolve Pikachu into Raichu, you can use this stone. Of course, I think with your personality, Ash, you probably won't use it. Professor Oak was like a talkative old man, smiling and looking at this outstanding young boy with kindness. Come to think of it, I'm quite surprised that Ash was able to defeat the Saffron Gym. After all, the Saffron Gym is the territory of psychics, and there seem to be a lot of troubles going on there recently. The Alliance has started to assess the risk of this and is preparing to send out prosecutors to investigate the situation. Unexpectedly, the Saffron Gym took the initiative to contact Alliance and explain the whole story. Professor Oak then realized that it was Ash who took action again to resolve this trouble and incident. At present, many people within Alliance have begun to notice Ash. Professor Oak is also very proud of it, and at the same time, he was also using his connections and abilities as much as possible to provide Ash with an environment where he would not be disturbed. Excellent young people have their own path of growth. Ash is currently growing and progressing well, and doesn't need any interference from other aspects. Just keep practicing like this, and everything will be fine. Well, I think Pikachu is good enough already, there's no need to evolve it into Raichu. Ash also smiled and said, and when it comes to evolution, I always respect the Pokemon's own opinions. If Pikachu doesn't want to evolve, I won't force it. However, if it is willing to evolve. Pika Pika. Before Ash could finish, the Pikachu on his shoulder shook its head like a rattle. It won't choose to evolve. Well, it depends on what you young people think. Professor Oak is very supportive of Ash's actions. The Thunderstone awarded by the Alliance will be sent to the Pokemon Center in Rainbow City together with the Life Orb from Devon Company. Remember to collect it when the time comes. Okay, no more chatting, my instant noodles are almost cooked. Click. Professor Oak quickly hung up the call. In this way, everyone who received the good news also determined their next destination. 01460710 Filu 1313012881. The fifth gym, the Rainbow Gym. Rainbow City, also known as Celadon City. It is a city located in the central part of Kanto region and one of the largest cities in the region, second only to the megametropolis Saffron City in the east. Celadon City can be entered from both the east and west routes. The east side of the city is connected to Route 7, and the west side is connected to Route 16. Starting from Saffron City, take Route 16 west and you can reach the destination directly along the road. In Xiaogang's words, even if you are a person with poor sense of direction, as long as you keep your eyes on the road and keep walking forward, you will always reach your destination. Well, this sentence does not apply to the green algae-headed three-sword swordsman in a certain pirate world. Along the way, the trio progressed very steadily. While traveling along the way, Ash did not forget to practice his superpowers. Neither Xiaogang nor Misty could notice the changes in him. On the contrary, every night, Old Ghastly, who was giving special training to many Pokemon, couldn't help but float over. Are you a psychic too, boy? It was slightly surprised, and kept shaking its spherical body, just fighting with a psychic, and your talent was unlocked. What an amazing guy. Old Ghastly exclaimed in amazement, I have lived for so many years, and I have never seen a trainer like you. So now you have seen it? Ash just smiled at Old Ghastly's amazement and continued to meditate in calm mind. Every night, using calm mind instead of sleeping will actually lead to a better rest effect. The little ones nowadays are really amazing. Seeing this, Old Ghastly stopped bothering Ash and just walked away, muttering to himself as he continued to train Gengar and other Pokemon. Hey. You guys, your trainer is so amazing and you're still practicing so hard, so cheer up and train well. Ehe. Deidre. Fire. Ancient. Looking at the many Pokemon who were also enthusiastically training in the contest condition, Old Ghastly couldn't help but nod slightly. Not only the trainer, but even the Pokemon are so excellent. Sure enough, a good trainer can bring positive influence to Pokemon. And it has a feeling that perhaps this young guy will in the days to come can bring more surprises and unexpectedness to it. It also suddenly felt that the job it had taken on this time seemed very interesting. So, just like that, the trio traveled during the day and Ash and the Pokemon practiced together at night. They travel very comfortably. They rest when they are tired and look at the scenery around them when they are exhausted. When it's time for dinner, we just sit down and fill our stomachs. Just today, the trio sat on the rock beside the road and ate the dishes made by Xiaogang himself. I have to say, the biggest advantage of traveling with Xiaogang is that you don't have to worry about having no food to eat. They can enjoy delicious food almost every moment. Eat it up, I've prepared rice balls of various flavors. Xiaogang held 2 plates of rice balls of different shapes in his 2 hands. The round ones are pickled plums, and the triangular ones are kelp rice balls. I got some good seaweed this time. Ash, which one do you want to eat? Swish. Before Xiaogang could finish his words, a dark shadow flashed by and snatched the plate of rice balls from his hand. My rice ball. Xiaogang reacted and immediately yelled. He was desperately looking for the culprit. I saw a snow-white Pokemon sitting on a big rock, holding its rice ball and eating it voraciously. That Pokemon is Beep, Mankey, a pig-monkey Pokemon, is a fighting type. He punches at extreme speed and walks lightly. Mankey is usually gentle, but once he is provoked, it will get out of control. Rotom Pokédex timely broadcast. It's Mankey. Xiaogang looked at the Pokemon with a pig nose and monkey arms and suddenly realized. Misty was sitting next to him eating a rice ball. It seems that it is also hungry, so it came to steal Xiaogang's rice ball. And it looks like it likes eating it very much. Of course, I made it, and I used the best materials. No. Xiaogang felt a little proud at first, but then he immediately shook his head. No matter what, you can't steal other people's food. Yes, I haven't eaten yet. Ash simply took out the Pokemon ball and walked out. And he looked at Mankey's message and said with a smile, it just so happens that Disciple Xiong is in need of a fighting sparring partner. This Mankey is just right. Pokemon Mankey. Gender, male. Trainer, none. Attribute fighting. Ability, unyielding. When the ability change is reduced by rival, the attack will increase by 2 levels for each ability reduced. If multiple abilities are reduced, the level of the increased attack increase accordingly. Skills, grab, leer, focus energy, crazy fury swipes, low kick, seismic toss, swagger, cross chop. Carrying things, none. Potential, elite. Training suggestions. Entries, naughty, red, stealing and robbing, red, burning anger, red, dot. Naughty, 500 red, lively and active by nature, loves to make trouble. Increases dodge and critical hit rate by 20%. Dot. Stealing and robbing, red, once you set your sights on something, you must get it, whether by stealing or robbing. When you have a clear goal and take action to achieve it, your own strength will increase. High 2% Wang. Burning rage, red, very prone to rage, anger, and rage. When emotionally unstable, his own strength increases by 20%. Note, Mankey is affected by a certain deep blood. The influence of genetics makes it easy for emotions to interfere, leading to evolution and chaos. If you can tap into the power deep in your blood, you will achieve an extraordinary transformation. All 3 are ordinary red entries, and the first 2 are mischievous, red, and stealing and robbing, red. This doesn't sound like something that a regular Pokemon would possess. But the 3rd entry, burning rage, red. Power from deep within the blood. If it can be tapped, will it lead to extraordinary transformation? Ash stroked his chin, and gradually he understood. This should be the Mankey that was conquered by Ash in the original version. It was very naughty at first, eating Ash and his friend's lunch and stealing Ash's hat. Later, after evolving into Infernape, his temper became extremely violent. He also possesses remarkable strength and talent. Without much training, he was able to defeat a group of professional fighting Pokemon at the P1 conference and won the championship belt. But in the end, he couldn't avoid being left behind by the original Ash. This Mankey has such strength and talent, and even has a special note in the entry, which means that its bloodline may indeed be extraordinary. And the most likely reason why Mankey could have such an excellent bloodline is. Ash thought of a strange Pokemon in his mind. One of its direct ancestors should have evolved into a Forsaken, and it is extremely powerful. The Forsaken is the evolved form of the Infernape and was discovered in the Pidgeot region. Deep in the forest of Pidgeot region there lives an abandoned monkey, known as the Unworldly Being. It is one of the few Pokemon that has both fighting and ghost types. According to legend, the abandoned monkey will gather the rage hidden in his heart into his fist, and its power can penetrate rivals' bones and shatter it. When anger reaches a critical point, it gains the power to break free from the bondage of the flesh. First of all, if Infernape wants to evolve into Forsaken, it must learn the special move Fist of Rage. Then, after Infernape uses Rage Fist 20 times and raises its level, it can evolve. Species strength is 535, and the physical strength, attack power, speed, defense, and special defense are all well distributed. As a physical attacker, it happens that the special attack that is not really needed is allocated relatively low. It can be said to be a powerful Pokemon that is worth cultivating. From this perspective, this Mankey has great potential. Our rice balls are not free, we have to pay a price. Chapter 66. Facing Mankey, Ash threw his Pokemon ball directly. That means you have been conquered by me. Go ahead, Charmander. Bang. The baby ball opened, and the red Charmander suddenly appeared on the field. Huo-cha. When it appeared on the stage, it did not forget to pose and spit fire into the sky. Huff huff huff. Mankey continued to eat his rice balls, completely ignoring Charmander. Since it likes it so much, you can roast it a little more. Ash snapped his fingers. Charmander, flamethrower. Huo-cha. A raging fire instantly spewed out of Charmander's mouth. Before Mankey could react, his entire body was engulfed in flames. It seems that this attack worked. Charmander, it's gotten even stronger. Misty and Xiaogang both recognized the power of Charmander's move. But. Buzz. Then something unexpected happened. BB carrot. Misty and Xiaogang suddenly saw a dazzling white light rising from the raging fire. The light of evolution. Puha! An angry roar came from the flames, and at the same time, a large figure rushed out from the flames. Running straight towards Charmander. Has it evolved? Looking at the Pokemon that jumped out, a light flashed in Ash's eyes. Rotom immediately followed up with the report, Infernape, the pig monkey Pokemon, will not forgive the person or Pokemon that angered it, and will continue to chase the opponent. Even if it beats the opponent to the point of being unable to move, it still will not forgive the opponent. Stimulated by Charmander's fire attack, this Mankey successfully evolved into Infernape in rage. After it evolved, its temper became extremely bad. Pokemon, Infernape. Gender, male. Trainer, none. Attribute fighting. Ability, unyielding. When the ability change is reduced by rival, the attack will be increased by 2 levels for each ability reduced. If multiple abilities are reduced, the level of the increased attack will increase accordingly. Skills, grab, leer, focus energy, crazy fury swipes, low kick, seismic toss, swagger, cross chop, assurance, thrash, close combat. Carrying things, none. Potential, elite. Training suggestions. Entries, rampant, purple, relentless pursuit, purple, burning rage, purple, dot. Rampage, purple. Just feeling the gaze of others will make you furious, and then rush into them without caring about anything. Your own defense ability, pursuit speed, and critical hit rate increase by 30%. Relentless pursuit, purple. As long as you provoke it, it will catch up with you even if you flee to the ends of the earth. When you have a clear goal and take action towards it, your own strength will increase by 30%. Burning rage, purple. Very prone to irritability, anger, and rage. When emotionally unstable, his own strength increases by 30%. Note, Mankey is affected by a certain genetic inheritance deep in his blood, and is easily disturbed by emotions, and may evolve or make a scene. If he can further tap into the power deep in his blood, he will achieve an extraordinary transformation. The most obvious thing about the evolved Infernape is the changes in the 3 attributes. The 3 original red entries were directly upgraded to purple. Can evolution unleash some of its potential? Ash looked at the note of the Burning Fury, purple, entry, which said dig deeper. That is to say, if Infernape can evolve into Forsaken, its potential may become even stronger. And its entry level might even be upgraded to a higher level. Ash thought quickly in his mind, and finally made up his mind to tame this Infernape. Charmander Dragon Breath. Fire. Rich yellow-green dragon energy was once again spewed out by Charmander. Infernape was so reckless that he didn't know how to dodge and was hit head-on. D***. Its rushing body suddenly froze in mid-air. Dragon Breath is a special move, but it is possible that rival will fall into the paralysis contest condition. Ash smiled and said, "You are lucky that you were paralyzed. This way, you won't have to suffer too much from now on. Charmander, finish it off with the final flamethrower." Fire. Charmander spewed out boundless flames that could burn everything to ashes, and engulfed Infernape once again. This time, there will be no other miracles. Infernape's charred body swayed and fell directly to the ground. Go, Pokemon Ball. Ash threw the Pokemon Ball quickly and hit Infernape accurately. The charred body instantly turned into a red light and was collected into the treasure ball. Ding. Ding. Buzz. After shaking it twice, the Pokemon Ball stopped moving. Very good, I have tamed Infernape. Pika Pika. After posing for the capture, Ash picked up Infernape's Pokemon Ball with Pikachu's congratulations. Congratulations, Ash, you captured another Pokemon. Ash has conquered another companion, and Misty and Xiaogang are happy for him. Really? When Mankey evolved into Infernape and rushed out of the flames, I was really scared. Misty said with some fear, but fortunately, Charmander is very powerful and successfully protected us. Huo-cha. Charmander straightened his chest immediately after hearing this. Of course. Charmander has always been very strong. Xiaogang also praised it, and then he was a little puzzled. But when facing a fighting-type Infernape, wouldn't it be easier to defeat it by sending out a ghost-type Gengar? Why did you send Charmander, Ash? Gengar, I forgot to tell you that it followed, old, Ghastly to Lavender Town for training last night. Ash then patted his head and explained. Lavender Town is a city near Saffron City and is also a famous Pokemon cemetery. All funerals and memorial services take place at the town's Pokemon Tower. Folklore has it that the ghosts in the tower are the spirits of dead or slain Pokemon. Old, Ghastly said that there is abundant and strange ghost energy in Lavender Town, which is very beneficial to Gengar's practice. Ash elaborated, if everything goes well, Gengar can still gain some more powerful power there. Old Ghastly has traveled far and wide over the past thousands of years and has been to countless places. It can be said that he fully understands where Gengar's strength can be improved. There just so happens to be a lavender town nearby. After discussing with Ash last night, it took Gengar there. In the original version, Ash comes to Lavender Town to capture Ghost-type Pokemon in order to defeat Sabrina. The Pokemon Tower here is home to 3 Pokemon, Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar, who particularly like to play with jokes and abstractions. Later, Ash became good friends with the Haunter and brought it back to the Saffron Gym. After successfully making Sabrina laugh, he finally got the gold badge. The Haunter and Gengar in the tower don't look very strong, but they have the strange power to pull people's souls out of their bodies. They have both pulled Ash and Pikachu souls out of their bodies. So, there must be something to this place. Old Ghastly will take Gengar there to study for a period of time, and he will definitely gain a lot. I hope Gengar doesn't play with the Ghastly family in the tower and become a funny abstraction. Ash muttered to himself. Gengar left. Xiaogang finally realized, no wonder it didn't come out for lunch, I thought it was still training. Besides, it's no wonder that after you captured Infernape, Ash, it wasn't teleported back. After Gengar left, the Pokemon in Ash's hand are Pikachu, Nidoking, Bear Apprentice, Bulbasaur, Charmander and Infernape. However, among them, of course, I sent Charmander not just because Gengar left. Ash looked at Charmander, who was in excellent contest condition, with his chest straightened and energy gradually gathering around him. Even if Gengar was here, I would have sent Charmander. Ash said softly, and at this moment, Charmander's entire body was covered in blue and white light. Is this the light of evolution again? Xiaogang and Misty looked at it in surprise again, and then they understood it instantly. Charmander, is it going to evolve soon? After such a long period of special training, he is currently the future trump card in Ash's hand. Charmander, who always had high aspirations, had already reached the time to evolve. If it wasn't to prevent Charmander from forcing herself to evolve because of anger and irritation, as in the original version. This causes it to appear stunted compared to the Charizards in Charizard Valley. Ash had already let it evolve. And now, Charmander is training step by step, steadily and steadily. It has already laid an extremely solid foundation for itself, and its foundation is much stronger than normal's Charmander. Ash had realized it before, it only needed an opportunity to evolve. And this opportunity is today. After defeating Infernape, all the contest conditions were at their peak, everything was just right. Huo-cha. The powerful roar spread in all directions, and the blue-white light dissipated, revealing a powerful Pokemon with a bright look. Soft fur, almost glowing skin, bright face, strong body, exuding a powerful aura. Anyone who sees it will know how powerful and extraordinary this Pokemon is. A raised head, a long tail, a deeper red body, and a more vigorous tail flame. Charmander evolves to Charmeleon. Tisk, Charmeleon, a fire Pokemon, will brutally tear its enemies apart with its sharp claws. If its enemy is very strong, it will become aggressive. In this case, the flame on its tail will turn bright white with a hint of blue. Rotom reports in real time. Pokemon Charmeleon. Gender, male. Trainer, none. Attribute, fire. Ability, fierce fire. When HP is less than 1:3, the power of fire-type moves increases by 1.5 times. Skills, Swift, Rock Tomb, Protect, Takedown, Smokescreen, Dragon Breath, Flame Spin. Flamethrower Fire Fang. Carrying things, none. Potential, Champion. Training suggestions. Entries, the heart is high and the sky is far away, gold, the strong will always be strong, gold, the Dragon Clan is proud of me, gold, I am the legend, gold. High heart and far away sky, gold has extremely strong self-confidence. He thinks that as long as he works hard, there is nothing he cannot defeat. His own ability can be activated at any time regardless of conditions. After activation, your own strength will be increased by 5% based on the effect of the ability. The strong will always be strong, gold as a strong one, it will only associate with the strong. The weak do not deserve a place in front of it. Fight together with the trainer it regards as a strong one. When you truly follow orders, your own ability will increase by 50% and the enemy's strength will decrease by 10%. The Dragon Clan is proud of me, gold I am the pride of the Dragon Clan, and the Dragon Clan should be proud of me. The damage caused by Dragon-type skills and moves is reduced by 10%. In addition to restraining Dragon-type skills. Except for the attribute skill, other attribute skills cannot restrain it. Because it has fire-type, ice damage also cannot restrain it. I am the legend, gold don't be afraid of the might of God, dare to face the legendary Pokemon, and even through your own efforts, You can defeat them and become your own legend. The legendary rival's strength increases by 50%. Brand new entry. After Charmander evolved into Charmeleon, the actual entry also changed accordingly. The original item that only had an effect on improving yourself now has an effect on reducing rival. Not only rival's strength, but also his dragon-type moves have been reduced to a certain extent. Although the decrease is not much, it can be regarded as once again improving Charmeleon's strength. Ash is now looking forward to seeing how powerful Charmeleon will become after it evolves into Charizard. First, Infernape was tamed, and then Charmander evolved. Good things happened one after another, and even Xiaogang and Misty's smiles became much brighter. Today is a really good day. Yeah. Ash was also in a good mood. It would be great if someone could come forward at this time and let Charmeleon test their strength. Huo-cha. Charmeleon was also full of fighting spirit, spit up a mouthful of fire and then nodded. After the whole dragon evolved, it felt the power in its body increase exponentially, and its spirit was so high that it was not as high as normal. There is even a kind of pride that the world is a place where you can go. However, Huo-cha. After meeting Ash's Zhao eyes, he still lowered his head respectfully despite his pride. Well, if it was still the original one called Daji or some other small-eyed trainer, it could have burned the opponent to charcoal with just one breath of fire. How could I be so blind that I had to identify that useless trainer? Fortunately, I was sensible enough at the beginning and didn't follow him desperately. Charmeleon was extremely glad that she had made a very wise choice and followed Ash. Otherwise, it would definitely not be as powerful as it is now. Well, when Gengar comes back, I'll have to explain it to him again. Charmeleon felt this way in his heart. They are very lucky to be followed by 10 very powerful trainers. The other bear apprentices and other Pokémon that had not come out of the Pokémon Ball, They all nodded and agreed. In addition to these Pokémon, there are others who share the same idea as Charmeleon. In the jungle not far away, a group of people huddled together in the same situation. We originally thought that the Light of Evolution was some rare Pokémon. Charmander evolves into Charmeleon, which is indeed a stronger Pokémon, and it looks very powerful. That's right. According to our Team Rocket's usual practice, we will not let go of such a powerful Pokémon Meow. But, this Charmeleon belongs to the kid with Pikachu, Meow. The Rocket Trio, Meowth, Jessie, and James, huddled in the bushes, looking at the scene and sighing in unison. I remember that before Viridian City, our work and tasks were completed in a normal manner, but overall there were no problems. But ever since I met this little brat with Pikachu at MT Moon, it's like I've been cursed. That's right, not only did I fail to complete the tasks assigned by the boss along the way, but I also seem to be unlucky with other things. Chapter 67. When I think about it carefully, it seems to be closely related to this little brat Meow. It was like this at MT Moon, and then it was like this at Pokemon Village, and then it was like this at the Sant Anno, and then it was like this at the Rumpelstiltskin. The more I talked, the more I felt something was wrong. Why does it seem like this little brat is everywhere ruining their good deeds? They couldn't help but look at each other, feeling quite miserable. All in all, I have discovered. Jessie's eyes were firm, never confront that brat again. That's right. James nodded vigorously. Every time I run into this brat, nothing good ever happens. And the Pokemon he has are all very strong, and it's hard to deal with them at all. Meow. Meowth also crossed his arms and agreed with this. It's a thankless task to fight against such a guy. The three of them spoke at the same time, thinking so in tacit agreement. So, I'll try to avoid this little devil as much as possible in the future. Yes, this little brat is very evil. But what if, by chance, we run into him again during our next move? Meow. After Meowth said this, the scene fell silent for a few seconds. He won't keep pestering us like a dogskin plaster, will he? James said weakly, lacking confidence. That shouldn't be the case. Jessie was also a little hesitant. But if it really comes to that, can't we just retreat? Well, this is a solution. Meowth thought about it and it seemed that there was really no other solution. After all, the opponent's Nidoking is too scary and unstoppable, not to mention the other Pokemon. This is called cutting losses in time. Meow. That's it? The trio uttered Meowth's classic lines in unison. They decided not to have any more involvement with Ash and left quietly. Well, originally in the TV series, they had to follow Ash no matter what, and the indestructible cockroach kept following them. Now, he seemed rather uninterested in Ash and was avoiding him from a distance. But this is a good thing for Ash. Although the Rocket Trio are not bad people by nature, they are like flies, jumping out from time to annoy you and thinking about you, which is annoying enough. This size is just right now. Thus, Ash and his group continued their journey without noticing the changes and existence of Team Rocket. Soon, we arrived at Rainbow City. 170. Rainbow City, also known as Celadon City. The color of the beetle's body turns golden green and golden purple due to the different angles of light, which is like a dream-like rainbow, hence the name. This is also one of the largest cities in Kanto region. The Battle Dome in Battle Frontier is also located near here, and is also closer to Lavender Town. Here, there is a huge department store, which is the tallest building in Celadon City and the largest shopping mall in the entire Kanto. There is also an electric playground, which is the best place to play. The prosperity is almost visible to the naked eye. Even Lugia, the leader of the Rainbow Gym, has a side job in the city. It has a very fragrant smell. As soon as they entered the city, they smelled the scent of perfume in the air. She runs a perfume shop in Celadon City. She speaks politely, but cannot stand insults about the perfumes in the shop. In the original version, Ash was kicked out of the store because he turned his nose up at the perfume and was not allowed to challenge the gym. From Ash's perspective now, the stupid things in the original version were indeed self-inflicted. He said some very bad things in someone else's perfume shop. The proprietress Lugia simply kicked him out of the store, which was very tactful and polite. If he were the boss and gym leader, he would have given him a good beating long ago. Fortunately, Ash would not do such a stupid thing now. After giving Pikachu, who loved the smell of perfume, to Xiaogang and Misty, the two of them, as a Pokemon, started to go shopping in the perfume store. Ash also went to the Pokemon Center in Rainbow City to pick up the things delivered by Professor Oak. "You are Mr. Ash, right?" Nurse Joy from the Rainbow City Pokemon Center very gently took out the things that Tiencon had given her. "This is the Life Orb and the Thunderstone. Please check them." Ash received all the gifts sent by the Pokemon Alliance and Devon Company. From the quality point of view, it can be seen that it is not an ordinary normal product, but a very good one. With the huge bonus from Alliance and the prize for winning against Gary, he is now quite wealthy. "You can't wait any longer, right, King Duo?" Ash smiled and patted the Nidoking's Pokemon ball on his waist. As early as when he got the Life Orb, Nidoking's Pokemon ball shook. Obviously, Nidoking also noticed that this thing was very useful to it. "Right away, I'll put it on you and try out the effects," Ash said as he walked towards the Pokemon field in the back. "Please stay, Mr. Ash." Nurse Joy suddenly called him, "There are some things here." Seeing Ash looking at her with a puzzled look, Nurse Joy explained gently. "When Professor Oak delivered the stuff, he left us a message asking you to call him back." "Is that so?" "That's as it should be." Ash had no objection. Since he got something from the professor, he had to say thank you to him. This is a matter of basic etiquette. Besides, Nurse Joy saw Ash nod and smiled again, but this time, she was much more capable. "Professor Oak should have told you before that the Pokemon Alliance will do an interview with you, Mr. Ash, right?" "Well, it seems to be the case. Since you know about this, Mr. Ash, that's great." Nurse Joy smiled and took out a pile of supplies from under her counter. "It just so happens that Mr. Ash will be the interviewee for the next episode of Pokemon, Trainer's Path, right? Notebook, recorder, microphone." Looking at so many professional equipment, Ash looked at Nurse Joy in front of him in some astonishment. "XLIV. As you can see, Mr. Ash, I am Joy, the reporter for this interview." Nurse Joy showed a sweet smile on her face. "In addition to our duties at the Pokemon Center, we can also take on other jobs." As she said this, she winked at Ash. Ash. That's right, he still remembered that Nurse Joy also had the duty of serving as a prosecutor. For example, in the later Dark City, the Yas Gym and the Kaz Gym in the city fought each other in order to compete for the qualification quota of the gym recognized by the Alliance. They also hired traveling trainers as thugs, causing chaos. Nurse Joy will be the prosecutor. Later, Nurse Joy, who served as the investigator, was responsible for determining whether the rock gym at Xiaogang's home was qualified. Also, if Ash remembered correctly, Nurse Joy seemed to have a Latias with her. It looks like Nurse Joy is very busy. But fortunately, their professional level is undoubtedly strong. The interview with Ash about his journey as a Pokemon trainer went smoothly. At least, there were no weird interviews with questions like "Really? I don't believe it." Nurse Joy politely told Ash to make sure to buy the next issue of the Pokemon Alliance official magazine and ended the interview. Ash then contacted Professor Oak. "It seems that you have successfully arrived in Rainbow City and got the things I gave you." In the picture, Professor Oak was not cooking instant noodles this time. He was practicing calligraphy, splashing ink on a white piece of paper. And the content of the writing. "I just had a burst of inspiration and created a good piece of Senryu. I'll read it to you." Professor Oak was excited and tried to clear his throat. "No thanks, Professor Oak." Ash interrupted him and said, "You know I don't like kaname. Thank you very much for your help this time. I have received the reward." Professor Oak's face fell when he was interrupted. Ash is good at everything except appreciating poetry. Sigh, it turns out that people have different hobbies after all. That's right. Professor Oak shook his head and got down to business. The Gyarados you sent here has been a bit unruly lately. Crash. As soon as Professor Oak finished speaking, he heard the sound of water splashing and roaring coming from the yard behind. And the sound seems to be Gyarados Krabby. Ash did hear it? Yes, those are the only two Pokemon you put here. Professor Oak was a little helpless. Gary has already collected 45 of them, but Ash only gave me 2. Excluding the Pidgeot who is currently protecting his Pokemon in the Evergreen Forest, and Squirtle who is working hard in the fire department, there are only your 2 Pokemon in my huge yard. I'm pursuing excellence, and there will be more Pokemon sent to me later. Ash changed the subject. Did Gyarados and Krabby fight? Well, Krabby is fine. He is an obedient child. He knew how to make tea and fetch things for me before. Professor Oak first praised Krabby, and then started to criticize Gyarados. But your Gyarados is not easy to deal with. Not only did he occupy the backyard pool when he came here, but he also often fought with Krabby. Although, it didn't do much good. After Professor Oak's explanation, Ash also understood. After being teleported here, the Gyarados that evolved from Final Kick felt that it was no longer beside Ash, and it stood up again. His hot-tempered nature began to show. And Krabby doesn't tolerate it at all. Under the training suggestions given by Ash's system, the original malnutrition was gradually improved. In addition, he was well treated by breeder here at Professor Oak, so his own strength cannot be underestimated. Even though Gyarados is evolved, but it has not obtained breeder. Compared with Krabby, it is actually slightly inferior. Therefore, he is often beaten by Krabby using his 2 large claws and crab fists. But Gyarados is a novice who loves to play. Plus, they are all water-type Pokemon, so it likes to taunt Krabby quite often. This also makes Professor Oak's backyard very lively. It seems that we need a calm person to discipline the child and improve Gyarados' character. Ash rubbed his chin, then smiled and said, "That's right, I have a suitable candidate here. Nidoking, I'll leave Gyarados to you. Is that okay?" Nido. Don't worry, it's easy to discipline a disobedient little brother. Nidoking obtained a life orb, and its strength rose to a higher level. As for the use of props such as life orb, Professor Oak, an excellent researcher and former trainer, will definitely give great coaching advice. In addition, Nidoking has practiced enough at present, and it takes some time to digest and consolidate the results of practice. And along the way, Ash didn't seem to be in much danger. So let's leave the opportunities for adventure and training to the younger generation. Anyway, the Gengar that was training in Lavender Town was strong enough to protect Ash. Nidoking. When Professor Oak saw the Pokemon information sent back, interest immediately appeared on his face. I just said you didn't send back many Pokemon, and yet you gave me such a big surprise in the blink of an eye. Don't worry Ash, leave this big guy to me. Professor Oak was very interested in studying Nidoking, and of course he did not forget Ash's request for the use of Life Orb. He is a professional in this area. In this way, with Nidoking in charge, the rear area can be said to be completely safe and secure. After getting the reward he deserved, Ash went straight to the Rainbow Gym. And coincidentally, Misty, Xiaogang and the others were also here, hosted by Ljia, the owner and curator of the perfume shop. Then, Ash took the opportunity to challenge directly. Lika, who had no conflict over the perfume, accepted the challenge naturally and treated it as a normal gym match. I can only use 3 Pokemon. Is that okay? At the battle side of the Rainbow Gym, Erica, who had changed into a battle uniform, was very quick and decisive. Of course there is no problem with that. The Pokemon on Ash's body have already been ready to go. When both sides are standing on the battlefield. Wait, that little devil looks like he's carrying a Pikachu. In the corner of the gym, 3 guys sneaked in stealthily. When I heard the noise and saw this scene, I almost screamed out. Why is it him again? I can't get rid of him. He's haunting me like a plague god. Jessie was chirping in frustration. I'm a trainer, isn't it normal for me to challenge a gym? James said weakly, it was us who sneaked into the gym to steal things, as if we were chasing after him. That's not important Meow. Meowth retorted, 01460710 Filu 1313111051. If we steal the legendary perfume hidden somewhere in this gym and sell it, we'll definitely make a fortune. That's right, then we can pay off all our debts in one go. And with that perfume, all men in the world will be crazy about me. I have delicious cat food Meow. The trio imagined a bright future and quickly began their infiltration plan. However, while sneaking in, the trio also made up their minds. We must not alarm that little devil. No good will come of it if he finds out. I don't want to feel that bad anymore. Just sneak in, get the things, and then sneak out. Make a fortune without anyone noticing me out. The trio started their theft stealthily. The Rainbow Gym focuses on grass-type Pokemon. Therefore, the Pokemon that Erica has are mainly grass-type. The first Pokemon she took out was Tangela. It's up to you to take the stage. Bang. Tangela, her body covered with blue vines and only one big eye visible in the darkness, appeared in the venue. Tangela is a vine-like Pokemon. Its body is covered with blue vines. Its true appearance is unknown. It is said that its vines will continue to grow. Rotom Pokédex gives real-time reports. Chapter 68. It's a very good grass-type Pokemon for rookie. Ash looked the Pokemon up and down. Although Tangela is small in size, its species strength is actually 435. Species strength is even higher than some final evolutionary Pokemon. Its defense and special attack values are both over 100 points, making it a very powerful Pokemon for novices. Pokemon Tangela. Gender, male. Coach, Erica. Attribute, grass. Ability, leaf defense, will not fall into status condition when the weather is sunny day or sunshine. Will not cure status condition. Skills, absorb, bind, stun spore, growth. Carrying things, none. Potential, gym. Training suggestions. Entry, none. Well, it can only be regarded as an ordinary thick monster. When facing a grass-type Pokemon. Charmeleon, you are the one who will relieve your heat. Bang. Huo-cha. The evolved Charmeleon appeared in the venue with great vigor. When it stepped onto the battlefield, Tangela on the opposite side shuddered. When the effect of the term was activated, the strength level of the vine monster dropped by 10%. But it seems that for a rival of this level, it doesn't matter even if it doesn't drop. Charmeleon Flamethrower. Huo-cha. Charmeleon, who had been feeling very uncomfortable for a long time, had never experienced a formal battle after evolving, and could only bully Infernape in private, immediately opened fire. Hoo-hoo. A huge mouthful of lava flame almost raised the temperature of the entire venue. Tangela, get out of the way. Erica was really shocked when she saw this scene, and quickly ordered the Chanjun monster to dodge away. She had never seen such power in a challenger before. If Tangela were to be hit head-on with this move. Manman. Erica didn't need to say much, Tangela herself was almost scared to death. It is a real grass type, with grass type vines all over its body. If you were hit by the flames, you would probably be burned right on the spot. Don't panic, Tangela, use stun spore. Erica gave the order decisively. Since we can't deal with it head-on, then attack from the side. He is very skilled at using moves like stun spore, sleep powder, and leech seed. This is also her usual move to deal with Pokemon of the same type as fire, ice, and flying. Manman. Tangela obeyed and did as she was told, dodging and dancing around. A large amount of red flying powder was also released towards Charmeleon. But Huo-cha. Without Ash's order, Charmeleon increased the force of her spitting. He burned and swallowed all the flying powder in one gulp. The second mouthful of spit was directly sprayed onto Tangela, who was still spinning and dancing. Boom. Tangela. Erica's face changed drastically and she called Tangela's name again. However, what responded to her was a pair of eyes that were burned to reveal dark circles. Well, it spins and jumps, and it closes its eyes tightly. Tangela loses her ability to fight, and we win by destroying the dinosaurs. The referee next to him waved a flag, and a group of perfume shop clerks and gym apprentices behind him looked at Ash in surprise. I didn't expect this rookie trainer to be so powerful. Did he really just start traveling? That Charmeleon is so strong. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. The sounds of amazement and surprise from everyone also made Xiaogang and Misty, who were standing by, puff out their chests. Look, this is our friend Ash. He will definitely become the best Pokemon trainer in the future. Both of them were very proud of Ash below. Sure enough, from the first time I saw you, I realized that you are not an ordinary trainer. Erica took back Tangela, smiling, and her expression gradually became more serious. I admit that you are very strong, but my love for Pokemon is no less than your strength. She took out another Pokemon ball and said, Ash, I'm telling you, don't underestimate me. Gloom, it's up to you now. Stinky. Gloom lives up to its stinky name. At least after it came on the field, the smell it exuded was unstoppable, making everyone on the field frown. Ding, Stinky. Gloom, a weed Pokemon, seems to lose its memory if it smells the honey that flows out of its mouth. But there are some fanatical fans who like this smell. Ugh. This time, even the Rotom Pokédex can't stand the taste of Gloom. Clearly, it's not a fan favorite. Pokemon Gloom. Gender, female. Trainer, grass, poison. Attribute Erica. Ability, stench. When using the move rival to attack and cause damage, the opponent has a 10% chance to fall into the contest condition. Acid absorb growth sweet scent poison powder stun spore. Carrying things, none. Potential, elite. Training suggestions. Entry, very stinky. Purple, dot. Super stink. Purple, it emits a stronger stench than a normal gloom. By releasing a stinky smell, when attacking, there is a 30% chance that rival will be unable to move, or will fall directly to the ground due to the stench. After reading the information about this gloom, even Ash, who was still able to hold on, was speechless. Let's not talk about the hidden ability of stink, there is also the entry of extreme stink. Purple. No wonder this gloom is different from normal Smikey. And it seems that Erica's perfume shop's exclusive formula uses the extract of her gloom as the perfume raw material. This smell is enough to kill people. Huo-cha. Charmeleon was the first to lose patience. In the original version, when it was Charmander, it was directly stunned by the stench. This is a pure biochemical attack, and has nothing to do with skills or moves. But this time, it did not roll its eyes. Instead, the flame on its tail burned violently. Fire-cha. Puffs of extremely hot air came out of its mouth, like a blazing gale, sweeping away the stench. Use heat wave to blow away the stench. It seems Charmeleon also has its own way of dealing with it. Ash's face showed a hint of relief as he looked at Charmeleon, who had grown up and knew how to properly resolve the opponent's attack. It seems that old Ghastly's rich combat experience and teachings are still very useful. At least, Charmeleon looked like a veteran. Instead of affecting the other party, the stench that burst out was blown away by a heat wave, making Gloom extremely uncomfortable. Gloom. Seeing that her most proud moves were easily defeated by the opponent, even Erica became a little at a loss at this moment. The last flamethrower. The trick doesn't have to be new, as long as it works. Especially the powerful flamethrower, which is also a fire-type signature skill and can easily bring huge damage. It really works every time. Stinky. Gloom, who was hit head-on, screamed and fell to the ground, which clearly explained the problem. I lost. Erica sighed and took Gloom back. Even Gloom can be defeated easily. Erica became more relaxed after she admitted defeat. She looked at Ash, who was walking towards her, her eyes full of admiration. There was no need to fight a third match. Erica knew that she couldn't win even if she fought again. This boy named Ash is really exceptional. You are really amazing. I am really looking forward to you getting an excellent ranking at this year's Indigo Plateau Conference. Erica smiled and took out the colorful badge. This is a recognition of your strength, Rainbow Badge. Thanks. Ash thanked him and took the badge with a smile. Rainbow Badge, I got it? Huo-cha. Pika Pika. Charmeleon and Pikachu on the side were happy for Ash. The audience in the stands also cheered and applauded Ash wholeheartedly. This outstanding young trainer and his Pokemon really impressed them. So, Ash already has 5 badges in his hand, right? While Xiaogang and Misty were clapping and congratulating, they also did not forget to summarize their current achievements. Well, there are stone badges, water drop badges, orange badges, gold badges, and this rainbow badge. Ash is only 3 badges away from the final Alliance Conference. Besides, it's only a matter of time. Ash will definitely get it. They are full of confidence in Ash. Therefore, Veilstone was left as the challenge for the Rainbow Gym. But there was a small episode in the middle. Has the legendary perfume been stolen? When Erica said goodbye to Ash and others, she received feedback from the security guard. It's a group of 2 men and women wearing white R uniforms, plus a Meowth, right? Ah, isn't that Team Rocket? After hearing the description, the Ash trio who had not yet left recognized it immediately. Do you know each other? They are a bunch of bad guys. We have dealt with them many times. Misty said angrily. Xiaogang also said beside her. Do you need our help to get this perfume back? Legendary perfume, you can tell it's a very precious thing just by listening to it. That's okay. Erica smiled after hearing this. That's just the raw material for making perfume, it contains the purest extract of gloom. The purest? Xiaogang and Misty looked at each other at the same time. This means that. What a stinky smell. It stinks. I can't stand it anymore, my nose. Inside a water pipe in an open space, the 3 members of Team Rocket just opened the so-called legendary perfume. After smelling the first scent coming out of it, the entire water pipe was so excited that it started moving on the spot. After dancing for a while, it finally fell limply to the ground. The trio rolled their eyes in unison and fell straight down, sobbing. Why is this happening? Isn't this perfume? The dream of making money is shattered. Ming Ming, We have already avoided that little devil meow. It's that nasty feeling again. Asterisk 3. The tragic journey of the Rockets trio is still continuing. After Ash and his group got the rainbow badge, they did not rush to the next destination. After traveling for such a long time, you still need to take a good rest. Rainbow City is very prosperous. The department store, game center, Rainbow Building, etc. are all famous landmark buildings. In Misty's opinion, this place is more like a concrete jungle, which makes people feel suffocated. Before Ash and his friends had time to go for a walk, they were stopped by Nurse Joy. The Pokemon in our center have been acting strange lately. Led by Nurse Joy, they met the listless Marowak, the wilted Oddish, and even the energetic but useless Magikarp, who was unable to revive. DXZ. And this child. Nurse Joy picked up a yellow duck with wide, round eyes that looked stupid and innocent. I'm constantly worried. Psyduck, the duck Pokemon by the water, has been suffering from headaches. When the headache is severe, it will start to use its magical power. Presented by Rotom Pokédex. Nurse Joy, ______. It seems that the worry about this child is unnecessary. Headache is Cow's nature. Is this child a water type? Misty, who had always aspired to become a water Pokemon master, couldn't help but stare out loud after hearing this introduction. She looked at Psyduck, who was holding his head and tilting his head with his eyes blank, with a look of pity on her face. What a poor child. Quack. Psyduck tilted his head and made eye contact with Misty. Pokemon Psyduck. Gender, male. Trainer, none. Attribute, water. Ability, weather independent. When a Pokemon with this ability is present, any weather effects will be invalid. The weather will not disappear. Skills, grab, tail whip, water gun, confusion. Carrying things, none. Potential, elite. Training suggestions. Entries, lone swimmer, gold, never-ending headache, gold, mermaid's companion, gold, dot. Lone swimmer, gold, unable to learn to swim, but can use his own confusion to swim in the water. The power of water-type moves decreases by 10%, and the power of psychic-type moves increases by 50%. Never-ending headache, gold. The more severe the headache, the more powerful superpowers can be released. As the headache increases, the power of your own psychic and moves will increase, up to more than 50%. Mermaid's companion, gold. As a duck, it only follows the most beautiful mermaid in the water. Following a beautiful female water Pokemon trainer, its own potential talent, ability limit, training effect, item effect, and skill move power will be increased by 1 level. I have confirmed through eye contact that it is the god in the original version. Even Ash couldn't help but look sideways at such information. There were 3 golden entries, and the last one, which was even more outrageous, was Mermaid's Companion, gold. What does it mean to follow a pretty female water Pokemon trainer? Such conditions are a bit too harsh. However, it is precisely because of such harsh conditions that the powerful effect of the entry is achieved. To be honest, if the direction of this entry wasn't too obvious, Ash would have wanted to collect it. But it was obvious that the Psyduck had already fallen in love with Misty after looking at her for a moment. I think you two get along very well. Ash couldn't help but patted Misty's shoulder. Then you might as well just tame it, Misty. Ah. Misty, who was originally feeling some sympathy, was a little surprised, but this child is in this Pokemon Center. It's ownerless. Professor Joy quickly replied, someone saw that the child had a headache and sent him here. I checked, it's a wild Pokemon. X10S. Misty couldn't help but look at the dazed Psyduck again. If you think about it, there is a lot of fate between them. Although, the child looked dull. Misty, aren't you going to become a master of water Pokemon? Chapter 69. Ash encouraged from the side. Only by meeting more different water Pokemon and understanding everything about them can you fulfill your own dream. Well, that seems to make sense. Misty, who already trusted Ash very much, also took out her Pokemon ball after hearing what he said. But before she threw it out. Quack. Psyduck has already touched the Pokeball with his big mouth. Then he turned into a red light and drilled in. Ding. It was conquered directly, and the process was extremely smooth. Why do I always feel that this duck is more impatient than me? In this way, Psyduck from the original version has officially returned to the team. After that, at the request of Nurse Joy, Officer Jenny came directly to the door. They asked Ash to help them solve the recent frequent cases of missing children. And find out the culprit that caused the Pokemon to lose their vitality. In their words, Ash had solved so many incidents before. He is a very good trainer who has demonstrated great responsibility and ability. So I hope I can help them this time. Of course, Jenny and Nurse Joy both had a general understanding of Ash's experience and personality. It was also a guarantee that Ash's help would not be in vain. Well, that's mainly it. Ash, who already knew the answer, readily accepted it. It doesn't matter whether there is compensation or not. What matters is the friendship between Jenny's family and Joy's family. Even though he has Professor Oak supporting him. But it would be great if we could have more support. No one would dislike having a rich background, right? So, Ash directly revealed the answer. According to the data I previously studied with Professor Oak on Pokemon, the only thing that could cause them to fall into the state of depression is the influence of other external forces. Detective Ash directly said, Psyduck just has a simple headache, he doesn't seem to be weak at all. So, this means that the opponent's power has no effect on Psyduck. And Psyduck is a water type, but obviously, the power of water can't do this, and Psyduck happens to have psychic power, so the other party must be a psychic guy. Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny said in unison. That's right. Ash glanced at the two of them approvingly, and by chance, I accidentally learned about the existence of 10 Pokemon Fever clubs in the city. That club has 2 Pokemon, Hypno and Drowsy. It just so happens that those 2 Pokemon are both psychic type. Having said this, Ash paused, giving Officer Jenny enough time to think. You mean, all this is caused by those 2 psychic Pokemon? The more Officer Jenny thought about it, the more she felt it made sense. Besides, I also heard that a while ago, the Hypno successfully evolved, and the time was just. She suddenly realized, when the Pokemon are in a slump. And when children started disappearing. Being led here by Ash, almost all the truth will be revealed. Officer Jenny immediately began to look for the culprit in a hurry. The Pokemon Fans Club is quite well known in the city. They often gather in a place called Mobile Building. When Officer Jenny and Ash came to the top of the building, they successfully found Hypno and Drowsy. At the same time, the missing children were found in the park pond on top of the building. Because the radio waves released by Hypno can easily hypnotize humans, the children were hypnotized and disappeared here, and the Pokemon were all listless. The main members of this club are middle-aged people, all of whom often suffer from insomnia. Therefore, use the hypnotic power of Assist Hypno to make yourself fall asleep. But I never thought that it would affect the children around me and the Pokemon contest condition. After realizing that they and others had made a mistake, the people in the club immediately asked Hypno to stop emitting hypnotic waves. And with the help of Drowsy's reverse radio waves, the children and Pokemon all returned to normal. A crisis was resolved so easily. Thank you very much, Mr. Ash, for your efforts and contributions to this case. Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy both appreciated this and expressed their gratitude. On behalf of these children and these Pokemon, I would like to thank you once again, Mr. Ash. You don't have to be so polite. Ash just waved his hand casually. Isn't this what we should do as Pokemon trainers? He said seriously, help the local city and use the power of yourself and Pokemon to solve various difficulties. This is the meaning of our journey and the responsibility we bear. These words were very much in line with mainstream values, and Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy couldn't help but applaud and praise Ash. So, isn't this the friendship between the Jenny family and the Joy family? No wonder you were able to solve so many problems before, Mr. Ash. Nurse Joy even felt that she needed to polish her report on Ash. I think Mr. Ash is already a very good and powerful trainer now. She said it very sincerely. At the same time, I secretly felt that I should praise Ash's interview again. So, with the thanks from Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny, the Ash team continued their journey. The next stop of their trip is Beauty Street. Pokemon Beauty Street, located near Rainbow City. There are various beauty shops in Beauty Street, such as shops selling perfumes, shops that help Pokemon and people dress up, and special lectures on Pokemon breeding and beauty. Of course, the most important thing about this street is that it is also a street for breeders. 01460710 Fala 1313114111. Xiaogong's dream is to become a Pokemon breeder, which refers to a group of people who are willing to spend all their energy to breed Pokemon. Many experts in the breeding industry and makeup artists who specialize in making up Pokemon gather in this place. Xiaogang has always wanted to come here. But his main purpose was to come here and meet his idol. Excellent breeder, No Snow. She's the Beauty Street Breeders Contest champion for 3 years in a row. Last year, she was recognized by the Pokemon Trainer Alliance and was voted the most popular breeder by readers of Pokemon Friends magazine. A superb breeder who has been ranked first for 4 consecutive years. Xiaogang was full of admiration and spoke in detail about the achievements of breeder Vivi. Well, the main thing is Vivi, who is also a royal beauty with long straight emerald green hair. Ash and Misty have reason to suspect that besides admiring others' breeding ability, Xiaogang has other thoughts in mind. In particular, after Xiaogang came to someone's shop, he strongly requested the other party to accept him as an apprentice. B. This Pikachu's fur has a very beautiful color. Breeder Vivi just dealt with him politely, and then focused her attention on the Pikachu on Ash. Do you prepare all its 3 meals for it? Xiaogang prepared it for it. Ash lifted up Xiaogang, causing the latter to burst into tears. I know, Ash, you are my best friend. Actually, this is the recipe Ash gave to Xiaogang, and Xiaogang just prepared it. Misty muttered quietly beside her. Well, the entry system has very targeted training suggestions for Pikachu. Even with his eyes closed, Ash knew how to get to Breeder Pikachu. Strictly speaking, relying on the entry system, he is truly as good as anyone in the breeder industry. Vivi was also clearly attracted to his Pikachu. Even her Vulpix is known as the mega model in the Pokemon world. And thanks to the curly hair on its tail, it has won all the grand prizes in beauty pageants. Vivi felt that some of them were not as good as the Pikachu in front of her. Her Vulpix is only good looking and contest worthy. This Pikachu, on the other hand, seems to represent its health, strength, and beauty from the inside out. For Pokemon, a very important point in breeding excellence is naturally their strength. Ash was great at doing just that. How on earth did you do that, Mr. Ash? How did you do that? It's very simple. Ash simply told Vivi the training suggestions given by the system. As the latter listened, his eyes became brighter and brighter. So it can be done this way. Vivi was muttering to herself there, feeling that she had benefited a lot. I am only considering Pokemon's breeder from the perspective of a trainer and a trainer in battle. Ash was being modest. Compared to you, the real professional Pokemon breeders, I'm still not as good as you. No, Mr. Ash, you have your own experience and unique ideas in breeding. Vivi shook her head and said firmly. Everyone has their own way of breeding. As long as you can breed Pokemon very well, you are the best Pokemon breeder. The value of a breeder lies in how much charm he can bring out in Pokemon, and judging by the current situation. She looked at Ash and said seriously, Mr. Ash, you are doing great. I even think that you can be my teacher in this regard. Ash. Xiaogang. Ah, this. Off the mark. Xiaogang has always wanted to be Vivi's apprentice, but Vivi said Ash could be her teacher. Ash glanced at Xiaogang from the corner of his eye and found that the latter was about to break. Even Xiaogang acknowledges Ash's talent as a Pokemon breeder. But in front of the goddess is so biased and inclined towards another person. And this person is traveling with me, a companion whom I approve of. Pop. Ash seemed to have heard it, and Xiaogang's heart was broken like glass. Ash. But fortunately, for Xiaogang's sake, he would not make things so difficult for his companions. The teacher who rejected Vivi on the spot, even though it was just a joke. In fact, in terms of stimulating the charm of Pokemon. Vivi smiled self-deprecatingly, I haven't done well enough in this regard. In fact, I have always felt that the cuteness hidden behind the strength is the charm of Pokemon. But unfortunately, I have never been able to inspire the beauty of Vulpix. At this point, Vivi calmed down, as if she had made up her mind. So, I must hurry up and do my best. I still need to improve my abilities. I am not qualified to be Xiaogang's teacher. What can I teach Xiaogang? On the contrary, I am the one who needs to learn and improve more. If I stay here, I won't see many things. I plan to travel and enrich myself. Vivi is determined to improve and enrich herself. I resolutely embarked on my own journey and gave up the beauty massage shop and lectures here. Even her Pokemon Vulpix was entrusted to Xiaogang. Originally, Vivi really wanted to entrust it to Ash. But unfortunately, Ash has no intention of taking care of Pokemon for others. Well, he remembered that Vivi decided to entrust Vulpix to Xiaogang and embark on her journey of cultivation. Later, Xiaogang taught Vulpix very carefully until their subsequent travels. While browsing his emails, Xiaogang discovered that Vivi was going to Bro Town to participate in a Pokemon beauty pageant. So, Xiaogang decided to return Vulpix to Vivi and help Vivi participate in the competition. Taking care of someone else's Pokemon, helping them participate in the competition, and not giving them Pokemon. Tisk tisk tisk, I can only say that there is some truth in the saying that dogs who bootlick have no houses. Just like that, in the sunset, Xiaogang stared at Vivi's departing figure and couldn't help but hugging Vulpix tightly in his arms. Well, after communicating with Xiaogang, Vivi also realized that he was also a very good breeder. He also encouraged him and became his rival, learning from each other and competing with each other. Xiaogang was naturally happy about this. Ash didn't say much about it, as it was a two-way fight. Besides helping Vivi breeder Vulpix, Xiaogang also gained this friendship and didn't lose anything. Instead, I have become more aware of my heart as a breeder and have made great progress. This is actually a good thing for Xiaogang. This is the scene. I can't stand it. Ash looked at the scene of Vulpix licking Xiaogang and still shook his head. Vulpix can also sense Zyogong's feelings and gets along very well with him. It would be nice if Gengar was here. This way, Zyogong can be squeezed a little by 4.1. Ehe. It was as if responding to Ash's wishes, whatever he said came true. Ma, ma, ma. I'm paralyzed again. Zyogong was knocked down by poison jab, while Ash's eyes lit up when he saw the healthy Gengar who suddenly appeared. You're back, Gengar. And it looks like the whole Pokemon has become much smoother. This guy's ghost energy has made great progress. He has made great gains in Lavender Town. The 1,000-year-old Ghastly appeared out of nowhere again. It laughed and said, the ghost energy in Lavender Town is too strong, and the Ghastly family there also welcomes our arrival. They were happy to teach us all their abilities and moves. Of course, we also played with them for a while. In short, the current strength of your Gengar is already quite good. I estimate that. The 1,000-year-old Ghastly laughed. It still couldn't stay under Cal for too long, even in the sunset. This Gengar would probably not be at a disadvantage even against a trainer, a strong man among you humans. The 1,000-year-old Ghastly uttered his last words as he shrank back. It seems to be some kind of elite trainer. Gengar's return to the team after his successful training is a great joy. Especially as the 1,000-year-old Ghastly said, Gengar is as strong as an elite trainer. Ash felt this made perfect sense. In the future World Pokemon Championship, Ash used Gengar to achieve very impressive results. In the 8 Masters replacement battle, he fought against Chibana, the strongest gym leader of the Galar Pokemon Alliance, and defeated the opponent's main force Flygon. Yu and Gudra died together. He also defeated the Hoenn region champion Steven Zagran. Chapter 70. Then in the semi-finals of the 6-on-6 full battle with Cynthia, I played against Roserade and Spiritomb successively. Finally, in the final of the 6-on-6 full battle with Dandelion, he defeated the opponent's Thousand Faces EBI. At that time, Gengar only had 2 more years to grow and the ability to Dynamax. Compared with the current targeted coaching and breeding, it is simply a little bit worse. In 2 years, Gengar will be able to have strength comparable to those of the main Pokemon of the elite champions. Not to mention now, after Ash's series of breeders, plus the 1,000-year-old Ghastly's teaching group. It would be strange if Gengar didn't make rapid progress and achieve such terrifying strength. Thus, after Gengar returned to the team, Ash now had one more trump card in his hand. At this time, the 6 Pokemon on Ash's body became a full contest condition. Pikachu, Bear Apprentice, Charmeleon, Bulbasaur, Gengar, and Infernape. Speaking of Infernape, this guy has been captured by Ash. It is indispensable for eating, drinking, and brewing. But it always wants to stir up trouble secretly, and its hot temper makes it never want to settle down. Since you don't want to settle down, then I will help you settle down. Although the Pokemon under Ash's command usually train and compete with each other, it's still a bit lacking if they can't fight with real weapons. Therefore, when a troublemaker like Infernape joined the team, he was very welcome by them. Well, almost every Pokemon took turns to fight, and each one gave Infernape a very unforgettable lesson. During this period, Infernape lived an extremely miserable life and was beaten to the point of being unable to extricate himself. If Charmeleon or Pikachu come to repair it, it won't say anything since it is not as strong as them. But what was most difficult for it to accept was that the Bear Apprentice in the team could teach it a lesson easily. No, what is it? I am an evolved one, and you are still so small. And they are all fighting Pokemon, how can you be stronger than me? The Infernape was not convinced, and the more he was not convinced, the more trouble he made for his bear disciple. The more trouble he caused, the more he enjoyed it, and his Bear Apprentice who trained rival was beaten black and blue. Apprentice Yong said, "What are your qualifications and what are my qualifications? When did I follow Ash, and when did you? Do you know how long I have been training under him? Do you know that I am the most serious and hard-working Pokemon among his Pokemon? It would be strange if I was defeated by a mere angry evolution like you, who has nothing good to do except rage." So, no matter how many times Infernape challenged, he was almost beaten to death by Guan's apprentice. By this calculation, Ash's original purpose of finding a sparring partner for his bear disciple has been achieved. Therefore, Ash is more confident about the upcoming Pokemon P1 fighting competition. Pokemon P1 fighting competition, the full name is Pokemon First Fighting Grand Prix competition. This is a fighting competition specially held for Pokemon, similar to the boxing championship. So, when Ash and others came to a wide road. When I saw Hitmonchan doing boxing training, I knew that the competition was about to be held. Hitmonchan, remember not to underestimate the enemy. A second of carelessness can bring a lifetime of pain. Next to Hitmonchan, there was a strong middle-aged man with a crew cut who was coaching him. No matter what kind of enemy you face, you must not be careless. Abby. Go all out and defeat any rival. One Pokemon per person, it seems particularly passionate. Beep, Hitmonchan, also known as Hitmonchan, a boxing Pokemon, whose punches are like drills. Even concrete walls can be drilled with its attacks. Rotom makes his presence felt every day. B-T. When the middle-aged man with the crew cut was getting excited, Ash interrupted his emotions. I would like to ask, how do I sign up for the Pokemon P1 fighting contest? Oh. You also want to sign up for the fighting contest? When the middle-aged burly man with the crew cut heard that another enemy had signed up for the competition, he immediately cast a scrutinizing look at him. But what he saw was a young trainer with Pikachu. The contest condition of the whole person immediately relaxed. Little brother, you want to participate too, right? Fine, fine, the important thing is to participate, ha 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 ha. Although he didn't say explicitly that he looked down on Ash, the smell of not taking the other person seriously was too strong. Misty and Xiaogang couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Yeah, I also want my Pokemon to accumulate experience in this kind of competition. Ash seemed not to notice and chuckled. It's great to be young. Yes, you should have this kind of mentality and high spirits. The middle-aged man with the crew cut nodded seriously, as if he was an old senior, condescendingly giving instructions. But the Pokemon participating in the Pokemon P1 fighting contest must at least have a fighting size and build. This Pikachu of yours is obviously not very good. I didn't say to let Pikachu go. Ash directly took out the Pokemon ball. I have other Pokemon. Bang. Puha. The violent and irritable Infernape appeared on the field once again. This Infernape. The middle-aged man with the crew cut was originally nonchalant and just treated Ash as a playful teenager and didn't pay much attention to him at all. After seeing Infernape appear, his eyes narrowed instantly. Abby. Even Hitmonchan beside him looked serious. The aura of this Infernape is really not normal. Such bulging bodies, muscles that are about to explode, and extremely strong body lines. The middle-aged burly man with the crew cut only felt that after the appearance of this Infernape, he felt the pressure and threat as heavy as a mountain. However, the feeling does not end there. Come out, Infernape. Ash was already used to Infernape's irritability. Now that we're out, let's exercise our fists and feet. He snapped his fingers lightly, and Infernape immediately aimed at a rock next to him. Puha. 2 puffs of white gas spit up from the pig's nose, and a powerful fighting force instantly gathered on the right fist. Then, thunder punched out and hit the rock hard. Boom. The loud sound of breaking echoed throughout the entire scene. The rock had no obstruction or support and exploded instantly. The muscular middle-aged man with the crew cut and Hitmonchan beside him both had their mouths wide open. They had never seen a fighting-type Pokemon that could exert such a powerful force. This punch was really beautiful. If it was Hitmonchan. The burly middle-aged man with the crew cut subconsciously looked at his Pokemon beside him. Hitmonchan. Abby. Noticing his trainer's gaze, Hitmonchan shook his head repeatedly. At present, it can't really do this. If even you, Hitmonchan, can't do this. Seeing this, the middle-aged man with the crew cut suddenly thought of something, and his whole body seemed to be deflated. If this Infernape participates in the Pokemon P1 fighting competition, won't we definitely lose? Even Hitmonchan whispered, looking very shocked and disappointed. They had no confidence or strength at all to deal with this Infernape. Then, wouldn't the game they had been trying to win be meaningless? In the end, it is us who are the ones who are involved. Are we turning into clowns? The middle-aged burly man with the crew cut and Hitmonchan, each with a Pokemon, became autistic. That's great. At this time, behind a big tree nearby, the innocent student girl with a ponytail, who had been watching the situation at the scene, also showed a relieved smile on her face. Especially when he saw his father, the middle-aged muscular man with the crew cut, and Hitmonchan, who looked distraught and demoralized. Instead of being worried or anxious, she was very happy. She didn't even bother hiding and just jumped out from behind the tree. Thank you so much. Xiaogang and Misty looked confused as they received the thank you card without doing anything. However, when Xiaogang saw that it was a pretty student girl who came out to thank them, his eyes immediately lit up and he wanted to stand up. Suddenly, Jin Elite Gang's sinister laughter echoed in Xiaogang's ears. He instantly lost all his fighting spirit and became as listless as the middle-aged man with the crew cut. Well, the difference between Gengar and Gon's future Croagunk is this. The latter always waits until Xiaogang has a seizure before paralyzing him with poison jab. And Gengar always likes to nip ideas in the bud. Of course, sometimes Xiaogang would start with 0 frames, so fast that even Elite Gengar couldn't react. But most of them were intimidated by Gengar, so Xiaogang didn't dare to take any action and could only watch and think. Well, I guess later on, when Gengar becomes stronger, it will be. It is not okay to even think about it, and it is a sin to even think about it. As a result, Gon will probably suffer less poison jab paralysis than when he carries Croagunk in the future. But the psychological pressure he is under now is much more painful than before. VR. Looking at the beautiful student in front of him, Ash pretended not to know her and asked. "Ah, my name is Rebecca, and this is my father, Anthony." The beautiful student Rebecca jumped out and gave a brief introduction. It turns out that this Anthony is the owner of a small gym, the Soul Gym. Of course, not a challenge gym officially recognized by the Alliance. Anthony left home to train with Hitmonchan in order to win the Fighting Pokemon P1 conference. Because he was so successful in winning the P1 race, he even abandoned his family and started practicing on his own. In the original version, his daughter Rebecca asked Ash to find a way to defeat Anthony no matter what, so that her father could come to his senses and return home. Therefore, Ash decided to use the recently captured Primeape to participate in the Pokemon P1 conference to defeat Hitmonchan and let Anthony smelling salts. But now, it seems that because of your irritability, Mr. Ash Monkey, let my father see the difference, he is no longer obsessed with P1 fighting competition. After introducing themselves to each other, the beautiful student Rebecca bowed deeply to Ash. It's really great that my father could give up and go home honestly. No need to thank me. Ash was indifferent to the scene of loving father and filial daughter, and just waved his hand. I haven't said to let Infernape participate in this fighting competition yet. Ah. Rebecca was obviously a little surprised, but Mr. Ash, didn't you say you were going to participate in the competition? If they participate, they didn't say they would send Infernape. Ash smiled and said, I still have other Pokemon in my hands. No Infernape. The muscular middle-aged man with the crew cut, Anthony, and his Hitmonchan both raised their heads at almost the same time. If it weren't for this powerful Infernape, maybe they still had a chance. Although I don't plan on sending out Infernape. Ash glanced at the unreliable father and Hitmonchan duo who were there with renewed hope. But I have other Pokemon that can fight. As Infernape curled up obediently, Ash said calmly, it's even stronger than Infernape. Stronger than Infernape? Anthony and Hitmonchan's heads tilted and their eyes went dark, and they almost fell to the ground. The most painful thing in this world is to see hope first and then turn it into despair. Rebecca heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then became even more enthusiastic. If you don't mind 163. In front of her old father's drooping head, she directly invited Ash. Would you please come to our house and sit down? Ash and his friends were naturally happy to come here as they had a place to stay. Rebecca enthusiastically served them tea. Even Uncle Anthony, who had been training in the mountains and had never cared about what was happening at home, came back home obediently. Well, maybe it was because of the blow. I almost gave up the idea. Because of Ash's encouragement, Rebecca achieved her goal ahead of time, and Xiaogang did not jump out and volunteer to take out Goetud to participate in the competition. Mainly because he also knew how powerful Ash's Pokemon were. I sent Goetud out myself, he was just there to give people experience and food. So, Rebecca enthusiastically helped Ash sign up. Ash is not the only one who wants to sign up for the competition. Not bad, not bad. We are sure to get this championship belt. The Rockets trio stood in front of the game venue in front of the poster, looked at the picture of the golden championship belt, and immediately locked onto their goal. You can sell it for money. Go to a family restaurant and order all the dishes off the menu, and there will be left. That's great. I want to eat hamburgers, curry rice, cake, and ice cream. Meow. I want steak, macaroni, omelette rice, and cola. Meowth and James were almost drooling at the thought of the delicious food. How come your desires are as small as grains of sand? Jessie couldn't bear it any longer. What about you? What do you want to do? Yeah, tell it to everyone for reference. Meow. Jessie really thought about it and said, first, I will go to a skincare center to keep my skin smooth and bright. Then, I'll go to the hair salon to wash my hair, blow dry it, and put on makeup. Finally, I'll put on a contest costume to attract a cute boy and go eat pancakes together. Meowth James. After all, isn't it all about eating? Compared to us, isn't it just a few more prefixes? Meow. The two ignored Jessie's intoxication and faced a very realistic problem. We don't have fighting Pokemon. If you don't have it, go get it. That's Team Rocket's rule, isn't it? We just need to look at the list of contestants and the Pokemon they registered, and we'll take the strongest one. The trio discussed it in detail and finally decided to do it. They sneaked directly into the competition venue and stole the registration list. However, when they looked through the list. Hey, wait a minute. A name that they were very reluctant to see appeared in their eyes. Ash, is this the kid with the Pikachu? James rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not seeing things. Chapter 71. Why is he everywhere? Jessie looked as if she had eaten a fly, and her face looked extremely ugly. It's such a troublesome fly, following me all the time, so annoying Meow. Meowth was also complaining there, not realizing at all that he was the one following Ash and the others all the way. Should we continue snatch fighting Pokemon? James said weakly. As soon as these words were spoken, the other person and Pokemon suddenly fell silent. We can just snatch our own. At worst, we can pretend that we don't know him and not bother him. Jessie thought about it for a long time and could only say this stubbornly. No way Meow. Meowth shook his head like a rattle. Have you forgotten what happened at the Rainbow Gym? When talking about this, Meowth seemed to have some psychological trauma. We obviously avoided that little devil on purpose. And later on, I was able to get that legendary perfume smoothly. But what about the result? Have you forgotten? Jessie and James. How could I forget such an unforgettable experience? They even seemed to smell an indescribable stench at the tip of their noses. So, whenever we meet that little brat, no matter what we do, it seems like we're unlucky. Meowth said seriously, so I suggest that we should not wade into this muddy water this time. That's right. James also agreed wildly, even if we succeed in getting the fighting Pokemon, if we really have a competition, we will still have to face that little brat. He pointed 2 fingers at his chest. Who knows, we might get beaten badly again. Jessie also shuddered. Well, let's do it this way. We didn't want the championship belt much anyway. Yes, if we want to make money, we have plenty of ways. Besides, I don't really want to eat curry rice anymore Meow. The 3 people's original ambitions disappeared in an instant, and they fled the place weakly and quickly. What the hell is the Great Cold? What the hell is the championship belt? They don't care about it. We are not afraid of any little devils, we just don't want them. Team Rocket withdrew from this fighting stage in such a disgraceful manner. Ash, on the other hand, stepped onto the stage with great energy. Well, the fighting Pokemon he mentioned that is more powerful than Infernape is naturally Infernape. Is that really okay? Rebecca was sitting in the audience seats of the stadium, still feeling a little worried. After all, from a visual perspective, Apprentice Bear's stature is still a little short. Compared with the tall and strong Infernape, it seems weaker. No problem. Misty knew the real situation and the inside story, and said with a smile. Normally, Disciple Bear would beat up Infernape. Infernape. I really want to thank you for exposing my shortcomings and saying bad things about me to outsiders. Is there no one to speak up for me and give me a peanut? I hope so. Rebecca looked towards the arena worriedly. His father, Anthony, was doing warm-up exercises with Hitmonchan. Well, even though Anthony had suffered a heavy blow before. But first of all, he had trained with Hitmonchan for such a long time. If they really just gave up without even participating, the 2 of them would never be willing to accept it no matter what they said. Secondly, they also saw the Pokemon that Ash was going to send into battle. Bear Apprentice, they had never heard of the name of this Pokemon, let alone seen it. It was just that after seeing that the bear disciple was much smaller than the Inferno monkey, and seemed even more harmless to humans and animals. This could not help but give Anthony and Hitmonchan an unnecessary hope. What if this Pokemon isn't as powerful as the previous Infernape? With this mentality, Anthony once again came to this year's fighting competition. But soon, the possibility in his heart disappeared and turned into. Amidst a burst of fireworks, the host passionately announced the grand celebration of the Pokemon fighting competition, and the P1 Grand Prize competition began. Many spectators who love fighting and watching the competition came to the scene, filling up all the seats. Amid the excitement and cheers, Ash was the first to go on stage. And his rival is the classic fighting Pokemon Machop. Beep, Machop, Machamp Pokemon, is full of strength at all times. Because of the excess physical strength, it lifts rocks to kill time, and becomes stronger because of it. Rotom was broadcasting beside him and cheering for Ash. The first player to appear is rookie trainer Ash, who signed up at the last minute. You may not know much about Ash, but according to the official magazine of Alliance, although Ash has just started traveling, he is a very good trainer. Through the loudspeaker, an enthusiastic explanation began to introduce Ash to the audience. First, we solved the Tentacle Riot in Lanpulkai City, and then the Hypnosis disappearance case in Rainbow City, which was unanimously recognized by Miss Shat and others. According to the information we have learned, Ash is challenging the gym and has already obtained 5 trainer badges. It is expected that it is only a matter of time before he gets the next 3 badges. It can be said that he is a very outstanding trainer with a bright future. I wish him good results in this fighting competition and the upcoming Indigo Plateau Conference. The host's introduction to Ash was very respectful and full of praise. Well, mainly the officials of this fighting competition also learned about Ash's Lucas deeds from some sources. 014607102 Filu 1313211141. And he has a good relationship with Professor Oak and Jenny's family. In addition, There are some connections with German companies in the Hoenn region. Plus, Pokémon Alliance has published the latest issue of its magazine, which introduces Ash. The latest issue of the official Pokémon Alliance magazine just came out these 2 days, and it also praises Ash highly. They personally came out to vouch for Ash and ensure that he was indeed a very good trainer. On this basis, the organizers still understand the principle that everyone has to carry the sedan chair. What's more, if Ash really won their fighting competition, they could tell the public that they were flattered in advance. Otherwise, any novice trainer who signs up temporarily can get the championship trophy of their competition. It seems that their competition is too insignificant and the level is too low. Doing so also gives both parties room to save face. Thanks to the organizers, this series of introductions also allowed many viewers to know that there is a trainer named Ash. Misty and Xiaogang were also full of pride, standing there with their backs straight, saying this is their companion, Ash. And because this competition is a grand gathering for fighting masters, it is also broadcast live. Many viewers who were watching the game in front of the TV also knew about the existence of a trainer named Ash. The Rock Gym in Nibi City. Look, kids, this is the promising trainer I told you about. Xiaogang's father, Wuxian, sat in front of the TV with his family and children. At that time, your father saw at first sight that he was very outstanding, and he must let your brother Xiaogang go on the trip with him. He looked at this young man who once made him feel that he had a bright future, and couldn't help but brag about his vision to the children. Wow! A group of little kids were amazed and watched the TV screen together. Cerulean Gym. Sister, what are you still hesitating about? Mr. Ash's game is about to start. Here I come. Oh, I'm looking for this issue of Mr. Ash's magazine. The photos on it are really nice. The 3 mermaid sisters came to the TV chattering, also holding Alliance magazines in their hands. They specially stopped their water ballet today just to cheer for their idol Mr. Ash. Saffron City Gym, inside the psychic training house. Crash. Sabrina did not continue her psychic practice today. He just quietly turned the magazine until he came to the page about Ash. Then she spread her legs out and looked intently at the figure on the TV in front of her. Inside a tourist attraction, in a hot spring resort. Damn it, that stinky Ash, he's getting the limelight again. Gary rejected his girlfriend's invitation to go to the hot springs and hid in his room. Looking at Ash on TV with a high-spirited look on his face, he was gritting his teeth in anger. Don't be so proud, Ash. I will definitely beat you. Rainbow City, inside the huge shopping mall. Dottle, what other Pokemon food materials are needed? In the department store, Paul, a cool-looking purple-haired boy who traveled here, was choosing something at the counter. He planned to buy suitable food for his newly evolved Dottle and some newly captured Pokemon. But just at this time, we saw that the fighting Pokemon sent out by Ash from Pallet Town is Bear Apprentice. Hearing the introduction coming from the TV behind him, Paul couldn't help but raise his head and turn around. The figure in the picture also seemed particularly familiar to him. I couldn't help but watch the game carefully. Even the Pokemon research school that had been severely punished by Paul before. Because the study of fighting Pokemon is also an important course. So many students are watching this game here. When she saw the character appearing, Yuto Saide's eyes lit up immediately and she trotted over to get the phone. Hello? Sister, look at the TV. Oh, that's the trainer named Ash that I told you about before. Yes, that's right, it's him. He is very powerful. In short, this grand event for fighting Pokemon and fighting fans also attracted a lot of attention because of Ash's participation. I believe that when Ash wins the championship and gets a better ranking, more people will remember him. Is this little brat the first to go on stage? Meow. In the audience, the 3 members of Team Rocket also noticed Ash's appearance. But now they are not in the capacity of spectators, but... Give me a Coke, please. Give me a burger. I want ice cream, please. The needs of the surrounding audience made the trio dressed in hawker costumes very happy. Here it comes. Everyone has it, don't give it up. Thank you for your patronage and support. The trio felt like fish in water when doing business in such an occasion. They also suddenly discovered this after they had no plans to participate in the competition. With so many audiences gathered at the scene, it is a good way for them to make money by doing business and selling things. So, the trio got together and decided to start selling their products right away on the spot. What's more, business is really good, even extremely popular. Even the 3 of them felt that it was so smooth, and it felt very comfortable and exciting. It's as if they were born to do this job. Compared to participating in the competition, I feel that this is more suitable for us. Okay, it's decided. In the future, if there is such a large-scale event. 8912. Don't go and participate in the competition. You might get beaten up by the little brats, which is really miserable. It's better for us to do business right here in the stadium's audience seats, which is more comfortable. Give the cat gold coins, give the cat gold coins, business is so good, meow. What a great feeling. Asterisk 3. Team Rocket was busy selling things above, while Ash was about to start the battle below. Both groups of people have a very bright future. Machop, it's just the most Earl Dervish form. On the field, Ash was not overwhelmed by such a flatter. Instead, he was very calm and contented, watching the contestants in front of him. If it is its evolved form, Machoke, or Macamp, it might be able to train my bear apprentice a little. But Machop's words. Ash shook his head slightly. The feeling this Machop gives can be seen even without checking its information. Even if he sent out his own Infernape, he could easily kill it. Not to mention the bear apprentice. Bear apprentice seems to be from the Galar region, a very rare Pokemon. During the broadcast, the host was still introducing the program to the audience. So how far can Ash's bear apprentice fight against the confident Machoke? Bite. Arm. As soon as the bell rang, Machop, full of confidence, immediately flew forward. Raise your hand, and the fighting system's signature skill, money, hand knife will be launched normally. Falling towards various places on apprentice bear's body. Old-fashioned. Apprentice Yong's eyes were particularly focused and serious. It will not take any rival lightly. Even though rival is just an ordinary Machop, he still puts in his best effort. Such a strong concentration gave apprentice bear an extraordinary dynamic vision. At this moment, the knife hands that were attacking from the sky looked very intimidating. But in the eyes of the bear apprentice, full of flaws. Old-fashioned. The bear disciple roared softly, and lightly flicked his two sharp black claws forward. In an instant, Machop's hand knives, which were like shaking flowers, were pushed to the left and right by the bear disciple's claws one by one. Armrest. Machop was startled. He had never encountered such a situation before. He didn't have time to react at all, and he wouldn't have time to react. Machop didn't realize that after his hands were separated, the contest condition was wide open. Whoosh. There was also no time for Machop's trainer to react. Apprentice bear raised his leg, turned around, and did a rolling kick, all in one go. Bang. The cool kick hit Machop's chest and sent him flying directly into soaring in the sky. Boom. Old-fashioned. Thanks. The sound of Machop's body landing on the ground and the sound of the bear apprentice turning around and clasping his fists in salute rang out simultaneously. Arm. Former. Machop turned his eyes around and couldn't get up again. Decide the winner. The radio broadcast an excited cry, Suiwon can't stand up anymore. In this match, the winners are Ash and his bear apprentice. It's really unbelievable. Apprentice Young is like a real fighter. Strike back and defeat the enemy with one move. This is the demeanor and philosophy of a young martial arts master. It has a lot of fighting charm. This is the kind of game that real fighting Pokemon can create. Chapter 72. The broadcast was full of praise for Ash and Apprentice Bear. It's not just flatter Ash, they are all professionals and you can tell. This bear apprentice's fighting style and fighting skills are really extraordinary. At the same time, in the depths of the dense forest on Indigo Plateau, a simple wooden house was built on top of a towering tree. Oh! Such an interesting bear apprentice. Inside the wooden house, a shirtless man with a strong and huge body, black hair and eyes, and wearing bracelets and anklets was watching the picture on the TV in front of him with great interest. Well, there is a TV in this wooden house deep in the forest, and the TV can also receive signals. Obviously this shows that the person watching TV is not a normal person. Without using any skills or moves, he simply relied on fighting techniques and pure physical strength to knock rival away. Bruno, one of the Kanto region Elite Four and a fighting elite, watched the scene with admiration in his eyes. As a fighting elite, he naturally paid attention to the Pokemon fighting P1 Hall. He himself was even a multiple-time champion of this kind of event. It seems that this Pokemon is very talented in fighting, and the key is. Bruno couldn't help but look at the screen of Ash shown on the TV. The most difficult thing is to be able to stimulate this kind of talent and guide and breeder it correctly. This trainer called Ash is pretty good. As one of the Alliance's Elite Four, Bruno rarely makes chapter about others. But Breeder, who had such a bad attitude towards his disciple, was worthy of Bruno's praise. Bruno couldn't help but show his rare interest and started paying attention to this trainer and the upcoming events. Well done, Disciple Bear. Inside the stadium, Ash was clapping his hands and praising his bear apprentice who was leaving the field. Just keep going and win your first championship trophy. So old-fashioned. Both the man and the bear were very confident. The competition then continued, with various fighting Pokemon taking turns to appear. Pokemon such as Poliwrath and Hitmontop appear one after another. Among them, Rebecca's father, Anthony from the Fighting Spirit Gym, also achieved good results and made it to the semi-finals with his Hitmonchan. Ash also just found out that this uncle is the favorite to win this conference. His Hitmonchan is also called a fighting machine. Anthony also led Hitmonchan to a winning streak and finally made it to the semi-finals of the 0-30 match. The team they faced, rival, was also a favorite to win the championship, Hitmonlee, known as the Kicking Demon. Both are trump card players, and they are also fighting Pokemon Tyrogue, different branches of evolution. It can be said that they have the same origin, but they are just good at different things. As a result, both sides experienced a hard and fierce battle. In the end, after a tough fight, there was no Meowth cheating on the field as in the original version. Hitmonchan lived up to Anthony's hard work and sweat of abandoning his family and daughter, and successfully defeated rival to advance to the finals. Very good, Hitmonchan, I knew you could do it. Anthony was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes, and he quickly hugged Hitmonchan. You have such a strong fighting spirit. With this momentum, even in the finals, Anthony couldn't help but start dreaming again, as if the championship belt was already waving at him. His dream is only one step away, but... You fought well, Uncle, Hitmonchan. Ash was also smiling and clapping for them from behind. Ancient. The bear apprentice next to him also nodded seriously at Hitmonchan. The latter's fighting spirit is enough to qualify him as the final rival. Anthony. Hitmonchan. I almost forgot that the final rival was Ash and his bear apprentice. The dream is just one step away, and the missing step may be like an insurmountable chasm. Ash and his bear apprentice also made it to the finals after overcoming all obstacles. And compared to the difficulty he and Hitmonchan had to go through to defeat the powerful enemy, Ash and the bear apprentice could be said to have crushed their opponents all the way and had no rivals at all. There wasn't even any Pokemon that could cause any difficulty or trouble to the bear apprentice. Even later on, he encountered Machop's evolved form, Machamp, and fighting Pokemon like Coplon, which had the same origin as Hitmonchan. Apprentice Young still did not have too many troubles and ended the fight with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. Although the audience around did not say it explicitly, the radio only vaguely cheered for both sides, creating suspense about who would be the final champion and heightening the atmosphere. But anyone with a discerning eye can see who the final winner is. Everyone was relieved when they didn't see Anthony's daughter Rebecca, and sat in the audience with peace of mind. He also tried his best to cheer up his father and Hitmonchan, saying that he would just do his best. There is no mention of winning or losing, just trying your best. You said before that there is a fighting Pokemon stronger than Infernape. I still had a glimmer of hope that, could not exist, but now. In the final arena, Anthony had a bitter look on his face. It seems that I am destined not to win this trophy. You can't say that, Uncle Anthony. Ash on the other side of the field on the diagonal line encouraged, for a fighting family, you must never have the idea of surrendering before the battle begins. Otherwise, even if there was a chance of winning, we would have completely lost the chance. You make it sound so easy. Do I have any chance of winning? There is absolutely no hope of winning. Ding, the bell rang. Okay, the final begins. The broadcast was as passionate as ever, as if even though the game was already locked, their commentary was still professional. A mega dark horse who easily made it to the finals as a rookie, an amazing fighting player Ash, and a bear apprentice. His rival is War Machine Hitmonchan. Who will win? Who will be the champion? No matter how he listened to it now, he felt that this War Machine was so harsh. Damn it, even if it seems like we have no chance of winning, we still have to show our might. Anthony has let it go, or rather, has given up. Like Ash said, if you give up at the beginning, what kind of fighting family are you? He said viciously, don't forget the sweat and effort we put in before, as well as the hard training in the mountains and forests, Hitmonchan. Show off all your strength and let the other party see how powerful you are. Abby. At this moment, Anthony and Hitmonchan seemed to have their fighting spirit rekindled. Hitmonchan even swung his fierce fists at the bear apprentice and launched a rapid charge. However, bang. As fast as Hitmonchan rushed forward, he retreated back just as fast. Your fighting spirit is very good, even I feel a little excited. Ash smiled leisurely, but unfortunately, no matter how strong your fighting spirit is, it cannot be transformed into strength. When Hitmonchan fought against Shaorung before, his disciples were watching from the sidelines. Hitmonchan's attack routes and fighting methods have all been detected by the bear apprentice. For a fighting Pokemon, what could be more fatal than having its own attacking moves and methods detected? This also made the final, which had little suspense to begin with, and even faster. It's unbelievable that the winner in the end is Ash. After the bear apprentice easily defeated Hitmonchan, the whole audience fell into the chaos of Ohu again. The broadcasting voice was even more exciting and thrilling than Ash himself, who won the championship. This is definitely an outcome that no one had expected before the game. Ash is not only an excellent Pokemon trainer recognized by the Alliance, but he has also achieved such success in training fighting Pokemon. Let us once again congratulate Ash and his apprentice bear. The audience was very respectful, applauding, cheering and cheering for Ash and his bear apprentice. In the center of the ring, Ash received the golden belt representing the champion from the smiling host. This is the first championship belt in your life, disciple bear. Ancient. Ash briefly gestured at the championship belt and measured the current size of his bear apprentice. It seems that you can only wear it again after you have melted it. Ash is like the parents who ask to help their children manage their lucky money during the Hyuxia New Year. I'll keep this championship belt for you for now. Ancient. The bear apprentice, who had 100% trust in Ash, nodded seriously. His eyes were filled with longing for his future evolution and covet. Ash believed that day was not far away. Especially after defeating rival and winning the fighting P1 competition, I got a new entry. Well, as long as you experience events and defeat rival, the corresponding entries will appear. However, most of the items obtained before were blue and white, with few red levels. Even if there is, the effect is not very good. Only Gengar, under the coaching of the 1000-year-old Ghastly, got a new golden entry, which was considered quite lucky. Most of the other normal ones are used by Ash to upgrade his own and Pokemon's already good item levels. For example, Master of Reverse Attribute was upgraded to purple. And now, after defeating rival and winning the fighting tournament, Ash also refreshed a new entry. Champion's Trophy, blue. Winning the event will earn you a corresponding trophy, increasing your strength by 10%. Note, collecting 5 champion trophies will create a champion certificate. Champion certificate, Pokemon with the evolutionary conditions and props will evolve directly regardless of restrictions, and the evolved strength, skill power and effect, and critical hit rate will be increased by 100%. Current collection progress, 1/5. Evolving directly without regard for conditions and restrictions. This effect alone made Ash's eyes light up. You know, many Pokemon require various other conditions for evolution. For example, Charmeleon and Electabuzz both require items to evolve, Snorlax requires intimacy, Phoebus need beauty and so on. As long as you have the certificate of champion, you can ignore these conditions and evolve directly. In other words, this champion certificate can be used as a medium and condition for the evolution of Pokemon. Not to mention, after evolution, there are so many benefits to improvement. Currently, Ash only has 2 Pokemon that need props and meet the conditions to evolve. One is an Infernape, which needs to use Fist of Wrath to evolve. The other one is the bear apprentice beside him. The conditions for it to evolve into a martial arts bear master are very harsh. Even with systematic training suggestions, it still takes a lot of time to evolve. But if you use the certificate of champion, then everything will be fine. Ash automatically ignored Infernape and instead thought about how to use it against his bear apprentice. Anyway, this champion's trophy, blue, entry was only displayed because the apprentice won the championship. There is nothing wrong with giving it to apprentice bear to use. Perhaps when apprentice Young uses this champion certificate to evolve, he will have 2 evolutionary forms, all the characteristics of a one-hit style and a combo style martial artist. Ash was thinking about it and felt that this was very possible. So, for the next few Pokemon events, you should participate as much as possible. And the other side? I'm fine. Rebecca came to the runner-up's father, Anthony, and looked at him with some concern. The latter just waved his hand. A truly powerful man will admit defeat honestly. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. If you fall down, you can stand up again. Anthony said it in a very casual manner, but when he stood up, he looked at Ash's bear apprentice with shining eyes. Ash, your bear apprentice is very talented. An enthusiastic voice interrupted Ash's thoughts. How about leaving it in my care? I will definitely make it a true P1 champion. Hearing such familiar and outrageous remarks, Ash couldn't help but raise his head. P1 champion. That's right, just leave it to me with confidence. Anthony patted his chest confidently, and Hitmonchan next to him nodded repeatedly. Ash. Is it here? The so-called champion who tricked Ash into leaving Infernape behind in the original game and then never came online again? I really don't know where this uncle gets his confidence from. I'm worried. Ash only said 4 words, and the smile on Anthony's face froze. What? Bear apprentice is my Pokemon, I won't give it to anyone else. Ash chuckled and said, and I think I can breed it well. But you've already lost to me before Uncle Fadu. Ash Frilish's words directly blocked Anthony. The P1 fighting champions this year are me and my apprentice Yang. You are just my defeated opponent. You've already lost to me, doesn't that mean you're no match for me in both breeder and combat? Then how dare you come and ask for my Pokemon? Although Ash didn't say it clearly, Anthony understood what he meant. Involuntarily, His face turned red. He wanted to retort, but the golden championship belt in Ash's hand was so eye-catching that he was completely speechless. I am the P1 fighting champion that you have always wanted to win. What championship do you want to win? Just this one championship was enough to leave him speechless. In this regard, Anthony could only shut himself in and return to his home in the Fighting Spirit Gym. His daughter Rebecca kept thanking Ash and his family and said she would definitely treat them well. Ash and the others were very grateful for Rebecca's kindness, but they had just defeated her father, shattered her dream, and rejected her for saying such things. Going to someone's house again and hanging around in front of them, isn't this a bit too much, going too far and chasing after them? Killing someone is fine, but you also want to destroy their heart? In order to prevent Anthony and Hitmonchan from losing their faith completely, Ash and the others declined Rebecca's offer and continued on to their next stop. On the way, Misty and Xiaogang not only sent their daily congratulations. Ash, this championship belt of yours looks so beautiful. How is it? It suits me well, right? Don't be so conceited. But when we're fighting, you do look quite handsome. How handsome is he? Only a little. Chapter 73. It is indeed a little bit. The laughter of the three people echoed along the roadside. In front of the TV, the many viewers who were watching this game also turned their eyes away. See? Am I right? Flint from Nibi City happily continued to brag to the kids, Ash is indeed the champion. As expected of Mr. Ash. The three sisters of the Cerulean Gym also celebrated for Ash with laughter. Misty, the ugly duckling, is lucky to have been following Mr. Ash around so she can watch him up close. How about we call Misty and ask about the situation? Let's not do that. What if Mr. Ash is tired from the game and is taking a rest? Wouldn't we be disturbing him? Saffron City, Psychic Indoors. Sabrina's eyes flashed blue, and the TV automatically turned off. Ash's game was over, and there was no need for her to continue watching. However, she placed the magazine about Ash steadily on the table. Did he win another championship? Paul from Rainbow City Department Store and Gary from Hot Spring Resort laughed at the same time. Next time we meet, I will win. Damn it, I must not lose to him. One is calm and determined, the other is vicious and completely unwilling to admit defeat. Two rivals of Ash with completely different personalities rekindled their fighting spirit at this moment. In other aspects, the championship reaction to Ash's victory is still continuing to spread. After the fighting competition, Ash and his group went on a somewhat long journey. Then I came to a new city. It's not quite right to call it a city because it looks a bit dark and dilapidated. This place is close to the coast, but the wind blowing from the sea seems to carry the breath of Grimmer. It really affects the mood of passers-by. There are so many factories in this place, but why does it look so deserted? Misty walked on the road, looking around at the somewhat dirty environment, wondering. I heard that there were many factories here in the past, and it was very prosperous. But due to the pollution caused by the wastewater and waste residue discharged by the factories, soaring in the sky, the river and the sea were polluted, and this place was abandoned. Ash recalled the introduction of the city in the original version. And in this place, Pikachu also suffered from the cold symptoms of electric mice and attracted Magnemite. Ash couldn't help but glance at the lively Pikachu on his shoulder. Pikachu. Pickup truck. Noticing the gaze of his trainer, Pikachu shook his ears and asked in confusion. Well, now it is healthy and strong because it is well taken care of by Ash Breeder. I didn't suffer from any of those annoying cold symptoms at all. Then, without any abnormal situation, they went directly to the local Pokémon Center. This is the safest and best resting place for trainers. But when they arrived at the Pokémon Center in Black Cloud City. Sorry, there was a sudden power outage here. I may not be able to restore the Pokémon's energy. Nurse Joy from Black Cloud City looked apologetic. Because of the power outage, Scald has no electricity and can't supply Scald to take a shower. The kitchen can't make delicious dishes. Even the machine that is squeezing ketchup has stopped working. Misty, can't take a shower. Ash, no delicious dishes. Pikachu, Pika Pika. No ketchup. Xiaogang, my heart aches when the lovely Nurse Joy looks helpless. Is there anything I can do to help you? Jengar, hee. I hear the need for poison jab again. Jengar, hiding in the shadows, was ready to strike. Xiaogang recommended him immediately after hearing the noise. Nurse Joy from Black Cloud City then raised her head, and was stunned when she saw Ash. Then his eyes lit up, are you Mr. Ash that my cousins mentioned? Without waiting for Ash to answer, she nodded repeatedly. With a special commemorative hat on his head and Pikachu on his shoulders, you can't go wrong. Great. With Mr. Ash coming here, Black Cloud City can be saved. Joy clapped his hands, as if he had met the great master of Black Cloud City, Sunny Day, and was extremely happy and excited. Misty. Xiaogang. His loving heart snapped and became drunk again. You know me. Ash's heart moved, and he asked tentatively. Who doesn't know Mr. Ash? Your recent fame has spread throughout Joy and Jenny's family. Nurse Joy showed a rare smile on her face. No matter what happened before or how you helped my cousins, I know everything. And she winked at Ash playfully. I'm a big fan of the fighting tournament. I watched the championship match from beginning to end. Well, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow, and Ash has to admit that he is famous in the trainer circle. Since Mr. Ash is here, then there must be no problem this time. Nurse Joy clapped her hands. Because of the lack of power, the Pokémon that are still being treated are also in danger. But if Mr. Ash takes action. After saying that, she also looked at Ash with sparkling eyes, full of expectation. Ash. Now that you have said this, he will naturally take action. Moreover, this was also an incident within the Alliance. He could gain credit by helping to resolve it, and could also further consolidate his reputation and status within the Alliance. Not to mention the most important thing. Of course I have to take a good scald bath and eat delicious food. Pika Pika. For ketchup. The group immediately walked out of the Pokemon Center. Since the electricity is not being supplied, there must be a problem at the power plant. Ash and his friends went directly to the power plant, the factory with a big chimney by the sea. Because of the power outage, the entire power plant was completely dark. Ash and the others walked inside, as if they were walking in a dark corridor. So, at this time, we need Charmeleon, use the flame on your tail as a light. Ash directly released Charmeleon to serve as their candle and lantern. Huo-cha. As Charmeleon appeared, the flame on its tail shone brightly, illuminating the entire power plant. Even the Pokémon hiding in this factory have nowhere to hide. The Pokémon, which had a large screw on the top of its head, 2 small screws on the front of its body, and only one eye, appeared in front of everyone, located in the center of its spherical body. Beep, Magnemite, magnet Pokémon Gold clings to wires and feeds on electricity. If there's a power outage, check the switch. It's probably because there's a lot of Magnemite clinging to it. Rotom Pokédex Daily Check-in. Clinging to wires to feed on electricity. Misty and Xiaogang heard the explanation of Rotom's Pokédex. So, this power outage was caused by Magnemite. The two of them had doubts in their mouths, but their tone was very certain. After all, the Rotom Pokédex said that when the power goes out, check the switch. Maybe the Magnemite is stuck there. The main problem shouldn't be it. Ash's nose twitched, and then he said with a subtle expression, do you smell anything strange? Smell. Misty and Xiaogang also sniffed in confusion. Outside. It stinks, what is this? Suddenly, an unacceptable stench filled the air, causing them to cover their noses in discomfort. And it seemed to be responding to their questions. Ding. The ventilation channel on the ceiling opened, and puddles of purple-black slime-like things fell to the ground. Ding, Groomer, the sludge Pokemon, was born from the mud in the polluted sea. Groomer really likes dirty things. Its food is wastewater discharged from factories. It stinks. Even the Rotom Pokédex that appeared again couldn't help but complain. This tastes just like gloom. After saying this, it hid itself immediately. It stinks, that's them. Groomer. It stinks. Is this what Groomer tastes like? Huo-cha. Not to mention the trio, even the fire dragon couldn't stand the taste. Huo-cha-hu. Unable to bear it any longer, it spits out a blazing flame directly towards the Groomer in front of it. If the opponent is a Pokemon, use Pokemon's moves to defeat them. Not to mention, fire-type moves are extremely effective against poison-type Groomer. This. Under the sweep of Charmeleon's flamethrower, all the Groomers in the field fell to the ground in a burning black mass. Even the stench in the venue was swept away, and the air became much fresher. That's right. Misty and Xiaogang finally breathed a sigh of relief, but before they could catch their breath. It's not over yet. Ash, who knew there was a hidden boss here, raised his eyebrows. The final boss is here. The finale. Boss. Misty and Xiaogang looked up in horror, and saw a huge purple slime monster suddenly running over from behind the groups of fallen Groomers. Ding, Mook, the sludge Pokemon, the evolution of Groomer, exudes body fluids that emit a strong odor that can make your nose fail. Song just one drop can make the water in the swimming pool murky and smelly. Ugh. Rotom Pokédex can no longer stand the taste. Xiaogang and Misty. It seems to be getting worse and worse. Besides, don't you think it's getting stinker? So what is going on here? The two people were there, covering their noses and screaming almost in collapse. As for Ash, his contest condition is pretty good, and Psychic can help him isolate the stench easily. This Mook. When the two were about to doubt their lives because of the stink, Ash slowly smiled. It seems to be pretty good. Pokemon Mook. Gender, male. Trainer, none. Attribute, poison. Special. Poisonous Hands. When a Pokemon with this ability uses a contact move, there is a 30% chance that the target will be poisoned. Body Slam, Sludge Bomb, Toxic Mud Shot, Poison Gas, Harden. Carrying Things, none. Potential, elite. Cultivation suggestions. Entries, Slime, Gold, Birds of a Feather, Purple, Charms Throwdown, Purple. Slime, Gold. The whole body is full of poison, and the body is soft and difficult to cause damage. The Pokemon that comes into contact with it will be 100% poisoned, and the damage caused by the attack will be reduced by 5%. 10. Smells like each other, Purple. Very bad. The smell is so bad that it can make people suffocate. The contest condition of Pokemon and trainers affected by the smell will decrease by 30%. Charms Pounce, Purple. I particularly like to use the charm method of overwhelming others to express my love. Attack power increases by 30%. The 3 entries of 1 gold and 2 silver are already very good. At least, she was worthy of being conquered by Ash. Go ahead, Charmeleon, knock him down. Huocha. Charmeleon, who had long been impatient with the stench, rushed over when he saw the leader. He immediately bared his teeth, sparks flew, and he didn't even need to use the flamethrower. It pounced directly at Mook and bit him. Fire Fang. Boom. Beta. The scorching bite force and burning flames caused Mook to cry out in pain. Huocha. Charmeleon wasn't done yet, and used flamethrower again, wrapping up Mook completely. Go, Pokemon Ball. Seeing that the time was almost right, Ash immediately threw the Pokemon Ball. Whoosh. A burst of red light wrapped Mook into the Pokeball, and then it fell to the ground and kept shaking. Ding. 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 Finally, the lights went down, and the leader of the Groomers was officially conquered by Ash. I conquered Mook. Ash, as always, struck a victory pose. But this time. Stay away from us. Misty and Xiaogang both covered their noses and stayed away from Xylee. Even Pikachu followed Misty, and Charmeleon hid directly behind Xiaogang. How come it stinks like this even though it's in the Pokeball? This smell is really strong. Ash slightly released the psychic, smelled a little bit of the scent, and then immediately isolated himself. It's better not to carry it with you. Coincidentally, Ash already has 6 Pokemon on him. So quickly, this Mook was teleported directly to Professor Oak. Pallet Town, Professor Oak's Research Institute. It's so comfortable. In the courtyard, Professor Oak sat down to drink tea, savoring the leisurely tranquility. Especially when he looked at the harmonious scenery in the courtyard, he couldn't help but nodded. Well, Ash was right to send Nidoking back. At this moment, at the deepest part of the courtyard, the extremely powerful Nidoking who suppressed this place is feeling the power brought by Life Orb. The faint pressure and aura emanating from it made all the Pokemon in the entire courtyard behave themselves. Even the Gyarados, who was evolved by Ash's final push, was now hiding in the pond and blowing bubbles. He no longer dared to show his face or cause trouble, and was not as arrogant as before. I actually prefer your previous rebellious look, Gyarados. Professor Oak was there, making a rare joke. Gyarados. I didn't dare say a word. Goo goo. Krabby, whose nutrition was improving and whose body was gradually becoming plump, came to Professor Oak and nudged him with his pliers. Did anyone send Pokemon here again? Thanks for the heads up, Krabby. Professor Oak thanked him with a smile, then stood up and walked towards the laboratory. Without Gyarados causing trouble, Krabby has returned to being the reliable secretary he once was. Oh. This is Ash's teleporter. He hasn't teleported a Pokemon here in a while. When they arrived at the laboratory, Professor Oak's eyes lit up when he saw Ash's teleportation machine light up. The Pokemon that Ash values and captures are either very powerful or very rare. Professor Oak couldn't help but rub his hands in anticipation. I wonder what big prey he got. Soon, the Pokemon ball was transferred. Professor Oak immediately sensed something was wrong. What is the smell? Bang. Before his nose could move to confirm, the baby ball opened directly. Badoidoi. Wow, what a stench. How could it be such a Pokemon? She. Chapter 74. When Professor Oak saw the pool of black and purple slime, the expectation on his face seamlessly turned into horror. Especially looking at the Pokemon that jumped towards him. Don't send Mook here. Professor Oak covered his nose with one hand and struggled to escape with the other, shouting as he ran. Well, Ash did get a big prey, and it was indeed a very special big prey. But I can't stand this special Go. Krabby couldn't stand the stench any longer and ran away, while Gyarados sank directly into the pond without even his head showing. Even the Nidoking in the deep courtyard seemed to sense something, and his body subconsciously shuddered. In short, the right Pokemon should be placed in the right place to breeder. The most suitable place for a Pokemon like Mook, apart from the stinking ditches and sewers, is naturally where Professor Oak is. After Ash sent Mook away, the environment inside the power plant improved a lot. It also made the two power plant employees who had been hiding come out from the corner. Thank God, the smell is finally gone. The two people who were tortured to the point of turning blue in the face breathed a sigh of relief and were also full of gratitude to Ash. Thanks to you, we subdued Mook and defeated Grimer. This power plant can finally be saved. What happened is very simple. The sea was polluted, which attracted many Grimers and Mooks. This group of Grimers, led by Mook, invaded the power plant and blocked the seawater intake. Therefore, only after solving Grimer and the others' problems, can we turn the turbine generator to provide power and thus generate electricity. Fortunately, thanks to you, we have defeated these Grimers. The main problem has been solved. The next step is to provide power to the turbine generator 037 motor. Two employees of the power plant brought Ash and others to the main control room and saw the huge turbine generator. Since it is used to generate electricity, the main power source is naturally electricity. FFVX. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Under the strong power infusion, the generator successfully started to rotate again. In an instant, the entire generator factory was brightly lit. This is so good. Pokemon Center, bright lights reappear, Nurse Joy covers her chest with her hands, feeling relaxed. The operating room and treatment room can be used successfully again. This time, all the Pokemon are saved. A smile appeared on her face again. As expected of the legendary Mr. Ash. What the sisters said was indeed correct. The voices of praise and admiration echoed in the night of Pokemon Center. Just like that, the generator problem was solved, and Ash successfully subdued Mook. The group returned to the Pokemon Center, and Nurse Joy immediately served them steaming hot meals. Scald is all ready, too. Looking at the people wolfing down the food, Nurse Joy smiled happily. Especially when he looked at Ash, who was picking up chopsticks non-stop, his face was full of tenderness. After everyone has finished eating, you can take a scald bath. Very good. Misty was the first to cheer, and Xiaogang also breathed a sigh of relief. Pika Pika. Even Pikachu was holding his ketchup bottle and rubbing it against his cheek. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Ash ate a piece of meat pie and said with a smile, this tastes really good. We should thank you properly. Nurse Joy waved her hands quickly, thanks to you, all the Pokemon are saved. And to prevent this kind of thing from happening again in Black Cloud City, I have reported it to Alliance. They will come to investigate the pollution problem in the city. Black Cloud City will only become better in the future. Nurse Joy said this with a look of longing, but she also did not forget the most important thing. And Mr. Ash, please help me. I will also report this to the Alliance and the family. Nurse Joy smiled sweetly, thank you so much, Mr. Ash, for this time. After everyone had a relaxing night's rest in comfort. Even though Ash repeatedly stressed that he was only doing what he was supposed to do, Nurse Joy still came out in person to see them off to express her gratitude. And pointed out the way for their next stop. Continue along this road and you will reach Fuchsia City. There is a Fuchsia gym over there. Mr. Ash, you can challenge that gym. I believe you can definitely get the badge. With Nurse Joy's blessing, Ash and his friends headed to their next destination. Along the way, they once again left the hustle and bustle of the city and returned to the primal forest. And only in the most authentic nature can a group begin a journey that can be called an adventure. If you think about it, we've come a long way. Walking in the dense forest, Xiaogang sighed. Finally we've left the big city, and I heard that the next gym, the Fuchsia gym, is in the mountains. Misty was also breathing in the fresh air of nature, but where exactly is it? As for the specific location, Ash checked the Rotom Pokédex, just past the mountain ahead, we're almost there. Boom. The ground suddenly made a noise, similar to an earthquake. It seems to be the noise coming from the front. The three people followed the source of the sound and rushed in that direction. Soon, we saw large pickup trucks loaded with cargo running on the road through the forest. But obviously, this is not the main reason for the noise. Snap, boom. Ash and others saw with their own eyes that potholes and collapses suddenly appeared on the road below the pickup trucks. Trucks were trapped one after another and even overturned on their sides. Isn't that too much? Such a shocking car accident made Xiaogang and Misty open their eyes wide. The culprit who caused such a tragic scene. Beep beep. A Pokemon with an oval brown head and a red nose emerged from underground. Diglett, the mole Pokemon, is a breeder of Diglett by almost all farmers. Because the land dug by Diglett is already well cultivated, it can grow delicious vegetables. Rotom Pokédex daily records the Pokémon that pop up. Here it comes again, here it comes again. From the front truck, a contractor wearing a yellow construction hat climbed out from the driver's seat with difficulty. Seeing Diglett pop up, he couldn't help but feel jealous. Diglett, Diglett, disaster. He grabbed a hammer from the car and started playing Diglett mode. It's all because of you guys that my reservoir project has not made any progress. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he hit, he couldn't hurt Diglett at all. The speed at which these little guys retreated into the ground was definitely not as fast as normal. DXA. The contractor was exhausted and out of breath, but nothing worked. Sure enough, damn Pokemon should be dealt with by Pokemon trainers. He said viciously, fortunately, I have already set up a minimized team and am looking for an excellent Pokemon trainer with a good reputation in the nearby training area. I also gave you a very generous reward, a free hot spring invitation ticket for 4 days and 3 nights in the hot spring resort. I don't believe that I can't cure you. The contractor snorted angrily, and couldn't wait to see these Digletts get into trouble. BB. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. If you're looking for a Pokemon trainer, maybe you don't have to go through so much trouble. The contractor turned his head upon hearing this and looked at the man and woman in front of him, plus the boy with Pikachu. Who are you? We are here to help you solve your problems. Ash said with a smile. The dream of the contractor is to build the largest reservoir in this mountain range. Just one Diglett after another, constantly disrupting their work. It even caused quite serious damage. This also forced the contractor to recruit powerful Pokemon trainers to drive away the Digletts that were interfering with the construction. If nothing unexpected happens, next, the trainers recruited by the contractor will throw Pokemon balls at the groups of Digletts. But all the Pokemon were unwilling to come out of their Pokeballs. Since the Pokemon were unwilling to fight Diglett, the helpless trainers gradually dispersed. It was not until the evening that Ash and his group unexpectedly discovered many Diglett and Dugtrio planting trees in the forest on the mountain. Only then did they realize that once the reservoir was built, the entire forest would be flooded and the Pokemons would lose their homes. Diglett sabotaged the reservoir project in order to protect the forest. The Pokemons are aware of this, so they refuse to fight. Therefore, Ash didn't do much. I just brought the contractor of the reservoir to the field of trees planted by the Digletts. All the reasons are laid out in the open. That's why Diglett keeps sabotaging you. Ash looked at the endless forest and fields, and said to the dazed reservoir contractor next to him. Once the dam is built, the entire forest will be submerged in water. So, you'd better consider whether you need to continue with this project. Just a friendly reminder, if Diglett's disaster gets too serious, it will attract investigators from the Pokemon Alliance. Once they find out there's a reason for this, then your project. Ash stopped there, and as the contractor of such a large reservoir project, he was obviously not a fool. I understand. I will stop the construction. It is not okay to build a reservoir here. The reservoir contractor stopped the loss in time. Although he was certainly feeling pain and reluctance, he had to face a behemoth like the Pokemon Alliance. He is just a small shrimp and can't make any big waves. What's more, what he did was to destroy the homes and ecology of Pokemon. If we really want to investigate, it will be very serious. I will leave, thank you for your help and advice. After making a decisive decision, the reservoir contractor had no choice but to accept the result. It will prevent me from increasing my investment and causing more losses. However, he was really grateful to Ash and others who helped him. These are the spa vouchers for Cinnabar Island, take them. This is my small token of gratitude to you. Under the repeated insistence of the reservoir contractor, Ash and his team got the luxury hot spring voucher on Cinnabar Island. There is one more thing I gained from traveling. So, if something happens, you still need to get involved and solve it. Ash put away the invitation ticket for the hot spring resort and said with emotion. And just at this moment. Beep beep. There was a lot of shouting from Diglett, as if they were discussing something. Finally, after everything calmed down, a Diglett with 3 heads, who seemed to be the leader of this group of Digletts, came to Ash and others. Ding, Dugtrio, the evolved form of Diglett, the triplet Diglett, has the potential to dig 100 kilometers underground. No one knows what the underground part of it looks like. Beep. Dugtrio came up to Ash and placed a shiny object in front of him. The round stone with a mixture of black and red colors immediately attracted Ash's attention. Hey! Suddenly, Gengar's figure emerged from the shadows. Xiaogang shuddered and stepped back subconsciously, covering his waist. After thinking that he didn't do anything crazy to chase the young lady, he looked at Gengar who suddenly appeared in surprise. It turned out that the latter didn't care about him at all. He just stared at the black and red stone that Ash picked up. Pika Pika. The Pikachu next to it was dancing with joy, saying that this was a special thank you gift from the Diglett clan. In order to thank Ash for persuading the reservoir contractor to stop building the reservoir, they were able to preserve their home. The thank you gift they gave was. This is indeed a very important present. Ash smiled, put away this special evolution stone, and solemnly thanked Dugtrio. Yes, this is an evolution stone. An evolution stone that allows Pokemon to Mega Evolution. Mega Evolution is a higher level of evolution that goes beyond the limits of what Pokemon can evolve so far. Pokemon that have undergone a Mega Evolution temporarily unlock hidden powers. It displays abilities that cannot be acquired through normal evolution, and usually lasts for one battle. Mega Evolution is a temporary contest condition and cannot be maintained permanently. To start Mega Evolution 0.9, you need two things. One is the evolution keystone worn by the trainer. One is the Pokemon evolution stone that is carried by the Pokemon. Every Pokemon has its own evolution stone that can unlock Mega Evolution. During battle, the keystone will resonate with the evolution stone, thereby helping Pokemon evolve. As for the keystone, it is like a key to open a door, and a trainer only needs one. But Pokemon all need to get their own exclusive evolution stone. The Pokemon corresponding to the evolution stone given by the Diglett clan. Such a strong ghost energy. It's a rare chance for the 1000-year-old Ghastly to come out in broad daylight. Of course, it can only shrink in a dark corner, but this does not prevent it from casting a suspicious look. And it feels like this strange stone also has the power of our Ghastly lineage. Well, it is true that he has the same power as you, but to be specific, it should be Gengar's. That's right, this evolution stone is the exclusive evolution stone that allows Gengar Mega Evolution. If you have this evolution stone and get the keystone, you can successfully make the Gengar Mega Evolution. By then, its already strong strength will surely rise to a higher level. What is this, Ash? Misty and Xiaogang also looked at the stone curiously. I don't know either. I'll study it later. Now is not the right time to reveal Mega Evolution, since Ash still has the research expert entry. It would be reasonable for him to come up with a Mega Evolution result later, right? Here you go, Gengar. Ash casually threw the evolution stone to Gengar. Think carefully about the power within it. Keep it safe and don't lose it. Ehe. Chapter 75. Gengar, who had been impatient for a long time, took the evolution stone swallow in one gulp, and then suddenly dived into the shadows. Wait for me. The 1000-year-old Ghastly followed in, shouting, I want to see it too. In this way, you get both a ticket to a luxury resort spa and a Mega Evolution stone from Gengar. It can be said that this time the harvest is simply a great success. It's a pity that Gary is not here and we can't have another exciting fight. Before leaving, Ash still had some regrets. Originally, this guy Gary was supposed to be here as well. But I don't know if it was because of the butterfly effect or if it was stimulated by Ash. I haven't seen that guy during this period of time. But it doesn't matter if I can't touch it. Just the next gym, Fuchsia Gym, is nearby. They will find it soon and have a good fight. The Fuchsia Gym is different from the gyms that normal builds in the city. According to the official guidance given by the Pokemon Alliance, this is the only gym in the entire Kanto region that is built deep in the mountains and forests. Mainly Koga, the master of the Fuchsia Gym, who seems to be a ninja. It was built in the deep mountains and forests, mainly for better practice. So, you also screened the trainers who would challenge you, right? When Ash and his group passed through the jungle and stood in front of the Japanese-style building, they couldn't help but complain. It is really difficult for normal trainers to find such a place, let alone challenge it. Even other trainers simply changed their routes and went to challenge other gyms. So, shall we go in? Misty and Xiaogang were about to go up and knock on the door to say hello. Wait a moment. Ash grabbed them and said, the greetings here are obviously different from other places, Mikey. He knew that this Japanese-style ninja house was full of mechanical doors and various traps. So, if you want to see the gym leader as quickly as possible and start the challenge, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt to say hello to the other party and let them know we are here. Pikachu. In an instant, thunder from the strong bucket normal rose into the sky. The entire Fuchsia Gym room seemed a little overshadowed by this Lucas. It looks like 02, a challenger is coming. Deep inside the house, in a dark room, the man dressed as an IGA ninja opened his eyes instantly. His sharp eyes swept towards soaring in the sky, and he saw the pillar of lightning shooting straight into the sky. Besides, it's not just a simple roll. His figure quietly disappeared into the darkness. At this time, outside the gym. Hey, what are you doing here? Are you here to challenge me? A woman with dark green hair, bright red lips, and a bright red identification suit jumped out. Looking at Ash and his group, the particularly fancy female ninja had a particularly unfriendly look. We're just here to challenge the gym. Ash waved his hand, and Pikachu instantly calmed down. It's just that seeing so many houses might destroy the traps inside and disturb your practice, so we can only use this method to announce our arrival. Ash directly stated his identity. I am Ash from Pallet Town, and I am here to challenge the Fuchsia Gym. Challenging a gym? That's no different from kicking a gym. Just use Pokemon to fight me. Before the female ninja could finish her words, an electro ball rolled into the field. Boom. A cloud of smoke from the explosion enveloped the field. Stop it, Aya. A steady voice sounded, the smoke cleared, and a tall and slender figure stood in the center of the venue. Elder brother. The female ninja named Aya quickly performed the ninja salute. This group of challengers is not something you can handle. The hair stands up like a peak, the eyebrows are thick and long, and often slant downward in an aggressive manner. Aya's brother, who was wearing a blue ninja uniform, with a ninja sword on his back and a red scarf tied around his neck, said in a deep voice. I am Koga, the master of this Fuchsia Gym. I accept your challenge. Koga said, his eyes inevitably fell on Ash's shoulder, on the seemingly harmless and cute Pikachu. If it's just Pikachu, it can't release the same level of thunder shock as before. He turned his gaze to look at Ash, and in his mind he raised it to a higher level again. It is possible to train Pokemon like Pikachu, which are as numerous as stray dogs on the roadside, to this level. This Pokemon trainer is not normal. The format of the gym match is 2-on-2, but since the gym is full of traps, it's troublesome to get in. Why not just fight outside? What do you think? I have no problem with that. Ash had no objection at all. It would be great if he could finish the fight outside as quickly as possible. Ash from Pallet Town, I seem to have heard of him somewhere. Just when the two were about to set up their battle formations, Koga's sister Aya finally seemed to react. Oh, it's Alliance's official magazine. She suddenly realized, and in the previous P1 fighting competition, he seemed to be the champion too. As one of the main figures in the Alliance official gym, Aya is of course paying attention to the trainer who has recently become famous in the Alliance. Only then did she realize that this trainer named Ash was not some unknown person. I've heard of Ash from Pallet Town before. Koga also said calmly, but I just heard it, I want to see it with my own eyes to see if it is true. As soon as the words fell, Lee's eyes suddenly became serious. The first Pokemon I used as a vanguard, Venomoth. Beep, Venomoth, the poisonous moth Pokemon, the evolved form of Venonat, has scales on its wings. If you accidentally get the scales on its wings on your body, it will not only be difficult to remove, but worse, the toxins will seep in from there. The lavender body, white fuzz-covered belly, bubble-like eyes, and two sharp-toothed mouthparts sparkle in the sun. Apparently this Venomoth was well bred by Koga breeders. Bug-type and poison Pokemon, so the natural is. Ash didn't even have a second choice, Charmeleon. Bang. Huocha. It is another powerful flame announcement, heralding the arrival of Master Charmeleon. Charmeleon's appearance rate has also increased recently. But it is indeed suitable for many occasions. Charmeleon? His eyes are very good, and his breeder looks very strong as well. Koga really likes Charmeleon's eyes. The brilliance and will in them remind Koga of himself. Venomoth, rival is very strong, don't be careless, spread stun spore. Charmeleon heat wave. Yellow stun spore dust was floating in the sky, but it was all blown away by a strong fiery wind. It seems that neither the sleeping powder nor the poison powder can work. Koga clearly judged the situation on the field. Airblade. Flying type skills and moves, changing tactics to take advantage of Venomoth's aerial advantage. Good idea, but Rock Tomb. To counter flying type moves, use rock type moves? Charmeleon has learned a lot of skills under Ash's breeder. Huocha. Facing the incoming air slash, Charmeleon growled. A lot of stones immediately appeared around his body, and then shot upwards rapidly. Whoosh whoosh boom boom boom. Many rock blocks collide with air slash, emitting layers of air waves. Huocha. Charmeleon roared, and the flames on his tail soared again. As for Venomoth on the opposite side, his body did shake, and the frequency of his wings flapping seemed to slow down. Heart high and sky far away, gold, ability is activated regardless of conditions, fierce fire ability, strength is increased by 50%, and on this basis, it is increased by another 50%. The strong will always be strong, gold, when you truly obey orders, your own ability will increase by 50% and the enemy's strength will decrease by 10%. Charmeleon's strength skyrocketed, and the rock blocks he used became extremely powerful. Then, whoosh. He easily tore apart Venomoth's air slash and smashed it straight into the frightened insect body. Bang. The rock collapsed, and the small body trapped inside was smashed away in a parabola. Venomoth. Surprise showed on Koga's face. When he looked at the fallen Venomoth, He could only see the mosquito coil circles on the two eyes. Just one strike, and my Venomoth lost his ability to fight. Koga quietly put away Venomoth. It seems to be much more powerful than I imagined. In that case. Koga, who was about to take out the next Pokemon from his waist, paused for a moment and then put it in his arms. You're really good, Ash. A rare smile appeared on Koga's stern face. I have to say, among all these challengers, you are the most difficult trainer for me. I think you are qualified to receive the Soul Badge. If I were just a gym trainer, I would have given you the Soul Badge by now. But unfortunately, other than that. His eyes suddenly became sharp. I'm still a ninja. Ninja, I won't give up easily. Go, Crobat. He took out a Pokemon from his arms and threw it towards soaring in the sky. Squeak. A white light flashed, and the whole body turned purple. Two pairs of wings formed an X shape of Crobat, flying soaring in the sky. Beep, Crobat, the evolution of Golbat, a bat Pokemon that can sneak up on its prey with a flapping sound so small that it can't be heard unless you listen carefully, and can use its wings, which are like its hind legs, to grab branches to rest. Rotom Pokédex live broadcast. Crobat, isn't it Golbat? Ash raised an eyebrow. He did remember getting rid of Team Rocket's interference during the Fuchsia Gym Challenge in the original version. Koga sent out 2 Pokemon in total. Venomoth, and Golbat. Now, in addition to Venomoth, Golbat has been replaced by its evolved form Crobat. This undoubtedly shows that this Crobat is more powerful and more difficult to deal with. You noticed Charmeleon's power, so you replaced it with a stronger Pokemon, right? Such observation skills are worthy of being the first in the main series. The Poison-type Elite Four that came. In the main series of Pokemon games, Koga will serve as the Poison-type Elite Four of the Johto region in the future. It is enough to see that his own strength is definitely not weak. Although he was in the animation, there was no news about him later. His shadow only appeared when Ash participated in the World Championship and the narration introduced that there were gyms in various places. And now, Koga took out Crobat, which showed that he was serious. Pokemon Crobat. Gender, male. Trainer Koga. Attribute: flying. Ability, penetration. Pokemon with this ability are not affected by the opponent's Reflect, Light Screen, Safeguard, Mist, Substitute, and Aurora Veil contest condition. Skills: Poison Fang, Cross Poison, Venoshock, Air Cutter, Mean Look, Leech Life, Supersonic, Strange Eyes. Carrying things, none. Potential, Elite. Cultivation suggestions. Entries: Poison Ninja, purple, Bat X's Devotion, purple, dot. Poison Ninja, purple. Following Shinobi since childhood, he has become an excellent ninja himself. He hides in the darkness patiently, waiting for the right opportunity to strike and kill with one blow. Endurance and critical hit rate increased by 30%. Bat X's Devotion, purple. As an X-shaped bat, you can maximize your power. Your own strength increases by 30%. Note, only for Bat-type Pokemon or X-shaped Pokemon. In that case, we can't let him down or look down on us. After checking the information that this Crobat was indeed good, Ash also smiled and took out the precious 930 ball. He fired a red line and directly collected the Charmeleon on the field. It seems that the other side has brought out its core strength, so. Pika Pika. Before Ash could finish his words, Pikachu jumped off his shoulder and into the field. When it landed, it looked back and exchanged glances with Ash. There was a blazing flame of fighting spirit in each other's eyes. As Ash's first Pokemon, and one that has a telepathic connection with him, how could he not understand Ash's feelings and thoughts? What's more, the opponent has brought out its main force, so Pikachu is the well-deserved signature and face of Ash. I definitely won't just remain indifferent like this. Pikachu. The Pikachu that released the lightning power just now. Seeing Pikachu's entrance, Koga, who was already serious, perked up again. To be able to use thunder with such power, it is clear that Pikachu is definitely not weak. Koga calmed down and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Crobat, use Venoshock. Crobat's physical attack species strength is higher than its special attack species strength, but obviously, this Pikachu can't get close. Judging from the intensity of the lightning before, if you get a little closer, you might be affected immediately. Even if a physical collision occurs, such as moves like Poison Fang and Cross Poison. Even if you hit Pikachu, the opponent will instantly use the special move Thunderbolt or Thunder. For a flying-type Crobat, it is very likely to be severely injured by a single blow, or even be knocked down and taken away directly. As a ninja, Koga would not take such a risk. Hiding in high places and constantly using long-range attacks as a means of attack is the way for his Crobat to win. His ideas and thoughts were correct, and Crobat followed his orders accurately. 014607102 Filu 13133151. Crack. Crobat quickly spit up a large pool of venom bubble, which fell from the sky like rain and swept towards Pikachu. Pikachu, let him see our power. Ash waved his hand, use your best skill Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Instantly, the golden snake danced wildly and thunder reappeared. A huge pillar of lightning burst out from Pikachu's body again. The venom that was pouring down from the sky was no match for the mighty thunder. What a powerful force! Koga's pupils suddenly shrank. He had obviously seen that kind of thunder before, and he was already on high alert. But now it seems. So the lightning just now was really just a greeting in front of the door. Even his sister Aya, who was standing next to him, was watching the scene and muttering to herself. The luster of the eyes was somewhat dimmed by the light of the lightning. The power of lightning released by Pikachu in the contest condition is completely different from what it just did. Chapter 76. In fact, the previous greeting lightning was just like an appetizer. Compared with now, the difference is like a drop in the ocean. Koga and Crobat, who faced Pikachu's move head-on, experienced it deeply. Get out of the way, Crobat. Crack. Without Koga saying anything, Crobat flapped its wings and quickly flew to avoid the lightning. However, Pikachu, with full firepower, doesn't care whether you use the quick dodge skill or not. Even if the opponent is very fast and flexible, so what? Ash taught it a winning move specifically for this kind of situation. That's full fire coverage. Ash stretched out his arms and clenched his fists, just cover the entire battlefield with Thunderbolt. No matter how hard you dodge, you can't avoid this move. Well, Ash in the original version also used this move. When challenging Sabrina at the Saffron Gym, I used this tactic against the lazy Yajire who kept dodging. But unfortunately, Pikachu had not yet evolved into Pikachu at that time. The lightning with full firepower coverage is not as powerful as Yangjila's Psychic, and is contained by Yangjila's Confusion. But it must be said that this is a very good combat strategy. Now Ash puts it into practice, and the current Pikachu's lightning is not something that normal Pokemon can handle. He looked at Crobat, who was hiding in the field like a headless fly, and his mouth corners gradually rose. At least, this Crobat can't do it. SHHH. As Ash finished his words, Crobat's X-shaped body inadvertently swept across a bolt of lightning with its wings. In an instant, its entire body was enveloped by the Minister of Thunder. Then, hill. All the lightning gathered and hit Crobat head-on. Crobat. Koga's face suddenly changed. Ninja's calmness and composure were gone. He shouted shit anxiously. However, in response to him, boom. The violent explosion created a cloud of thick smoke in the air. Crobat's limp purple body was sky-dropped directly onto the ground. Pa! The mosquito coil circle of eyes was clearly presented in front of everyone. As expected, the enemy was defeated in one move. Looking at this scene, Koga let out a long breath. There was no unexpected surprise in his voice, nor a sigh of defeat. Some are just a slight sigh and amazement. Today's young people really open my eyes. Koga's face showed a rare smile. Thank you for your hard work, Crobat, come back. After collecting Crobat with the Pokeball, Koga walked directly towards Ash who was celebrating with Pikachu. It seems that my vision is correct. You are indeed the best trainer I have seen in all these years. At this moment, his eyes were full of admiration. This level of excellence is even beyond my expectations. Youth is really something to be feared. Koga reached back and took out a scroll from somewhere. The scroll opened, revealing a pink heart-shaped badge hanging inside. This pink badge is yours. Koga presented it as proof of victory in the gym challenge. You are fully qualified to get it. Thank you, Mr. Koga. Ash smiled and thanked him, then took the proof of his strength from the scroll. Pink badge, I got it. Pika Pika. Each person and each Pikachu once again showed their victory posture. This time, I got another badge. Well, I have collected 6 badges. I only need 2 more to participate in the final Alliance Indigo Plateau Conference. Misty and Xiaogang were there and were happy for Ash again, and were always concerned about his progress. Judging from this trend, there will be absolutely no problem for Ash to attend the Indigo Plateau Conference. I also look forward to you achieving great results in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Koga also gave his blessing when Ash pinned the badge on his lapel. I will try my best. Ash was very polite and humble and said, I will try my best to get a higher ranking. Reaching the semi-finals is considered a success. Well, compared to the previous multiple quarter-finals, the 4-rope race can indeed be considered a success. Why doesn't it count? Compared to the original Ash, who was always in the top 8 every year, it's already an improvement. Of course, having said that, Ash's goal this year is not just to be in the top 4. He is already working on the Elite Four's rival. Well, the winner of every Pokemon Alliance competition will have a chance to challenge the Elite Four. You are too modest. Koga smiled and said, I accept defeat wholeheartedly this time. At the Indigo Plateau Conference, you must show your strength to me in this battle, which is almost the same. He has already assumed that Ash is good enough to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference, and the subsequent Gym Badge Challenge will not be a problem. I will, Koga-san. After making promises with Koga, Ash and his crew waved goodbye to the Fuchsia Gym deep in the mountains, wearing pink badges. They continued their journey again. They're great, aren't they? After watching Ash and his group walk away, Koga still looked in the direction they left and spoke softly. He is indeed much better than me. My sister Aya beside me also nodded slowly, so, I have to keep working hard. No, I have to work twice as hard as before. Have you decided? Koga didn't look back, but he could sense his sister's firm resolve. Well, I plan to go to the Pokemon Ninjutsu Academy to study hard. Aya made a solemn decision. Pokemon Ninjutsu Academy is located in the Johto region. Just from the name you can tell what it is mainly used for. Many trainers and their Pokemon come here to learn ninjutsu. X10, B. Koga nodded slightly. It just so happens that I also graduated from that academy before, and I have quite a few connections there. Thinking of the invitation from the Pokemon Johto Region Alliance, Koga felt that it was time for him to move. But one cannot be complacent in cultivation and stay in this isolated environment forever. His younger sister went to Johto Region, so he went there too, and was able to take better care of her. What's more, Koga also has a feeling. He will never miss the excellent rookie trainer Ash or the Region Force. They might have a chance to meet again in Johto region. Ash and his group left the Fuchsia Gym and continued on their way to their next destination. Of course, there will be scenery, wonderful adventures, and opportunities along the way. Just today, they also came to a special place. Beep, Tauros, a bull Pokemon, will feel unhappy if he doesn't thrash often. When there is no rival, he will hit the big tree and calm down by knocking the tree down. The Rotom Pokédex reported the Tauros herd running across the endless grassland ahead. If you watch it from such a close distance, it is indeed very spectacular. This is the first time I've seen so many Tauros. Even Xiaogang was surprised by the scale of this. However, as a Pokemon breeder, he has more concerns. To be able to allow so many Tauros to live in groups, they must be living a good life. Coupled with this natural environment, this is a Pokemon sanctuary. A beautiful figure riding a flaming horse came galloping over quickly. It's the law. It's expressly forbidden to catch Pokemon here. You can't have any bad intentions towards Tauros. Pokemon sanctuaries are areas where Pokemon can grow normally in nature. It's similar to the wildlife sanctuary in the previous life. If she continues to grow naturally, she will definitely be a great beauty in 5 years. Xiaogang's focus shifted once again to the beautiful figure who was speaking. Excuse me, beautiful lady, may I ask your name? Hey. Bang. XX, 7. Xiaogang did fall several times in the same place, but he refused to repent and continued to make the same mistake again. It's really like I know this will happen, but I will dare to do it next time. But Gengar still didn't spoil him, and Gengar even regarded it as his job. The poison jab paralysis meal was served directly, and he was already very familiar with the process. And I am also happy to do this kind of work. My name is Lara Laramie. Is he okay? The beautiful figure introduced her identity, and at the same time did not forget to pay attention to the squinty-eyed hedgehog head who was lying on the ground and twitching. Although his behavior just now was indeed very rude to her. Don't worry about him. We are used to it. He will be fine after a while. Misty Solation waved her hands to indicate that it was nothing. Your name is Lara Laramie? Laramie. They are the nomadic people of this Pokemon sanctuary, the Laramie. Lara Laramie explained that she was just about to introduce her tribe when she heard. That's a nation that protects Pokemon from growing in nature. Ash smiled and briefly explained this ethnic group. They are a very simple group of people who care about and love Pokemon. That's right. Lara Laramie's eyes lit up when she heard such praise for her own people. At the same time, I also began to like this boy wearing Pikachu. Well, this is obviously much better than the hedgehog-headed, squinting-eyed guy who looked a bit offensive right from the start. Xiaogang, who was lying on the ground and twitching, said. Then, at Lara Laramie's enthusiastic invitation, she took Ash and his group, who introduced themselves, to visit the entire Pokemon sanctuary. During this time, they also saw the Tauros tribe living here, the Nidorino tribe being taken care of by the Laramie tribe, the Growlithe who served as the park's guards, and the Ponyta ridden by Lara Laramie. Beep, Ponyta, the fire horse Pokemon. When you are born, It is very difficult for you to even stand up. But the more you run, the more your waist and legs will be exercised, and your speed will increase accordingly. Well, just by looking at Ponyta's handsome appearance, you can tell that it was bred very well by Lara Laramie. Won't you get hot riding like this? Misty couldn't help asking as she looked at Lara Laramie riding on Ponyta's flaming hair. Don't worry, Ponyta won't let her fire burn the humans who share the same feelings with her. Lara Laramie explained, and then she saw Ash holding out his hand to Ponyta. Be careful. She kindly reminded him, at the beginning, I was scalded. I have experienced this kind of pain before. Lara Laramie paused as she saw with her own eyes Ash reaching out his hand and gently stroking Ponyta's body. There was no sign of being burned at all. And her Ponyta also looked very comfortable and enjoying herself at this moment. She even lowered her head and rubbed against Ash affectionately. This is the first time I've seen Ponyta be so friendly and approachable to someone other than me. Lara Laramie was a little surprised, but Ash just smiled. It seems that it likes me very much, too. His silly thing, gold, attracts Pokemon and has an extra affinity effect, which is quite powerful. The praise for the Laramie tribe and Ponyta's closeness made Lara Laramie feel good about Ash and his group. Or rather, just purely towards Ash. She warmly invited them to join in the celebration of their Laramie tribe. And what's more, the Laramie tribe is preparing to have a Pokemon obstacle course race tomorrow. We plan to compete for the results of Pokemon's growth through competition. If you win the championship, you will be recognized as the most prestigious Pokemon home in the Laramie tribe. As for the competition, Ash certainly wouldn't miss it. But, Lara, I will definitely win tomorrow's game. A guy wearing green ethnic clothes and with a face that looked like he deserved a beating came here on a Dodrio to show off his power. That's not necessarily true. Lara was not willing to admit defeat. Pokemon obstacle races are not won by running fast. I know, just wait and see. After leaving behind a few hateful words, the man named Dolph rode away on Dodrio. He and Lara are both strong candidates for the championship of this Pokemon competition. Especially at night, Ash and his group strolled through the Laramie tribe celebrations. Seeing so many people supporting Lara, it can be seen that Lara has a greater chance of winning the championship. This scene was naturally also seen by Dolph, who was observing secretly. He knew that it would be difficult for him to beat her in a head-on collision, so he could only. Lara, something bad has happened to the group of Tauros you're taking care of. Lara's Tauros suddenly rioted and started a fight in the reserve. After receiving the news, Lara could only go to stop it immediately, but on the way to the settlement, Lara was suddenly attacked by a mad Tauros and fell off the Ponyta. My arm. Lara's face was filled with pain, and it was obvious that she had been seriously injured. 01460710 Filu 13133141. Very good. Seeing this, Dolph, who was hiding in the dark, was delighted. Look at the injured part of Lara's arm. She won't be able to participate in tomorrow's competition. Dolliver, who had used a trick to make Tauros riot, crossed his arms and looked very pleased with himself. This time, I'm sure to win. If you can't defeat Lara head-on, then you can only use some conventional means. It's like playing chess. Sometimes the victory or defeat is not on the board, but outside the board. But why didn't the Rockets accept my offer? That's really weird. A hint of doubt flashed in Dolph's eyes. He spotted the 3 members of Team Rocket sneaking into the Pokemon Sanctuary today. To be exact, it is a man and a woman like a Meowth. Originally, he had heard of Team Rocket's bad reputation and wanted to hire them to deal with Lara. Who would have known that the 3 guys would just shake their heads and refuse, saying they would never agree to anything. It's like a righteous person who abandons evil and follows good, and is irreconcilable with evil. Therefore, he had to do these things himself. Dolliver retreated quietly, but he was unaware of it. Everything he did had been seen by someone. At the same time, on the other side. Meow, are you kidding? Don't think we didn't see that Stephanie riding Ponyta was very close to that little brat. Chapter 77. In a remote corner, the 3 members of Team Rocket have secretly gathered together. That's right, if you get involved with that brat, no matter what, the final outcome will definitely be very bad. That's right. As long as we don't disturb him, everything will be fine. And I've also discovered, Meow, that following this little brat, I can always come across various celebrations. The previous Pokemon P1 fighting competition was like this, today's celebration was like this, and there will be another competition tomorrow. So, actually, if we follow that brat and ignore him, we can still live a good life. Right? This is the best solution. Only a fool would do something involving that little brat. I have already started preparing for the merchandise to be sold during tomorrow's game. Snacks, drinks, lunch boxes. I have a feeling we will continue to make a lot of money. It's like a repeat of what we gained from the last fighting competition. We paid off a lot of debts. This is our Team Rocket's real money-making battle to conquer the world. Give the cat gold coins, give the cat gold coins. The trio happily prepared the merchandise to be sold in tomorrow's competition, fantasizing about a bright future. Such a bright future is what they want to step into. The days following this little brat are full of hope. Soon, the next day came. The Laramie Tribe's Pokemon Obstacle Course competition was held in a lively manner. This is an obstacle course with hills and valleys. The rule is to run a lap around the venue, including curves, straights, peaks, feed areas and lake rock areas. As long as you overcome all obstacles and stay ahead of everyone else, whoever reaches the finish line first will be the champion. Pokemon and trainers participating in the race, please come to the starting line. The audience gathered on both sides of the stadium to watch the game on the big screen, and the commentator on the radio was also explaining the game vigorously. Okay, we can see that all the trainers standing on the field have already boarded their respective Pokemon. They have the favorites to win this tournament, Dolliver and his Dodrio. There are also players Xiaogang and Misty who are temporarily participating in the competition, as well as their Onix and Starmie. Xiaogang and Misty also came to join in the fun spontaneously. The Pokemon that were riding separately also took out Onix and Starmie. Ash next to him was skeptical for a moment, if this Pokemon that lives in water can be used to ride on land. That picture is really not normal beauty. Okay, and finally, there's trainer Ash from Pallet Town, who replaced Lara, another favorite to win the championship, who was unable to participate in the competition due to an accidental arm injury, and Ponyta. 760. When he read this, the voice on the radio suddenly became louder. Maybe you don't know much about Ash. He just won the Pokemon P1 fighting competition. And was featured in the Pokemon Alliance official magazine. It can be said that he is an excellent Pokemon trainer. Although this is his first time participating in our reserve competition, and he is also temporarily teaming up with Ponyta. But I believe that he will definitely be able to achieve outstanding results like he did in the previous P1 fighting competition. The commentator on the radio was praising the time difference again, giving Ash a good position. Once again, he helped Ash spread his fame to the many spectators who came to watch the game. It turns out that Ash has such amazing deeds. In the audience, Lara, whose arm was in a cast, also learned about this for the first time, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. She couldn't help but look at Ash, who was sitting calmly on Ponyta's back with a smile on his face, and there was a glimmer of expectation and encouragement in his eyes. You must win the championship. Yesterday, after putting my arm in a cast, I realized I couldn't participate in this competition. Lara plans to let Ash, who can easily gain Ponyta's recognition, compete in the competition on her behalf. For Ash, who has always wanted to participate in the competition and win the championship, he naturally would not refuse. Hence, he participated in the competition below. Originally, Lara was just trying to give it a try, without having too high expectations. After all, Ash was participating in the competition on a last-minute basis and had no previous practice, so cramming at the last minute obviously wouldn't improve him much. It couldn't be the rival that Dolov and the others had practiced for a long time. But when she listened to the introduction on the radio, hope rose in her heart again. Damn it, this outsider turned out to be such a powerful character. Lara rekindled her hope there, but Dolov, who was at the starting line, looked very unhappy. He had planned everything, but he never expected that Lara would find someone to compete in her place. Moreover, the trainer who replaced him sounds like a troublesome and tough guy. Damn it, if those guys from Team Rocket are willing to help me dig the trap, then it will be really foolproof. Dolov was so angry that his teeth were itching, especially when he saw the three guys in the audience working hard. His face couldn't help but fall further. Snacks, drinks, does the guest need anything? Bento, freshly made excellent bento. All kinds of flavors are available. Sensei, hamburgers, and milk are all here. Meow. Meowth, Jesse, and James couldn't hide the smiles on their faces as they were doing business. Moreover, it is a joy that comes from the heart. Give me a bottle of milk, please. Okay. Thank you for your patronage. Drinking more milk drink will help your injuries recover faster. Thank you. Doliv. Looking at the audience, Lara asked James for a bottle of milk. James served her warmly and gave her some considerate instructions. This made Doliv so angry that he was almost speechless. Aren't you Team Rocket, an evil organization? Why are you selling things here? Are you a street vendor? I really can't rely on anyone, I still have to rely on myself. Doliv tightened Dodrio's reins. I will use my solid skills to show you who is the worthy champion. He held his neck erect and his head high, determined to win the championship. This high-spirited contest condition is good, but it's a pity. What do you mean, a well-deserved champion? A feint, tinged with majesty, came from the side, instantly bringing Dolov back to reality. He turned his head and looked at Officer Jenny, who was wearing a police uniform and following him with a growl eye that looked alert. What happened? Dolov suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Last night, the Toros in Ms. Lara's park rioted. According to our investigation, their riot was caused by someone adding selenum berries to their food. Officer Jenny stared at him closely. Just yesterday, you happened to buy a batch of hot peppers that are said to be the hottest. Even if I bought the selenum berries, can't I just eat them myself? His back was already soaked with cold sweat, but he still said stubbornly, no one said I can't eat it myself after buying it, right? As he spoke, he seemed to regain some confidence. Do you have any evidence to prove that I fed Toros? You want evidence, don't you? However, Officer Jenny still looked at him coldly, as if she had expected his reaction. Then I'll give you evidence. Ouch. Grolive beside her faithfully handed over a small bag, and Officer Jenny opened it and took it out. There were many photos inside. Among them, the photo of him throwing the tomato fruit is particularly obvious. How so? Dolov lost blood instantly and turned pale. I clearly looked around, there's no way anyone saw it. Oh, you have to know that the law is long and there is no loophole. As long as you commit a crime, someone will see it and report it. Officer Jenny came to the door with evidence and was very confident. Now, according to the laws and regulations of the Pokémon Alliance, you are suspected of intentional injury. I formally issue an arrest warrant for you, Dolliver, you are under arrest. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Dolov had no chance of turning the tables. But he just couldn't figure out how he was exposed. When his hands were handcuffed, he was still mumbling in disbelief. Who on earth discovered this? Ash, who was watching the whole thing from the side, said, it's me, the humble one. I have long known that Dolov is not a good person and may have evil intentions and resort to dirty means. Ash had already let Rotom follow him secretly and took photos of the key evidence of his crime. It's a pity that it was a step too late and still couldn't prevent Lara from getting hurt. Academic, but now, he also let a criminal like Dolov get the punishment he deserved. Especially in this Pokemon competition that is under the watchful eyes of the public and is of particular significance to the Laramie tribe. He was taken away by Officer Jenny, and the subsequent reasons will be made public. This Dolliver not only committed a crime, but also the things he did. This also caused him to be completely spurned by the Laramie people and he could no longer gain a foothold in this ethnic group. All I can say is, good grief. This is what it means to win or lose outside the chessboard. Ash, while the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind, taught Dolitien a vivid lesson. See, I knew that messing with this little brat would lead to bad consequences. Meow. In the audience, the three members of Team Rocket, who were also attracted by the excitement, watched with their own eyes as Dolov was taken away by Officer Jenny in a miserable state. They all shook their heads and gave their most profound insights. Never go against that little brat. They once again firmly established their choice, and thank you for your support. Once again, he threw himself into his own sales plan without hesitation. So, without this Dolov competition, the rest of the journey can be said to be smooth sailing. Ash rode Ponyta and easily found himself at the front of the team. Especially without the interference of Team Rocket in the original version, the combination of Ash and Ponyta is even more outstanding. Finally, amid the enthusiastic shouts of the commentator, he successfully crossed the line and won the first place. As Ponyta was reaping the joy of victory, the light of evolution rose from her body. Ding, Rapidash, the fire horse Pokemon, usually runs around leisurely in the wild, but once it gets serious. When it gets up, the flames on its mane will burn and it will start running at a speed of 240 km per hour. The competition won the championship, Ponyta successfully evolved, and the harvest of this competition was really great. Thank you so much, Ash. Lara, with her arm in a cast, thanked Ash excitedly. Ash helped her and fulfilled her dream. Thanks to you, Liv got the punishment he deserved. If it weren't for Ash, she would probably still be in the dark. Ash finally helped her and let out a sigh of relief. Nothing. Helping you is also helping myself. Well, after Ash won the championship of this competition. Champion's Trophy, Red win the event and you will get the corresponding trophy, which will increase your strength by 20%. Note, collecting all 5 champion trophies will form Success, Proof of Champion. Champion Certificate, Pokemon with evolutionary conditions and props will evolve directly without restrictions, and the evolved strength, skill power and effect, and critical hit rate will be improved. 100% high. Current collection progress, 2/5. After winning the second championship, the Champion's Trophy entry was also upgraded to Red. The collection progress has also successfully reached 2. There are 3 more championship titles waiting for him in the near future. This time I rode your Ponyta. If there is another such event next time, I can't just borrow someone else's Pokemon. Ash joked, I want to capture a Pokemon that can ride. The Pokemon he currently has, Pikachu, Nidoking, Pidgeot, Ursa Major, Charmeleon, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Gengar, Krabby, and Gyarados. Only Pidgeot and Gyarados can take him flying, but not riding. Riding Pokemon like Rapidash and Tauros are still very useful in certain special situations. It is quite necessary to tame one. Ash, if you want to capture Pokemon, the wild area ahead should be a good choice. Lara offers a great place, where there are a lot of good Pokemon. Wild wilderness area? Sounds interesting. Come on, Pokemon Master, you will succeed. I believe in you. Thank you, Lara. Under Lara's reluctant gaze, Ash and his group did not stop and continued their journey. Their next goal is to move towards the wild wilderness area in order to obtain new Pokemon. After leaving the endless prairie, they came to a jungle area with lush trees. This is still in the Pokemon protection area. After all, some Pokemon, like Tauros, like to run and gallop on the prairie. But there are some Pokemon like Beedrill and Pidgeotto that like to live in the forest. This area is also within the scope of the protection zone. In particular, Ash and his group also saw Jenny, who was wearing a chintzy hat and conducting a fishing expedition there. Put down your Pokemon balls or I will arrest you for Pokemon poaching. Her main job is to protect breeder Pokemon. Breeder Pokemon mainly consists of breeder-type Pokemon such as Kangaskhan, Ding, Possum, a parent-child Pokemon. It is a precious Pokemon whose mother raises her child in the pocket of her stomach. It was once on the verge of extinction. Later it was listed as a protected species. Now it lives around wild areas. Because it has to take care of children, its nerves are weak and it has a strong attack power. After briefly explaining their identities, the misunderstandings were resolved and they also observed the ecology of Pokemon such as Dinobot up close. So you are Ash. I've heard about you from the sisters in the family. Officer Jenny from the Jungle Reserve was surprised and said, you have solved several cases recently. Well, Officer Jenny, who is stationed here, is a big sister, and she looks graceful and capable. Otherwise, you can't stay in such a harsh jungle environment. Ash just responded modestly to this, and Officer Jenny didn't care at the moment. Mainly Pikachu. Pikachu seemed particularly sad when he saw the marmosets. Once upon a time, in a forest near Palatown in Kanto region, there lived a lone Piku. By chance, the young Piku was picked up and adopted by a mother marsupial dragon.